Chapter 1, Humiliated. The luxurious Xiao family villa was ablaze with lights. Tonight, it was the 70th birthday banquet of the Xiao family's head of the family, old Mrs. Xiao. A group of grandsons, granddaughters, and granddaughters-in-law had presented lavish gifts. Grandma, I heard that you love tea. This 100-year-old poor tea brick is worth $500,000. It's a birthday gift for you. Grandma, I heard that you believe in Buddhism. This jade Buddha is carved from Hokkien jade and is worth 700,000. Old Mrs. Xiao looked at the various gifts and laughed heartily. The whole family was in a happy mood. At this time, Xiao old lady's eldest grandson son-in-law Chen suddenly opened his mouth and said, Grandma, can you lend me $1 million? Auntie Li in the orphanage has uremia and needs money to cure her. The entire Xiao family was in shock. Everyone looked at Chen with unbelievable eyes. This door-to-door son-in-law, his guts were too big, right? The old lady's birthday. Not only did he not prepare any gifts, but he even dared to ask the old lady to borrow $1 million? 3 years ago, the old man Xiao still alive, do not know where to find Chen, had to marry his eldest granddaughter Xiao Churan, and at that time Chen was penniless, simply with a beggar no different. After the two married, the old man died. Since that time, the Xiao family has been trying to get rid of him, but Chen is indifferent. Let others how to insult also not moved, so it has been in the Xiao family to do up the son-in-law. Today, when he asked the old lady to borrow money, it was also out of necessity. Auntie Li of the orphanage who took him in and saved his life has uremia and needs at least $1 million for dialysis and kidney replacement. He really has no choice but to ask the old lady. He felt that today is the old lady's birthday. The old lady is happy, maybe kind-hearted, willing to help. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Xiao was still laughing happily in the last second, but immediately pulled down her face in this second. She slammed the teacup in her hand to the ground and angrily shouted, Asshole, are you here to celebrate your birthday or to borrow money? Chen's wife, Xiao Churan, hurriedly stepped forward and explained to the old lady, Grandma, Chen doesn't know any better. Don't take offense. Saying that, she was about to pull Chen to the side. At this time, Xiao Churan's cousin Xiao Weiwei sneered at the side and said, Sister, look at what kind of trash you married. Yunfei and I are only engaged and not yet married. And Yunfei gave Grandma a Hokkien jade Buddha. But this husband of yours is good. He didn't bring any gifts, and he has the face to ask Grandma to borrow money. That's right, brother Chen. We are both the granddaughters-in-law of the Xiao family. This eldest grandson's son-in-law of yours is really a failure. The man who spoke was Xiao Weiwei's fiancé, the young master of the local big family, Wang Yunfei. Although Wang Yunfei was about to get married to Xiao Weiwei, in his mind, Xiao Weiwei's looks were 100,000 miles worse than Chen's wife, Xiao Churan. Xiao Churan was a famous goddess throughout Jinling, but seeing that the goddess was married to this one loser, Wang Yunfei's heart was also very upset. This kind of trash. It's better to get out of our Xiao family before it's too late. That's right. The face of the Xiao family has been disgraced by this guy. I think it's a lie that he borrowed money, and it's true that he deliberately spoiled the old lady's birthday banquet. Chen couldn't help but clench his fists when he saw that the entire Xiao family was targeting and abusing themselves. If it wasn't for the sake of getting medical bills together for the person who saved his life, he would have turned around and left this place of wrongdoing long ago. However, thinking of his father's teaching of himself since childhood, telling him to repay the kindness of a drop of water when it springs from the spring, he then made a strong effort to suppress his inner humiliation, and said to old Mrs. Xiao, Grandma, saving a life is better than building a 7-stage pagoda. I beg you to have mercy. Someone snorted coldly and scolded, Surname Yi, you are less here to give Grandma a bewitching soup. If you want to save a person you think of your own way. Let Grandma pay to help you save a person. What kind of thing are you? The one who spoke was Xiao Weiwei's own brother, Xiao Hailong. They, the siblings, had always had a big opinion of Xiao Churan, who was superior to them in every aspect, so they liked to seize the opportunity to ridicule Chen the most. Xiao Churan on the side had a somewhat awkward expression and said, Grandma, Chen, he lost his father when he was 8 years old. It was Auntie Li from the orphanage who brought him up. He wants to repay the favor also out of a grateful heart. Please also help him. Old Mrs. Xiao said with a dark face, Let me help him? Fine. Unless you divorce him and marry Mr. Zhang. If you do as you are told, I will give him $1 million immediately. The Zhang Gongzi that the old lady was talking about was Zhang Wenhao, who had been pursuing Xiao Churan. The Zhang family was an upper-class family in Jinling, much more powerful than the Xiao family, and the old lady had always wanted to tie the knot. At this moment, the butler steps in and says loudly, Zhang Wenhao Zhang Gongzi sent someone to send a birthday gift. A piece of Buddha metal carved from old pit jadeite, worth $3 million. Old Mrs. Xiao was overjoyed and said, Quickly bring it, let me see it. The butler immediately handed over an emerald green jadeite Buddha tablet, and everyone present let out a gasp. This jadeite Buddha plate is emerald green. crystal, without a trace of impurities, at first glance is the top quality goods. Wang Yunfei, who had sent the Hutian Jade Buddha, saw this jadeite Buddha. His face was also a little embarrassed. He did not expect this Zhang Wenhao, who had no relationship with the Xiao family, to be so generous. Old Mrs. Xiao joyfully played with the jadeite Buddha tablet and said cheerfully, Mr. Zhang really has a heart. If he could be my granddaughter-in-law, I would really wake up from my dreams with a smile on my face. After saying that, she looked up at Xiao Churan. How about it? My conditions, do you want to consider them? Xiao Churan shook her head. Grandma, I won't divorce Yi Chen. Old Mrs. Zhao's expression instantly became gloomy as she angrily cursed. Giving face. Not hanging on this trash. Tell this punk to get the hell out of here. This punk is not allowed to attend my birthday banquet. Yi Chen was completely disappointed with the Xiao family, and at this time, he didn't have the face to continue staying in the Xiao family, so he said to Xiao Churan, Churan, I'm going to the hospital to see Auntie Li. Xiao Churan hurriedly said, then I'll go with you. Old Mrs. Xiao scolds at this time. If you leave too, I won't have you as my granddaughter in the future. You take your father and your mother and get out of the Xiao family with this trash. Xiao Churan was stunned, not expecting the old lady to say such cruel words. Yi Chen was busy saying, you stay, don't worry about me. Saying that, without waiting for Xiao Churan to come back to her senses, she herself turned around and walked out. Xiao Hailong laughed behind him. I am my good brother-in-law. You're leaving hungry. You won't go on the streets to beg for food, right? In that case, will you lose the face of our Xiao family? I still have $1 here. You go buy a steamed bun to eat, Xiao Hailong said, then pulled out a coin and threw it at Yi Chen's feet. The entire Xiao family burst into laughter. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and left the Xiao family without looking back. Rushing to the hospital, Yi Chen immediately went to the bill payment office, wanting to communicate with the hospital that the medical bills would be delayed for 2 more days. However, when he asked the nurse, he was suddenly told that Auntie Li had been sent overnight to Yanjing's Best Concord Hospital for treatment. Yi Chen was shocked and hurriedly asked her, how much does this cost? I'll find a way. The other party said, a total of 3 million is needed. 1 million has already been paid, and there is still a difference of 2 million. It has to be paid within a week. Who paid this 1 million? The other party shook his head. I don't know. Yi Chen was surprised in his heart, and was about to figure out this matter, when he turned around. A man wearing a black suit, with some gray hair and about 50 years old was standing behind him. As the 4 eyes met, the man bowed at him and said, young master, you have suffered for so many years. Yi Chen frowned, as if his entire person had changed his temperament, and asked in a cold voice, are you Tang Sihai? The other party said in surprise, young master, you still remember me. Yi Chen's expression flinched as he muttered under his breath, of course I remember. I remember each and every one of you. Back then, it was you guys who forced my parents to take me away from Yanjing and flee all the way. In the middle of this, my parents suffered an accidental death, and I became an orphan. So what are you guys looking for me for now? Tang Sihai said very painfully, young master, when your father passed away, the master was also in a great deal of grief. He has been looking for you for so many years. Now it's fine. You go back with me to see him. Yi Chen coldly said, go away. I will never see him in my life. Tang Sihai said, young master, do you still blame master? Of course. Yi Chen said word for word, I will never forgive him in my life. AI. Tang Sihai let out a long sigh and said, before I came here, master said that you might not forgive him. That counts as him having self-knowledge. Tang Sihai said, master knows that you have suffered all these years. Let me give you a little compensation. If you are not willing to go back, the biggest enterprise in Jinling will be bought and given to you. In addition to give you this card, the password is your birthday. Saying that, Tang Sihai handed over a Citibank top-tier black gold card. Young master, this kind of card, there are only 5 in the country. Yi Chen shook his head. Take it away. I don't want it. Tang Sihai said, young master, your savior is still short of 2 million medical bills. If you can't pay it, the person's life may be in danger. Yi Chen frowned tightly. You guys are deliberately counting on me? Tang Sihai busily said, I don't dare. Your acceptance of this card will be enough to pay this money. Yi Chen opened his mouth and asked, how much money is in this card? Master said that this card is a little pocket money for you. Not much, a total of $10 billion. Chapter 2, I have $10 billion in cash. 10 billion? Yi Chen was dumbfounded by what he heard. He knew that his grandfather's family was rich, but at that time he was still young and had no concept of money. He only knew that the Yi family was one of the top families in Yanjing and in the country, but exactly how much money there was, he wasn't sure, but at this moment, he kind of knew. $10 billion was just pocket money, and the entire Yi family was afraid that it had to be above $1 trillion. To be honest, at this moment, deep down he was also very moved. However, when he thought of his grandfather being to blame for his parents' death, he was somewhat unable to forgive. Tang Sihai could see his entanglement and hurriedly said, "Young master, you're a member of the Yi family. This money is what you deserve, and it's technically your father's." Master said, "If you are willing to go back, the family's trillion-dollar fortune will be inherited by you. If you are not willing to go back, this money will be considered as a living expense for you." Oh yes, the largest enterprise in Jinling, the Imperial Hao Group with a market capitalization of 100 billion renminbi, has been wholly acquired by the Yi family yesterday, and now all the shares are in your name. You can go to the Imperial Hao Group tomorrow to hand over. Yi Chen was somewhat incredulous. The Yi family had invested too much for their own sake, right? $10 billion of black cards, $100 billion of Imperial Hao Group. Although there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Jinling, the only true god was the Imperial Hao Group. Any family had to grovel in front of the Imperial Hao Group. It was the emperor of Jinling's business field. Even the Xiao and Wang families that humiliated themselves today, as well as the Zhang family that pursued Xiao Churan, were all minions in front of the Imperial Hao Group. I didn't expect that it would be my own now. At this time, Tang Sihai handed him a business card and said, "Young master, you may need to calm down and think it over. I won't bother you. This is my phone number. If there's anything you can order at any time." After saying that, Tang Sihai turned around and left. After he left, Yi Chen was still frozen in place. He didn't know if he should accept the compensation from the Yi family. However, when he thought about it, the upheaval that he had lived in these 10 years, the humiliation he had suffered by joining the Xiao family, all of these were the compensation that the Yi family had given to him, so why wouldn't he want it? Moreover, Auntie Li's medical expenses still need $2 million, cannot be delayed. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and immediately turned around to return to the toll booth. "Hello, I want to pay up the $2 million. Card swiped, password entered, transaction successful." The $2 million were easily transferred into the hospital's account. Yi Chen felt like the whole person was in the clouds. He had become a 100 billionaire all of a sudden, muddled back home. At this time, the family had already made a scene. Xiao Churan and her parents do not live in the Xiao family villa, but a very ordinary building. They had been kicked out since Xiao Churan married him and Master Xiao died. His mother-in-law was cursing at home. "Yi Chen, that punk, he made our family lose face today. If you don't divorce him, your grandmother is afraid that she will kick you out of Xiao Group." Xiao Churan said, "I'll find another job if I'm kicked out." "You," mother-in-law said furiously, "what's so good about that loser? Why can't you divorce him and marry Zhang Wenhao? If you marry Zhang Wenhao, our family will be able to raise our eyebrows." Father-in-law also said, "That's right, marrying Zhang Wenhao will instantly make our family a treasure in front of your grandmother, who will rush to flatter you every day." Xiao Churan said, "Don't even say it. I won't divorce Yi Chen. You child." The two of them wanted to persuade each other further. When Yi Chen pushed the door in, seeing him, both father-in-law and mother-in-law did not have a good face. The mother-in-law snorted coldly between her nostrils. "A waste, still has the face to come back." Yi Chen inwardly sighed lightly. His mother-in-law had always looked down on him, but if he let her know that he was now the boss of the Imperial Hao Group and had $10 billion in cash, how would she behave? However, Yi Chen was not prepared to let anyone know his identity for the time being. He had left the Yi family for many years, so who knew what the Yi family's current situation was? What if he exposed himself and someone within the Yi family turned against him? Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile for now. So he lowered his head and said apologetically, "Mom, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble today." Mother-in-law scolded, "You're not just causing trouble, you're killing our family of 3. Can't you have some self-awareness and get the hell out of our house?" Xiao Churan hurriedly said, "Mom, how can you say that? Yi Chen is your son-in-law." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Mother-in-law hated it. "I don't have such a waste of son-in-law. Get out as far away as possible." Xiao Churan pushed Yi Chen. "Hurry back to the house." Yi Chen nodded gratefully and fled back to his room. He and Xiao Churan had been married for 3 years, but they had not been a couple for 3 years. Xiao Churan slept on the bed, and he slept on the floor next to him. This night, Yi Chen could not sleep for a long time. What happened today was really too shocking for him to digest for a while. Before going to bed, Xiao Churan said to him, "How is Auntie Li doing? I still have more than $100,000 of private money here, so bring it over to her tomorrow." Yi Chen said, "No need. Someone has already paid Auntie Li and sent her to Yanjing for treatment." "Really?" Xiao Churan said in surprise. "Auntie Li is saved?" "Right." Yi Chen said, "Auntie Li has done good deeds and helped so many people throughout her life, and now someone has finally repaid her." "That's good." Xiao Churan nodded and said to Yi Chen, "You can also breathe a sigh of relief." "Yes." Xiao Churan said, "I have to sleep. The company has been particularly busy lately." "So tired?" Yi Chen asked. did something happen in the company? Xiao Churan said, the business is not so good. Grandma has always wanted to cooperate with a big company like Imperial Group, but the strength of the Xiao family is still a lot weaker. People can't see it. Chen suddenly thought of the Imperial Hao Group and asked her. The Xiao family has no cooperation with the Imperial Hao Group. Xiao Churan laughed self-deprecatingly. How could the Imperial Hao Group look at the Xiao family? Even Wei Wei's fiancé, Wang Yunfei's family can just barely get a little bit of a ride with the Imperial Group. And Grandma is counting on the Wang family to help the Xiao family get on with the Imperial Group after the two of them get married. Chen nodded. It turned out that the Xiao family had sharpened its head to want to cooperate with Imperial Hao Group. However, old Mrs. Xiao was afraid that she would never dream that the Imperial Hao Group was now her own. Thinking of this, Chen decides to go ahead and take over the Imperial Hao Group, and then give Xiao Churan a little help through the Imperial Hao Group. She's too bullied in the Xiao family, and as her husband, he has the responsibility to help her improve her status in the family. Churan, hubby is different from today. I won't let anyone look down on you anymore. I will make the entire Xiao family grovel to you. Chapter 3, Taking Over the Imperial Hao Group. Early the next morning, after Chen finished cooking, he rode his small electric donkey and arrived at the Imperial Hao Group. He parked the small electric donkey at the side of the parking lot of the Imperial Hao Group, and just after locking the car, a black Bentley sedan slowly parked in a parking space on the opposite side of the road. Chen inadvertently looked up and saw a pair of young men and women walking down from the car. The man was dressed in a high-grade suit, very stylish at a glance, and the woman was dressed in a sultry outfit, although a bit gaudy, but also considered a rare beauty. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Churan's cousin, Xiao Weiwei, and her soon-to-be engaged fiancé, Wang Yunfei, a major member of the Wang family. Chen didn't know what Xiao Weiwei and Wang Yunfei were doing at Empire Group, but in order to avoid trouble, he was still prepared to hide a little further away. However, he did not expect that the more he hid, the more things came to him. The sharp-eyed Xiao Weiwei immediately saw him and shouted, brother-in-law. Xiao Weiwei called this brother-in-law extremely kindly, but Chen couldn't help but get a big headache after hearing it. Out of courtesy, he could only stop his footsteps and said with a smile when the two of them approached, Weiwei, why are you here? Xiao Weiwei giggled. I came over with Yunfei to pay my respects to Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of the Imperial Hao Group. After saying that, she looked at Wang Yunfei with an adoring face and said, Yunfei's family has a lot of cooperation with the Imperial Hao Group. In the future, not only will it help the Wang family, it will also help our Xiao family. Chen did not know that the Wang family had cooperation with the Imperial Hao Group. After all, the Imperial Hao Group had also just become his property and he had not yet had time to understand it. However, he didn't show it either. He just smiled and said, Mr. Wang's temperament is extraordinary and his strength is not bad. You guys are really a talented couple. Wang Yunfei looked at Chen with contempt, and in his heart, he could not help but feel a pang of injustice. This stinking beggar. Yesterday he was scolded by old Mrs. Xiao into that doggy look. Today he was still playfully smiling like nothing. Why would a stunning beauty like Xiao Churan marry such a loser? If not for this loser, he would have pursued Xiao Churan desperately, and would not have gotten engaged to Xiao Weiwei, who was second best in every aspect. Thinking of this, Wang Yunfei was upset in his heart and deliberately asked, what is brother-in-law doing here at Imperial Group? Chen casually said, I came to look for a job. Looking for a job? He snorted. A waste like you who can't do anything, still want to come to Imperial Hao Group to look for a job? Chen frowned. What does me looking for a job have to do with you? Xiao Weiwei called out to Chen, just because she wanted to satirize and sarcasm improperly, seeing that Wang Yunfei even started first, so she also immediately sneered. What? Did Yunfei say it wrong? To education. Do you this loser have a diploma? To be capable, does this loser like you have any accomplishments? For a loser like you, you won't even be wanted if you apply for a security guard job at Empire Group. If you have some self-awareness, you might as well pick up garbage on the street. At least you can still earn 2,000 or 3,000 a month. After saying that, she threw the drink bottle in her hand to Chen's feet, grunted, Here, don't say I don't take care of you. Pick up this empty bottle and take it to sell it for money. Wang Yunfei laughed. Although you're trashy, but since you're a relative, I have to take care of you more or less. It just so happens that I have some friendship with the vice chairman of the Imperial Hao Group. Why don't I put in a good word for you, so that he can arrange a toilet sweeping job for you? Chen smiled coldly and said, What kind of job I'm looking for? I don't need you to worry about it. You'd better worry more about yourself. Imperial Hao Group is a big enterprise. I believe that they won't cooperate with a low-quality trash like you. Wang Yunfei instantly became furious. Who the hell are you calling trash? Chen said disdainfully. You are trash. After saying that, he didn't bother to take care of Wang Yunfei, and took a step towards the Imperial Hao Group building. Damn it, you stop. Wang Yunfei quickly followed and caught up with Yi Chen at the elevator entrance. He had wanted to teach Yi Chen a good lesson, at least give him 2 slaps, letting him know what would happen if he offended himself. However, when he saw that he was already inside the Empire Group building, he was worried that he would anger his partners if he made a move here, so he had to temporarily dismiss the idea of teaching him a lesson. His mouth gnashed his teeth and said, "You stinky, today we will let you go for the time being. Next time you will not have such good luck." Yi Chen snorted coldly, stepped into the elevator and said to him, "Wang Yunfei, do you think you're very powerful? Trust me, soon you will know the price of arrogance." Uing. Wang Yunfei took a step and was about to rush into the elevator. Xiao Weiwei pulled him and said in a despicable tone, "Yunfei, don't sit in the same elevator as this kind of trash, lest you get smoked by the stench he carries." Wang Yunfei nodded, knowing that he couldn't fight him here, so he said in a cold voice, "I'll let you off. Next time I'll make you look good." Yi Chen took the elevator directly to the topmost floor where the chairman's office was located. On the side of the Imperial Hao Group, Tang Sihai had already arranged for him a long time ago, and the person responsible for docking with him was a woman named Wang Dongxue. Wang Dongxue in Jinling fame is very big, is the most famous Jinling workplace strong woman, not only looks beautiful, and work ability is very strong. Young age has been promoted to the Emperor Ho Group Vice Chairman. Emperor Ho Group can have today. She cannot be credited. Now, Dihao Group has been acquired by the Yi family. The original chairman of the board has stepped down. Wang Dongxue stayed behind, ready to assist the new chairman. As soon as she saw Yi Chen, Wang Dongxue was shocked. She didn't expect that the young master of the Yi family, as described by Tang Sihai, would be so young and graceful. Subsequently, she didn't dare to delay and immediately said respectfully and incomparably, "Young master, please condescend to my office." Chapter 4, Blow Them Out. It was also the first time that Yi Chen had seen Wang Dongxue. It had to be said that Wang Dongxue was really gorgeous. She was 27 or 18 years old, and had a slim but not too plump body, a beautiful face and a noble and capable temperament. Yi Chen sat down in front of Wang Dongxue's desk and said, "I won't be coming to Empire Group often in the future, so on this side of Empire Group, you still have to preside over the big picture. In addition to not revealing my identity to the public." Wang Dongxue knew that in front of Yi Chen, the family background strength is extraordinary. An Imperial Deluxe group for his family is simply rain, not willing to come to personally manage as normal. So she hurriedly said, "Young master, in the future, if there is anything, you can just order me." At this time, a female secretary knocked on the door and came in, saying, "Deputy Director Wang, there is one called Wang Yunfei, bringing his fiancée to pay you a visit." Wang Dongxue immediately said, "I'm meeting my honored guests, let them wait first." Yi Chen asked her, "You know this Wang Yunfei?" Wang Dongxue hurriedly said, "This Wang Yunfei's family is one of our cooperators below. The main business is dependent on us. Their family has been saying that they want to come to pay their respects for a while, and they have already come several times." Yi Chen coldly said, "From now on, Emperor Hao Group shall not have any business dealings with the Wang family. All ongoing and preparatory collaborations are all called off. If the Wang family can still earn a single penny from the Emperor Hao Group, you, the vice chairman, should not do it." When Wang Dongxue heard this, her expression immediately flinched. She didn't need to ask to know that it must be someone from the Wang family who had offended the young master, so she immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry, young master. I'll order it down right now and fully terminate all cooperation with the Wang family." Yi Chen hummed and said, "Tell them to say that the Imperial Hao Group will not cooperate with low-quality trash, and then have the security guards kick them out." Outside, Wang Yunfei and Xiao Weiwei were waiting with excitement. The Wang family had always wanted to become a strategic partner of the Imperial Hao Group, so they especially hoped to draw closer to Wang Dongxue. But unexpectedly, Wang Dongxue's secretary came with several security guards. Wang Yunfei couldn't help but ask her, "Hello, may I ask if Deputy Director Wang has time to see us?" The secretary looked at him and coldly said, "I'm sorry, our Vice Director Wang said that Imperial Hao Group will not cooperate with low-quality trash like you, and from now on, all cooperation with your family will be cancelled." "What did you say?" Wang Yunfei was stunned for a moment. His heart was shocked. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? Oh right, just now when he was in the parking lot, Yi Chen had said the exact same thing. What did Deputy Director Wang mean by this? Are you going to stop cooperating with the Wang family? Wang Yunfei felt a rush of blood in his brain. What's going on? Terminate all cooperation? A large portion of the Wang family's profit was earned by relying on the Imperial Hao Group. If the cooperation was terminated, wouldn't the family's strength be immediately cut in half? Unable to accept such a reality, he roared loudly, "I want to see Deputy Director Wang. I want to ask Deputy Director Wang face to face." The secretary said in a cold voice, "Sorry, our Deputy Director Wang won't see you, and you won't be allowed to step into the Imperial Hao Group again." Wang Yunfei angrily cursed. You Ing are deliberately playing with me, aren't you? We are long-term partners of the Imperial Hao Group. How can we just say terminate? The secretary ignored him and directly said to the security guards around him, blast them out. The security chief immediately rushed forward and grabbed Wang Yunfei's wrist, then twisted it behind him. Wang Yunfei wailed in pain, and Captain Chen shouted in a cold voice, get the hell out of here. If you dare to make trouble in the Imperial Group, I'll waste you. You're a ING security chief. Dare to yell at me. Do you know who I am? As soon as Wang Yunfei's words fell, Captain Chen directly slapped his face and angrily cursed. In front of the Imperial Hao Group. What the are you? Wang Yunfei was slapped. His face was hot and painful, and he was about to rage, when his cell phone suddenly rang. The phone call was surprisingly from his father. When he picked up the phone, a furious roar came from over there. Bastard! What the hell have you done to me outside? Now the Imperial Group wants to cancel all cooperation with us. Who did you offend outside? Wang Yunfei said aggrievedly. Dad, I didn't offend anyone. I just came over to pay my respects to Deputy Director Wang, but I haven't even seen Deputy Director Wang's face yet. On the other end of the phone, Wang Yunfei's father cursed. The people from the Imperial Hao Group said that the reason why they dissolved their cooperation with the Wang family was because you are a piece of trash with no quality. Now the family is losing a lot of money because of you. So hurry up and get your ass back here and explain to your grandfather in person. Wang Yunfei was driven by the security guards all the way out of the gates of the Imperial Hao Group. Holding the phone with a stunned face, he suddenly thought of Yi Chen, so he couldn't help but ask Xiao Weiwei. Weiwei, could it be because of that punk brother-in-law of yours? Would he have anything to do with the Imperial Hao Group? Ah, Xiao Weiwei was startled by Wang Yunfei's words, and when she thought about it, it was indeed possible that it had something to do with her trashy brother-in-law. However, he is clearly a trash waste stinking ah. Thinking of this, she categorically shook her head and said, how can that stinky have anything to do with the Imperial Group? He's not qualified to come to the Imperial Group to sweep the toilets. Also right. Wang Yunfei nodded. Thinking of his furious father, he said disheveledly, no, I have to hurry home. The news that the Wang family was terminated from all cooperation by the Imperial Hao Group immediately spread throughout Jinling. Although they didn't know why the Imperial Hao Group had blocked the Wang family, everyone was clear that it must be because the Wang family had offended the Imperial Hao Group. This time, the Wang family was considered finished. The Wang family's strength plummeted by half, and what was already close to the standard of a first-tier family now fell directly into the tail of a second-tier family. When old Mrs. Xiao heard this news, she was also so angry that she was trembling all over. She very much wanted to annul Xiao Weiwei's marriage contract with Wang Yunfei, but thought that the Wang family's skinny camel was bigger than a horse, and the Xiao family couldn't afford to be offended, so she could only call it quits for the time being. At this time, in Wang Dongshue's office, Yi Chen was informed of the whole process just now and was very appreciative of her style of acting. Satisfied, Yi Chen said, Dongxue, you did a good job just now. From today onwards, your salary will be doubled. Wang Dongxue was shocked and delighted. She hurriedly stood up and bowed to Yi Chen. Thank you, young master. Yi Chen nodded and said, also, I want you to announce two things to the public. Young master, you say, the first thing, announce the change of ownership of the Imperial Hao Group and the appointment of a new chairman, but don't disclose the identity of the new chairman, just disclose the surname Yi. The second thing, announce that Imperial Deluxe Group will invest 2 billion RMB in Jinling to build a 6-star hotel, and at the same time start the partner bidding. All construction and decoration companies in the city can participate in the bidding. Zhao's group's main business was decoration. The old lady dreamed of being on the side of the big ship of God's Deluxe Group. Whoever could take the cooperation of the Imperial Deluxe Group would surely become the red man of Zhao's group. Now that the Imperial Hao Group was his own, of course he had to give his wife a little benefit. Chapter 5, I'll give it a try. The two news released by the Imperial Hao Group completely set off the entire Jinling. Upon hearing that the Imperial Luxurious Group had changed ownership, the Xiao family then figured out why the Wang family had been kicked out of the Imperial Luxurious Group. It seemed that the new owner of the Imperial Hao Group still couldn't look at a family like the Wang family. However, who exactly was young Master Yi? This person was too powerful, right? Hundreds of billions of dollars of Dihao Group. Just buy it. Even the richest man in Jiling didn't have such a large sum of money as him. For a while, countless families were eager to get in touch with this mysterious young Master Yi. On one hand, and on the other hand, they were also eager for their daughters to get married to young Master Yi. On top of that, the fact that the Dihao Group was going to invest in a $2 billion hotel project also made the entire Jinling's construction and decoration industry tremble. $2 billion. If you just get a little bit of the trimmings, you'll be able to make a huge profit. Countless companies wanted to get a piece of the pie. This naturally includes the money-hungry old Madame Xiao. Old Mrs. Xiao was excited at this time. A $2 billion project. This was a great opportunity. If the Xiao family could get a contract from it, it would really be a big deal. So, she immediately ordered that a family meeting be called at home tonight to discuss how to make a breakthrough in the new project of the Imperial Hao Group, and that everyone must attend. That night, the Xiao family villa, because the old lady demanded that everyone must be there. Yi Chen also followed. He knew that the old lady was going to have a meeting to discuss how she could get a piece of the big project from the Imperial Hao Group. Therefore, he wanted to take this opportunity to help his wife Xiao Churan grow a long face. When he arrived at the Xiao family villa, Xiao Churan's cousin, Xiao Hailong, immediately sneered as soon as he saw him. Yi Chen, your face is really thick, and you still have the ing face to come and see grandma. Xiao Churan said with a cold face. Don't talk nonsense. It was grandma who requested that everyone in the Xiao family had to be there. Yi Chen is my husband. Naturally he is also a member of the Xiao family. Xiao Hailong laughed loudly. He counts as no Xiao family member. It's just a door-to-door son-in-law. Yi Chen touched his nose and said to Xiao Churan, forget about it, wife. Don't be general with him. Hurry up and go in, so as not to keep grandma waiting. Xiao Churan nodded and owed Xiao Hailong a bit of good face, leading Yi Chen in. Seeing this, Xiao Hailong's face also turned cold. There would be something for them to see later. After entering the conference hall, Yi Chen and Xiao Churan found a seat in the corner. Soon, old Mrs. Xiao stepped in, and the family meeting officially began. Old Mrs. Xiao sat on the main seat, knocked on the table and said with a spirited voice, the Xiao family has been waiting for an opportunity for these years, an opportunity that will allow us to be among the most powerful families in Jinling. Now, this opportunity has finally come. Old Mrs. Xiao said in a loud voice. This time, the Imperial Hao Group has thrown out a big project of $2 billion. Whoever can get a cooperation contract from it will surely benefit a lot. Moreover, this is the first big project after the change of ownership of the Imperial Hao Group. It's a great opportunity for our Xiao family. If we can cooperate with the Imperial Hao Group and leave a good impression on the new owner of the Imperial Hao Group, then the future of the Xiao family will be limitless. Although the old lady was spirited, the people underneath seemed to be somewhat unmoved. In fact, the Xiao family wants to cooperate with the Imperial Group. It has not been a day or two. For such a long time, the Imperial Group simply does not care about the Xiao family. The old lady now wants to get a piece of the Imperial Group's new project. How can it be possible? Seeing that everyone here was silent, Mrs. Xiao became irritated and questioned, what? Are you all mute? Don't you all have the confidence to take a little bit of the edge from a $2 billion project? The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, not daring to chime in at all. The old lady's expression became even angrier and she gritted her teeth. I'll put my words here today. Whoever can negotiate a $30 million share of cooperation from the Imperial Hao Group will be the group's director. The moment these words came out, the people sitting in the room were all stunned. The old lady had always been dictatorial, so she had never created the position of director within the group. After all, the director had a lot of power, and it was almost as if the future successor of the group was qualified to hold this position. The old lady now used this position as a reward. Surely she hoped that there would be a brave man under the heavy reward, seeing that she had to be extremely eager for the projects of the Imperial Hao Group. However, although the position of director was good, it was not that good. In the eyes of Zhao's family, to enter into a partnership with Imperial Hao and get a $30 million contract? Don't kid yourself. Even if old Mrs. Xiao personally came out, the executives of the Imperial Hao Group wouldn't see her, let alone talk about any cooperation. Inside the family meeting hall, there was silence. Seeing this, old Mrs. Xiao questioned with a face full of anger, as descendants of the Xiao family, is no one willing to share the Xiao family's worries? After saying this, old Mrs. Zhao's gaze directly looked at Xiao Hailong. Hailong, this matter is in your hands. Xiao Hailong laughed dryly a few times and hurriedly said, Grandma, right now even Wang Yunfei's family has been cleared out by the Imperial Hao Group. Our strength is still worse than the Wang family. How can we possibly get the Imperial Hao Group's contract? Old Mrs. Xiao immediately scolded. Waste. Denying yourself before you've even tried. You're even more of a waste than that waste, Yi Chen. In fact, old Mrs. Xiao also had no bottom in her heart, but she was unwilling to be the helmsman of a second or third-rate family forever, and she dreamed of longing for the Xiao family to go to the next level, and this time, the project of the Imperial Hao Group was the only chance. Therefore, even if it was difficult, she was unwilling to give up. She had thought that Xiao Hailong, as the eldest grandson, would be able to accept this task painfully, but she hadn't expected him to beat a retreat at this time. Xiao Hailong was also depressed in his heart. Who would be willing to take on such an impossible task? He was afraid that he would be kicked out before he could even enter the gates of the Imperial Deluxe Group. At that time, not only would things not be accomplished, but he would also be laughed at and be a laughing stock, which was why he decided not to agree no matter what. After old Madame Xiao scolded Xiao Hailong, she asked loudly, "Where are the others? Do none of them dare to take on this task?" Yi Chen gently touched Xiao Churan with his elbow at this time and whispered, "Wife, take this mission." Xiao Churan hurriedly said, "Crazy, there's no way the Imperial Hao group would cooperate with a small company like the Xiao family." Yi Chen smiled faintly and said confidently, "Don't worry, you'll definitely be able to negotiate this cooperation." Xiao Churan was surprised and asked, "Really?" Yi Chen said with certainty, "Of course, I think you have no problem at all. Seize this opportunity, and your position in the Xiao family in the future will soar." Xiao Churan didn't know why, but at this moment, she actually believed Yi Chen's words in a confused manner. She subconsciously stood up and said to old Mrs. Xiao, "Grandma, I'm willing to give it a try." Chapter 6, Making a Bet. Xiao Churan's statement left the entire Xiao family dumbfounded. Everyone thought that Xiao Churan must be crazy. It's not the right time to make a splash. If you make a splash at this time, what else can you do but die? The Imperial Group is the biggest company in Jinling. How could they look at the Xiao family? Whoever goes to talk about it, the result is unlikely to be successful. Xiao Hailong can't help but sneer. "Churan, do you think that with you, you can get a contract from Imperial Group?" Xiao Hailong's own sister and Xiao Churan's cousin, Xiao Weiwei, also sneered at this moment. "Sister Churan, what is your status and what is the status of the Imperial Group? If you go to talk so boldly, don't disgrace our Xiao family." Someone else chimed in, "That's right, at that time, in case she is kicked out by the Imperial Hao group, our Xiao family will definitely be reduced to a laughingstock in Jinling." Xiao Churan sniffed. Her cheeks reddened immensely and she felt doubly ashamed. Since marrying Yi Chen, her status in the family had fallen, becoming less and less valued, almost on the verge of being ostracized. Even her parents were followed by much ridicule. She felt that if she could negotiate this project with the Imperial Group, then her position within the family would definitely be consolidated. Most importantly, her parents would also be able to straighten their backs. But at this moment, being satirized in sarcasm by so many people made her heart also beat a drum of retreat. She glared at Yi Chen in depression. How could she have listened to his compulsion? "If I had known, I wouldn't have come out this head." Old Mrs. Xiao was furious in her heart when she heard the words of the crowd. No one dared to take on this task after asking herself several times, and now that Xiao Churan took the initiative to come forward, this group of people started to pour cold water on it again. Although old Madame Xiao had never liked Xiao Churan, at this time, she felt in her heart that Xiao Churan was at least willing to share her worries, unlike the others who only knew how to add to her problems. Especially her favorite grandson, Xiao Hailong, was really too much of a disappointment to herself. Because of this, old Madame Zhao's attitude towards Xiao Churan has also changed quite a bit, so she immediately said, "Since the others don't dare to agree, don't talk nonsense. This time, the project cooperation with Imperial Group will be given to Churan to negotiate." Xiao Churan could only reply stiffly, "Don't worry Grandma, I will definitely do my best." At this moment, Xiao Hailong sneered with a cold snort from his nose. "What's the use of going all out? It's still a disgrace to the family if you fail in the end." Yi Chen sneered and asked, "Xiao Hailong, what's your purpose in singing praises of Churan like this? Do you think that the Xiao family is not qualified to cooperate with the Imperial Group?" Xiao Hailong didn't expect that this waste of a man, Yi Chen, would dare to open his mouth at the family meeting, and he even gave himself a high hat right off the bat. Seeing that old Mrs. Zhao's expression was also a bit huffy, so he immediately explained, "That's not what I meant. I just don't think it's possible for Xiao Churan to negotiate this cooperation." Yi Chen laughed and asked him, "Then what if Churan can negotiate the cooperation? Should we make a bet?" Xiao Hailong sneered, "Come on, let's bet. Will I be afraid of you? You tell me. What's the bet?" Yi Chen said, "If Churan negotiates the contract, you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times and say loudly that you are wrong in front of the whole family. If Churan can't negotiate, I will kowtow to you 3 times and say loudly that I am wrong. What do you think?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Xiao Hailong immediately laughed out maniacally. "You punk are really looking for death. Alright, I'll bet with you." Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, "The whole family is here to witness this. Whoever backs out will be dead father, dead mother, dead grandfather, dead grandmother." Yi Chen intentionally said the 3 words dead grandmother particularly heavily, just for fear that this Xiao Hailong would lose and then back out at that time. Once this word came out, Xiao Hailong absolutely didn't dare to back out, because in that case, wouldn't it be cursing his grandmother, that is, Mrs. Xiao to die? At that time, old Madame Xiao was afraid that she wouldn't even let him go. Good. Xiao Hailong didn't know that Yi Chen was digging a hole for himself. Instead, he felt that there was no way he could lose. So, he laughed loudly and said, "With the whole family witnessing, I'll wait for you to kowtow to me." Xiao Churan was startled and gave him a wink, but he didn't expect him to be completely oblivious. Old Lady Xiao didn't care about this kind of betting. Her only concern was whether or not she could get into the cooperation list of the Imperial Deluxe Group this time. If she could get in, not to mention letting Xiao Hailong kowtow to Yi Chen, even if she let Xiao Hailong call Yi Chen's father, she didn't care at all. So, she opened her mouth and said, "Today's meeting ends here. Churan, you have 3 days to take the contract." Meeting adjourned. Back home, father-in-law and mother-in-law immediately glared at Yi Chen and Xiao Churan. Mother-in-law Malan is anxious and anxious. Off the cuff, "Churan, you're crazy. How can you listen to this waste of a word Yi Chen and agree to this errand in a confused manner?" Father-in-law Xiao Changkuan also scolded Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you're such a waste. You've harmed my daughter." Then, his father-in-law said with an angry face, "If Churan can't negotiate the cooperation of Imperial Group, he will definitely be ostracized by the family. And you, a waste, will have to kneel down and kowtow to Xiao Hailong in front of the whole family. And I won't let this old face of mine disgrace you when the time comes." Yi Chen seriously said, "Dad, Mom, as long as Churan can negotiate this contract, won't everything be solved? Talk. Negotiate my ass." Father-in-law scolded angrily. "Do you know how strong the Imperial Group is? How could they possibly look at the Xiao family?" Yi Chen laughed. "Maybe they can look at it? I just think that Churan must have no problem and can definitely get the contract down." Mother-in-law sneered from the side. You think you're the boss of the Imperial Group? A waste of space, no use at all. And you're still blabbering here." Chapter 7, He is my husband. Xiao Churan saw that her parents have been targeting Yi Chen. She sighed and said, "Dad, Mom, this matter has nothing to do with Yi Chen. It's me who doesn't want them to look down on me anymore. Haven't we suffered enough aggravation over the years?" Xiao Churan's mom said offhandedly. "Then you can't agree to this errand. Not to mention you. Even if your grandmother goes, people won't be able to take care of her. Yi Chen looked at the scene in front of him and secretly laughed bitterly. His snobbish in-laws were afraid that they couldn't believe that they were the boss of Imperial Group, right? Just at this moment, the house suddenly rang with a knock on the door. Coming. Mother-in-law Malan sighed while opening the door. Yi Chen looked with his eyes, only to see a young man in an Armani suit standing at the door, who could be described as graceful and talented, with a Patek Philippe watch on his hand, which looked like it was worth at least $3 to $5 million. Mother-in-law immediately said excitedly, It's Wenhao. Why are you here?" The person who came was Zhang Wenhao, the son of the Zhang family who had been pursuing Xiao Churan. Zhang Wenhao smiled and said, "Auntie, I heard that Churan took over the cooperation of the Imperial Hao Group, so I specially came over to give her some ideas." You are truly our family's lifesaver." Malan was in a very excited mood, looking at Zhang Wenhao as if he was looking at his son-in-law, hurriedly welcoming him in, and said as she walked, "Wenhao, do you have a way to help Churan take the contract of the Imperial Hao Group?" Zhang Wenhao nods his head with a smile on his face, turning a blind eye to Yi Chen who was standing by the side, as if he is looking at the mole crickets on the side of the road. He goes straight to Xiao Churan and smiles slightly. "Churan, you didn't say a word to me about such a big thing, but don't you worry, there is a cooperation between Imperial Hao Group and my family's company, so I'll just beg my father to say hello, and I will definitely do my best to help you out." In fact, Zhang Wenhao's father doesn't have that much energy at all, and he only said this in order to pretend in front of Xiao Churan. Xiao Churan has always known that Zhang Wenhao was interested in herself, so she said coldly, "Zhang Wenhao, I appreciate your kindness, I will think of a way myself." Malan exclaimed incredulously, "Churan, are you crazy? Young Master Zhang kindly came over to help you. How can you talk like that?" Xiao Churan didn't say anything, but Yi Chen on the side asked Zhang Wenhao with interest, "Mr. Zhang, I'm curious about what methods you have to help Churan. The Dihao Group is so big, it shouldn't be swayed by you guys, right? Do you have a way to make Dihao sign with Churan?" Zhang Wenhao sneered with contempt and said, "What do you know? Our Zhang family has always been a deep partner with the Dihao Group, and this time, our family can get at least a third of the Dihao Group's $2 billion big project. When the time comes, I'll ask my dad to directly subcontract a few tens of millions of dollars from this one-third to Churan. Won't that help her fulfill her mission?" Yi Chen said in surprise. I didn't realize that Mr. Zhang's family has such a deep relationship with the Imperial Hao Group." Zhang Wenhao snorted coldly and said, "That's for sure. In Jinling, who doesn't know that our Zhang family works closely with the Imperial Hao Group?" After saying that, Zhang Wenhao stared at Yi Chen and said contemptuously, "Yi Chen, I advise you to take the initiative to leave Churan. A man like you can't give her happiness, and will only drag her back." Xiao Churan coldly said at this time, "I'm sorry Mr. Zhang, I don't need your help, and please don't speak ill of my husband." Zhang Wenhao said dumbfounded, "Churan, I'm helping you so much and you still want to turn towards this loser? What does he have that's worth defending?" Xiao Churan said seriously, "He's not a waste, he's my husband." Zhang Wenhao was furious and filled with gloom as he angrily said, Fine, toast the wine and eat the penalty wine. I'd like to see what you have to do to solve this trouble. If you can't manage it by then, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. After saying that, Zhang Wenhao turned around and flung the door open. Ma Lan still wanted to chase after him to explain, but Zhang Wenhao had already walked away. She was so angry that she slapped her thighs and pointed at Yi Chen's nose and cursed. You're pissing me off, you. What else can a loser like you do besides dragging chore than legs? Mr. Zhan was so kind to help, but you even pissed me off. Yi Chen said indifferently. Mom, he's just talking. He can't even get the cooperation from Imperial Group himself, so how can he possibly help Churan? You fart. Ma Lan said furiously. The Zhang family can get 1/3 of the projects of the Imperial Hao Group. What do you know? Yi Chen sneered in his heart. I don't understand what the Zhang family is capable of. I only know that my Imperial Hao Group will never have any cooperation with the Zhang family. Even if the Imperial Deluxe Group did have a lot of cooperation with the Zhang family in the past, from now on, all these cooperation would be stopped. Xiao Churan, who knew what Yi Chen was thinking, said to her mom, Mom, don't blame Yi Chen. Wait until I come back from the Imperial Hao Group. AI. Ma Lan let out a long sigh. She only felt that the heavens were unfair. She had married a wasteful husband, but her daughter had married an even more wasteful man. What kind of sins had this done? Chapter 8, $60 million share. Early the next morning, Xiao Churan brought the cooperation proposal she had prepared overnight and arrived at the Imperial Hao Group with Yi Chen. Looking at the 100-story high Imperial Group building, Xiao Churan had no bottom in her heart at all. How could a company as big as the Empire Group look at the Xiao family? Not to mention that the Xiao family was still thinking of negotiating a share of $30 million. This is just like a beggar who wants to go to a tycoon's house to ask for a $30 million bounty. It's a complete fool's errand. Unable to help it, Xiao Churan said with apprehension. A company as big as Imperial Group. I don't know if it will cooperate with the Xiao family. I heard that Wei Wei and Wang Yunfei were directly beaten out yesterday. I won't even be able to see Wang Dongxue and be beaten out as well, right? Yi Chen saw that his wife was a bit worried, so he said gently, the Imperial Group will only beat up those unqualified people. My wife is so beautiful and kind-hearted. She will definitely receive warm hospitality. So wife, don't be afraid, just go ahead and talk. Xiao Churan said helplessly. I hope. You wait for me here. After saying that, Xiao Churan took a deep breath and gathered enough courage to walk into the door of the Imperial Hao Group. Yi Chen watched behind her and took out his cell phone to make a call to Wang Dongxue. Dongxue, my wife has already gone up. You should know what to do with the rest. Wang Dongxue immediately said. Don't worry, young master. I will definitely make young granny satisfied. Yi Chen asked again. By the way, I've heard that the Imperial Hao Group has deep cooperation with the Zhang family? Wang Dongxue said. It's true that they used to have a deeper cooperation with Imperial Hao, and this time, for our new project, they also want to cooperate deeply, and they are submitting the materials for the cooperation application to me. But right now, it still depends on young masters your meaning. Yi Chen coldly said. For this new project, I don't want to see the Zhang family involved, and I don't want to have any further cooperation with them in the future. Wang Dongxue busily said. Don't worry, I will definitely get it done. On the other side, Xiao Churan walked into the office building of the Imperial Hao Group and waited for an appointment at the front desk. She didn't even know if Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of the Imperial Hao Group, was willing to see herself. In a short while, a female assistant's delicate figure walked over. You are Ms. Xiao Churan, right? Vice Chairman Wang is waiting for you in his office. Please follow me. Xiao Churan nodded her head. She was still waiting to line up for an appointment. How come she was directly told to go in? Could it be that Wang Dongxue knew she was coming? But it doesn't make sense. Wang Dongxue is so famous. How could he know himself? Although he could not figure it out, Xiao Churan also knew that the opportunity was rare, and hurriedly followed the other side. The female assistant directly brought Xiao Churan into Wang Dongxue's office. Seeing Xiao Churan, Wang Dongxue hurriedly sits up from the chair and greets respectfully. Hello, Ms. Xiao. I am Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of Imperial Hao Group. Xiao Churan was a little nervous in the face of Jinling's famous female powerhouse, and said respectfully, Hello, Wang Dongxue. I came here this time because I want to talk to you about the hotel project. Although our Xiao family's overall strength is not too strong, but we really work hard and have a good reputation in this business of decoration. Saying that, she nervously handed over a piece of information and said, Wang Dongxue, this is the relevant introduction as well as qualification documents of our Xiao group. Please also take a look. Wang Dongxue smiled with her diaphanous eyebrows, and after receiving the document and briefly looking at it for a few moments, she directly said, Ms. Xiao, I've read your information, and I think that the Xiao family and Imperial Hao can work together. What you said is true. Xiao Churan couldn't believe it. Agreeing so quickly? How could it be so simple? Wang Dongxue smiled and said, Of course it's true. Although the conditions of the Xiao family itself do not meet the cooperation standards of the Imperial Hao group, but our chairman is very optimistic about Ms. Xiao and is willing to cooperate with you. Chairman? Xiao Churan exclaimed and asked, may I ask which one is your chairman? Wang Dongxue smiled bashfully and said, our chairman is Duke Yi of the Yanjing family. Duke Yi? Xiao Churan frowned and said, I don't seem to know anyone surnamed Yi, except for my husband. Wang Dongxue gently nodded. Yi Chen had instructed her not to reveal her identity information, so she could only reveal so much. It was true that Xiao Churan did not know anyone else with the surname Yi other than Yi Chen, but she had never even thought that her husband, who was an orphan and a good-for-nothing, was the Duke Yi in the other party's words. At this time, Wang Dongxue added, Ms. Xiao, I got to see that the share of intended cooperation filled in your information is 30 million. Xiao Churan hurriedly nodded and asked somewhat bottomlessly, is it too much? Wang Dongxue smiled and said, not too much, but less. Xiao Churan was even more confused and hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Wang Dongxue laughed. Our chairman explained that he asked me to raise the cooperation share to $60 million. Between words, Wang Dongxue took out a contract and handed it to Xiao Churan. Look, the contract has all been drawn up in advance, a total of $60 million. If you think it's okay, we can sign the contract now in. This. Xiao Churan was really dumbfounded. How could she not expect that the Imperial Hao group, which the Xiao family couldn't even climb up the ladder, would take the initiative to prepare a contract for themselves? Moreover, the contract amount was still doubled. Grandma's target was $30 million, and the contract actually really said $60 million. She suddenly thought of last night's meeting when her husband Yi Chen had a resolute face and asked himself to take on this task. Why was he so confident? There was also the time just now at the entrance of the Imperial group. She was very out of breath at the time. While he looked confident, could it be that he had already known this outcome? What kind of person was he in the end? Chapter 9, Great Treason. At this instant, an unthinkable thought suddenly popped up in Xiao Churan's heart. The Duke Yi in Wang Dongxue's mouth. Couldn't it be her own husband, Yi Chen? But on second thought, she felt that it was too magical. How could it be? Yi Chen was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. But besides Yi Chen, who else in the world would be so kind to her? $30 million was a luxury, but the other party directly gave $60 million. She couldn't help but ask Wang Dongxue, Deputy Director Wang, may I ask, your chairman, is his name Yi Chen? Wang Dongxue's heart thumped. The young master had explained not to disclose his identity. He could only say his surname Yi to the outside world. If this was guessed by the young grandmother, wouldn't he have to take the blame? So she hurriedly said, Ms. Xiao, don't pursue this. Our chairman is a descendant of a famous family in Yanjing. His identity is highly confidential. I don't have the right to divulge it. Xiao Churan gently nodded. The sentence Wang Dongxue said about being after a famous family in Yanjing brought her back to her senses at once. Yi Chen was an orphan. It was impossible for him to be the descendant of any famous Yanjing family. It seemed that she was indeed overthinking things. When she came out from Wang Dongxue's office, Xiao Churan's entire body was still dizzy. In her hand, she was holding the $60 million cooperation agreement between the Xiao family and the Imperial Hao group. This is all like a dream. At the entrance of the Imperial Hao group, Xiao Churan saw Yi Chen's figure and excitedly ran up and said, Yi Chen, I actually really negotiated it. Yi Chen secretly laughed in his heart. Your husband is the boss of Imperial Hao group. How could you not be able to negotiate? However, on his lips, he pretended to be surprised and said, you were able to negotiate such a difficult project. Wife, you are really great. Xiao Churan said, this isn't me being awesome. This is simply like Imperial Hao group giving it away for nothing. What? Yi Chen deliberately asked. Why do you say that? Xiao Churan was afraid that Yi Chen would be jealous in his heart if he said something about the chairman of the Imperial Hao group, so he hurriedly said, oops, this is a long story. Let's go to the company right now and tell everyone the good news. Yi Chen laughed. Good. This time, that bastard Xiao Hailong will have to honor the bet and kneel and kowtow to me. Xiao Churan nodded and said, he's usually high-eyed and unselfish, so it's time to teach him a lesson. In fact, Xiao Churan also has her own temper. Xiao Hailong and those people despise themselves and their husbands. Now that they have negotiated a cooperation, it is indeed necessary to let them converge in the future. More than 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Xiao Group. In the conference room, everyone in the Xiao family looked strange. They all knew that Xiao Churan had gone to the Imperial Group early in the morning, but everyone didn't believe that she could handle it and were waiting to see her laugh. Unexpectedly, she came back so quickly. When Xiao Churan and Yi Chen arrived at the conference room, everyone showed a sneer. Xiao Hailong nonchalantly said, Churan, you're back after only half an hour or so? It's not possible that you didn't even manage to get in the door of the Imperial Palace Group, right? Ha 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 ha. His younger sister, Xiao Weiwei, also sneers. Sister Churan, declaring failure in less than an hour. You're breaking the record, aren't you? Old Mrs. Zhao's face is also gloomy. The difficulty of the Imperial Group project is indeed extremely difficult. Even if Xiao Churan can't talk about it, her attitude should at least be a bit more prudent, right? Giving up so quickly, this really made her angry. Thus, old Mrs. Xiao stared at her closely and said in a cold voice, Xiao Churan, you disappoint me too much. When Chen heard this, his brows immediately tightened. These people were too disgusting, weren't they? Not even asking about the outcome of the matter and mocking a bunch of people first regardless of their color? Especially Xiao Hailong, this turtle. What the are you getting at? Later on, you still have to kowtow to me. Xiao Churan was originally with an excited mood, but at this moment the words of the crowd were undoubtedly pouring a pot of cold water. With anger in her heart, she opened her mouth and said, I'm sorry to disappoint all of you. The Imperial Hao Group's Wang Dongxue has already negotiated a project cooperation with me. What? You negotiated a deal? Impossible. How is it possible? You can't even meet Wang Dongxue's face. Everyone was dumbfounded. Xiao Churan, do you think we'll believe it? Xiao Hailong came back to his senses and instantly slapped the table and said angrily, Wang Dongxue of the Imperial Hao Group is the city's renowned business elite. How could she possibly meet you? What kind of status do you have? Don't you have any idea in your own heart? Facing the crowd's questioning and accusations, Xiao Churan directly pulled out the contract and handed it to old Mrs. Xiao, this is the project contract of Imperial Hao Group. Please take a look at it. This contract, like a bomb, caused the atmosphere of these people at the scene to explode. Xiao Hailong still didn't believe it and yelled, this must be a contract she forged. I don't believe she can handle the Imperial Group. That's right. Xiao Weiwei also added fuel to the fire. What makes her able to take the contract of the Imperial Hao Group? This is a big project of $30 million. If she could, I would have negotiated it long ago. Xiao Churan sneered. Cousin, you're wrong. This contract isn't $30 million. It's $60 million. Get lost. Xiao Weiwei grunted and laughed. A $60 million contract? You really have the nerve to say it too. Really think we are little cuties? Ha? If you can sign for $60 million, I'd say I can sign for $100 million. Xiao Hailong also said with a cold face. Churan, you're treating Grandma and all of us like monkeys. After saying that, he said to old Mrs. Xiao, Grandma, Churan is committing treason. You can't spare her. Old Mrs. Xiao was also angry and gnashing her teeth. $30 million, she felt 90% no chance. Xiao Churan went for half an hour and came back to tell herself that she signed $60 million. This is not in front of so many people face. Take yourself as a little cute. I'm not going to be able to do that. Do you really think you are the head of the family for nothing? If you don't kick out this kind of ungrateful son or grandson, how are you going to establish your authority in the family in the future? Old Mrs. Xiao was furious, slammed the table and roared, Xiao Churan, immediately go to the personnel department to go through the departure formalities. Xiao Churan's expression is stunned. Are these people crazy? Can they be tired to death by opening the contract and taking a look? Just at this moment, someone suddenly shouted out, asterisk 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 the official public number of the Imperial Hao Group has released a push. The $60 million contract is real. Chapter 10, Kowtowing and Recognizing Wrongdoing. With this loud roar, everyone was stunned. Afterward, everyone hurriedly pulled out their cell phones and went to look for the official public number of the Imperial Hao Group. Sure enough, the Imperial Deluxe Group's officially certified service number released a push. Imperial Hao Group's $2 billion hotel project, signing its first partner. The group's vice chairman Wang Dongxue signed a $60 million renovation contract with Xiao Churan, a representative of the Jinling Xiao Group. Seeing this headline, everyone went crazy. Xiao Churan had actually negotiated the project, and the amount doubled. It's only been more than half an hour. How could it be so easy? This is completely illogical. Xiao Hailong was shocked and regretful in his heart. Before today, Xiao Churan was not comparable to himself, regardless of his position or status. If he had accepted this mission yesterday, no matter if he negotiated or not, he would not have given Xiao Churan the chance to show his face. As a result, he had actually refused because he was afraid of failing. Even if he refused, the key is that Xiao Churan actually made it. This is simply slapping herself in the face. Old Mrs. Xiao immediately picks up the contract with excitement, reads it carefully, and laughs out loud with excitement. Good ah, Churan, you've really made a great achievement. After saying that, he asked, how on earth did you do it? Xiao Churan said, thanks to Wang Dongxue Wang Vice Director. She is very optimistic about our Xiao family. Actually, Xiao Churan wanted to tell the truth. But, on second thought, who the chairman of the Imperial Hao Group is himself is not clear, and there may not be anyone to reply back when he says it. Once he heard this, Xiao Hailong's heart was even harder to die. Damn, No wonder Xiao Churan was able to take the contract. It turns out that Wang Dongxue of the Empire Group herself is very optimistic about the Xiao family. Doesn't that mean that anyone can go? He really missed a great opportunity. At this time, Chen spoke. Hailong, do you still remember our bet? Xiao Hailong's expression immediately seemed as ugly as if he had eaten. How could he not remember the betting contract? The one who lost had to kowtow 3 times to the other party in public. Xiao Churan got the contract and he was clearly the one who lost. Mom, cannot. How can I kowtow to this kind of trash hangers-on? Never. So he immediately gritted his teeth and said, Chen, what the hell are you? You're just a piece of trash who joined our family and eats soft food every day. And you still want me to kneel and kowtow to you? Chen blandly said, I am indeed a soft-eating waste. However, we made an oath yesterday. Whoever goes back on their word, dead father, dead mother, dead grandfather, dead grandmother. Chen intentionally said the 3 words dead grandma especially heavily. Sure enough, old Mrs. Zhao's expression immediately became incomparably ugly. She stared tightly at Xiao Hailong and questioned him with an incomparably cold voice. What, do you want me to die? Xiao Hailong instantly panicked and said offhandedly, Grandma, you can't fall for Chen's trick. He is trying to make his grandson lose face and make you lose face. Chen said indifferently at this time, Hailong, don't fool Grandma here. Don't forget that you made a poisonous oath. If you go back on it, the oath will be punished by heaven. Do you want to curse Grandma? Xiao Hailong was horrified and said offhandedly, Grandma, jokes can't be true. Old Mrs. Xiao said with a cold face, you know that I believe in Buddhism in my life, and you dare to go back on your word on what I swore to heaven. Grandma. Xiao Hailong really panicked as he could tell that his grandmother was really angry. Seeing that Xiao Hailong even went so far as to break the oath of being linked to his life and death for the sake of his own face, old Madame Xiao slammed the table and shouted angrily, Are you ironclad to break your oath? Grandma, Xiao Hailong stammered, immediately doing a calculation in his heart. If he kept the bet and kowtowed to Chen and admitted his mistake, then he had lost face. But if he did not keep the bet and angered his grandmother, then he would lose everything he had in the Xiao family. Thinking of this, even though he was 10,000 times unwilling in his heart, he could only clench his teeth and say, Fine, I'm willing to gamble and lose. Chen looked at him with a smile on his face, not saying a word, just waiting for him to come and kneel and kowtow on his own. Xiao Hailong felt like his legs were filled with lead as he moved to Chen with difficulty step by step. He was trembling with hatred and clenching his teeth, but his legs still went limp and he knelt on the ground. With a flutter, some good people even quietly took out their cell phones. Xiao Hailong lowered his head and said with a trembling voice, I was wrong. After saying that, he bent down and bam, kowtowed. Chen said, What did you say? I didn't hear you. Speak louder. Xiao Hailong forced himself to endure the humiliation and kowtowed again. I was wrong. Chen laughed coldly. Oh, so that means you're wrong. What are you wrong about? Xiao Hailong had the heart to kill Chen, but there was still one last head left to kowtow, so he just had to clench his teeth and said, I was wrong in that I shouldn't have doubted Churan's ability. After saying that, he kowtowed another head. Chen was very relieved in his heart. He had long been unable to tolerate this Xiao Hailong, and this time, seizing the opportunity to make him kneel and kowtow to himself and admit his mistake was a really cool feeling. Xiao Churan looked at all this with surprise, feeling that her husband was suddenly different from before. Where exactly is different, she cannot say for a moment. However, thinking back to her husband's look of confidence when he made the bet with Xiao Hailong yesterday, it seems that he had long predicted that he would win. Why on earth did he have such strong confidence? Chapter 11 Inviting the chairman of the board. Xiao Hailong finished kowtowing 3 times. Tears of humiliation were welling up in his eyes, but he didn't dare to make a move at this moment, because he knew that Grandma must have a strong dissatisfaction with herself right now. He himself could not say anything to make her angry again at this time. Seeing Xiao Hailong kowtowing and admitting his mistake, old Mrs. Zhao's heart was relieved. It wasn't that she wished for her grandson to kowtow to this waste of a man, Chen, but the key was that her own life was at stake within this poisonous oath. She had always believed in Buddhism, and if Xiao Hailong did not kowtow and admit his mistake, she was afraid that she would have trouble sleeping and eating, fearing that retribution would come to her. So, she looked at Xiao Hailong and faintly said, Hailong, these 3 heads are to give you a little lesson. In the future, don't just bet with others on things you are not sure of, and even if you do bet, don't wreak havoc on your family. Xiao Hailong cried and said, Grandma, I know, I will never dare again. As he spoke, his eyes flicked to Chen, waiting for him maliciously, thinking, you punk, forcing me to kneel and kowtow to you and lose face. I'll get you killed sooner or later. Immediately, old Mrs. Xiao opened her mouth and said, Today, Churan taking this contract is a joyous occasion. Everyone should seize the time to prepare during this period of time. We must take this opportunity to make a good relationship with the Imperial Hao group. Yi Chen reminded from the side. Grandma, since Churan has negotiated the project cooperation, isn't the position of the company director going to be given to Churan? Old Mrs. Xiao raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but think darkly in her heart. She did say that whoever gets the contract will be the director. However, when she thinks that Xiao Churan has never been liked by herself and this waste of a husband of hers has always disgusted her, her heart drums again. If Xiao Churan is held up and she is not under her control in the future, what then? At this instant, she was tempted to retract her previous promise. After all, she hadn't sworn a poisonous oath when she made the promise, so even if she retracted it she was still at peace with herself. However, she felt that such words could not be said when Xiao Churan had just signed the contract, so she said, "How about this? Tomorrow night, I will hold a banquet and invite the dignified figures of Jinling to be there, and at that time, I will announce our cooperation with the Imperial Hao group and the appointment of the new director in person." Hearing this, Yi Chen sighed in satisfaction and relief. Xiao Churan also smiled warmly. So it seemed that the position of director was finally her own. She wouldn't have to be ostracized in the future, and her parents would be able to hold their heads up as well. Old Mrs. Xiao turned her face, looked at Xiao Churan and spoke again. "Churan, there is one more thing that Grandma wants you to help." Xiao Churan hurriedly said. "Grandma, please speak." Old Mrs. Xiao said, "I want you to contact the chairman of Dihao and invite him to come to tomorrow's banquet." After a pause, the old lady said with a look of anticipation, "If he can come to our banquet, it will definitely be a good thing for our Xiao family, and it will also boost our reputation." Xiao Churan pondered for a moment, and said with slight hesitation, "But, I only saw Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of Imperial Hao, last time I went there, and I haven't seen the chairman himself. Moreover, we just got someone else's project, and we are organizing such a banquet. Will it seem too deliberate? Banquet, will it seem too deliberate? So what? I just want to tell the whole Jinling people that we are now tied together with the big ship of Dihao, and in the future, our Xiao family is going to be developed." After finishing her speech, the old lady added, "Even if the chairman of Dihao isn't willing to come over, it's fine to invite Wang Dongxue over. She's the number 2 of the Dihao group, so inviting her over would be very dignified." Speaking of this, old Mrs. Xiao already had an excited look on her face. As soon as she thought of the situation where those big groups and big families that used to disdain the Xiao family might have to look up to the Xiao family in the future, her heart could not help but feel a rush of blood in her veins. The Xiao family, in her hands, would become even more brilliant. Xiao Churan thought for a moment before replying with some hesitation. "I understand. Then I'll try." "It's not to try, it's to definitely invite it." Xiao Churan gently nodded. Then but somewhat bottomless quietly asked Yi Chen, "What should we do? What if Chairman Dihao doesn't come? What if Wang Dongxue is also unwilling to come?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Try it. Don't you have Wang Dongxue's phone number? Maybe once you call, the other party will agree." The Xiao family was going to hold a banquet, and besides showing the strength of the Xiao family to the outside world, they would also announce Xiao Churan's promotion to director at the banquet. When his wife is promoted to director, it's not bad for him, as a husband, to go and support her. At this time Xiao Churan, which know their own husband, is the chairman of the Emperor group. She also some tangled sigh, said, "The other party is the chairman of the Emperor, and it is said to be the young master of the Yanjing family. Such a big man they care, which have time to go to the banquet." Yi Chen laughed, "I don't think so. Maybe the other party is just at home with his wife every day, cooking and washing clothes?" Xiao Churan blanked him and said, "You think everyone is you?" Yi Chen nodded. "Yes, it's very likely that the boss of Imperial Group is just like me." Xiao Churan skimmed her mouth and pouted. "Shay, how is it possible?" Chapter 12, Picking a Fight. Knowing that Yi Chen was joking, Xiao Churan didn't care and walked to the side, dialing Wang Dongxue's phone. Soon, the phone was connected. Wang Dongxue's pleasant and melodious voice came from the opposite side. "Ms. Xiao, hello. Good day Deputy Director Wang. I have something that I would like to ask for your help." Xiao Churan was embarrassed. "Well, go ahead." Wang Dongxue agreed. Xiao Churan organized her language and took a deep breath before gathering her courage to say, "I would like to ask if the chairman is free tomorrow night. Our family would like to hold a banquet to formally announce the cooperation with Imperial Hao to the public. I hope that the chairman can show his face." Wang Dongxue was silent for a while before she replied, "Ms. Xiao, I can't make a decision on this matter. Why don't I ask the chairman's opinion for you?" Xiao Churan respectfully said, "Thank you, then I'll trouble you." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Churan held her cell phone with some anxiety, waiting for news from the other party. And right at this moment, Yi Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Chen froze, followed by cursing himself in his heart, forgetting to mute his cell phone. It must be Wang Dongxue calling over to ask for his opinion. Yi Chen picked up the phone with a calm face and gave a Wang Dongshua's voice came from the opposite side. Chairman, the Xiao family is organizing a banquet tomorrow night, and would like to ask if you want to go over? Yi Chen replied. Oh, so yes, I will. Well, that's it, hang up. After saying that, Yi Chen then hurriedly hung up the phone, and then muttered these sales pitches. So annoying. Xiao Churan didn't suspect anything, but immediately after, her cell phone rang again. Wang Dongshua's voice came over again. MS. Xiao, our chairman promised that he would go over directly at that time. Really? That's great. Thanks for your help. Also thank Mr. Chairman for me. Xiao Churan was instantly greatly excited. She did not expect that the other party would actually agree to it. Xiao Churan hurriedly said to old Mrs. Xiao, Grandma, the chairman of the Imperial How group has already promised. Really? Old Mrs. Xiao instantly became excited. Afterward, she immediately said to the Xiao family members present, all hurry and go get ready for me. Book the best hotels, the best meals and drinks, and prepare to welcome Chairman Dihao in a grand manner. Also, notify all the big corporations in the city and invite them to our banquet. Tell them that Chairman Dihao will appreciate their presence. Immediately afterward, the entire Xiao family was busy. Everyone was incredibly excited, constantly contacting various partners, and the upper-class people of Jinling City. This was undoubtedly a heavyweight bomb. For a time, the entire Jinling City knew about this news. The mysterious new chairman of the Imperial How group was about to show up at the Xiao family's banquet tomorrow night. Old Mrs. Xiao received countless calls of inquiry, and she responded to them all with a smile. She was too happy today because once the banquet ended tomorrow, the Xiao family would inevitably become a hot family in Jinling. Thinking of this, she smiled excitedly and said, alright, that's it for today. Start preparing for tomorrow's banquet. Meeting adjourned. The meeting ended and old Mrs. Xiao returned to her office. Xiao Hailong on the other hand, his eyes rolled and he followed closely. Grandma, could it be that you really want to give the position of director to Xiao Churan? Walking to a place where no one was around, Xiao Hailong couldn't help but speak directly. Old Mrs. Xiao frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, I've already promised Churan, why can't I give it to her? Xiao Hailong still insisted. Grandma, you can't let her be the director. The old lady asked back. Why? She took such a big contract. She is a credit to the company and deserves to be reused. Xiao Hailong hurriedly said. The reason why Churan was able to take down the contract with Imperial Plaza is because Zhang Wenhao from the Zhang family is helping her behind the scenes. I heard that Zhang Wenhao even went to her house yesterday. And today, Imperial Group is signing a contract with us. What kind of coincidence is that? I think it's because she was slept with by Zhang Wenhao. Old Mrs. Xiao huffed. Are you telling the truth? Xiao Hailong said with vigor. Of course it's true. Last night Zhang Wenhao did go to see Xiao Churan. You'll know once you check. After saying that, Xiao Hailong said to old Madame Xiao, Grandma, Churan is a married woman. If her affair with Zhang Wenhao spreads out, and people know that our Xiao family got the contract of Imperial Group by such means, where will our Xiao family's face go? Where would your face go? Old Mrs. Xiao frowned, already believing most of it in her heart. She knew that Zhang Wenhao liked Xiao Churan. When she celebrated her birthday, Zhang Wenhao even gave her an emerald Buddha medallion that was worth $3 to $4 million. This also reasonably explained why Xiao Churan was able to get the $60 million contract. At this time, Xiao Hailong added, if you let this kind of shameless woman be the director, then our reputation will be even worse. At this time, we must choose someone else to be the director, and then push the credit for the project negotiated to someone else as well, and it's best to choose a man out of it. This is how we can maximize the avoidance of rumors and gossip. Old Mrs. Xiao nodded lightly. She believed 80% of Xiao Hailong's words. Looking at it this way, one did have to choose another director to eliminate the rumors. If the outside world knew that Xiao Churan had gotten together with Zhang Wenhao to get the contract, she could still explain to the outside world that she had gotten the project by the new director, and that she had never relied on Xiao Churan to sell her meat. Moreover, the old lady has another selfishness. She really doesn't like Xiao Churan. Moreover, she has always favored sons over daughters and does not wish to see Xiao Churan's status and strength grow in the Xiao family. She must be curbed in order to ensure that the Xiao family's assets would not be cheap to outsiders. When she thought of this, she already had a plan in her heart. Thus, she looked at Xiao Hailong and coldly said, Hailong, in the future, in the company, you must listen to me. Whatever I tell you to do, you will do. What I don't let you do, you must never do. Understand? Xiao Hailong immediately expressed his loyalty. Don't worry, Grandma. In the future, what you say, Hailong will do. Wherever you point me, I will fight. Old Mrs. Xiao nodded with satisfaction and said, at the banquet tomorrow, I will tell everyone that you are the new director and fully responsible for the cooperation with the Imperial How Group. But you have to remember that you must be obedient. I can hold you up and I can step on you too. Xiao Hailong was ecstatic inside and quickly said, Grandma, don't worry. Hailong must be obedient. Chapter 13. Preparing for a surprise. When she came out of the Xiao group, Xiao Churan's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Tomorrow Grandma would officially announce her new appointment, and she would finally be able to raise her eyebrows. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but say to Yi Chen, thank you. If it wasn't for you encouraging me, I wouldn't have dared to take on this task. Yi Chen smiled and said, Wife, this is all what you deserve. Saying that, Yi Chen added, by the way, wife, isn't it time to celebrate such a big event? Xiao Churan nodded. How do you want to celebrate? Yi Chen laughed. It just so happens that it's almost our 3rd wedding anniversary, so why don't we put it together and celebrate? I'll prepare it. You don't have to care. Xiao Churan asked in surprise. Are you trying to surprise me? Right. Yi Chen nodded and smiled. It's to prepare a surprise for you. Xiao Churan felt a little sweet in her heart and said, then I won't ask you exactly what it is. Yi Chen said, no need to ask. Just wait. In order to prepare a special wedding anniversary for his wife, Yi Chen thought of many programs in his heart. The overall focus was on compensation. After all, in the past, he was poor and couldn't afford to buy a gift for his wife, and he didn't even give her a formal wedding. Now that he had money, he must make it up to her. After separating from his wife, Yi Chen came alone to a jewelry store called Suigashen in the center of Jinling. Suigashen was the most famous local jewelry store. Gold, white gold, diamonds, jade and emerald. It could be said that it had everything. Yi Chen wanted to buy a gift for his wife first, and then go to the best hotel to book a late wedding. After arriving at Chui Guxian, the shoppers saw him wearing a 4-bar Adidas, all lazy to take care of him. Yi Chen looked at it half a day by himself, and took a fancy to a jadeite necklace that was locked in a cabinet. The material of this necklace was the top-grade ice jadeite, exquisite and atmospheric, very much in line with Xiao Churan's temperament. Yi Chen looked at the selling price, $13 million. It was a small amount for himself, so he called a salesman and said, hello, please take this necklace out for me to have a look. The other party looked at Yi Chen and said, I don't have the key is in our manager's hand. With that, he used the walkie-talkie and said, Manager Wang, someone wants to see our store's treasure. Soon, a woman dressed in a very enchanting outfit excitedly trotted over. Her name was Wang Yan. She was the sales manager here. Which honored guest wants to see the treasure of the store? The sales pointed at Yi Chen and said, Manager Wang, it's this gentleman. What? When Wang Yan saw Yi Chen, she was as disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. How could this kind of hangman afford the treasure of the town store? Thinking of this, she immediately said to the male guide, Xiao Lu, are you kidding me? The other said, no, this gentleman really wants to see the treasure of the town store. Wang Yan scolded, this kind of hangers-on can afford the treasure of the store? Are you blind? If you're blind, then say something and get out early to save me from getting angry. Wang Yan boasted that she could read people very accurately. She could tell at a glance what kind of people and what kind of purchasing power they had. Therefore, she also decided at a glance that Yi Chen was simply a pauper, a stinky hangman, not to mention the $13 million treasure of the town. Even if it was a $1,300 ordinary necklace, he definitely couldn't afford it. What the hell is this if not a waste of one's feelings? The male shopper was scolded and didn't dare to make a sound. Yi Chen frowned and asked her, aren't you open for business? I want to take a look at this necklace. What's wrong with it? Wang Yan sneered, we are open for business, but we don't do business. If you can't afford it, don't come to join in the fun. Yi Chen frowned and spoke, which do you see that I can't afford it? Ha! Wang Yan said with full of disdain, this piece of emerald is worth tens of millions of dollars. You're a smelly beggar wearing ground floor goods. You can pull out $1,000 on your body even if you have the ability. What are you going to buy? Yi Chen sneered, directly took out the black card given by Tang Sihai, said, open your dog's eyes and look well. The money in this black card of mine, not to mention to buy you a jadeite necklace, even if it is to buy 10, 100, 1,000 can't be used up. Yo, the face value of 10 billion Citibank black card is it? I can't imagine that you this stinking beggar out to pretend to be a bully still know to do homework. Only a pity that you pretend to be overdone. Who will believe that you a stinking beggar can take out this kind of black card? Saying that, Wang Yan wrapped her arms around her chest with a condescending look of contempt. Many people around are pointing and saying with contempt in their mouths, such a person can be really shameless. Can't afford it but still have to pretend to be a bully. And also got a fake black card. It's really disgraceful to throw to grandma's house? That's right. Pretending not to look at their own identity, on that dress, which is worthy of such a superb emerald. I'm telling you, there are too many of these now. Yi Chen glanced at Wang Yan in the counter. Seeing that the other party was sneering at himself with a disdainful face, his heart had already made up his mind to teach this dog-eyed, stinking framer a lesson. Thus, Yi Chen took out his cell phone and dialed Tang Sihai's number. Come to Chui Guxian. I'm going to let them know what it means to be dog-eyed. No problem, young master. I'll be right there. Wang Yan's mouth turned away and laughed. Stinking is still acting addicted. Still calling people right? You think you're some kind of a powerful young also-ran? Ha ha ha, you're so damn funny. Yi Chen nodded his head and said, I am indeed a big young master of a luxurious family. The people around him were all talking as well. Being poor isn't a problem. The problem is don't be a swollen face. Ah. Ha ha, this person does not look like a rich man, but also pretends to be a big young man of the mansion. If he can call people, I call his father. I just want to see how this beggar lose face. Listening to the crowd are on their side. Wang Yan can't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. Later can't see the cash. See how that poor guy end up. A few minutes later, at the entrance of Chui Guxian, several Rolls Royces suddenly stopped. Immediately after, from the front 2 Rolls Royces, 8 bodyguards wearing black suits came down. These several bodyguards, each with taut muscles and solemn faces, all with a cold and murderous aura. Even the surrounding atmosphere was a few points heavier. This scene immediately shocked the entire Chui Guxian. This is where the big shot came from. Actually have such a row. Chapter 14, I'm a godly rich man. Seeing such a big row, Wang Yan was also shocked in her heart, secretly thinking that it couldn't really be the person that poor guy called, right? But on second thought, how could it be? There was no way that poor guy would know such a powerful figure. Tang Sihai got down from the 3rd Rolls Royce and stepped into Chui Guxian. Wang Yan hurriedly got up to greet him, but Tang Sihai didn't even look at her and went straight to Yi Chen. Young master, I'm here. Are these things that don't know how to die, dare to speak out against you? Tang Sihai said, bowing and bending to Yi Chen. The dozens of bodyguards at the back also bowed and curtsied. Greetings, young master. All of the people around were shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. This stinking beggar. Oh no. What this person said was surprisingly all true. He really is the young master of the mansion? Doesn't it mean that the Citibank black card with a face value of $10 billion is also real? Holy, what kind of big shot is this? Many people had taken out their cell phones to shoot videos. They didn't want to miss such a shocking scene. However, Tang Sihai's bodyguards immediately cleared them all out, and they could only capture the back of one of Yi Chen's heads. Yi Chen pointed at Wang Yan. Do you believe I'm a magnate now? Wang Yan was scared out of her wits and nodded her head coyly. I believe it, I believe it. Yi Chen sneered and said to Tang Sihai, I want to see the manager of this store. Tang Sihai nodded and took out his cell phone, rummaging around for a moment to dial the phone. As soon as the call was made, he directly cursed at the phone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm Tang Sihai. I'm in Chui Guxian right now. I'll give you a minute to get out of here right away. Or I'll let someone burn Chui Guxian with a fire. Then I'll have someone break your legs. Wang Yan's face turned white as she looked at Tang Sihai with eyes filled with fear. This person, was he really this powerful? His own boss was a big shot in Jinling, and was very popular on the road. Who wouldn't give him a few points of face? Who dares to talk to him like this? Not even a minute. A middle-aged fat man rolled and crawled from the back office ran out. Once he saw Tang Sihai, he hurriedly rushed forward. Said, Mr. Tang, you come to my small store, not to say in advance. I can go to meet you all. Tang Sihai directly threw a slap on his face and said, You've got a big enough rack. Your clerk even dared to slow down our young master. Are you tired of living? Tang Sihai knew that the young master had suffered a lot of grievances over the past 10 years, and at this time, when he saw a sales clerk also giving him a hard time, his heart was also irritated. The middle-aged fat man received a slap, and was still a bit aggrieved, but when he heard this, he was immediately scared out of his wits. Tang Sihai's young master? Ma! Tang Sihai was already a true dragon-like existence. His young master, wouldn't he be like a god in the sky? His legs shivered in fear as he turned his head to see Yi Chen next to Tang Sihai. Although he looked ordinary, this man was the young master of Tang Sihai's family. Thinking of this, the middle-aged fat man was even more terrified, and hurriedly said, Young master, I'm really sorry, I apologize to you. Then he turned his head, his face full of anger, and cursed, which in the end is the ungrateful thing that offended the young master. Stand out for me. The eyes of the other guides instantly focused on Wang Yan. Wang Yan hurriedly tried to shrink back, but the middle-aged fat man instantly pounced on her, grabbed Wang Yan's collar and slapped her in the face with his hand, cursing, Are you blind? You even dare to offend the young master. You're really blind. Wang Yan was slapped to the ground and cried out, Boss, I'm sorry, it's me who's blind. Please spare me this time. Spare you? The middle-aged fat man grabbed her hair, pulled her face up, and slammed his big fist into her face, punch after punch, smashing her eyes. I have to waste you today. You want to get me killed, don't you? You want to get me killed? I'll get you killed first. Wang Yan's mouth was full of broken teeth, and the bridge of her nose, which she had just paid to have done, was also smashed. She broke down and cried as she broke away from the middle-aged fat man and crawled on her knees to Yi Chen's side, grasping his legs and crying, "Young master, I really know I'm wrong. I'll never look down on a dog again. Please spare me," Yi Chen coldly said. Self-inflicted. Seeing that she even grabbed Yi Chen's leg, the middle-aged fat man was scared out of his wits, ran over and stomped on her head, cursing angrily. "Cursed, is the young master's leg something you can touch? I'll kill you." With this kick, Wang Yan was instantly kicked to the ground. The middle-aged fat man said to the security guard beside him, "Damn it, throw this dog-eyed one into the garbage at the back for me." "Okay, boss." A few security guards didn't dare to delay and immediately lifted up Wang Yan, who was covered in blood, and took her out. Yi Chen expressionlessly said to the middle-aged fat man, "My wife likes that piece of jadeite. Wrap it up for me." The middle-aged fat man quickly nodded his head in agreement and said, "All right, I'll wrap it up for you." Yi Chen took out his black card and said, "Swipe this card." After saying that, he also said to Tang Sihai, "Cash you take back." The middle-aged fat man hurriedly said, "Young master, you like this jadeite? I'll give it to you." Yi Chen said, "I don't need you to give it away." The middle-aged fat man coyly said, "Young master, consider it a small token of appreciation from little one. Please accept it." Tang Sihai said to Yi Chen, "Young master, since he has the intention to send it to you as an apology, please accept it, otherwise he won't even be able to sleep at night." Yi Chen hesitated for a moment and gently nodded. "Okay, then I'll thank you." Seeing Yi Chen accept the emerald necklace, that fat man was relieved. If Yi Chen didn't accept this necklace, he was really afraid that Tang Sihai wouldn't let himself go. With his strength, he could make himself go up in smoke by hooking his finger. At this time, Tang Sihai asked Yi Chen, "Young master, do you want me to send you?" "No need." Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "Where is the back door? I'll walk by myself." The onlookers had really opened their eyes today. A beggar wearing ground floor goods, transformed into a luxurious young man, and the purpose, just to buy a jadeite necklace. As a result, the boss of Cui Guxian even dare not collect money. That looks very inconspicuous, young man. In the end, what is the origin? Many people uploaded this video to the internet, and it instantly caught fire on the internet. Netizens have called this mysterious person super rich second generation, overbearing president, god-level tycoon, and even set off a search for the god-class rich man activity. Countless people actively participate in. However, the good thing is that when these people took the video, they had already been cleared by the bodyguards outside the store, so the Yi Chen in their video was very blurred, and couldn't be used as a reference to find someone. Chapter 15. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. After leaving Cui Guxian, Yi Chen did not go home immediately. He wanted to give his wife a full set of surprises on the day of their wedding anniversary. This surprise was not just a jadeite necklace. He also wanted to make up a romantic wedding for his wife. At first, Yi Chen and Xiao Churan were hastily licensed to get married at the request of the old man, and the wedding was not even close to being organized. The old man himself wanted to choose a good day and then organize a grand wedding, but I didn't expect. In the 2 people after the license soon, he was seriously ill hospitalized, so the wedding things have been delayed. Later, the old man left. Yi Chen and the Xiao family no one can look up to, so the wedding will not have the opportunity to make up for it. However, Yi Chen felt that now that he had money, he must return his wife to the grandest and most decent wedding. When he thought of organizing a wedding, the first thing that came to his mind was the Buckingham Palace Hotel Sky Garden. Buckingham Palace Hotel is the best hotel in Jinling? There is no one. The hotel covers a large area. The decoration is very luxurious, and there is also a large, high-end shopping mall. The Sky Garden, on the other hand, is located on the highest level inside the mall. The reason why it is called the Sky Garden is because it is built with crystal glass throughout the body, which is personally designed by the top Italian designers, together with a large number of high-grade flowers freshly flown in from abroad. Looking from a distance, it is like a grand garden suspended in the air. This is also the grandest and most luxurious banquet hall in the entire Jinling. If a wedding is held here, it will cost at least millions, even tens of millions of dollars. Yi Chen was rich now. A few $1,000,000 was nothing in his eyes. As long as he could make his wife happy, it was more important than anything else. So he came to the Buckingham Palace Hotel, wanting to charter the Sky Garden on his wedding anniversary. However, Yi Chen didn't realize that the Buckingham Palace Grand Hotel adopted a membership service. Whether it was to eat here, stay here, or to hold a banquet here, one had to have a membership of the hotel. And with different levels of membership, the corresponding services were also different. Ordinary members can only eat in the hall here, and accommodation can only be in standard rooms. Silver members can eat in private rooms and stay in high-grade luxury rooms. Gold members can eat in the luxury box and stay in luxury suites. Platinum members can eat in the Sky Garden and stay in top luxury suites. And the highest, is the Diamond member. Only Diamond members are qualified to live in the presidential suite, and only Diamond members are qualified to package the entire Sky Garden for a banquet. Moreover, any member above the gold level was not something that could be handled with money, and had to have enough social status to do so. Chen arrived at the Buckingham Palace Hotel, and before he even entered, he was stopped by several black-clothed men. "Excuse me, sir, please show your membership card." Chen's clothes all over his body were not worth $200 combined, and compared to those well-dressed and expensive guests, he looked extremely eye-catching. Chen hurriedly said, "Both of you, I would like to find your account manager and talk about the matter of chartering the venue." The other party said in a cold voice, "Sorry, you can't enter without a membership card." Chen said, "Then it's okay if I get a membership card now, right?" The other party shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, the membership card can only be applied for through the introduction of a qualified introducer." Chen frowned, thinking that this Buckingham Palace Hotel was also too troublesome. When he didn't know what to do, he suddenly remembered that when he was first arranged by Master Xiao to enter Jingling University and study with his wife in his senior year, there was a university classmate named Bailina who seemed to be working in the hotel. So, he immediately took out his cell phone and made a call to Bailina. After explaining the situation that he wanted to run the card, Bailina immediately said, "Chen, I'll take care of this, I'll be right over." Chen hurriedly thanked him. It seemed that although he had only been university classmates with Bailina for 1 year, there was still a bit of friendship between them, and he must return this favor to Bailina in the future. Class president." A few minutes later, a woman's exclamation suddenly came from inside the hotel door. Raising his head, Chen saw a woman in an OL outfit, heavily made up and demonic, twisting her way out of the hotel. Bailina? She had changed so much, he almost didn't dare to recognize her. Seeing the sultry woman, the two black-clothed security guards at the entrance panicked and bent over, calling out respectfully, "Team leader Bai." Chen said in surprise, "Bailina, I haven't seen you in a few years. You're a team leader at the Buckingham Palace Hotel. It's really impressive." Bailina laughed. "You're welcome, class leader. I'm actually just a team leader in the personnel department, and I can only be considered a small leader in the middle and lower levels at the Buckingham Palace Hotel." Chen sincerely praised. "That's also already very impressive. I heard that the management of the Buckingham Palace Hotel, the requirements are very high. You are really amazing." Bailina smiled somewhat smugly, then looked at the two black-clothed security guards beside her, and coldly questioned, "Are you the two who stopped my college class president at the door, preventing him from coming in?" Those two people looked at each other. One of them hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, team leader Bai. I didn't know that this is your college classmate. Moreover, he doesn't have a membership card, and I'm also abiding by the hotel's rules." Bailina snorted coldly, "Regulations are dead. People are alive. Don't you understand this reasoning?" Chen thought that Bailina was going to punish them because of this matter, and hurriedly said, "Bailina, don't be difficult for them, they are also following the rules." Bailina looked at Chen and suddenly laughed out loud, while changing her face and sneered, "Yi de Banshan, you are also taking yourself too seriously. Do you really think that I will make things difficult for my subordinates just for you?" Chen frowned tightly. "Bailina, what do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Bailina skimmed her lips and laughed. "Is my meaning not obvious enough? You're such a stinker, and you still want to enter the Buckingham Palace Hotel? I'm telling you, you can't even think about it in this lifetime." Chen clenched his fists and questioned her. "What exactly do you mean?" "I'm teasing you." Bailina laughed and said, "I couldn't stand you when I was in college. A smelly hanger-on who only knew how to study. Couldn't even afford to eat a piece of stir-fry with meat in the cafeteria. And you're still the class president? And you were the class president? And you told me what to do about my academic performance? I don't care. Don't even look at your behavior." Chen questioned with a grim expression. "Bailina, Chen, don't think I've ever messed with you, so why do you sneer at me time and time again?" Chapter 16, He Won't Hold a Grudge, right? Bailina hugged her shoulders and said proudly, "I just looked down on you. Why? You yourself mixed into a stinking hanger-on, but also do not allow me to talk about it? Who at the university doesn't know that you graduated as a son-in-law? You couldn't afford to eat when you were in school, but after graduation, you're a loser, and you still have the face to come to me for help? You're nothing." Listening to Bailina's ridicule, Chen's heart surged with a bit of anger. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. This time, Bailina had really gone overboard. Right at this moment, his cell phone suddenly received a text message from Tang Sihai. "Young master, the Buckingham Palace Hotel is the property of our Yi Group. The Buckingham Palace in Jingling is just one of our more than 100 Buckingham Palace chain-star hotels." Chen's pupils shrunk violently. Buckingham Palace was actually owned by the Yi family? He subconsciously replied to the text message. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Tang Sihai said. "Young master, the person in charge of Buckingham Palace in Jinling. His name is Richard Chen. His phone number is 155. You call him, he will take care of everything. Only then did Yi Chen believe 80% of it and replied, good. Seeing Yi Chen keep his head down and texting, Bailina was depressed in her heart. She felt that she was abusing Yi Chen right now, just like abusing a dog. Of course she wanted to hear the dog being abused, barking miserably a few times to get over it, but she didn't expect that Yi Chen would not say a word. It seemed that this class president who was so hung up in college was still so hung up now, and was indifferent even after being scolded. So she increased her firepower and sneered, yo, you can really endure it, class president Sama. By the way, I have heard people say that you have been married to Xiao Churan Xiao schoolgirl for 3 years, and you still haven't been able to get into her bed. Could it be that Xiao schoolgirl is someone else's bagged mistress? You wouldn't be just a front for her to be a mistress for someone else, right? Ha ha ha. Yi Chen frowned tightly. Insulting me is nothing but insulting my wife? Bailina, you're asking for death yourself. So, he immediately dialed the phone number of the head of Buckingham Palace. Richard Chen looked at Bailina and said indifferently, I'm going to look for your head and ask how in the world Buckingham Palace recruits its staff, and even someone with a mouth full of feces like you can be recruited. Dare to curse me? You're ing tired of living. Bailina instantly exploded and yelled at the security guards around her. Damn, he's here to pick a fight. Beat me up. At this time, Yi Chen had already dialed the phone. Hello, which one? On the phone, a man's voice with intimidating pressure came out. Yi Chen asked in a cold voice, are you Richard Chen? My name is Yi Chen. I'm at the entrance of Buckingham Palace right now. I'll give you 1 minute to roll down. Otherwise you'll roll out of Buckingham Palace in the future. The man on the phone, who was still carrying a full air of authority, instantly asked in a panic, young master, are you really at the entrance of Buckingham Palace? Yi Chen coldly said, you still have 50 seconds. The other party seemed to be scared out of his wits, and said offhandedly, wait a moment, I'll be right there. Bailina was laughed at by Yi Chen's phone call and said sarcastically, Yi Chen, why didn't I see before that you were so good at bragging? Do you know the identity of Mr. Chen? The top members of Buckingham Palace would never dare to pretend to be a bully in front of our Mr. Chen. Do you think you can bluff me by pretending to make a phone call? Yi Chen said indifferently, whether or not I'm bluffing you, you'll know if you wait another 30 seconds. Bailina laughed out loud. Fine, great class president Yi. Then I'll wait with you for 30 seconds. Oh no, I'll wait with you for 3 minutes. If our Mr. Chen doesn't come out in 3 minutes, I'll let the security guards tear your mouth apart. Let's see how you can still brag about being great in the future. Ha ha ha, what a laugh. 20 seconds later, a middle-aged man in a top-notch customized suit ran out from inside in a panic. He was one of the Yi family's dogs, and a very powerful one at that. Ever since he sat in Jinling and became the head of Buckingham Palace, he was one of the most respected existences in the entire Jinling. When had he ever been so flustered? However, at this moment, he had to panic. He never dreamed that the young master would appear in the Buckingham Palace that he was responsible for. If he didn't quickly go to the door to greet him, in case the young master blamed him, he would be in big trouble. At this moment, Bailina was about to continue sneering at Yi Chen, when she suddenly saw the security guards around her all looking behind her with horrified faces. She subconsciously turned around and realized that Mr. Chen was running out from inside, and she was immediately struck by lightning. Immediately, she looked at Yi Chen. Her eyes were already full of horror. How is this? How is this possible? Which one is Yi Chen? Mr. Yi? Richard Chen spoke with a trembling voice. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. This general manager Chen who could make Jinling quake when he stomped his foot. At this moment, he was so flustered that even his voice changed. Yi Chen spoke at this moment. I am. Chen Zikai immediately rushed to the front and bowed. Young. Without waiting for him to finish, Yi Chen immediately said, Mr. Chen, there are some things that should not be said outside. When Chen Zikai heard this, he was even more frightened and trembling. Damn, one was such a stupid dog. The identity of the young master must be highly confidential, and he had almost called it out. If the young master blamed him, wouldn't he be finished? So he hurriedly changed his address, but still said respectfully, Mr. Yi, welcome to Buckingham Palace. Please move to my humble office for a detailed chat. Bailina was already stunned. She simply couldn't accept this reality, but it was literally happening right in front of her eyes. She couldn't help but exclaim in the bottom of her heart, this Yi Chen, what in the world is his origin? To be able to make the big boss of Buckingham Palace treat him with respect? I just sneered at him so much, he wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? Chapter 17. What do you mean? Thinking of this, Bailina hurriedly changed into a fawning look, and said to Yi Chen daintily, Yi Banchang's great presence is really the honor of our Buckingham Palace, and also the honor of this old classmate of mine. Please come in quickly. She thought that by complimenting Yi Chen twice, she would be able to make Yi Chen forget, or ignore what she had just done. However, she thought Yi Chen was too kind. As soon as Richard Chen heard Bai Lina's words, he was pleasantly surprised and asked, Xiao Bai, you are Mr. Ye's classmate? Yes, 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 Bai Lina hurriedly said. Mr. Yi was my class president in college, and we were especially close. Richard Chen immediately said, good, good, great. Tomorrow you will report to the president's office, and from now on, you will be the personnel supervisor of Buckingham Palace. From a small team leader to a personnel supervisor. In Buckingham Palace, there are at least 3 levels to cross, and the treatment is more than 10 times more than that. Moreover, the personnel director holds the power of life and death of most of the employees, definitely one of the executives. When Bai Lina heard this, she was so excited that she was about to faint. At this time, Yi Chen asked coldly with a gloomy expression, Mr. Chen, do you know what my relationship with Bai Lina is? Thinking that Yi Chen was still unsatisfied with this arrangement of his, Chen Zikai immediately said with fear and trepidation, if you're not satisfied, Mr. Yi, then let Bai be promoted directly to the vice president of the hotel. Bai Lina was almost on the verge of tears with excitement. What is a vice president? Under one person, above 10,000 people But at this moment, Yi Chen suddenly spoke sternly. I called Bai Lina for help because I didn't have a membership card, but she humiliated me for no reason, and even tried to let the security guards hit me a few times, and you even want to promote her to be the vice president. What do you mean by that? Deliberately trying to go against me, is that it? Hearing this, Richard Chen's heart went cold. Finished. Flattering the horse's ass had reached the horse's leg. Immediately afterward, the look he gave Bai Lina was already filled with anger. Immediately after, he slapped Bai Lina's face hard and scolded, even Mr. Yi dares to offend. Have you eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall? You don't want to live, do you? Bai Lina was so scared that her body went limp, kneeling on the ground and constantly kowtowing, crying under her breath, Mr. Chen, I was wrong. Chen Zikai fiercely kicked on Bai Lina's body, kicking her a few meters away, cursing, you ungrateful dog, I'll let you know the price for messing with Mr. Yi today. After saying that, he droned to the security guards around him, give me a hard beating, beat her half to death, and then scrap her plastic surgery face, and then tell the whole Jinling that any company that dares to use her in the future is messing with me. Mr. Chen Zichai. Bai Lina was scared half to death, hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, I was wrong, please spare me. Chen Zikai was furious and said, you know you're wrong now? What the hell did you do earlier? Is young Master Yi something you can offend? Damn it, if it wasn't for young Master Yi's face, I'd kill you. Bai Lina broke down and cried, kneeling on the ground and crawling all the way to Yi Chen, kowtowing again and again. Yi big class president, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I beg you to read on the part of a classmate. Yi Chen asked her lightly, Bai Lina, a classmate, why did you just insult me? Insult my wife? Bai Lina cried bitterly, class president, I just had a moment of confusion, it's all my fault for being cheap, please forgive me. Yi Chen said, people don't offend me, I don't offend people, but if people offend me, I will never forgive them. After saying that, he added with a cold snort, the bitter wine you brewed yourself. Finish it yourself. Chen Zai Kai scolded, mother ***************************************************************** ********* if you dare to push with young Master Yi again, I'll have someone tear your broken mouth apart. Bai Lina instantly didn't dare to beg for mercy anymore, but instead knelt on the ground and cried in pain all by herself. Yi Chen did not sympathize with him in the slightest, but directly ignored him and said to Richard Chen expressionlessly, I want to talk to you about the matter of the Sky Garden, go to your office. Richard Chen hurriedly nodded and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, follow me. After saying that, he pointed at the security guards around him and droned, give me a hard beating. Yes, Mr. Chen. How dare the security guards disobey him? They immediately nodded their heads and immediately rushed up to hold Bai Lina down for a violent beating. Bai Lina continuously let out a wail, but Yi Chen completely ignored it, and guided by Richard Chen's nodding head, he entered the Buckingham Palace. As soon as he arrived at Richard Chen's office, Yi Chen went straight to the point, in a few days it's my wedding anniversary with my wife. I'm going to charter the entire Sky Garden. Can you do it? Chen Zikai said without hesitation. Young master, in order to ensure fairness to all high-end members, the Sky Garden has always refused to charter the venue. Even if the city's big leaders come, it does not provide chartered services. However, as long as you need it, in the future, the Sky Garden can even be open forever just for you. Yi Chen said indifferently, that's not necessary, just leave it out on the anniversary day. In addition, I need you to cooperate with me and prepare a little surprise for my wife. Richard Chen immediately said, don't worry young master, I and all the staff of Buckingham Palace are at your disposal for everything. Yi Chen took care of Buckingham Palace's business, and when he took the bus home, almost all of the passengers in the bus were swiping various of the hottest short video software of the moment. And, to his surprise, everyone was watching the same video. It was the video of himself throwing $13 million in cash in Chui Guxian. The video started with Tang Xihai's fleet of Rolls-Royce sedans, a large string of top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce sedans, a dozen black-clothed security guards with black suitcases, $13 million in cash thrown on the ground, leaving the dog-eyed sales manager with no place to go. The whole process was put online. Only, the video failed to capture Yi Chen's front. This video quickly went viral in Jinling, and countless people were speculating about who exactly was this super godly man. Many young girls even dreamed of Cinderella and the prince, longing for the day when they could meet this low-profile divine hero. Yi Chen repeatedly confirmed that the self in the video was indeed hard to recognize, and only then did he sigh in relief and return home. At this time, the home was a joyous place. Xiao Churan had gotten the contract from the Empire Group and would soon become the director of the Xiao Group. Her parents were naturally thrilled with old tears. The Xiao family has been looked down upon for so many years, and now can finally hold their heads up high. As soon as her parents-in-law were happy, they weren't as tired of seeing Yi Chen as they were before. The mother-in-law gushed, "Aya, today is really happy. My daughter-in-law is indeed not an ordinary person." After saying that, and then look at Yi Chen. Rare smile. "Yi Chen, this thing you are also considered to inspire Churan have merit. Today we'll not let you cook. We find a restaurant rub a meal." Xiao Churan laughed. "Then let's go to Kempinski for Western food. It's too expensive." Mother-in-law said offhandedly, "That's more than 1,000 per capita?" Xiao Churan smiled and said, "Mom, the director's salary is very high, $1 million a year." "Aya." Mother-in-law happily applauded and said happily, "Great great great, my family, Churan, has finally gotten ahead." After saying that, she added, "But your future salary, at least 70% should be paid to Mom. You young people don't understand the importance of financial management. Money to Mom. Mom will keep it for you. Definitely more reliable than you save it yourself." Xiao Churan immediately nodded and smiled. "Okay Mom, I'll give it to you every month then, but let's make a deal. You can't always talk about Yi Chen in the future. How can I say he's also your son-in-law?" Mother-in-law immediately smiled with her eyebrows. "Good, Mom, for your sake. I'll try to say as little about him as possible in the future." Chapter 18. Are you worthy? When the family of four went to Kempinski for dinner, Zhang Wenhao was sulking at home. He had also seen that push from Imperial Group and was depressed in his heart. He thought that Xiao Churan couldn't possibly get the Imperial Group contract even if she died, but he didn't expect that she would successfully take the $60 million contract in one morning's work, and recalled that he had even put his words in her house yesterday. So wasn't this a slap in his own face? Xiao Hailong even called to complain about himself. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said, "Brother Wenhao, you are also too insufficient. I've been helping you create opportunities to chase after that cousin of mine, but you ended up helping her take the cooperation of the Imperial Group. Aren't you embarrassing me?" Zhang Wenhao was also innocent. What the hell? He didn't do Xiao Churan a favor himself. At this time, Xiao Hailong asked again, "Brother Wenhao, tell me the truth. Did you sleep with my cousin?" Zhang Wenhao was too embarrassed to deny it, saying that he had nothing to do with it. Wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting his incompetence? "I knew it," Xiao Hailong sighed, then hurriedly followed up with, "Brother Wenhao, that cousin of mine should still be a virgin, right? She seems to have never let that loser touch her. You've really earned a lot this time." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhao's heart was delighted. Good, Xiao Churan was still a virgin. Then why don't he just declare to the public that she slept with him, so that he could still provoke her relationship with her husband? Thinking of this, he smiled and said to Xiao Hailong, "Hailong, your cousin is indeed still a virgin. It's really very pleasurable to screw." "Ha ha ha," Xiao Hailong said bitterly. "Then in the future, you really can't do me any less favors, brother Wenhao." "Don't worry," Zhang Wenhao agreed with alacrity. After hanging up Xiao Hailong's phone, Zhang Wenhao's father suddenly called again. When the call came through, he said offhandedly, "Wenhao, something's wrong. Dihao Group has stopped all our cooperation. Have you offended anyone in the past few days?" When Zhang Wenhao heard this, his heart immediately fell like an ice cellar. Dihao Group had stopped all of the Zhang family's cooperation? Wouldn't that mean that the family had suffered heavy losses? He asked offhandedly, "What's the situation, Dad? I haven't offended anyone in the past few days. Did you offend anyone?" Zhang Wenhao's father said resentfully, "I didn't ing do it either. I've been at the company for the past few days. I haven't gone out and offended anyone." Zhang Wenhao said nervously, "Geez Dad, could it be that the new chairman of the Imperial Group is ready to shuffle the cards?" "Very likely." Zhang Wenhao's dad came to a realization. Now that the new chairman has taken over, I haven't had the chance to pay my respects. I've mentioned it to that Wang Dongshu several times, but she keeps saying that their chairman doesn't see guests. Zhang Wenhao asked, what then? His father thought for a moment and said, hey right, the Xiao family is having a banquet tomorrow night, saying that they have invited the chairman of the Dihao group, so let's both go there and find a chance to meet with him. Okay, Zhang Wenhao immediately said, let's go together tomorrow. The following day, the most important highlight moment for the Xiao family. The entire Xiao family was excited. This was because after a night of fermentation, the news that the Xiao family had gotten the contract from the Imperial Hao group and had invited the chairman of the Imperial Hao group to attend the family banquet had spread throughout the entire Jinling. Chen found out his most expensive suit to wear for this banquet and headed to the hotel where the banquet was held. Just after arriving at the entrance of the hotel, Chen got out of the car and saw a Porsche stop in front of him with a sharp brake. Immediately after, Zhang Wenhao, who was dressed in a designer suit with meticulously combed hair, walked down from the car. Soon after, a receptionist came up and greeted Zhang Wenhao attentively, and Zhang Wenhao obviously saw Chen. His eyes showed a trace of disdain, looked him up and down and laughed. Where did you find a cottage suit? Wearing a man's style? Chen asked flatly. What does it have to do with you? The corner of Zhang Wenhao's mouth curled, a few points of mockery hanging on his face. Said, you are nothing to do with me, but your wife, now has a little relationship with me. Chen frowned slightly and asked, what relationship? The people around him couldn't help but stop. Starting last night, there was a small rumor spreading in the circle. The news said that the reason why Xiao Churan was able to take down the cooperation of the Imperial Hao group was solely because of the relationship of offering her body to Zhang Wenhao. Otherwise, with the strength of her and the Xiao family, how could she take down the Imperial Hao group? Now it seemed that I was afraid that there was a bit of a seed in this matter. Zhang Wenhao saw that the crowd had gathered, and said to Chen in a very pretentious manner, what do you think is the reason why Churan was able to take down the cooperation of the Imperial Hao group? Chen looked at Zhang Wenhao and asked indifferently, because of what? The corner of Zhang Wenhao's mouth curled up as he said, of course it's because of me, because Churan is now my woman. That's why I did my best to help her take down the Dihao's cooperation. If you're sensible, you should divorce her earlier. It's also considered to be the beauty of adulthood. Although the surrounding crowd had guessed this, but now that Zhang Wenhao said it bluntly, the crowd still couldn't help but be surprised. Xiao Churan had actually really gotten the cooperation of the Imperial Hao group by sleeping with Zhang Wenhao. Because of you? When Chen heard this, he laughed instead of being angry and said, you deserve it too? Chapter 19, I am the super godly man. I don't deserve it. Do you deserve it? Zhang Wenhao's eyes said grimly, you are nothing but a waste. You can't even look after your own wife. Churan is too aggrieved to follow you. How good it is to follow me. I can give her whatever she wants. Chen's face went cold, lowered his voice and said coldly, I'll give you two choices. First, kowtow and apologize to Churan. In front of everyone, swallow back what you said. Second, I'll let your family's group go completely bankrupt. Take your pick. Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me? What kind of thing are you? Letting my family's group go bankrupt? Zhang Wenhao laughed maniacally, looking at Chen with disdain, obviously not taking what he said seriously. Are you a retard daydreaming? What are you taking to make my family group go bankrupt? Do you know how much the market value of my family group is? You say bankruptcy, just bankruptcy? Chen was expressionless, staring at Zhang Wenhao for a moment with an expression of looking at a retard, and randomly took out his phone and dialed Tangxi Hai. Within 3 minutes, I want to see Zhang Wenhao's family group go into bankruptcy and liquidation, and debts explode. 3 minutes to make a group with a market capitalization of billions of dollars go bankrupt was simply a daydream. Zhang Wenhao's eyes were sinister as he stared at Chen and said, damn, being powerful has made you blow all over the place. You think you're that super godly man on the internet? After saying that, Zhang Wenhao said coldly again, waste, don't pretend. I'll also give you two choices. First, give me a need to apologize and then divorce Churan right away. Second, I'll find a few people to completely waste you, so that you can personally watch me and Churan being sweet and sweet. You choose yourself as well. I'll give you 1 minute. Chen glanced down at his cell phone and said, you still have 1 minute left. Sure you don't want to redeem yourself? Asterisk 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 off. You still have 30 seconds to think about it. If you don't kneel down, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Zhang Wenhao said indifferently, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, time's up. Don't blame me for being ruthless. It's you, a punk, who seeks death on your own. Zhang Wenhao shook his collar, and then with a wave towards a few bodyguards, he was ready to make a move to pack up this waste first. But right at this moment, Zhang Wenhao's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Wenhao froze and saw that it was his father calling, so he hurriedly picked it up. Dad, I've arrived at the banquet site. Are you there yet? On the phone, Zhang Wenhao's dad roared madly. You punk! What kind of people have you offended in the end? What kind of trouble did you get into? Now all the shareholders are frantically dumping our group's shares, and our stock has dropped over 80%. Saying that, his dad yelled again. The bank suddenly came to our door demanding repayment of debts. All of our partners have suddenly suspended their cooperation with us and stopped settlement. Our capital chain has been broken. There's only one way out: bankruptcy and liquidation. As Zhang Wenhao listened to the voice coming from his cell phone, his face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat trickled down from his forehead. Our family is finished. Completely finished. Zhang Wenhao wanted to ask again, when he suddenly heard across the cell phone, a police siren sounded, followed by the sound of breaking down the door, and the voices of police officers asking his father to cooperate with the investigation. He was suddenly weak, and his cell phone fell to the ground, shattering. When his legs went limp, he knelt in front of Chen. The wind blew, and his body and heart were cold. Those few bodyguards, seeing this image, were all in shock and no longer stepped forward. Zhang Wenhao was incomparably terrified, and asked Chen in a low voice, "Who the hell are you? This is all you're doing, isn't it?" The crowd of onlookers were also incomparably surprised. Zhang Wenhao answered a phone call, and then he suddenly knelt down in front of that flunky from the Xiao family. What happened? Chen glanced down at him, bent slightly and said in a low voice, "I gave you the chance to choose, but you didn't choose right. I know it's wrong. I apologize to you. Please, let me go. Churan has nothing to do with me at all. I never touched her at all. I didn't help her with the cooperation of the Imperial group. I didn't help her with the cooperation of the Imperial group. I just made up all those words I said. I beg you, spare me, spare our family." Zhang Wenhao continuously kowtowed and apologized. He never dreamed that a flunky of the Xiao family would have such great energy. A single phone call had caused his family to break the bank. When he raised his head to look at Chen's cheeks, he only felt that this bland face was scarier than the devil. To be able to let his family go bankrupt in a few minutes, such a character was not something he could afford to offend. Chen shook his head and said, "You should be satisfied, because at least I have left you alive. Otherwise, your entire family would have already died." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Wenhao's face turned white with fear and his body trembled violently. Chen looked at him and said in a cold voice, "To tell you the truth, I'm that super godly man on the internet. If you don't want to die, you'd better not talk nonsense about my identity. Otherwise, you and your father won't live until tomorrow morning." After saying that, Chen patted Zhang Wenhao's face, didn't bother with him anymore, and stepped into the hall, while Zhang Wenhao was completely paralyzed on the ground. For this extremely humiliating action of Chen, he did not dare to have any resistance at all. Seeing Chen walk into the hall, Zhang Wenhao rolled and crawled and also ran into the hall. Looking around, he saw Xiao Churan's figure, so he rushed over there and crawled over, kneeling at Xiao Churan's feet, constantly kowtowing and crying, "Churan, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have spread your rumors indiscriminately. The fact that you got the Imperial Group's project has nothing to do with me at all. Please, let me go." Xiao Churan was startled by his action. She hastily dodged backward, but crashed into a warm embrace. Xiao Churan turned around to see that the one who hugged her was Chen. After Chen came in, he saw Xiao Churan. Today's Xiao Churan had been carefully dressed up, and was as dazzling as a blossoming star in the crowd. Seeing Zhang Wenhao rushing towards Xiao Churan, Chen took the first step to hold her in his arms, preventing her from falling, and fiercely glared at Zhang Wenhao. Zhang Wenhao was scared and immediately rolled away on his back, afraid of angering Chen. Xiao Churan asked in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" Chen hugged her while whispering, "This person is afraid of developing some kind of disease. Don't mind him." Although the two of them were husband and wife, they didn't have any intimate contact. Feeling Chen's warm embrace, Xiao Churan even turned red at the roots of her ears. She hurriedly broke away from Chen's embrace and stammered, "That, Chairman Yi of the Imperial How Group should be here. I'm going to take a look." Chapter 20, Inviting Chairman Yi. When Zhang Wenhao fled, Xiao Hailong just happened to come in, followed by his own sister Xiao Weiwei, and his fiancée Wang Yunfei. Next to Wang Yunfei, there was also a young man dressed in expensive clothes. Looking at his face, he looked a bit like Wang Yunfei. Running into Zhang Wenhao face to face, Xiao Hailong hurriedly said, Brother Wenhao, when I came in just now, I heard someone say that something big happened to your house. Is it true or not?" Zhang Wenhao pushed him away in a daze, muttering, "It's over, it's over, it's all over." Xiao Hailong asked with concern, "Young Zhang, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Wenhao shook his head in fear, not daring to say anything. He didn't have the slightest doubt that if he said anything he shouldn't, he was afraid that he would have to die in the streets tomorrow. Thus, Zhang Wenhao broke away from Xiao Hailong's hand and ran out in dismay. Xiao Hailong looked at his back and sighed, "I guess this Zhang family is really finished. Damn, it's too fast, right? Yesterday it was fine, today it's bankrupt." Afterwards, Xiao Hailong saw Chen and Xiao Churan, and moved another bad thought. hurriedly greeted Xiao Churan and said, "Churan, let me introduce you to this honored guest. This is Yunfei's cousin, Wang Yunkai, the first eldest son of the Wang family. Brother Kai, this is my cousin, Xiao Churan." Xiao Hailong introduced himself to Wang Yunkai with a flattering face. Wang Yunkai's eyes were tightly focused on Xiao Churan since the moment he came in, and when he heard this, he hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, "How are you, Churan? I've long heard that the Xiao family's youngest daughter is a woman of great beauty, and when I see her today, she really lives up to her name." Yi Chen's eyes flashed a trace of dissatisfaction. His wife is beautiful is no way. The flies around him drive one after another. Annoyed can be annoyed to death. So, he snatched a step ahead and stretched out his hand, shaking hands with Wang Yunkai, and said in a cold voice, "Hello, I'm Churan's husband." "You?" Wang Yunkai looked Yi Chen up and down, his disdain overflowing, and drew back his hand before indifferently saying, "I didn't realize that Churan was already married. What a flower stuck in Kowtowing." Xiao Weiwei hurriedly explained on the side, "Brother Kai, this punk is a member of our Xiao family. No job and no ability." After saying that, she deliberately winked with Wang Yunkai and said, "Brother Kai, after Yunfei and I get married, we'll be considered a family, so we must interact more at that time." Wang Yunkai naturally knew the meaning of her words, which was encouraging himself to pursue Xiao Churan, so he smiled and said, "Miss Churan is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, so I would naturally be happy to have more interaction." Right at this moment, Yi Chen also saw his mother-in-law Ma Lan and father-in-law Xiao Chankuan walking over. After Ma Lan walked over, she hurriedly said to Xiao Churan, Ran, have you heard? The Zhang family has gone bankrupt." "Ah?" Xiao Churan asked in surprise. "When did it happen?" "Just now." Ma Lan sighed. "I thought that in the future, when you divorced Yi Chen, you would be able to get together with Zhang Wenhao, but now it looks like there's no chance." Yi Chen was depressed in his heart. This mother-in-law, I'm afraid she's not a cutie, right? Don't you know that the son-in-law is the real golden son-in-law nowadays? On the side, after Wang Yunkai saw Ma Lan, he hurriedly came over and introduced himself. "You must be Churan's mother, right?" "Hello auntie, I'm Yunfei's cousin Wang Yunkai. You're so beautiful. No wonder you can give birth to such a beautiful daughter as Churan." The moment Ma Lan hears that Wang Yunkai is actually Wang Yunfei's cousin, which means that he is the first eldest son of the Wang family, a wealthy son, her eyes instantly lit up and she said enthusiastically, Yes, I'm Churan's mom. Are you friends with Churan?" Wang Yunkai nods and smiles. "Friends, but I just met them today." Ma Lan's face is full of joy. She quickly nods her head and says, "Everyone hurry to find a place to sit. Don't stand. Young Master Wang, our Churan is just beautiful and jade clean and ice clean. You young people, you'll have to get in touch more in the future." "Mom," Xiao Churan called out in dissatisfaction, stopping her mother from continuing. Ma Lan was about to say something when Xiao Churan pulled him and reminded everyone to pay attention to the stage. At this time, old Mrs. Xiao had already stood under the spotlight. She looked around in excitement before standing in front of the microphone and spoke with a smile. "First of all, on behalf of the Xiao family, I would like to welcome all of our good friends, all of our collaborators, to be able to come to our banquet. Then, let's welcome the vice chairman of the Imperial Hao Group, MS, Wang Dongxue, to our party." The spotlight moved instantly, hitting the beam of light on the front row of seats. Wang Dongxue was wearing a black evening gown, completely exposing her perfect body curves in front of everyone's eyes. Under the lights, she was as dazzling as a fairy, and all the men in the venue couldn't help but converge their gazes on her. The Imperial Group, Vice Chairman, an absolute rare beauty. Each of these identities was enough to attract everyone's attention. After Wang Dongxue stood up, she only nodded her head towards the crowd, and when she saw Yi Chen, her gaze lingered slightly for a moment before moving away. It was at this time that old Mrs. Xiao continued to speak. "Today, I would like to firstly thank the Imperial Group for being able to hand over such an important project to our Xiao family, and the Xiao family will definitely do our best to live up to Imperial's trust. Secondly, we would also like to introduce to all of our friends an outstanding descendant of our Xiao family. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to reach a cooperation with Imperial Hao. Moreover, after our group's joint deliberation, we have decided to elect him to be our Xiao group's director, fully responsible for the cooperation with Imperial Hao Group." Mother-in-law Ma Lan said excitedly, Ran, it's your turn to go on stage." Although Xiao Churan was ready to go on stage, she was still inevitably nervous. Yi Chen immediately threw her an encouraging glance. Xiao Hailong couldn't help but show a hint of scornful smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Xiao Churan, who was full of excitement. Old Mrs. Zhao's gaze also looked towards the table and spoke with a smile. "Let's welcome the newly promoted director of Xiao Group, Xiao Hailong." Xiao Churan's figure instantly froze in place. She looked to the side with some disbelief, but she saw Xiao Hailong with a smug look on his face as he stepped onto the stage. Yi Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. What a hand to cross the river and break the bridge. The Xiao family, after utilizing Xiao Churan, immediately abandoned her without the slightest concern for her feelings. Xiao Churan's eyes instantly reddened as tears continued to well up in her eyes. Immediately after, she stood up and ran towards the door without looking back. For her, how happy she was when she came. How desperate she was at this time. Chen watched her leave, his face even colder. Bullying my wife? Looking for death? At this time, Xiao Hailong stood on the stage and said with a proud face, "Thank you for the company's trust. I will definitely work hard to be a good director, and I will also make sure to complete the project given to us by the Imperial Hao Group." Perfectly. Old Mrs. Xiao nodded with satisfaction and took over the conversation, saying, "There is another most important thing about this banquet, and that is that we are honored to have the new chairman of the Imperial Hao Group, Mr. Yi. Please use your warmest applause to welcome Chairman Yi." The applause from the stage was thunderous. All of the guests tonight were here for the new chairman of the Imperial Hao Group. Everyone was waiting to catch a glimpse of him. Everyone watched privately, just to see who would step forward at this moment. Some people even said, "I suspect that this mysterious chairman of the Imperial Hao Group is the same person as the super godly man who caused havoc in Shui Guxian on the internet. I also think it's extremely likely. That super godly man's back looks strange. He shouldn't be from the Jinling circle. Oh my god, if that's the case, isn't the chairman of the Imperial Hao Group the most powerful super tycoon in Jinling right now? I'm looking forward to seeing his true colors." In the midst of this intense applause and under the eager attention of countless people, Chen suddenly stood up slowly with a cold face. Chapter 21, He's the chairman of the board? Amidst everyone's incredulous gazes, Chen slowly stood up. The gazes of the entire banquet hall instantly converged on him. "Chen, what are you doing? Quickly sit down." Ma Lan was so frightened that he hurriedly raised his voice to remind him. He also didn't look at what kind of occasion this was. There were so many bigwigs present, none of them dared to stand up. Chen, a waste of flunky. What is the point of messing around at this time? And Wang Yunkai and Wang Yunfei also looked at each other. The heart all secretly said, the chairman of the Imperial Hao Group will not really be him, right? But immediately afterward, the two shook their heads again. Impossible. If he was really the chairman of Imperial Hao, how could he be scolded by Ma Lan? What are you losers doing? Why don't you hurry up and sit down for me? Xiao Hailong shouted from the stage with a black face. Chen coldly glanced at him, then walked straight to Wang Doxue's side, completely ignoring everyone's shocked gazes, and whispered a few words in her ear. Wang Doxue listened while nodding her head slightly. This scene made everyone's hearts instantly clench. Wang Doxue, the vice chairman of the Imperial Hao Group, a famous and absolute beauty of Jinling City. How could Chen, a wasteful flunky, know her? And by the looks of it, the relationship between the two was not bad. After saying his words, Chen didn't care about the gazes of the crowd, and stepped out of the hall, going after Xiao Churan. Instead, Wang Doxue stood up, walked up to the stage, took the microphone, and opened her mouth in the crowd's bewildered gazes. "Hello everyone, I'm Wang Doxue. Mr. Chen was outside the arena before, and met our chairman, who entrusted him to bring me a sentence." The crowd was relieved to hear that Chen was not the chairman of Imperial Hao. Wang Yunkai breathed a sigh of relief and whispered disdainfully, "But it's just a chance encounter with someone, and you're so desperate to flatter someone's assistant. What a piece of trash." Wang Yunfei shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "That's how small people are." At this time, Wang Doxue on the stage swept a glance at old Mrs. Xiao and her face turned cold. "The chairman asked me to inform everyone. From now on, Imperial Hao Group terminates its cooperation with the Xiao family, and the contracts already signed are declared null and void." Boom! The crowd instantly exploded. Everyone did not expect that Wang Doxue would say something like this. This sudden turn of events left the crowd all dumbfounded. Old Mrs. Zhao's face instantly turned white as she eagerly asked, "Vice Director Wang, what is this because of? Did our Xiao family do something wrong?" She had invited all the dignitaries of Jinling over today in hopes of taking this opportunity to make a name for herself in Jinling. If the cooperation fizzled out in full view of everyone here, the Xiao family was afraid that they would be trampled on by everyone. Wang Doxue said, "This project, originally it was our chairman who cooperated with you guys out of recognition of Ms. Xiao Churan, but you guys took it upon yourselves to let an inexplicable person be in charge of this project. I'm sorry, we don't accept it." After saying her words, Wang Doxue put the microphone down, then walked out the door without looking back. Old Mrs. Zhao's face turned pale and she sat paralyzed on the stage for an instant. She had never dreamed that her momentary little wisdom had buried this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. Had she known that it would be such a situation, she would not have let Xiao Hailong take over Xiao Churan's position as director. Xiao Hailong was also incredibly confused at this time. What was going on? It seemed like Wang Doxue was intentionally targeting herself. She hadn't offended her either. Xiao Hailong couldn't help but ask old Mrs. Xiao, Grandma, the appointment of the director has been announced. You won't back out, right? Old Mrs. Xiao struggles to stand up and raises her hand to give him a slap on the face as she angrily curses. Bastard thing, you still want to think about the superintendent at this time. Hurry up and go with me to beg Churan. After Chen chased him out, he realized that Xiao Churan hadn't actually gone far, but was just squatting in an unoccupied corner next to the hotel. Aggrieved and weeping, he slowly approached, took off his suit and draped it over Xiao Churan, and spoke. Wife, don't be sad. The director of the Xiao family isn't some kind of treasure, so don't be inappropriate. You don't understand. If I become the director, my parents will be able to raise their eyebrows in the Xiao family. How can Grandma go back on her word? Xiao Churan whimpered indistinctly. Chen continued to persuade. Maybe in a while they will have to come to beg you to be the director. You are now crying like this. A moment on stage will not be beautiful. Xiao Churan choked. How can it be? Grandmother words have been set out. There will not be another chance to turn back. You go in first. Let me be alone. Just then, old Mrs. Xiao and Xiao Hailong also ran out from the banquet hall. The old lady was old and ran out of breath. Behind her, there was a large group of people who hooted and hollered, all following out to watch the fun. After Xiao Hailong came out, he saw Chen and Xiao Churan. He quickly ran forward, looked down at the teary-eyed Xiao Churan, and said offhandedly, Churan, hurry up and go after Vice Director Wang, so that she doesn't terminate the cooperation with us. Xiao Churan looks confused. Terminate the cooperation? Why? Xiao Hailong said angrily, you're still pretending to be innocent here. It must be you who instructed Vice Manager Wang to embarrass me in public. If you don't fix this matter for me, I won't spare you. Snap. Old Mrs. Xiao on the side once again angrily threw Xiao Hailong a slap and angrily scolded, you bastard, how can you talk to your sister? She is the director of our Xiao group. Xiao Hailong was anxious. Didn't Grandma agree to make me the director? Old Mrs. Xiao said angrily, if it wasn't for you filling me with ecstasy, how could I change my mind on the fly? If you continue to be unforgiving, get the hell out of the Xiao family. Being smacked twice by the old lady, Xiao Hailong was extremely angry in his heart, but dared not speak out in anger, and could only hold his tongue for the time being. At this time, old lady Xiao said to Xiao Churan again, Churan, Grandma begs you, you are now the director of the Xiao family. Hurry up and go and explain to Vice Director Wang, otherwise, our Xiao family will be finished. Xiao Churan looked at Chen blankly with doubts. Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, I said, in a while they will have to come and beg you to be this director. You still don't believe me. Look, your face is crying. Xiao Churan's face blushed with shame and wiped her tears before saying, then I'll try contacting Dihao. After saying that, she dialed out Wang Dongshua's phone. Everyone's gazes were gathered on her. A few moments later, the phone was connected, and Xiao Churan opened her mouth and said, hello Deputy Director Wang. Grandma asked me to explain to you that it's still my promotion to director of the Xiao family, in charge of the cooperation with Dihao. Can you give us another chance? Wang Dongxue said with a light smile, if you are the director and still in charge, then there is no problem. The cooperation can continue, but if it's someone else, everything is exempted. Vice Director Wang, thank you so much. Xiao Churan's heart for this matter has been puzzled. From beginning to end, the Imperial Hao group seems to be completely in order to help their own come. This is also too counterintuitive. Wang Dongxue said with a smile, this is all the meaning of our chairman. Later if there is an opportunity, the chairman will personally explain clearly with you. Xiao Churan was even more puzzled in his heart. Who in the world was the other party's chairman? He hadn't even seen him. Why was the other party helping himself in every way? Then, can you please return to the banquet hall for a bit? Xiao Churan asked nervously. The other party had left with anger, and was obviously angered by the Xiao family, so it was a bit of a force to ask the other party to return at this time. But she did not expect that Wang Dongshue's side decisively agreed. Soon, the crowd saw that Wang Dongshue's car returned to the hotel entrance. This time, the crowd looked at Xiao Churan's gaze, all filled with shock and awe. Chapter 22 Mother's Mother Deceived. The crowd returns to the banquet hall. The old lady pulls Xiao Churan's hand to the stage. With an intimate gesture, she opens her mouth. I'm really sorry just now. It's this old fool of mine who got it wrong. In fact, this time it's thanks to Churan. She's the outstanding descendant of our Xiao family. And this time, for the cooperation between the Xiao family and the Imperial Palace, Churan also made a great effort. Wang Dongxue stood beside her, glanced at her disdainfully, waved her hand to stop her from continuing, and said, let me correct that. This time, Miss Xiao Churan didn't just make a great effort to cooperate with the emperor, she made it happen with her own strength, and others had nothing to do with it. This was said in an extremely nonchalant manner, but the crowd was accustomed to it. With the status of Imperial Mansion, even if Wang Dongxue slapped old Madame Xiao twice in public, she wouldn't dare to say anything. Old Mrs. Xiao quickly nodded her head and said, Deputy Director Wang is right. Everything is the credit of Churan. From now on, Churan is the director of our Xiao family, fully responsible for the cooperation between the Xiao family and the Imperial group. Only then does Wang Dongxue reveal a hint of a smile, shakes hands with Xiao Churan and says, I hope we can work together happily in the future. Xiao Churan is still a bit confused and can only nod her head. The stage instantly applauds, and the crowd looks at Xiao Churan's gaze, which is also filled with blazing heat. This woman, just who was on the list? The Imperial Hao group was surprisingly so attached to her. Xiao Churan herself was also confused. She turned her head to look at Ji Chen. The scene at this moment was completely consistent with what Ji Chen had just said. Old Mrs. Xiao returned the director position that should have belonged to her, until the banquet ended. After returning home, Xiao Churan was still in a state of confusion. Recalling what Ji Chen had said before, she couldn't help but feel a little doubtful in her heart. In these few days, Yi Chen seemed to have become a little different. There seemed to be a lot of things about him that he didn't understand, as if he was shrouded in layers of mist. This night, Xiao Churan became famous in Jinling. Everyone knew that the Xiao family had produced an outstanding scion who was able to make the Imperial Hao group help her. It seems that with her around, the Xiao family's revitalization is just around the corner. The next morning, Xiao Churan woke up early and rushed to the company in a refreshed state. Today was her first day as a director, and she hoped that she would be able to do her best to get this thing done. Yi Chen, on the other hand, after waking up, started doing his chores as usual. When Yi Chen finished his chores and was ready to go to the market to buy food for lunch, he suddenly received a call from his mother-in-law, Ma Lan. When he answered the phone, his mother-in-law's anxious voice came from the other side. Yi Chen, within 10 minutes, you have to come to Ping and Road for me, otherwise I won't spare you at home. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Yi Chen was confused. His mother-in-law had disappeared early in the morning, and suddenly called at this time, as if something urgent had happened. Although Yi Chen was very disgusted with this mother-in-law, but he did not dare to be slow. After hurriedly packing, he went out and hit a cab, rushed to Ping An Road. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a group of grandparents, aggressively surrounding the entrance of an insurance company whose doors were closed, and his own mother-in-law, but also stood in the forefront of the team, pulling a banner in his hand. A face of anger shouted, garbage washing, fraudulent platform, we want to protect our rights, but also my hard-earned money. Yi Chen hurriedly walked up and asked, Mom, you called me over, what's the matter? As he was talking, his ears once again sounded the slogan of the denunciation. Moncler Outlet Online. The shouts of the hissing and shouting shocked the people, straight eardrums ringing. Ma Lan pulled over Yi Chen, letting him take his place, and then commanded, come on, you shout this slogan for me. I've been shouting all morning, making my voice dumb. Yi Chen is not sure why, but also can only follow a few Moncler Outlet UK protests, shouting slogans. He from time to time with one of the Moncler Outlet UK beside him to inquire, and only then he understood. In the end, what is going on? It turns out that this Huaxin Insurance Company, Ltd., operates a number of insurance products with extremely high rates of return, and this group of Moncler Outlet store women were attracted by the high rate of return. Everyone bought a lot of insurance products under the name of this company, became their customers. Normally, it is now time for the dividend. Who expected that when this gang of Moncler Outlet store moms and dads went to the door to withdraw their cash, they realized that the whole company's door was closed, and only a few employees were left at the door, using poor excuses to stall the crowd. This gang of Moncler Jackets Outlet only realized that they were empty-handed and cheated. No wonder the mother-in-law was on fire to call herself over and ask her to defend her rights with her. Thinking of this, Yi Chen had a headache and couldn't help but ask his mother-in-law, Mom, how much insurance did you buy? Ma Lan said anxiously. They said that buying insurance to eat dividends, $1 million. My head was hot, so I bought all the family's savings in their products. Yi Chen was shocked and said, what? The family's money all bought financial insurance? After Ma Lan heard this, she immediately became annoyed and cursed. You're the one with a mouth, aren't you? Speaking so loudly, do you think I'm not humiliated enough? Saying that, she continued to count down Yi Chen, saying, but if you were a little bit better, would I still need to buy their insurance products from this company? If I don't expect insurance to be able to retire, can I still expect you? This loser? This guy, not being able to support his own family was even enough, but now he dared to watch the fun? Immediately afterward, she said to Yi Chen, I'm telling you, continue to help me shout slogans here, don't stop for a moment. Yi Chen had no choice but to nod and say, okay Mom. At this time, a few Amazons came over and after looking Yi Chen up and down, they asked Ma Lan, Sister Lan, this is your son-in-law, right? Saying that, he swept down the clothes on Yi Chen's body, shook his head and scoffed, why do you look so poor? Not as good as that son-in-law of mine. Yes, The clothes are also too substandard. It's not even as good as this old lady of mine. A few people spoke to each other, and the ridicule in their words was exceptionally harsh. Chen didn't care. They were all a bunch of old ladies who had half of their bodies in the ground, and now they had lost their lifelong savings. There was no need for him to be general with them. Ma Lan's heart is also very hot at this time. The more you look at Chen, the more bad eye. Off the mouth. You guys watch it. In a few days I will let my daughter and he divorced. I'll let my daughter divorce him in a few days and get a new son-in-law. Chen laughed coldly in his heart. A fast son-in-law? If you add all these rich second-generation people in Jinling, they can't compare to your own fingers. Ma Lan at this time inside the anxious fret. Chen waste at most can help themselves to shout slogans only. I want to invest back in this matter, or need a really capable person to come over to help solve. Unfortunately, that Zhang Wenhao who had been pursuing his daughter's family had gone bankrupt, otherwise he could have asked him to come and do a favor. Right. Ma Lan suddenly remembered that Wang Yunfei's brother, Wang Yunkai, whom she met at the family banquet yesterday. Seeing how attentive he was to his daughter at that time, he probably had some thoughts about her. Although the Wang family is not as good as the previous Zhang family, it is at least considered a big family, so if we call him over, there should be a way. It just so happened that yesterday, Wang Yunkai also left her a business card, so she immediately took out her cell phone and dialed Wang Yunkai's number. Chapter 23 Attentiveness. The phone was quickly connected. As soon as she opened her mouth, Ma Lan said, "Hello, is this Yunkai?" "Yes, I'm Xiao Churan's mom." Since Wang Yunkai saw Xiao Churan at the banquet, he was instantly amazed and couldn't stop thinking about her. He was worried that he didn't have much chance to get close to Xiao Churan, and it just so happened that Xiao Churan's mom called him. He presumed that Ma Lan was in some kind of trouble, so of course he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to be attentive. Thus, he immediately greeted politely, "Auntie Ma, are you in some kind of trouble here?" There's something Auntie needs your help," Ma Lan hurriedly said. "Yunkai, I, along with a few old sisters, bought some financial products from an insurance company called Huaxin, and my family's money has been smashed into it, but now this company won't allow cash withdrawals. Can you think of a way to help Auntie get her money back?" After hearing this, Wang Yunkai was overjoyed and felt that the time to perform had come, so he said with confidence, "Auntie, don't worry, I'll go over to you right now, and I'll definitely help you solve this matter." Ma Lan was instantly thrilled, and hurriedly said, "That's really a big thank you." Hanging up the phone, her gaze went back to Chen, and she huffed. There are people who have no skills at all, they just can't be counted on, and apart from being able to shout a couple of slogans, what's the king use of them? After Chen heard this, he laughed coldly in his heart. This mother-in-law was really a snob plus open-eyed blind. Calling Wang Yunkai to help? This company at least swindled tens of millions of dollars or even more. Dare to cheat so much money, must be extremely background, and even likely to have the big brother of the underground world in the back of the town. How could Wang Yunkai let the crooks spit out the money? The Wang family's own strength is very general. By the Emperor group to stop cooperation, the strength of the shrinkage is even more. With the background of the Wang family, want to interfere in such a large financial fraud? Basically impossible. In fact, this small matter, one only needs to make a phone call to Buckingham Palace's Richard Chen, and it can be solved immediately. After all, he was the Yi family's spokesperson in Jinling. Any entrepreneur in Jinling, or bigwigs on the black and white roads, would have to give him face. However, this mother-in-law of his is really hateful, since she believes in Wang Yunkai. Let Wang Yunkai come to help. When some people saw that Ma Lan immediately smiled after making a phone call, they immediately surrounded her and asked if she had found some powerful big shot to help. Ma Lan said to a group of old men and women around her with a smug look on her face, "Don't worry, I've invited the youngest master of the Wang family to come over to help. He's capable of a lot of things. I think we can get this money back easily." Someone exclaimed, "The young master of the Wang family? Sister Lan, you're the one who's good enough to find such a powerful character." "Yes, that young master Wang must have a lot of connections. Wouldn't it be just a matter of a few words to solve this matter of ours? Sister Lan, if you know such a great young talent, why don't you marry your daughter to him? Instead, she married such a loser." Ma Lan disdainfully glanced at Chen and coldly grunted, "This kind of waste, sooner or later, will be swept away by our Xiao family." Chen did not say a word, intending to wait for Wang Yunkai to arrive and see how he touched the wall. Soon, a black Porsche slowly stopped in front of the crowd. A young man with a suit and a good appearance stepped out of the car. Wang Yunkai was here. The old men and women around were all sighing. Look at this young talent, such a good son-in-law. I don't know which girl will be cheaper in the future. Yes, if my daughter could marry him, I would die in peace." "Pa, don't dream of it. Even if you die, they won't look at your daughter." At this moment, Ma Lan saw Wang Yunkai and immediately ran up to him, saying with an eager face, Aya Yunkai, you're finally here. Auntie is dying of anxiety. The person who came was none other than Wang Yunkai. Wang Yunkai smiled and said, Auntie, sorry to keep you waiting. Ma Lan panicked and said, Aya Yunkai, you are really polite. Auntie didn't wait for 10 minutes in total. You came really fast. Wang Yunkai laughed. I heard that you were in trouble, so I hurriedly drove over and ran several red lights along the way. Ma Lan looked smug, but asked with concern on her lips, running so many red lights will be troublesome, right? No, Wang Yunkai blandly said. The traffic team are all acquaintances. A phone call, any violation can be eliminated, said Wang Yunkai and said, let's talk about your matter. How much money have you been cheated in total? Ma Lan sighed, hey, a total of more than $1 million invested. Said that this month's dividend can take 200,000. The result is that the principal cannot be withdrawn. Wang Yunkai nodded and said in a big way, don't worry, this matter is left to me to deal with. With me stepping in, I will definitely help you get your money back. After saying that, he suddenly saw Yi Chen standing behind Ma Lan, and his face changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen, this obtrusive piece of trash, was also there. Ever since he saw Xiao Churan, Wang Yunkai's heart was moved with the idea of having a kiss, and after hearing his younger brother Wang Yunfei say that Xiao Churan should still be a virgin, this idea in his heart won a few more points. Therefore, seeing Xiao Churan's waste husband, he naturally scoffed, so he purposely smiled and said, Aya, brother Yi is surprisingly here. Do you have a way to help Auntie Ma recover her investment? Why don't you try it first, lest you turn around and blame me for stealing your thunder? Ma Lan hurriedly said, let him try my ass. What can he do to help? He just has a long mouth and can help shout slogans. Yunkai, don't mind him. Wang Yunkai nodded and sneered. Since brother Yi doesn't have the skill, then I'll give it a try. Yi Chen smiled faintly and uttered 5 words. Go for it, Mr. Wang. Wang Yunkai laughed disdainfully, and at this time, this group of grandparents around Ma Lan, one by one, gathered around and flattered Ma Lan, saying, Ma Lan, we're all friends, so let this little handsome man help us out as well. The money we've been cheated of is all hard-earned money. Ma Lan condescendingly said, Gu, I can't be the master of this. People Yunkai is giving me face and doesn't know you. The others pleaded with Wang Yunkai. Mr. Wang, do us a favor and help us out. Wang Yunkai disdained the others, but seeing that Ma Lan was a person who loved to take small advantages, he smiled and said, since everyone is Auntie Ma's friend, then I can do you all this favor. As the crowd rejoiced, Wang Yunkai said with a condescending face, only, I'm helping you all out for Auntie Ma's sake, so you'll have to pay Auntie Ma 10% of the money I ask for you. Is that acceptable? The others hurriedly said, no problem. Getting 90% back is so much better than not getting a single cent back. When Ma Lan heard this, she was immediately happy. The money these friends around her had been cheated of added up to tens of millions. If Wang Yunkai could really help get it back, wouldn't she be able to make millions? Chapter 24, Things That Don't Know How to Die. Just as Ma Lan was getting excited, Wang Yunkai exclaimed, don't be in a hurry, uncles and aunts. I'll go and communicate with them right now. You guys wait here for my good news. Ma Lan felt that with Wang Yunkai backing her up at the moment, absolutely no one would dare to mess with her, so she immediately said offhandedly, Yunkai, I'll go with you. Yi Chen hurriedly said to Ma Lan, Mom, you'd better not go over there to join in the fun. In case Wang Yunkai can't solve this, you might be in trouble. Bah! Ma Lan said angrily, how dare you trash question Yunkai's ability. The other grandparents were counting on Wang Yunkai to help them get their hard-earned money back, and now Yi Chen even sang against everyone, naturally triggering everyone's dissatisfaction. Facing countless people's accusations, Yi Chen said indifferently, Mom, it's fine for you to wait here. It's best not to go and get into this mess. Ma Lan simply couldn't listen, and immediately scolded, shut your stinking mouth. Is there a place for you to talk here? Wang Yunkai's face was also full of arrogance, scoffing, you're not good at anything, but your jealousy is not small. Do you think I'm the same as you? A waste of space who can only open his mouth and shout slogans? Yi Chen saw that his mother-in-law would not listen to persuasion, so he also simply stopped saying more, and faintly said, alright, then I'll wait for the good news from Mr. Wang. To his mother-in-law Ma Lan, Yi Chen was 10,000 times more unpleasant. She was too snobbish, but was often blinded by appearances. To put it bluntly, she was an old with long hair and short knowledge. Today this matter, it seems as if nothing more than a fraud case, but a little research, we know that the water behind the very deep mother-in-law did not have a bit of insight, even have to wade through the muddy water, then they cannot help, so that she up a lesson is also a good thing. How does Ma Lan know that Yi Chen has good intentions? Fiercely glared at him. The next second is full of apologies to Wang Yunkai said, Yunkai, this waste of words, you cannot take it to heart. Auntie is absolutely believe in you. Wang Yunkai smiled smugly and said, It's alright auntie, I won't generalize with a loser. After saying that, he immediately said with a spirited voice, Auntie, let's go over there. Good. Wang Yunkai took Malan and walked through the crowd to the entrance of Huaxin Insurance Company. Just as the two of them arrived at the door, he immediately said in a loud voice to a few employees who were blocking the door, Go and tell your leaders to immediately refund these uncles and aunts money, or else I'll immediately let my team of lawyers and public security authorities intervene, and arrest all of you and your bosses when the time comes. Malan also chimed in, Do you dogs hear me? We have someone to back us up now. If this fraudulent company of yours doesn't refund the money, I'll see to it that Mr. Wang sends you all to jail. The young employee in the lead was also a bit nervous, busy saying, I'm sorry, I'm just an odd-job security guard. I'm not responsible for the specific business. Wang Yunkai said coldly, Then give your boss a call and tell him that I am Wang Yunkai of the Jinling Wang family. Let him personally come over to deal with it, or suffer the consequences. As he spoke, Wang Yunkai's face was filled with condescension. Although his own Wang family was not considered top in Jinling, it was at least medium. The boss of a fraudulent company in the district, after hearing his big name, could he still not give himself a face? The young employee didn't know his depths and was also a bit scared, and immediately made a call to his boss. And at this time, inside the chairman's office of Huaxin Insurance Company, the boss Zhou Huaxin was serving a middle-aged man in his 40s with a complimentary face. With a smile on his face, he took out a bank card from the drawer and respectfully handed it forward, saying, Master Fifth, there is $30 million in this card. The password is your birthday, and it is the dividend given to you this time. Please take a look at it. The middle-aged man was dressed in a tang suit. His looks were slightly rude, but his eyes were not angry. His aura was amazing. If there were other people present, they would definitely recognize this middle-aged man's identity. He was Master Hong Wu. Throughout Jinling, everyone knew that Master Hong Fifth was the underground emperor here. No one dared to mess with him. Master Hong Fifth looked at Zhou Huaxin, smiled approvingly and said, Little Zhou, I didn't expect you to be quite on the ball. Good, good, Zhou Huaxin hurriedly said. Fifth Master, what about the gang of rowdy old men and women downstairs? Master Hong Fifth said indifferently. A bunch of old things. Don't worry about it. Later if they still don't get out honestly, I'll arrange for my brothers to come over and give them a little color. Zhou Huaxin was instantly relieved, and busily said, Thank you, Fifth Master. Master Hong Fifth smiled and said, In the future, such business just let go and do it. As long as you can make money, I'll cover for you if there's anything. Zhou Huaxin was pleasantly surprised and said with a humble face, Thank you, Master Fifth. With these words from you, Master Fifth, I will definitely keep up the good work and let's get rich together. Zhou Huaxin didn't have a deep background in Jinling, but this person had one advantage, which was that his brain was alive, and he would be able to organize crooked ways. He engaged in financial fraud. Knowing that they cannot suppress such a large amount, they look for the help of the Five Masters, part of the illegal proceeds up to the Five Masters, to seek refuge in the Five Masters of Hong. Hong Five Masters in Jinling call the shots, can naturally keep him safe and sound, and it is also Hong Five Masters to do backing. He did not have any worries, fraudulent business to do a thriving. Just when Zhou Huaxin was excited about the line of the Fifth Master, his men called and said, Boss, something's wrong. There's a guy who claims to be the young master of the Wang family, Wang Yunkai, who put out the word that he wants us to refund the money immediately, or else he's going to send you to jail. Damn, there is such a thing? Zhou Huaxin frowned and hurriedly said to Master Hong Fifth, Master Fifth, there's a guy downstairs who claims to be a member of the Jinling Wang family, and he's leading that gang of old men and women to cause trouble. He said that he has only a hand in Jinling, and that he wants us to spit out all the money that we pitched in, or else he'll send us to jail. Zhou Huaxin intentionally added some fuel to the fire, in order to enrage Master Hong Wu. With that, he bent down and begged, Master Fifth, the Wang family has some power in Jinling. If they hold me back, I really can't afford to offend them. Please Master Fifth, please help my little brother through this difficult time. Jinling Wang family? Master Hong Fifth snorted coldly and said, The tiny Wang family is not even a chicken feather in my eyes. Even their family steward has to bend over and bow when he sees me. Now their offspring dares to mess with my head. They are really tired of living. After saying that, Master Hong Fifth pocketed the bank card that Zhou Huaxin had honored himself with, and coldly said, Let's go. I'd like to go and see, in the end, which one of these things who doesn't know how to live, wants me, Master Hong Fifth, to spit out the money that I've eaten in. Chapter 25, Looking for Death. Wang Yunkai was standing at the entrance of Huaxin Company at this moment with a haughty face. He knows that today is a good opportunity for him to show his strength in front of Xiao Churan's mother, and he must grasp it. As long as he can handle her mom, why would he worry about not being able to handle her? At that time, he will be able to put Xiao Churan, the famous beauty of Jinling, in his pocket. and it's exciting to think about it. So, he said loudly, all the uncles and aunts, please don't worry. The boss of this fraudulent company will come over later to give everyone a refund. When the crowd heard this, they immediately cheered and applauded. One by one, they were all excited. Only Yi Chen, with a cold smile on his face, looked at Wang Yunkai. This guy, too much to take himself too seriously, will be afraid to die, do not know how to die. Just when Wang Yunkai was holding his chin and enjoying the crowd's admiration, the door of Huaxin Insurance Company was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Afterwards, only to see the boss Zhou Huaxin, with a middle-aged man wearing a tang suit, walked out together. Although that middle-aged man was a bit on the older side, he had an amazing aura, and it was none other than Master Hong Fifth. Behind Master Hong, there were several strong and powerful men following closely. These were all his personal bodyguards, each with extraordinary strength. Master Hong Fifth's status was too high. So many people in Jinling had little opportunity to meet him even though they had heard of his name. So none of them, including Wang Yunkai, recognized him. Everyone just recognized Zhou Huaxin, the owner of Huaxin Insurance. So the atmosphere in the crowd instantly exploded. Yunkai really called General Manager Zhou over. He's really something. Yeah, thanks to Sister Lan this time, there's hope for our money. Sister Lan, such a nice young man, is definitely a good candidate for a son-in-law. Ma Lan was indescribably relieved as she listened to the flattery of these old sisters. This Wang Yunkai, today has really helped himself to make a name for himself in front of a group of old sisters. Thinking of this, she was all smiles, looking at Wang Yunkai with indescribable satisfaction in her eyes. At this time, Wang Yunkai proudly stepped forward with a lofty posture. He didn't know Zhou Huaxin, nor did he know Master Hong Fifth, but seeing as Zhou Huaxin seemed to respect Master Hong Fifth, he mistook Master Hong Fifth for his boss. So, he looked at Master Hong Wu and said arrogantly, "You are the boss of Huaxin Insurance Company?" Master Hong Wu smiled and said, "The boss is not me. I'm just helping the boss, but if you have anything, you can talk to me." Wang Yunkai suddenly realized, then laughed disdainfully, hoping it's a lapdog. With goods like you don't deserve to talk to me. Hurry up and get out of the way. Let your boss come. Yi Chen shook his head and looked at Wang Yunkai as if he was looking at an idiot. In front of him, this man in tang suit had a shocking aura and was followed by his men. He looked like the kind of goods that was not to be messed with, but as a result, Wang Yunkai was arrogantly taunting the other party like this, obviously asking for his own death. Ma Lan on the side also laughed coldly and chimed in. "Yunkai, don't talk too much nonsense with this kind of lapdog." The one next to him is the boss of Huaxin Insurance. Zhou Huaxin, on the other hand, was dumbfounded by what he heard. This Wang Yunkai, and this old woman had so much guts. How dare he insult Master Hong Fifth as a lapdog and tell him to get lost? This is really do not know how to write the word death. In the whole of Jinling, who would dare to insult Master Hong like this? Even if there was, he would have been thrown into the river and fed to the fishes by the furious Master Hong. At the moment when Wang Yunkai's words had just fallen, one of the strong men behind Master Hong Fifth immediately stepped forward and grabbed Wang Yunkai's hair and slapped him several times. Nima. Even Master Hong Fifth, you also dare to curse? Are you living impatiently? After saying that, he grabbed Ma Lan again and flung his hand and gave her a loud slap, scolding, "Bitch, dare to curse Master Hong Fifth? Believe it or not, I'll tear your pussy mouth apart." Boom! The moment these words came out, both Wang Yunkai and Ma Lan were struck by lightning. What? This man in a tang suit in front of them was actually the famous fifth Master Hong who had shaken the Jiling? And themselves, just now, they were actually insulting him without knowing what to do. Thinking of this, the two men's faces instantly became extremely pale. Their bodies immediately broke out in cold sweat, being scared out of their wits. Wang Yunkai reacted the fastest. He flung himself down and directly knelt in front of Master Hong Fifth, kowtowing while crying and pleading, "Master Fifth, it's me who was wrong. I apologize to you. It was me who was blind and didn't recognize you. Not to mention that I shouldn't have opened my mouth to curse you. The matter of these damned old men and women asking for money also has nothing to do with me at all. Please, spare my life." After saying that, he knelt on the ground, slapped himself again, kowtowed and apologized. The whole person broke down and cried. He really didn't expect that the one who gave backing to the owner of this fraudulent company was the famous Master Hong Wu of Jinling. Such a big shot. Not to mention him, even his own family could not afford to offend. He wanted to die of regret at this moment. He just wanted to take this opportunity to offer his regards to Xiao Churan's mother, so that he could have a chance to contact Xiao Churan. Unexpectedly, not waiting for his wish to come true, he has offended Master Hong Fifth to death. If his father knew about this, would he not beat himself to death? This scene in front of them, the surrounding gang of grandparents were shocked. They still count on Wang Yunkai to help them get their money back, but who would have thought that the next second, he actually kneeled directly on the ground. kowtowed and apologized to the man in the tang suit in front of him. There was also Ma Lan, who was complacent just now, but as a result, he was now also slapped a few times and was in a sorry state like a dead dog. Master Hong Fifth snorted coldly and said to the people around him, "Since this guy's mouth is so cheap, the few of you will take turns to slap him 10,000 times. When you finish 10,000 slaps, when will you stop?" Wang Yunkai was scared out of his wits. 10,000 slaps. Wouldn't he beat himself to death? At this time, Master Hong Fifth's men pointed at Ma Lan, who was whipped and cloaked, and asked offhandedly, "Master Fifth, what about this old?" Master Hong Fifth gave Ma Lan a disgusted look and faintly said, "Slap her 10,000 as well." Ma Lan was so scared that she fell to her knees with a plop, her whole body shaking violently. She was almost scared to death. If she messed with Master Hong Fifth, would she still have a life to live? At this moment, a few henchmen came out. Some grabbed Wang Yunkai, some grabbed Ma Lan, and immediately prepared to slap their hands. Yi Chen had been watching this scene coldly from the crowd. When he saw his mother-in-law being beaten, he didn't want to intervene. His mother-in-law had always been so. It was only right that she should be taught a lesson. However, if he really let Master Hong Fifth's men slap her 10,000 times, not killed but also crippled, how would he explain to his wife at that time? If her life was really in danger, his wife would surely be in great pain. He felt that he already had to take care of it. Just as a burly man swung his arm up, ready to viciously whip Ma Lan's old face, Yi Chen quickly stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. Chapter 26 Yi Gongzi. Ma Lan was wailing in fear at this moment, and had already closed her eyes and prepared to be smacked, but she suddenly realized that the big fierce slap did not fall. She opened her eyes and was startled. Her own waste of son-in-law, Yi Chen, actually came out at this time and blocked the other party's slap. Her brain was a bit short-circuited for a moment. She didn't react. Yi Chen, this waste, how did he have so much guts? Master Hong Fifth did not expect that someone would dare to stand up for this damn old at this time, and questioned in a cold voice, "What are you? Do you want to die too?" Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Master Hong Fifth, right? Give me face. You can beat up that dead dog next to you all you want, but not my mother-in-law." Master Hong Fifth's face was grim as he said, "This old is your mother-in-law? Then what kind of thing are you that you deserve to have me give you face?" As he said this, anger had risen in Master Hong Fifth's heart. He had always been honored by countless people in Jinling, but today he had encountered disrespect one after another. First there was a Wang Yunkai yelling in front of him, and there was also a disgusting barbaric old chirping at the side. Now jumped out of a young boy to his own finger. Really think he Hong Five master is what cat and dog dare to randomly contradict? Thinking of this, he immediately became furious, and droned to the people around him, "Give me a chance to kill this guy who doesn't know how to die." When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't be in a hurry first. I'll make a call and let the person on the phone talk to you." Saying that, he took out his cell phone and made a call to the head of Buckingham Palace, Richard Chen. Once the call was made, the person on the other line respectfully said, "Young master, what are your orders?" Yi Chen then faintly asked, "There is a Master Hong Wu in Jinling. Do you recognize him?" Chen Zikai hurriedly smiled and said, "Young master, I recognize this Hong Wu you are talking about. Outsiders say that he is the underground emperor of Jinling, but in fact, he is just a small yakuza." Said. Chen Zichai added, "This grandson knows that I am a person of the Yi family, and wants to flatter me. In order to flatter me, he begged me to have dinner several times, and I have been ignoring him." "How? Young master, you know him?" Yi Chen said lightly. "Oh, this pussy wants to kill me now." Chen Zikai on the other side of the phone immediately exploded. "Damn, does this yakuza Hong Wu not want to live? He even dared to mess with you. Young master, where are you now? I'll immediately bring people over to waste Hong Wu. This yakuza." Yi Chen said, "Give him the phone, you can talk to him." After saying that, he handed the cell phone to Master Hong Wu and said, "Here, take it." Master Hong Fifth's face was filled with astonishment. What's the situation? It didn't look like this guy was acting either. Could it be that he really has some kind of extraordinary background? It doesn't look like it. The way he dresses is unusual. His body probably doesn't cost $500. Even the cell phone he uses is the kind that costs a few $100s. What kind of skills can he have? What can he do? What kind of cowman can he find? The heart is very disdain. But Hong Fifth Master or subconsciously took the phone, tentatively asked, "Hey, I am Hong Fifth Master. Who are you? Trying to back this kid up?" On the phone, Richard Chen split his head and cursed, "Hong Wu, are you tired of living? How dare you mess with our young master? Believe it or not, I'll let your entire family of 25 die without a burial tonight." Master Hong Wu heard the voice. Wasn't this the Chen Zikai that he had been trying to curry favor with? He said he messed with his family's young master? Could it be this kid in front of him? In addition, The moment he opened his mouth, he named his entire family of 25. Could it be that he had long ago mapped out all of his details? He was the Yi family's spokesperson in Jinling. The Yi family's strength was extraordinary. Wanting to kill himself was no different from killing a mole cricket. As soon as he heard this, he was instantly scared out of his wits. Off the cuff, he begged for forgiveness. Mr. Chen, don't be angry. I've made a little misunderstanding. I'm with the young master. You shut up, Chen Zai scolded. Our young master's identity is highly confidential. If you talk too much and leak it out, beware I will kill your entire family. Master Hong Fifth trembled and shook worse than Parkinson's. Panicking, Mr. Chen, I deserve to die. I will definitely handle this matter properly. Mr. Chen was enough to make him kneel and lick, and the Yanjing Yi family above Mr. Chen was the ultimate existence that he could not hope for and would need to look up to for the rest of his life. But now, he didn't know what to do and directly offended the young master of the Yi family? When he thought of this, Master Hong Fifth's gaze focused on Yi Chen's body. He subconsciously softened his legs and knelt down in front of Yi Chen, saying in fear and trepidation, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't know that she was your mother-in-law. It's because I'm confused. I'll make amends to you. I beg your forgiveness. After he said that, his legs went limp and he knelt in front of Yi Chen. Everyone present was dumbfounded, watching as Master Hong Fifth actually kneel down and apologize to this waste of a man. Yi Chen? Even Wang Dishao was a dead dog in front of Master Hong Fifth. This young man, however, was able to make Master Hong Fifth kneel on the ground. What kind of god was this? Master Hong Fifth's minions were also scared silly. The fifth master is the underground emperor of Jinling. What kind of young man could make him kneel? Yi Chen didn't want Master Hong Fifth's life either. After all, it was his mother-in-law that his men were beating up, and not himself. And, to tell you the truth, Yi Chen also felt that it was pretty damn cool to watch his mother-in-law get beaten up. So he said to Master Hong Fifth, I can forgive you this time, but the money that you guys cheated my mother-in-law with, you must return it with interest. Master Hong Fifth was like an amnesty. He really didn't think that young Master Yi would forgive himself. After the robbery, he hurriedly kowtowed and said offhandedly, Don't worry, I'll do it right away. After saying that, he immediately droned to Zhou Huaxin beside him. Don't go and handle it yet. Dawdle any longer and watch out for me to break your legs. Ma Lan's entire body had been dumbfounded. Was this still his own punk son-in-law? Even the famous Master Hong Fifth had to kneel and kowtow to him? In an instant, Ma Lan felt that Yi Chen's image had become taller and even more inscrutable in his own eyes. Wang Yunkai, who had received several big mouths, was also dumbfounded. Wasn't this Yi Chen famous for being a waste? How come even the fifth master was afraid of him? At this time, Zhou Huaxin came over with a black suitcase with a pale face, and went to Ma Lan's front, and said in horror, Auntie, your principal of 1,300,000, and the dividend that was promised to you, 200,000, a total of 1,500,000. Here is 2 million, the remaining 500,000, is a little bit of apology from us, please accept it with smiles. Ma Lan's entire body was dumbfounded. When did this loser son-in-law of his have such great ability? The principal was returned, the promised $200,000 in dividends was returned, and they even gave an extra $500,000? Chapter 27, Don't Dream. $1,300,000 turned into $2 million in a second, which made Ma Lan immediately overjoyed, and with some disbelief. Immediately, she asked Zhou Huaxin with a face of surprise, Are these 2 million really for me? Zhou Huaxin hurriedly nodded his head and said, Of course, it's all yours. That's really great. Ma Lan was immediately excited, seeing that Ma Lan got $2 million, $700,000 more in principal. The other old men and women were all crazy with excitement. They felt that since her money was refunded, then their own money should also be refunded with interest, right? So, a few people took the lead and asked, Manager Zhou, what about our money? Manager Zhou hurriedly looked at Master Hong Fifth. Although Master Hong Fifth was not willing to spit out the money that he had eaten into his stomach, but the one who had angered the young master of the Yi family this time was the one who might even lose his life, so he couldn't care less about his heartache, and said offhandedly, Refund, return them all, for the sake of Mr. Yi, everyone's money will all be returned with interest. The crowd burst into an excited cheer. Yi Chen suddenly said in a cold voice at this time, Master Hong Wu, these people have nothing to do with me. What do you mean by saying for my sake? Playing moral kidnapping with me? Master Hong Fifth was startled and asked offhandedly, Mr. Yi, what do you mean by that? I'm confused. I can't understand. Yi Chen said, these people's money has nothing to do with me. You can return it if you want to. Don't return it if you don't want to. But if you dare to say that you are returning the money for my sake, then don't blame me for flipping out now. These old men and women had just been taunting themselves with Ma Lan. so why should they help them with their debt now? On the contrary, instead of helping them claim their debt, he would also give Master Hong Fifth some eye candy to make him figure out that refunding the money to this group of old men and women would offend him instead. Master Hong Fifth understood at once, and immediately said offhandedly, "Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I understand." After saying that, he said to Zhou Huaxin, "Only refund Mr. Ye's mother-in-law's money, nothing else." The old men and women who were still in ecstasy just a moment ago, all of them went crazy. Some even cried out and wailed. There were also people who loudly begged Yi Chen to show mercy, but Yi Chen turned a deaf ear. A bunch of disrespectful things for the old. How did they sneer and insult themselves just now? Now that they realized that they could control Master Hong Wu, they started to ask for their help? You all! Seeing this group of old men and women blowing up, Master Hong Fifth shouted, "Shut the up! Whoever says one more word and disturbs Mr. Yi, I'll kill them." This gang of old men and women immediately did not dare to say anything. Master Hong Wu looked at the frozen Wang Yunkai again and asked offhandedly, "Mr. Yi, this Wang Gongzi, is he a friend of yours?" Yi Chen glanced at Wang Yunkai, who hurriedly begged, Yi Chen, save me. Quickly tell Master Fifth that we are good friends, please." Yi Chen snorted coldly and said to Master Hong Fifth, "I don't know this person. Go ahead and fulfill your promise. Beat him up enough before letting him go." Master Hong Fifth instantly understood and ordered his men, "Damn it, keep beating me. This son of a little pussy. I get angry just looking at him." Wang Yunkai wailed in incomparable horror. "Yi Chen, it's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize Tai. I beg you to save me. I beg you." Yi Chen looked at him and coldly said, "I have no relatives or grievances with you, yet you made sarcastic remarks about me 3 times, and you're begging me to save you at this time? Wake up, don't dream." Wang Yunkai instantly broke down and cried, "Yi Chen, I really know I'm wrong. Please save me." Seeing Yi Chen's bad expression, Master Hong Wu immediately shouted to his men, "Damn, you bunch of rice buckets, why don't you make a move yet? Looking for death?" A few henchmen were startled, panicked and grabbed Wang Yunkai's neck, hair, crackling as a burst of fierce whip. Soon Wang Yunkai's mouth was full of blood, teeth were broken a few, but still did not stop. Each slap was extremely hard. Master Hong Fifth accompanied a smile and asked Yi Chen, "Mr. Yi, I don't know if you are still satisfied with this treatment?" Yi Chen nodded. "Alright, that's it, I have to go." Master Hong Wu hurriedly and respectfully handed his business card to Yi Chen, respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, this is my contact information. In the future, if there is anything you can order, I will definitely be at your beck and call." Yi Chen gave a hum and casually put the business card into his pocket. Then he said to his mother-in-law Ma Lan, "Mom, it's getting late, let's go back." Although Ma Lan was slapped a few times, she had finally earned $700,000, so she was happy at the moment, and looked at Yi Chen with pride, thinking that this son-in-law of hers was really giving himself a long face. Yi Chen carried the money, with Ma Lan ready to leave. Those old men and women have surrounded the Yi Chen's heel. A face of attentiveness, said, "Aya, Yi Chen just now his auntie look away. I did not expect that you are actually so powerful, really young and talented." "Yes, Yi Chen, you are a good-looking man. You look like a dragon and phoenix among men. My son-in-law is far from you. See if you can help us also talk to Mr. Zhou. Give us also refund the money that can be our hard-earned money Yi Chen frowned and coldly said, "Why should I help you? Aren't all of you high and mighty? If you can't get the money back, you can find your own son-in-laws to help." Saying this, he took a step and left. When the crowd heard this, none of them felt remorseful in their hearts. Blame yourself. Nothing to count down what Yi Chen. Now well, the opportunity to recover the hard-earned money completely fizzled. Thinking of this, some people are angry on the spot to their own 2 slaps. Some people paralyzed on the ground lost soul, crying father and mother. This is their own coffins it's all over if you don't have it. However, they do not have any way. Really want to blame their own mouth cheap. Also blame themselves for not having a good son-in-law like Yi Chen. On the way home, Ma Lan asked Yi Chen with a fawning, smiling face, "Yi Chen, how do you know that Hong Fifth Master? Why is he so polite to you?" Yi Chen snorted and said, "How could I know someone like him? It's just a phone call to a classmate who has the ability to make Huaxin refund the money." When Ma Lan heard this, her heart burst with disappointment. She had thought that Yi Chen had some great ability that she didn't know about, but she didn't realize that he was also still begging for help. Thus, the eagerness in her heart was instantly doused quite a bit more. But the good thing was that she had asked for the money back, and also earned an extra 700,000, which made her more or less change her mind about Yi Chen. She opened her mouth and said to Yi Chen, "Today this matter, you have to keep a secret for Mom. Not allowed to talk to anyone, although Mom is old, but also have to face is not it?" Yi Chen smiled helplessly and had to agree. saying, "I know mom." Chapter 28 Feast. After taking care of his mother-in-law's troubles, his mother-in-law took the cash and joyfully went to the bank to make a deposit. Chen, on the other hand, returned home directly. As soon as he entered the house, he saw that his wife Xiao Churan's shoes had already been changed at the door, so he knew that she had already returned. So he went straight back to the bedroom. Just as he entered the bedroom, he saw that his wife Xiao Churan happened to hang up the phone, her face full of surprise and excitement. He curiously asked, "Wife, who did you just call with?" Xiao Churan said excitedly, "It was my good girlfriend Dong Roland. Do you still remember her?" "Remember." Chen nodded and said, "She used to study at Jilin University and was quite close to you. She seems to be the daughter of a big family in Yanjing, right?" "Right," Xiao Churan said. "Roland's family is quite powerful in Yanjing." Chen smiled and asked, "What? She's coming to Jilin to see you?" Xiao Churan said, "Not just coming to see me, she's coming to Jilin to work." Chen asked doubtfully, "She's a young lady from a big family in Yanjing. She doesn't want to run her own business. What kind of work is she going to do in Jilin?" Xiao Churan said, "I'm not too sure. She said that she was coming to work at the Imperial Hao Group, but as for why she had to travel so far to come to Imperial Hao, I'm not sure anymore." Chen nodded, but in his heart, he was wondering, although the Dong family was far worse than the Yi family, it also had some strength in Yanjing, and there was absolutely no need for Dong Roland to give up her own family's business and come to work at her own Imperial Hao Group. Could it be that this woman came to the Imperial Deluxe Group for some special purpose? Chen was puzzled in his mind, but he could not be sure for a while. It seemed that he could only wait for Dong Roland to join the Imperial Deluxe Group and then let Wang Dongxue feel her out properly. At this time, Xiao Churan slapped her forehead as if she thought of something and said, "Right Chen. I have an appointment to meet with someone from the Imperial Deluxe Group tomorrow and I can't get out of it. Can you go to the airport for me to pick up Roland? And by the way, arrange a place for her to receive the wind." Chen agreed. "Then I'll make early arrangements tomorrow." Xiao Churan added, "Right, you find a better place. Don't be afraid to spend money. Take my bank card." Saying that, she was about to hand him her wallet. Chen hurriedly said, "No need. I have an acquaintance who opened a restaurant that seems to be pretty good. I'll arrange it." Saying that, Chen directly took out his cell phone, wanting to send a text message to Buckingham Palace's Richard Chen, asking him to arrange a table for himself. But he thought carefully. Buckingham Palace was a surprise left for his wife. Entertaining Dong Roland, it would be better to change the place. So he sent a text message to that Master Hongwu. "I'm going to host a banquet for my friends. Help me arrange a top-grade hotel, but not in Buckingham Palace." Soon after, Master Hong Fifth returned a text message. "Don't worry Mr. Yi, my little brother has a Tianxiang Fu under my name. It is a top-class hotel in Jilin that is on par with Buckingham Palace. Tomorrow, I will definitely help you to arrange for the best diamond box as well as the best banquet. Waiting for you." Chen only returned one word to him, "Aha." On the following day, Xiao Churan was at the Imperial Hao Group for the whole day, busy dealing with matters related to the cooperation. Chen made a call to Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of Imperial Hao Group, and asked her about Dong Roland coming to join the company. Wang Dongxue was surprised that Chen knew about this. She said that Dong Roland had applied for the position of executive director, a middle management position, and the group saw that her resume was not bad, so they decided to accept her, and had already scheduled her to start in a few days. So Chen instructed her to observe this woman more after Dong Roland joined the company, and to report to him at all times if there was any movement. After arranging for Wang Dongxue, Chen went out in the afternoon and took a taxi to the airport, ready to pick up Xiao Churan's best friend Dong Roland. Arriving at the airport by taxi, Chen was about to go to the arrivals hall when a Mercedes-Benz Big G suddenly braked sharply and stopped horizontally in front of him. Xiao Churan's cousin, Xiao Hailong, suddenly drilled his head out of the car window, looking at Chen with a somewhat strange frown, asking, "Chen, why are you here?" "I came to pick up one of Churan's girlfriends." "What are you guys doing here?" Chen frowned and realized that the people sitting on this Big G were all acquaintances. Besides Xiao Hailong, there were also Wang Yunfei and Xiao Weiwei. Xiao Hailong said contemptuously, "You're talking about Miss Dong, right? Miss Dong has us to entertain her. We don't need you. Get lost." Chen snorted coldly and said, "If you want to roll you can roll yourself." After saying that, Chen no longer cared about them and directly stepped into the arrival hall. Xiao Hailong was so angry that he was about to swear, when Xiao Weiwei beside him hurriedly reminded, "Brother, Miss Dong is about to arrive. Grandma has reminded you that you must leave a good impression on Miss Dong. If you can turn her into your sister-in-law, your status in our family will be unrivaled. Don't be so general with this punk for now." Xiao Hailong was suddenly awakened. He almost forgot the main purpose of his visit today. In fact, Giving Dong Roland a reception was still secondary. Leaving a good impression on her and then getting her on board was the most important thing. The Dong family had extraordinary strength in Yanjing, so if he could get together with her, then he would be on his way to the top, and the Xiao family would also be able to get their hands on her. Thus, he endured his dissatisfaction with Yi Chen, and a carload of people hurriedly got off the bus and rushed to the arrival hall as well. At this time, only a particularly conspicuous, young and beautiful woman appeared in the crowd. She was draped in long chestnut-colored hair and wore a white sheath dress that outlined her exquisite figure. Although she was wearing sunglasses, her skin was as white as porcelain, her cherry lips were flaming, and her beauty could not be concealed at all. Looking closely at her, her appearance was by no means worse than Xiao Churan, and the two could be described as each having their own style. For a while, the sightlines of the receiving crowd outside the passageway focused on her. Xiao Hailong had already looked dumbfounded. Even Wang Yunfei, who had followed along to watch the fun, was astonished and couldn't help but open his mouth to exclaim, "Worthy of being a great lady of Yanjing, her temperament is really different." At this moment, Dong Roland also saw the crowd and hurriedly walked over from the crowd. Before waving her hand at them, Hailong, Wei Wei, and Yi Chen, long time no see. Xiao Hailong's heart surged with a fire, and he grabbed the lead and said, "Long time no see, our Roland, you've become even more beautiful." Yi Chen smiled and also said, "Long time no see." Xiao Hailong hurriedly said at this time, "Roland, knowing that you're coming, I've specially booked a compartment in the best hotel in Jinling, waiting to receive you. Let's hurry over now." Dong Roland glanced at Yi Chen and apologized to Xiao Hailong. "Hailong, I'm really sorry. I've already made an appointment with Churan and Yi Chen in advance. Let's make an appointment some other time. Anyway, I'm coming to Jiling this time to stay for a very long time. There'll be plenty of chances in the future." Xiao Hailong couldn't help but be on fire inside once he heard this. On such an important day, Yi Chen, this stinky dangler, still came to cause trouble for himself. It's really detestable to the extreme. So, he deliberately said, "Roland, in order to welcome you, I booked the most famous heavenly fragrance mansion in Jinling, and it's a golden box with a minimum spending of $300,000. Saying that, he looked at Yi Chen with contempt and grunted, "I wonder where this door brother-in-law of mine booked the banquet. If the grade is too low, wouldn't I be slowing you down?" Chapter 29, It's good to keep a low profile. Once he heard that Xiao Hailong had ordered the surprisingly heavenly fragrance mansion, Yi Chen was also a bit surprised. What a coincidence! Didn't Hongwu say that he owned the heavenly fragrance mansion? It seemed like he had also prepared a banquet for himself at the heavenly fragrance mansion, right? At this time, Wang Yunfei, who was on the side, said in surprise, "Hailong, you were able to book the golden box of the heavenly fragrance mansion? This is not something that an ordinary person can book." Xiao Hailong smiled smugly. "To be honest, other than the top diamond box of the heavenly fragrance mansion, which I really couldn't book, the others are really nothing." Although the words were said this way, it was just Xiao Hailong's bragging. In fact, in order to book this golden box, old Mrs. Xiao personally stepped in, paid a lot of price, and entrusted several people to successfully book it. Dong Roland had heard of the great name of the heavenly fragrance mansion even in Yanjing, and hurriedly said, "We are all friends, there is no need to be so ostentatious." Xiao Hailong said fawningly, "You are an honored guest, how can you be the same as an ordinary friend?" After saying that, he asked Yi Chen, "Brother-in-law, I don't know where you booked the banquet?" Yi Chen said indifferently, "Coincidentally, the one I booked is also the heavenly fragrance mansion." Ha ha ha, Xiao Hailong laughed indulgently. "Yi Chen, you're not afraid of flashing your back by blowing your power. With your kind of status, you can't even book the least bronze box in the heavenly fragrance mansion, and you still dare to blow here." Yi Chen smiled bashfully and said, "What does it matter to you if I blow or not? I'm not inviting you to dinner either, so why are you worrying so much?" Xiao Hailong coldly said, "Che, I see that you can't even enter the door of the heavenly fragrance mansion with this appearance." Dong Roland, who was on the side, saw Yi Chen being targeted and felt something in her heart. She knew that Yi Chen was a door-to-door son-in-law, with no money and no status in the Xiao family, and it wasn't really realistic to say that he would receive himself in a top hotel. She guessed that Yi Chen was saying this on purpose because he wanted to save face, so she didn't want Yi Chen to be too embarrassed, so she opened her mouth to round up for him and said, There's no need to argue too much about this, since we all booked the same place, it's better to simply go together." Xiao Hailong said sarcastically to Yi Chen, "Good, for the sake of Roland, I'll let you rub my nose in a meal today, and also let you see what a high-class hotel looks like." Yi Chen grunted and laughed. Ignoring him, Master Hong Fifth had to kneel down when he saw himself, so what was the hotel he opened in his eyes? Unfortunately, Xiao Hailong's kind of hangers-on were nothing more than a blind spot. The Heavenly Fragrance Mansion is an ancient Chinese hotel, The decoration and style are filled with traditional classical flavor. Extremely luxurious. Even the signboard at the entrance is made of the finest yellow pear wood. Yi Chen looked at the decorations within the heavenly fragrance mansion, and could not help but be a little surprised. I can't imagine that Master Hong Fifth's restaurant is really quite good, so I can bring my wife over to try it when I have the chance in the future. Dong Wolin looked around and sighed in admiration. I've heard of the great name of the heavenly fragrance mansion when I was in Yanjing, and it really lives up to its name. Xiao Hailong laughed. Wolin, you came over. Of course you have to be entertained with the best restaurant. After saying that, he glanced at Yi Chen again and sneered. It's not like some people, if they didn't dip into your light, they probably wouldn't have the chance to come to such a high-class hotel in this life. Xiao Weiwei deliberately asked at this time. Yi Chen, didn't you also book a private room in the heavenly fragrance mansion? Which one is it? Bring us there to open our eyes? Yi Chen said indifferently. I can't remember exactly which one. I just sent a text message to their boss and asked him to help arrange it. Wait for me to look at the text message record. Xiao Hailong said sarcastically with disdain. Do you know who the boss here is? Just talking big words here. The boss here is the famous Master Hong Fifth. How dare you say such big words? Beware that Master Hong Fifth hears about it and kills you with one finger. At this time, Yi Chen opened his cell phone and looked at the text message that Master Hong Fifth sent to him last night, and said indifferently, he said that the one he left for me was the diamond box. When Xiao Hailong heard Yi Chen's words, he immediately scoffed. Ha ha ha, diamond box? Yi Chen, you're afraid that you're not going to laugh me to death. Do you know what kind of people can go to the diamond box? There are no more than 10 people in the entire Jinling who are qualified to enter the diamond box. You're nothing. Dong Wolin didn't say anything, but in her heart, she couldn't help but think, this Yi Chen is too facetious. With his status, how could he possibly get the diamond box? She used to just think that this person has no money, no power and is a bit of a wimp, but she didn't think that he would be such a vain person. It was really disappointing. Yi Chen smiled but did not say anything. In his opinion, this group of people who spoke out to mock themselves, without exception, are all dog-eyed retards, but they are also too lazy to talk to their general knowledge. Wang Yunfei also said sarcastically, Yi Chen, even my father isn't qualified to enter the diamond box for dinner, and you really dare to brag about being awesome. Xiao Weiwei chimed in, Brother Fei, this kind of person is not even qualified to eat the leftovers of the diamond box, not to mention eating in the diamond box. Yi Chen looked at Wang Yunfei and couldn't help but sneer. You stupid bird. Yesterday Master Five just beat up your brother, and now you still dare to come to his restaurant to eat? So he deliberately asked, Brother Yunfei, I heard that your brother had an accident yesterday? Wang Yunfei frowned. How do you know? After saying that, Wang Yunfei added, my brother was attacked yesterday and is still unconscious. We are investigating who hurt him and will skin him when the time comes. Do you know the clues? Yi Chen shook his head and deliberately played dumb. I don't know. I just heard that something happened to him. I don't know exactly what happened. Humph. Wang Yunfei said contemptuously. You punk, don't talk about my Wang family behind my back. Next time, beware, I'll be rude to you. Yi Chen laughed and didn't bother with him anymore. It really was a family of fools. How could he not know that his brother was knocked out by Master Hong Wu? It was really interesting. Just at this moment, a man in black clothes came straight towards the crowd. Head on. Yi Chen saw that he looked familiar, and then remembered that he was one of the bodyguards around Master Hong Fifth. When that man saw Yi Chen, he recognized him. His face was full of eagerness and currying favor, and he was almost about to bow to him immediately to greet him. Yi Chen hurriedly shook his head at him. The man in black hurriedly paused, thinking that Mr. Yi should not like to be too high profile, so he directly said, all honored guests, please follow me. The box has been prepared for many hours. Xiao Hailong was stunned at his words. When did the golden box service of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion become so considerate? Before he had even reported his name, someone actually came over to greet him personally. What a face! Wang Yunfei, who was beside him, sighed. Hailong, your face is really big. I see that he seems to be someone beside the fifth master. It seems that the fifth master attaches great importance to you. Could it be that you know the fifth master? I haven't heard you talk about it. You are really low-key. Xiao Hailong laughed and said with a smug look on his face, there is no need to show off this kind of thing. It's better to keep a low profile. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 30, come here. You. Dong Roland was a little surprised in her heart. I didn't realize that Xiao Hailong really had some connections in Jinling. Compared to Yi Chen, that was really too much stronger. It seemed that if she walked in with him in Jinling in the future, it would be much easier for her to act on a daily basis. That black-clothed man respectfully led the crowd to the entrance of the diamond box. Afterwards, he took out the slip and handed it directly to Yi Chen, saying softly, Sir, please sign. This diamond box, which was specially left for Yi Chen, needed his signature to confirm. Yi Chen took the pen and paper with a smile, and was about to write his name when Xiao Hailong's voice suddenly rang out. Damn it, put the pen down for me. Xiao Hailong walked over with a sullen face, snatched the pen and paper from Yi Chen's hand, brushed and wrote down his name, and scolded Yi Chen. Do you want to be shameless? Do you have no idea who booked the box in your heart? What qualifications do you have to sign on this? The man in black was dumbfounded and looked at Yi Chen, giving him an inquiring look that meant, do you need me to step in and help you teach this lesson right now? Yi Chen said indifferently, it doesn't matter, let him sign if he wants to. In front of Dong Roland's face, Yi Chen did not want to make things too embarrassing. After all, he was his wife's best friend. Soon, the people in the box sat down. Xiao Hailong arranged for Dong Roland to sit at the main seat, while Yi Chen sat alone in the corner, with only Dong Roland saying a few words to him from time to time. Soon, the exquisite dishes and fine wines were presented by the waiter. All the dishes were made with very elaborate materials, the top quality superb abalone, 10 kilograms of Australian lobster, all of which could only be used as accompaniments here. Even the wine is also 100 years old national wine. Alone half a caddy of a bottle can be sold to more than 100,000 yuan. Dong Roland, who was also considered to be a knowledgeable person, was also shocked by the extravagance of this meal. Wang Yunfei exclaimed, Hailong, how much is your standard for this meal? Xiao Hailong said smugly, this meal of mine is a standard of $300,000. Wang Yunfei was shocked. This is not the standard of 300,000 just these few bottles of wine are more than 300,000. Xiao Hailong was secretly shocked and suddenly felt that something was not quite right, associating the attitude of the man in black towards himself just now. Could it be that Master Hong Fifth was giving himself some special treatment? However, he didn't know him at all. Dong Roland's beautiful eyes flashed as she gave Xiao Hailong a high look and said, Hailong, thank you. Hearing Dong Roland's words, Xiao Hailong smiled and said, where, this is all what should be done. Saying that, Xiao Hailong smiled and asked Yi Chen, Yi Chen, you must have never eaten anything this good in your life, right? Yi Chen sneered, who gave you the confidence? Xiao Hailong despised, after eating my food, that broken mouth is still so hard. If you had the chance to eat something so good before, I would have ripped my head off and kicked it for you as a ball. Yi Chen smiled bashfully. The days he lived in as a child were the ultimate luxury that ordinary people could not imagine. A meal like this in the Yi family was just underling food. Xiao Weiwei saw that Yi Chen did not bow his head, and said angrily, Yi Chen, what kind of attitude do you use to talk to my brother? Believe it or not, I'll let you get out now, letting you dabble in a meal, and you still have a face to show for it. What a stinking hanger-on. However, right at this moment, the door of the box was vigorously kicked open, and a fierce voice rang out, where did you bunch of come from, and who the hell let you into this box? The words just fell. A man wearing an Armani suit, wearing a large gold chain, and a scar on his face like a centipede, spreading from the corner of his eye to his chin. This man was holding a sheet in one hand and a stick in the other, his face full of ferocity. The 10 or so burly, tattooed and scarred men immediately behind him lined up and surrounded everyone. The crowd all froze and panicked. What the hell is going on here? The leader's name is Biao, is the right arm of Master Hong Fifth. In the early years with him to fight the world, in the whole of Jinling is also a famous and prestigious generation. This time, Master Hong Fifth had instructed him that the extremely honorable Mr. Yi was to use the diamond box of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and asked him to make sure that it was properly arranged. However, when he checked the use of the box, he found that the diamond box was signed by a yakuza named Xiao Hailong. He was angry and afraid. He was angry that this damn Xiao Hailong had occupied the box he had prepared for his honored guests. Fear was afraid that there was only one table for the top-class banquet in the diamond box. So what should he do when the real honorable guests came and were gone? At this time, Xiao Hailong stood up and said, what are you doing? I booked this box. What are you guys doing barging in and causing trouble? Brother Biao pointed at Xiao Hailong and questioned him. Are you Xiao Hailong? Xiao Hailong nodded his head and said condescendingly, I am. Brother Biao said in a cold voice, rack him over to me. When the two pugilists heard this, they directly yanked Xiao Hailong up and dragged him over. What are you guys going to do? Let go of me. Cursed? What are you wasting your words for? A pugilist directly kicked at his knee. Xiao Hailong suffered pain and directly knelt in front of Brother Biao. Brother Biao's chilly eyes looked back and forth on Xiao Hailong's body, as chilling as a blade. Snap! The signature sheet was directly thrown on Xiao Hailong's head. Brother Biao split his head and cursed. Who gave you the qualification to use this compartment? Xiao Hailong forced himself to calm down and said, misunderstanding. This golden box was booked by me in advance, and the $300,000 deposit was paid. Wang Yunfei also interjected. What are you doing? This box was booked by Hailong. Do you have any rules? Brother Biao poo-pooed a mouthful of spittle and slapped Xiao Hailong. A golden box? This is a ING diamond box for the VIPs. You trash deserve to use it? The moment these words came out, everyone froze. A diamond box? No wonder this box was extremely luxurious. The dishes and drinks were among the top. It turned out that it wasn't a golden box at all. Wang Yunfei was sweating coldly. How honorable was the diamond box? With his own and other people's status they were not qualified to enter, let alone use it. Xiao Weiwei hurriedly said, "Brother, don't you know Master Hong Wu? Quickly explain to them." Xiao Hailong screamed and hurriedly said, "Shut up, what are you talking nonsense about? With my identity how could I possibly know Master Hong Fifth?" Xiao Weiwei said, "But didn't you just say?" Dong Roland had watched the siblings' performance in her eyes. How could she not know that Xiao Hailong's words just now were all bragging? In her heart, she was instantly a little disappointed as well. Brother Biao sneered at this time and said, "How dare you pull Master Hong Fifth's spanner? You kid is tired of living." As Brother Biao said that, he directly stood up and instructed his little brothers, "Hold this kid's hands down. I'm going to teach him a good lesson." Xiao Hailong was immediately held down, unable to move. The next second, Brother Biao held that stick and directly smashed it down without hesitation. "Ah, my hand is ruined." Xiao Hailong screamed madly. His body was covered in cold sweat, and there was a foul odor coming from his crotch, and he fainted to death in a very humiliating manner. Seeing this, Wang Yunfei and Xiao Weiwei were even more pale and frightened. Xiao Hailong, who had been glowing just now, was instantly knocked back to his original form. Who could not be afraid? Dong Roland was also scared enough. Her entire body was trembling as she hid behind Yi Chen, saying in horror, "What can we do about this? They're not going to kill anyone, are they?" Yi Chen patted Dong Roland's shoulder and comforted, "Don't be afraid, with me here, no one will touch you." Dong Roland gratefully glanced at Yi Chen, although she knew that Yi Chen couldn't possibly solve such a trouble. With his words, she still felt slightly more at ease. Over here, Brother Biao kicked Xiao Hailong, who was giving a dead piggy look, and cursed, "What a wimp." With a twist of his head, Brother Biao looked at Wang Yunfei again. "And you, just now you were the one who said that Laozi was unruly, right? Come, come over here." Chapter 31. Who dares to touch her? Wang Yunfei was scared to the point that his liver and gall bled, and said with a trembling voice, "Brother Biao, I am a member of the Wang family." "Wang family?" Brother Biao laughed fiercely. "The Wang family is nothing." Brother Biao spat disdainfully, kicked Wang Yunfei to the ground, and coldly said, "The fifth master just finished teaching a Wang family a lesson yesterday, letting someone slap him 10,000 times, and you still dare to mention the Wang family to me? Ah!" Wang Yunfei was instantly stunned. He thought that his brother was robbed by the punks, but he didn't expect that it was Master Hongwu who hit him. Just as his liver and guts were cracking, Brother Biao directly lifted his stick and slammed it down against his head. There was a thud. Wang Yunfei only felt the sky spinning, his head buzzing, his mouth and nose bleeding, his consciousness instantly blurred. Xiao Weiwei instantly screamed loudly in terror. Wang Yunfei was her fiancé, her only chance to marry into the Wang family. If anything happened, her life would be over. "Ambulance! Hurry up and call an ambulance!" Xiao Weiwei shouted in panic and confusion, trembling as she took out her cell phone, but she was so scared that she couldn't press it, and could only scream one after another. Brother Biao frowned and cursed, "Grass Nima, what are you screaming for? Smack this mouth to smash, let her talk more." "Yes, Brother Biao." When the little brothers heard this, they revealed cruel smiles. Their favorite thing to do was to destroy flowers with a hot hand, especially a spicy and savage delicate flower like Xiao Weiwei. Xiao Weiwei immediately panicked, frantically trying to back away, but behind her was the wall. There was no place to hide. "Come over here." A one-eyed big man viciously grabbed Xiao Weiwei's hair and directly yanked her up hard. Then, the one-eyed big man pointed at Xiao Weiwei's face and threw his bladder and jerked it violently. These little brothers were all ruthless people who had followed Brother Biao in the battle for many years, and they were all deadly when they started to move. Just 2 or 3 times, Xiao Weiwei's face was swollen like a pig's head, blood mixed with saliva flowing downwards. A woman beaten like this, even if timely treatment will leave indelible marks on her face, almost equivalent to disfigurement. Dong Roland on the side saw Brother Biao being so ferocious. She was scared and shivered again. Leaning on Yi Chen's back, the two of them were almost closely fitting together. At this time, Brother Biao saw Yi Chen as well as Dong Roland in the corner, and barked out an order, and the two of them, both of them, "Give me a death blow." Daring to occupy the diamond box that I prepared for my honored guests, they really deserve to die. One of the juniors did not show any mercy and reached out to grab Dong Roland. "I'll see who dares to touch her." Yi Chen's eyes became incomparably cold as he kicked the burly man to the ground. When Brother Biao saw this, his face sank and he directly scolded, "Who the hell are you?" Yi Chen said indifferently, "I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Kid, you're looking for death." Yi Chen shook his head and directly dialed Master Hongwu's number. Hongwu, I'm in the diamond box right now. Get your ass down here and meet me immediately. After saying that, Yi Chen directly hung up the phone and coldly looked at Brother Biao. Dong Wolin's face was pale. Just now Xiao Hailong bragged that he knew Hung Fifth Master. And what a miserable result. Yi Chen dared to say such great disrespectful words in front of Brother Biao. He might not even have a life. Xiao Weiwei, who was whipped into a pig's head on the side, heard Yi Chen's words. His gaze was even more terrified. This grandson is still pretending to be a pussy at this time. Does he want to get everyone killed? Brother Biao nonchalantly sneered. Dare to offend the fifth master in front of me. I think you are tired of living. As the words landed, Brother Biao waved his hand at his junior brothers and viciously said, Get him killed for me. Suddenly, Master Hong Fifth's furious curses came from outside the box. Damn! Biaozi, do you want to ing die? Don't you? Even Mr. Yi dares to move. I'll ing chop you up and feed you to the dogs, do you believe me? Biao's body shook as if he was struck by lightning. Master 5 is here. Mr. Yi? Who is Mr. Yi? In the next second, Master Hong Fifth came in trembling and directly kicked Brother Biao to the ground. You're ing blind. You can't even recognize Mr. Yi. I'll ing kill you. Master Hongwu cursed as he kicked Brother Biao frantically. Brother Biao, who was unbeatable just a moment ago, was now living like a fallen dog. Dong Roland looked dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? The juniors were also in a panic. This young man was actually Mr. Yi. They actually just tried to make a move on him. They were simply looking for death. Master Hong Fifth cursed at the others. And you bunch of losers. What are you waiting for? Give Mr. Yi an immediate apology on your knees. Mr. Yi, it's me who has no eyes and almost ran over you. I beg you to spare our lives. The juniors knelt down in unison, kowtowing frantically and apologizing. Brother Biao was also so scared that he knelt on the ground, pumping his own face while begging for forgiveness. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, please be a good man and spare me this time. Master Hong Fifth also slapped himself and said with a nervous face, Mr. Yi, it's all my fault for not doing my job well, and letting my men run over you and your friend. Yi Chen glanced at Dong Roland and said indifferently, I just invited my wife's best friend to dinner. After saying that, he looked at the others and said in a cold voice, They are not my friends. Dong Roland was completely shocked. It turned out that Yi Chen wasn't bragging at all. He had indeed booked a box at the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion, and it was indeed the top diamond box. What's more, this box was actually reserved for him personally by Master Hong Fifth, associated with the fact that she had looked down on Yi Chen before. Dong Roland instantly blushed, not to mention how ashamed she was. At this time, Xiao Hailong also trembled in fear when he heard the words of several people. What happened? Yi Chen, this punk, was actually a friend of the fifth master? Xiao Weiwei was also scared silly. Yi Chen actually knew the fifth master. The key was that the fifth master was even so polite to him. Then she looked at her fiancé, Wang Yunfei, who was currently unconscious with a head full of blood. The fifth master at this time wiped the cold sweat on his forehead while assuring, Mr. Yi, don't worry. There will definitely not be a next time for something like this. In the future, you can come to the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion anytime you want, and dine in the diamond box anytime you want, and if anyone else under me fails to recognize you, I'll gouge out his eyeballs. Yi Chen gave a hem and turned his head to Dong Roland. Roland, the meal has been eaten. This place is so messy, why don't we just leave? Dong Roland was awakened by Yi Chen and subconsciously asked, what about the others? Looking at Xiao Hailong, Wang Yunfei and Xiao Weiwei's miserable appearance, she was more or less worried in her heart. Yi Chen said indifferently, let Hongwu settle it. Master Hongwu immediately said, don't worry, Mr. Yi, I'll arrange for an ambulance to send them to the hospital for treatment. Yi Chen nodded and said, in that case, the two of us will leave first. Dong Roland was a little dazed and froze as she followed Yi Chen out of the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion. Coming out of the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion, Dong Roland's mood could not be calmed for a long time. Looking at Yi Chen, who looked as if nothing had happened, she only felt as if she was covered in a layer of fog, mysterious and profound. Yi Chen, today's matter. Before Dong Roland could finish her sentence, Yi Chen interrupted her and blandly said, Roland, please keep today's matter a secret for me. If I let Churan know that I know these underground elements like Hong Fifth Master, I will definitely get angry. Dong Roland could only nod. Okay, I know. After Yi Chen Dong Roland left, Master Hong Fifth had someone arrange for an ambulance to take the few people to the hospital. One of Xiao Weiwei's face had been beaten to the point where her jawbone was deformed, equating to disfigurement. As for Xiao Hailong's one hand, it was almost wasted and would take at least a long time to recover. As for Wang Yunfei, he was smashed with a severe concussion. Although the person had been rescued from life-threatening situations, the after effects in the future would be enough to make him feel bad for the rest of his life. Chapter 32, The Sky Garden is packed. The time Dong Roland had set with Wang Dongxue of the Imperial Group for her induction was tomorrow. Leaving the heavenly fragrance mansion, Yi Chen sent her to the hotel she was staying at before saying goodbye and leaving. Dong Roland was continuously shocked by the evening meal while thinking about her future development. This time, when she came to Jinling, she was ostensibly coming to work for the Empire Group, but in fact, she was also carrying a heavy family responsibility. Dad had told herself that there was top secret information that showed that the Yi family, the top big family in Yanjing, had found their young master who had been missing for many years, and that they had bought the Imperial Hao group to give to this young master to practice on. In other words, the young master of the Yi family is in Jinling, and he is the chairman of the Dihao group. Although the Dong family was also a very good family in Yanjing, but Yanjing hid crouching tigers and dragons. They could only be ranked at a second-rate level, and compared to the Yi family, they were 100,000 miles behind. Therefore, the Dong family hoped that Dong Roland could take advantage of the fact that the identity of the young master of the Yi family had not yet been announced to the public to find an opportunity to get in touch with him in advance. And if she could get together with him and facilitate the marriage between the two families, then it would be the best. Although Dong Roland was a bit reluctant to such a thing, she thought that the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the family was on her shoulders, so she didn't dare to be slow. She came all the way to Jinling to work for the Empire Group to find a chance to get in touch with the mysterious chairman of the Empire Group, and then find a way to attract his attention. Dong Roland was also definitely a very top super beauty in high society in Yanjing. She believed that with her looks, education, ability, and her ice-clear body, she should be able to attract the attention of the Yi family's son. If she could really marry him, then the Dong family would see an absolute revitalization, a leap to become a first-class family in Yanjing. As soon as she thought of this, she was filled with anticipation for tomorrow's induction. At the same time, she was also full of anticipation for the mysterious Yi family's great young man. She couldn't help but secretly wonder just how old and how does this Yi family's great young man look? Was it graceful and tall and handsome? She couldn't help but pull out her cell phone and open the video app, tapped on the video with tens of millions of hits in her favorites. This video was the one where Yi Chen used cash to hit the sales director in the Chui Guxian. She had analyzed this video long ago, knowing that it took place in Jinling, and just happened to coincide with the time when the news came out and the Yi family's youngest was found. Therefore, she surmised that this godly tycoon in the video should be the Yi family's great young man, the chairman of the Imperial Hao group. She carefully stared at the back of the god-rank tycoon in the picture, watching and pondering carefully. From this blurry video, it could probably be seen that the god-level tycoon who was famous online was probably in his 20s, tall and thin, though his face could not be seen. However, look at his body is still very good, not worse than those Korean long-legged oba. With such a body, I believe that the face will not be difficult to see anywhere. However, Dong Roland's heart suddenly surged with a strange feeling. This person, how does he feel? A bit like Yi Chen? But when she thought about it carefully, she felt that it was unlikely. Yi Chen was the son-in-law of the Xiao family. What was the strength of the Xiao family? Not even a hair of the Yi family could compare. If Yi Chen was really the Yi family's youngest, how could he possibly inhabit this chicken coop of the Xiao family? It seemed like he must have overthought it. On the following day, Dong Roland arrived at the Imperial Hao group early in the morning. Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue personally handled her induction. Wang Dongxue took her around the administrative department and introduced her to the job functions before saying, "Roland, if there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask me directly or come to my office directly." Dong Roland nodded gratefully and tentatively asked, "Vice Director Wang, I wonder if I have the opportunity to meet the chairman. After all, I will be in charge of the company's administrative affairs in the future. And if I don't know the chairman, I'm afraid that I might accidentally neglect him." Wang Dongxue was instantly alert. Yi Chen had instructed himself the day before yesterday to pay more attention to this Dong Roland, and Dong Roland inquired about the chairman as soon as she arrived. So it seemed that it was really a little bit uncomplicated. I wondered what this pretty girl's intentions were for coming all the way to Imperial Palace Group. She said to Dong Roland, "Our chairman rarely comes to the company, but if he does, I'll talk to him, and I'll let you know if he's willing to see you." Dong Roland was a little disappointed in her heart, but she still smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Deputy Director Wang." When Wang Dongxue returned to her office, she reported this matter to Yi Chen. Once Yi Chen heard that Dong Roland had just reported to the company and wanted to meet with himself, his heart instantly became more alert. This woman was really here for herself. What exactly was her purpose? Wanting to get close to herself? Was she trying to harm herself? Or was she trying to seduce her? Regardless of which purpose she had, it made Yi Chen feel somewhat disgusted. So he decided to have as little contact with Dong Roland as possible, much less let her know his true identity. On the evening of Dong Roland's joining, Yi Chen's wife, Xiao Churan, specially booked a seat in a high-class hotel and prepared to treat her to a meal. Yi Chen, as Xiao Churan's husband, naturally had to accompany her. This made Yi Chen a little depressed. He was just about to distance himself from Dong Roland, and then he had to eat with her again at night. However, depressed as he was still ready to follow Xiao Churan to the restaurant. However, when he arrived at the hotel, Yi Chen realized that what Xiao Churan had ordered was actually the Buckingham Palace Hotel Sky Garden. The Sky Garden banquet hall was usually mainly used to receive high-end guests, so it never provided any nature of chartered services. But Yi Chen booked a chartered venue here on the day of the wedding anniversary, which was still unprecedented for Buckingham Palace. Today was only 3 days away from the wedding anniversary. The entrance of the Buckingham Palace Hotel had already placed a large and eye-catching notice. 3 days later the Sky Garden will have a private venue for your guests. At that time, all guests will be thanked for their use. Please pardon me. Everyone who saw this notice was shocked. Someone has chartered the Buckingham Palace's Sky Garden? This is something that is never offered as a chartered service. It is said that the children of several big leaders in the city wanted to hold their wedding banquets here, but they were all rejected without exception. In the end, what kind of person has the face to be able to bag the entire Sky Garden from Buckingham Palace? Xiao Churan also saw this eye-catching tip. Surprised, oops, the Sky Garden was even wrapped? This is too unbelievable. Yi Chen laughed on the side. What's so unbelievable? The banquet hall, doesn't it still allow people to pack it? You don't understand, Xiao Churan seriously said. This Buckingham Palace is not our local business, is the world's chain of top hotels. Their Sky Garden is one of their own characteristics, only for high-end guests. If the open package, today this big shot package a game, tomorrow that big shot package a game, other high-end guests cannot be normal use, so they simply do not open the venue to the public. Saying that, Xiao Churan couldn't help but sigh. I don't know what this person's background is, to be able to charter this place. It's really awesome. Yi Chen deliberately smiled and said, maybe it's a person who loves his wife and wants to organize a wedding for her. Xiao Churan said in surprise, throwing a wedding for his wife here? Then he should love his wife very much, and his wife is really happy. Chapter 33, Getting Together. Hearing his wife say this, Yi Chen was very happy in his heart. It seemed that the place he had chosen would definitely satisfy his wife on their wedding anniversary. The two of them arrived at the Sky Garden, sat down at their reserved seats, and Dong Roland soon arrived as well. Charan, Ruo Lin, the two girlfriends hugged each other at once, overflowing with happiness. Afterward, the two of them held hands and chatted about the past for a long time before they gradually calmed down. Dong Roland said, Charan, you're also too wasteful, right? You even chose to eat in the Sky Garden. Xiao Churan smiles and says, you're here, then I definitely need to hemorrhage money. Dong Roland smiles cheekily. You're really worthy of being my good girlfriend. Xiao Churan said, to tell you the truth, I'm not even qualified to order a meal here. This seat is still my request to Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of the Imperial Group, to help book it, using her membership card. Dong Roland exclaimed, the Sky Garden seems to have particularly high requirements. It has to be a diamond member or something, right? Aha. Xiao Churan nodded and said, honestly it's my first time coming up here. Dong Roland smiled and said, thank you so much, my good Churan. After saying that, she added, by the way, when I came up just now, I saw a notice outside saying that the Sky Garden is being chartered after 3 days? Right, Xiao Churan said. It's so strange. In the past, the Sky Garden never accepted packages. I don't know what happened this time. Dong Roland nodded and said in passing, a while ago, there was a godly rich man from Jinling on the short video platform. Buying a necklace brought more than a dozen Rolls Royces, dozens of black-clothed men and more than 10 million in cash. Did you guys watch that video? Yi Chen shook his head, while Xiao Churan said, I watched it. The row was quite big. Dong Roland said, everyone is guessing who he really is. Xiao Churan said, what's there to guess? Dong Roland laughed. Gossip. Everyone wants to know who is so overbearing, and some people say it should be the new chairman of the Imperial Hao Group. Yi Chen's expression on the side was instantly stunned. However, it quickly returned to normal. Dong Roland went on to say, today, the Sky Garden of Buckingham Palace has been wrapped up again, and I feel that the one who wrapped up the Sky Garden, and the one who bought the jadeite in the video, should be the same person. Xiao Churan helplessly exclaimed, after not seeing you for so long, you are still so gossipy. Dong Roland smiled and said, gossip is a woman's survival drive. Saying that, Dong Roland added, 3 days later, I'm going to come here to see what kind of person has such a big face that they can pack down the Sky Garden. When Yi Chen, who was on the side, heard this, his head was suddenly huge. He just wanted to give his wife a surprise, wanted to make up for the wedding that he didn't honor back then, but he didn't want to be noticed by everyone at once. However, he seemed to have underestimated the influence of the Sky Garden. It was estimated that there were a lot of people in Jinling right now who had the same idea as Dong Roland, and they all wanted to see who had chartered the Sky Garden. This was going to be a bit tricky. He had to say hello to Richard Chen in advance, make all the preparations in advance, and no matter what, he couldn't reveal his identity. During the meal, Dong Roland said to the two of them, "This time when we came to Jinling, I made an appointment with our former classmates as well, and we all said that we are ready to take advantage of this opportunity to have a class reunion. What do you two think?" Yi Chen immediately said, "If you guys are having a class reunion, I won't participate." "Why?" Dong Roland said, "Although we are not four-year college classmates, but at least we have 1 year of classmate love." When Yi Chen was first taken in by the Xiao family's old man, in order to let him and Xiao Churan get to know each other in advance, the old man sent him to Jinling University, where he was in the same class as Xiao Churan for 1 year of his senior year. After graduating from their senior year, the two got married immediately. However, Yi Chen had only been with those classmates for 1 year, and most of them had been looking down on themselves, and they didn't have much friendship, so when he heard about things like class reunions, he wasn't interested at all. Xiao Churan also didn't really want to participate in the reunion, so she said, "Yi Chen and I won't go. I don't have much contact with most of my classmates after graduation." Dong Roland hurriedly said, "The reason for this reunion is that Wang Daokuan, who is in the class, has opened a restaurant, which will be open tomorrow, and he is asking everyone to go to his restaurant and have a meal together," said Dong Roland and said, "You see people opening big, do not go is not appropriate, right?" As soon as the words fell, all three people's cell phones rang with a WeChat. Immediately after that, many WeChats crackled and popped up. Everyone took out their own cell phones to see. It turned out to be Wang Daokuan pulled a group of classmates. This group quickly to more than 30 people. Wang Daokuan said in the group, "All the old classmates, I invested in a small hotel, will be officially open tomorrow at noon. The hotel in Jinling, please Jinling's classmates to come over to enjoy a flash. Everyone as a class reunion, just in time. One of the two golden flowers of our class, Dong Roland, also came to work in Jinling. She will also attend the party. It is said that Roland is still single. The singles in the group can seize the time to get down." Immediately afterward, a whole bunch of people behind them replied, "Wow, congratulations, Aya, Roland came to Jinling? How come I didn't hear about it? We'll definitely be there. Where's Xiao Churan, the other golden flower in our class? Is she coming? I heard that Churan is with Yi Chen, the new student in our class. I heard that Yi Chen has joined the Xiao family. I heard that too. I don't know if it's true or not. I haven't seen the two of them since I graduated. I heard that they are just going through the motions of a couple, famous but not real. I don't know if it's true or not." Xiao Churan saw these contents and said to Yi Chen, "Don't take it to heart." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "It's fine. What they said is also the actual situation. I've long gotten used to it." Dong Roland hurriedly said in the group, "You guys don't gossip about people indiscriminately. I'm having dinner with the other couple right now. They are so in love." "Aya, it's Roland." A whole bunch of lickers quickly gathered around. At this time, someone in the group at Yi Chen. It was the group master Wang Daokuan. "Yi Chen, although you came to our class for a relatively short period of time, but our brother and sister had a pretty good relationship at school. Tomorrow you and your wife must be there." Yi Chen's impression of Wang Daokuan is not bad. This person is really quite good. See who are very peaceful, and never randomly ridicule and sarcasm others. Can be considered as a small number of relations with the classmates is not bad. Seeing him say so, Yi Chen immediately replied, "Good, tomorrow must go over to support the scene." Wang Daokuan immediately said, "That's really great. Let's definitely get together tomorrow." Chapter 34, Pretend with Me? Seeing that Yi Chen agreed to the class reunion, Xiao Churan reminded Yi Chen, saying, "People Wang Daokuan restaurant is opening. We have to prepare some gifts. We can't go empty-handed." Yi Chen nodded and said, "I'll go buy a gift for him tomorrow morning." "Okay," Xiao Churan said, "It's just as well that I have to go to Imperial Group tomorrow morning." Dong Roland asked in surprise, "You're coming to Imperial Palace tomorrow morning? Then come and find me when you're done, just so I can rub your car together at noon and go to Wang Daokuan's restaurant." Xiao Churan laughed. "Then you're playing a crooked game. I don't have a car. I usually take a taxi or public transportation. Sometimes Yi Chen rides an electric bike to pick me up and drop me off." "Ha," Dong Roland said offhandedly, "you're a director and you haven't bought a car yet." Xiao Churan said, "I haven't been working for long, and I haven't earned much money. Usually I have expenses with Yi Chen, and I have to pay my mom's living expenses, and I only have a few $1,000s left in my hand in a month, which is enough to buy a car." Saying that, Xiao Churan added, "Also to be honest, I think the bus is quite convenient, and if the weather is good, it's not bad to take Yi Chen's electric car." Dong Roland said seriously, Sometimes you need to pay attention to a little bit of platitude. You are now after all the director of the Xiao Group, and a partner that directly buttresses the cooperation with Imperial Palace. if you don't even have a car, you will be gossiped about. Yi Chen also felt that Dong Wolin was right. His wife had always been too frugal, and most of the money she earned had been given to his mother-in-law, so she had always treated herself poorly. The mother-in-law is a brave man who only eats and does not pull. He saved more than $1 million to invest in unreliable financial management, but also did not say to take out 200,000 or 300,000 to buy a car for his daughter to open. Thinking of this, he felt that he had to buy a car for his wife, so that, after she went out to do business is also convenient. Talk to people about business is more face. Make up your mind. He decided to go to the 4S store tomorrow morning to take a look. After dinner, the two of them took a taxi home together after saying goodbye to Dong Wolin. The cab driver was listening to a novel on the radio, only to suddenly insert the news that the Buckingham Palace Sky Garden had been chartered, and the hosts who were broadcasting the novel were all discussing the matter on their programs. The host marveled. Buckingham Palace, this is still the first time ever. The first time to make an exception will be the entire Sky Garden chartered out. I am also very curious. In the end, what can have such a big face? The cab driver also followed. If I look at it, the person who wrapped the Sky Garden must be the godly tycoon on the short video platform. Yi Chen didn't chime in, but in his heart, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seemed that the news that the Sky Garden on the topmost floor of the Buckingham Palace Hotel had been wrapped up by someone had really caused a sensation in the entire Jinling after the news was spread. This night, this matter continued to ferment in the entire Jinling. Soon, it was all over the city and no one knew about it. Everyone knows that the Buckingham Palace Hotel adopts a membership system, and only senior members have the opportunity to use the Sky Garden. As for the charter, there is no need to think about it. Diamond members do not have this qualification. Therefore, who actually chartered the Sky Garden has instantly become a big event that everyone is curious about. There were rumors that the one who had chartered the Sky Garden was the godly tycoon who had set the country on fire on the short video platform. There are also people who say that the person who chartered the Sky Garden is an overseas tycoon. Some people even said that the package of the Sky Garden is a mysterious identity of the man. The reason why he packaged this place is to hold a grand and romantic wedding. Sure enough, it was still the third rumor that was more convincing. For a while, the neighborhood once again set off a considerable wave. After countless women heard it, they were even more envious and jealous of it. People have speculated, in the end, which woman is so happy, so that people can be able to overnight smash millions, package the entire Sky Garden, to show her love. Many people were looking forward to that day coming quickly so that they could come here to find out what was going on. In order to avoid revealing his identity, Yi Chen specially instructed Richard Chen to make some special modifications to the entire Sky Garden, and at the same time, he was also looking forward to the arrival of the day of his wedding anniversary in his heart. He, on the day of his wedding anniversary, was going to give Xiao Churan a magnificent wedding. Early the next morning, Yi Chen left the house early and headed to the 4S store. He had a $10 billion bank card in his hand, which he hadn't used much until now. This time, he was going to buy Xiao Churan a luxury sedan that could be up to scratch. He himself wanted to, in one step, buy her a Rolls-Royce, but on second thought, he was afraid that such an expensive car would not be easy to explain to her. Moreover, Xiao Churan's character has always been low-key. Even if she has such an expensive car, she is afraid that she would not be willing to drive out. So he decided to buy his wife a $500,000 or so business sedan. Face, but not too ostentatious, and also more practical. Cuts, bumps will not be so heartbreaking. Thinking of this, he is ready to buy his wife an Audi S6. Now talking about business people are driving S6. The car face is very full. An S6 is a lengthened business car, very suitable for his wife to drive. Came to the Audi 4S store, parked his own small donkey in front of the door. He took a step and went in. Inside a few shopping guides saw a guest. Immediately two people ready to welcome up. A woman at the back hurriedly said, "Oops, this man rode an electric bicycle, probably to rub air conditioning or Wi-Fi. Don't pay attention to him." Once they heard that he came on an electric bicycle, the others instantly lost interest. Recently, the weather is hot. There are always poor people running over early to rub the air conditioning, sometimes also particularly shameless to the exhibition car to sit in. Sit in the car will not come down, and finally can only send out the security guards to catch up, so that these sales are not overjoyed. Yi Chen rode an electric car, wearing a stall goods. Here really is not conspicuous, looking like a person who can afford to buy Audi. No one pay attention to himself. Yi Chen also does not matter. He came directly to the A6 sedan exhibition area to look at, and found that the car is priced from 300,000 to more than 600,000 yuan. More than 600,000 yuan is the model is the A6 top, lengthening the executive edition. To be honest, the car looks really good. The price of more than 600,000 is not too expensive. Xiao Churan should be able to accept. So he opened his mouth and greeted, "Is there a new car for this top spec A6? I want to pick it up now." The guides all looked at him like a little cutie. One of them said contemptuously, "Have you seen the price? Isn't it missing a zero?" Yi Chen frowned at him. $61,800. I saw it. The man sneered. You saw it and you're still yelling? Can you afford it? In a moment, the list will be open for you to swipe your card. So many people are watching. You can't take it out. How humiliating. Yi Chen asked in a cold voice. Are you sick? Did you go out in the morning without taking your medication? Do you want me to call 120 to call an ambulance to pull you away? The man grunted. Che, don't get cocky with me, believe it or not. I'll let the security guards kick you out? A poor bastard who rubs air conditioning and Wi-Fi. Still pretending with me? Chapter 35 Dressing up as a pig to eat a tiger. Yi Chen smiled instead of being angry and asked him, if you sell one of this car, how much can you withdraw? The other party said contemptuously, I can withdraw $10,000. Yi Chen nodded. Very well, you lost $10,000. After saying that, Yi Chen turned around and went out the door. He just met the manager of this store coming in, and the other person's badge had the word sales manager, Wang Haiba written on it. So Yi Chen asked him, are you the person in charge here? Right. Wang Haiba nodded. What are your needs? Yi Chen pointed at the sales just now and said to him, you'd better fire that sales. His presence here will only delay your forest store's business. When that person heard that, he rushed over and said, Manager Wang, don't listen to him. This person is sick. It's just the hangers-on who came to rub the internet and air conditioning. Yi Chen laughed. Whether I'm a hangman or not, you guys just wait and see. After saying that, he immediately went out and went directly to the BMW showroom next door. As soon as he arrived at the BMW store, Yi Chen saw one of the most luxurious BMW 760, which was the top of the BMW 7 Series, and was the most expensive model of BMW, bar none. The BMW 760 is a 12-cylinder engine, extremely powerful, and the car is also a luxurious mess. He was also a bit of a gambler. Didn't these idiots from Audi look down on him? Fine. Then I will buy a top-of-the-line BMW to show you guys. Anyway, the master has plenty of money. So, he directly greeted a BMW sales, asked, this 760, can you directly lift it? The other girl froze. Brother, this car just arrived at the showroom today. Are you sure you want to buy? Right. Yi Chen nodded. I'm sure. Take me to swipe my card. Ah, this car is $2.5 million. The other party was simply confused. He had been selling cars for quite a long time, and had never seen a guest who came straight in and asked for a credit card without saying anything. This big brother would not be here to tease himself, right? Yi Chen laughed. I know. I see the price. You just say you sell or not sell it. Sell, sell, sell. Of course sell. The little girl said happily. Then you this side please. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen was led by the other party, swiping the card, paying, and lifting the car, all in one go. When the 2,600,000 plus BMW 760 drove out, the people in the Audi store looked dumbfounded. Yi Chen drove the BMW 760 directly to the door of the Audi store, and then opened the trunk and loaded his electric car into it, which drove away in a big way. The guide who looked down on Yi Chen was dumbfounded, and the manager next to him, Wang Haiba, said with a cold face, go to the personnel side and hand over. You're fired. Manager. Scram. Other Audi store employees were also scared silly. Mama. No one thought that the person riding an electric bike was so arrogant. More than $2,600,000 of cars, even said to buy. The guide who looked down on Yi Chen was even more regretful. He not only missed a big customer, missed tens of thousands of commission, but also lost his job. If he had known this, he would not have killed himself to look down on others. On this side, when Yi Chen drove the BMW 760 out, he felt that he was a little impulsive just now. He is not heartbroken about the money, mainly because this car is too expensive. How can he explain to Xiao Churan, $2,600,000, it can't fall from the sky, right? Thinking about it, an excellent idea suddenly popped up in his head. Afterwards, he drove to the roadside car repair store, spend $20, let the boss of the BMW 760 logo, replaced with a BMW 520. BMW 5 Series and 7 Series look very similar. The difference is mainly in the interior. The general public from the appearance is very difficult to distinguish, mainly by the tail mark to distinguish. The 520 is the lowest in the 5 Series, with average power, average handling, and average in all aspects. 760 is the highest match in the 7 Series. Extremely strong power, extremely strong handling, all aspects are very strong. Yi Chen drove the 760 labeled with the 520 logo, and secretly thought in his heart, Xiao Churan doesn't know much about cars, and doesn't have much research on cars, so if he tells her that this is a BMW 520, she shouldn't be able to recognize it. The owner of the car repair store looked straight, smacked his lips, and said, "This guy looks quite honest. I did not expect the heart so pregnant." Deliberately changed the top 760 into 520. Must be thinking of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Right. After buying the car, Chen thought of today's noon is the opening of Wang Daoquan's restaurant. He had to prepare a gift. Thinking that Wang Daoquan is also the only classmate who treated him well during his college years, he drove directly to a large art and literature consignment shop and spent 200,000 yuan on a pair of early paintings by Huang Shen, a painter from the Qing dynasty. Huang Shen was not too famous, so the general public could not recognize his paintings. The reason why he bought such a pair of ancient paintings: on the one hand, he felt that he should send a weighty gift to Wang Daoquan, but on the other hand, he didn't want to let others know how much the painting was worth. He thought, if others asked, he casually said it was a few $1,000s, will be confused. After buying the painting, Chen called his wife, Xiao Churan, and told her that he was going to pick her up from the Imperial group, as well as Dong Roland. Visible face. Xiao Churan realized that Chen actually drove a BMW 5 Series. She looked at Chen with a dumbfounded card and asked in surprise, "Where did this car come from?" Chen laughed. "I bought it for you." "You bought it?" Xiao Churan was even more surprised. "Where did you get the money?" "Private money," Chen said. "Look, I've been in the Xiao family for so long, and I didn't spend a penny on my marriage, so I've been eating, living, and using the Xiao family for years. So what's so strange about saving up some of my own money?" Xiao Churan said. "But it's good for you to save money for your own use. Why did you buy such an expensive car? It costs $400,000, right?" Chen laughed. "You are my wife. If I don't give you my personal money, who will I give it to? Is it going to be used outside for a mistress? Besides, you're a director now, and if you don't have a car that's worthy of your name, people will laugh at you." At this time, Dong Roland also opened her mouth and said, "Churan, you do need a business car. This car is quite suitable for you. People, Chen has you in his heart. You should be happy." Xiao Churan nodded her head, very touched, and said, "Chen, thank you." Chen gently shook her hand and said with a smile, "Why are you still so polite with your husband?" After saying that, he greeted the two and said, "Let's go directly to Wang Daoquan's restaurant." Xiao Churan hurriedly asked, "Did you buy him a gift?" "Bought it," Chen said. "I bought him a painting." "A painting?" Xiao Churan asked curiously. "What painting?" Chen said, "It's the kind of antique paintings sold in the antique street. I see the painting is a pomegranate plant, meaning many children, many riches, many blessings, but it's quite good, so I bought it." Xiao Churan asked, "How much money to buy a few $1,000s?" Xiao Churan nodded and laughed. "Then it's possible that you're being punked. A few $1,000s can't buy any real ancient paintings." Chen smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. It's mainly a token of appreciation. The gift is light." Xiao Churan nodded approvingly and said, "You're right. It's mainly a token of affection. Let's go straight there now." Chapter 36. Compare Wang Daoquan's new hotel. In the development zone of Jinling City. The development zone is relatively far from the city, and sparse. Chen some wonder why Wang Daoquan chose to open the hotel here. But listen to Xiao Churan said. The development zone recently to move into a few large manufacturing enterprises, including Foxconn and other large companies will be stationed, will soon be lively. So Wang Daoquan now opened the hotel here. In fact, is still very wise. Wang Daoquan's restaurant, in a wide new street side, looks not small. There are upper and lower 2 floors. The name of the hotel is called Yulai Restaurant, and it looks like there are a few moods. Chen drove the car to the entrance of the hotel. The door has been parked in a row of cars. There are several people are standing in front of a golden BMW sedan smoking and chatting. These people Chen recognized are the former college classmates, but these people with their own cannot have much friendship. The leader of the man Chen also remembered, named Wang Tengfei, at that time as the class more famous rich second generation, has been on the idea of Xiao Churan. Just Xiao Churan to him completely do not buy the account. At this time, Wang Tengfei leaned on the side of the golden BMW, accepting the compliments of his classmates. A few male classmates on his new BMW sedan commented, exclaimed, "Fei brother, you can be a real winner in life. How long it is only after graduation. You drive on the BMW. It seems like it's still a BMW 540, isn't it? 5 Series top of the line?" Wang Tengfei laughed and said, 540. It's just a $700,000 or $800,000 car. It's nothing. 540. This is the most expensive imported car of the 5 Series. Hey, I want to buy a 200,000 BMW 1 Series. Cannot come up with enough money for the down payment. Compared to Brother Fei to really poor. Brother Fei, the power of your car must be very fierce, right? Wang Tengfei said with a smile. Okay, the power is relatively strong, generally on the street to meet no opponent. Really awesome. If only I could have a BMW sedan. My girlfriend thinks I can't afford to buy a car every day. It's annoying as hell. At this time, someone with sharp eyes saw another BMW. Surprised, oops, this BMW is also our classmate's? Ouch. Isn't this Chen that stinky hangman? The one sitting on the passenger side seems to be Xiao Churan. Damn, this guy who eats soft rice even drove a BMW, must be dipped in Xiao Churan's light. Wang Tingfei also saw Chen in the car and said with a somewhat gloomy expression, so it's this punk. Damn, he really has a good life. At this time, someone asked, hey, how many series of BMW is he driving? It just so happens that Chen at this time drove the car to the neighborhood, and then reversed into the parking space. Wang Tingfei took a look at the 520 on the tail mark, and immediately laughed contemptuously. Che, 520 ah, 5 series of the lowest beggars edition. Only the swollen face of the hangers-on to drive this model. Next to a person immediately nodded. Said, Fei brother, you this is the top 5 series. He this is the cheapest 5 series. Compared with you have to be a lot worse, right? Wang Tingfei snorted coldly between his nostrils. I can buy both of them with this one. Still, brother Fei is great. At this time, Chen parked his car and Xiao Churan and Dong Wolin walked down first. A few boys immediately looked straight in the eyes and greeted each other in a swarm. Oops, the 2 golden flowers of our class are here together. Xiao Churan and Dong Wolin politely greeted everyone. Wang Tingfei looked at the now even more gorgeous Xiao Churan. His heart was extremely unbalanced. Damn it, on what grounds? When he was in college, he desperately pursued Xiao Churan, but she didn't care about him at all. Now, she even married a house son-in-law. A waste of time who eats soft rice. God is really blind. Thinking of this, he sneered and sneered. Chen, you're in the family of Churan. Your treatment seems to be very good. You're driving a BMW. It's bought by Churan's family, right? You're really a role model for men of my generation to take shortcuts. When Xiao Churan heard this, her expression was a bit unhappy. Dong Wolin on the side immediately said, Wang Tingfei, you've got it wrong. This car wasn't bought by Churan's family. It was bought by Chen himself. Ouch. Wang Tingfei skimmed his lips. Awesome. You're driving a BMW 5 Series. After saying that, he deliberately provoked Chen. I said Chen, there are not many cars here in the development zone. The entrance avenue is wide and straight. Why don't we both drive up and compare who is faster? Chen frowned, looking at Wang Tingfei heart some anger. Nothing to find me trouble to do? I don't have any friendship with you, and I don't have any quarrels. Besides, whose car is faster than mine? This is my BMW 760 ah. The most expensive is also the fastest BMW model. You compare with me. It seems that I bully children. Wang Tingfei thought he was afraid. Immediately sneered, I say Chen, why are you still the same as when you were in college? Ah, what are you afraid of? You don't want to give up this bit of gasoline? Big deal. I'll just add a tank of gas for you. Dong Wolin protested with some dissatisfaction. Hey, Wang Tingfei, what do you mean? Your car is a BMW 540, and Chen's is a 520. The power difference is several grades. Is it fair to compare who runs faster? Wang Tingfei shrugged his shoulders. The car mainly depends on the technology. Good car may not run fast, but also depends on the technology and courage. I do not know whether Chen has the courage to compare with me. If you are scared, then forget it. Anyway, Chen this person has not been able to get on the stage. We all know. A few people beside him immediately chimed in. That's right, if you're afraid, just say so, there's no shame. Chen laughed instead of being angry and said, Wang Tingfei, it's okay to compare, but we can't just compare with our mouths, right? It's best to come with some color, otherwise how meaningless is it? Good. Wang Tingfei was worried that Chen wouldn't fall for it. Suddenly he heard him mentioning the colorful head, and immediately decided that he was playing dead, and said offhandedly, let's do it this way. Whoever loses will kneel on the ground and kowtow to the other party to admit their mistake. How do you think about that? Chen shook his head. All adults, don't play such a childish game. At this time, Wang Daokuan, who was wearing a suit, walked out holding a large tray of firecrackers. Seeing Chen coming, he immediately went forward excitedly and said, Iya Chen, you're here. Chen nodded and smiled faintly at him, saying, congratulations on the opening of your new store. Ah, Daokuan. Wang Daokuan smiled and said, thanks brother. Wang Tingfei coldly said at this time, Chen, don't digress. Say, what colorful prize do you think is appropriate? Wang Daokuan asked curiously, what's going on? What are you guys doing? Chen smiled faintly and looked at the large tray of firecrackers in his arms and asked him, Daokuan, how many rings are these firecrackers for you? 30,000 rings. Wang Daokuan laughed. This tray of firecrackers is not cheap. Full of red. More than 600 a tray. Yi Chen nodded and said to Wang Tingfei, let's do it this way, let's have a match. Whoever loses, will put this disc of firecrackers in his car and light it up. What do you think? Chapter 37 Can't Afford to Lose? When Wang Tingfei heard this, he couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. His own car was 540. Yi Chen's car was 520. Even if he was exhausted, there was no way he could win. He dared to bet so much with himself. 30,000 firecrackers were placed in the car and ignited. Then the car was going to be in a bad way. Basically the interior, seats, and console would all be blown to bits. Since Yi Chen was looking for death himself, it was really a good opportunity to humiliate him for nothing. Thus, Wang Tingfei nodded his head with almost no hesitation and shouted, everyone be a witness. I'll compete with Yi Chen to see whose car drives faster, and the loser will put this disc of firecrackers in the car and light it up. After saying that, he added, whoever backs out and cheats, the whole family will die. A few male students next to him immediately began to coax, and when the students upstairs heard about this kind of thing, they all poured out as well, and 20 to 30 people gathered around the door waiting to watch the show. Everyone thought that Yi Chen was a little cute. How dare 520 call out to 540? This is all a big straight road, whose car drives fast, has little to do with technology, depends entirely on the performance of the car. A 520, even for Schumacher to drive, it is impossible to overtake 540. It seemed that Yi Chen's brand new BMW 520 would soon be declared obsolete. Xiao Churan also kept persuading Yi Chen, saying, Yi Chen, don't let him provoke you, he's doing it on purpose, let's not compare with him. Yi Chen smiled faintly, don't worry wife, your husband will never lose. Wang Tingfei laughed loudly, Yi Chen, other than that, I admire your guts, ha ha ha, since it's like this, let's cut the crap and drive straight to the competition. Good. Yi Chen nodded and asked him, how do you say we compare? Wang Tingfei pointed to the intersection at the end of the road and said, let's start at the same time. See who gets to that intersection first and then turns around and comes back. 1 to 1. Whoever comes back first wins. What do you say? Yi Chen laughed. No problem. Good. Wang Tingfei said excitedly, everyone be a witness. We'll start the race right away. With that, he got into his BMW 540 and drove to the main road. Yi Chen ignored Xiao Churan's obstruction and drove his car next to Wang Tingfei's, with the front ends of the two cars aligned. At this time, a good boy laughed and said, let me count down for you guys. Good. Wang Tingfei laughed. Start when you're ready. Yi Chen nodded and turned on the sport mode of his BMW 760. The BMW 760 used a 6.6-liter displacement, 585 horsepower engine. The BMW 540 next to it, on the other hand, used a 3.0-liter displacement, 340 horsepower engine. Displacement than the 760 is twice as small. Power is also 245 horsepower difference. Can be said to be a world of difference. However, Wang Tingfei didn't know that Yi Chen's 520 was actually a top-of-the-line 760, and he thought he had already won. The student in charge of the countdown excitedly shouted, ready, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the words fell, Wang Tingfei immediately pressed the gas pedal to the bottom. He knew that Yi Chen was bound to lose, but he wanted to make Yi Chen's loss even uglier. So, he would try to run a little faster himself. However, what he didn't expect was that on his right-hand side, a black shadow quickly rushed out and instantly left himself behind and far away. It was Yi Chen's BMW 520. Wang Tingfei could hardly believe his eyes. How is this possible? This is never possible. His BMW 520 only had 184 horsepower, while his own car, with 340 horsepower, was nearly twice as high as him. How could he pass him so easily? The watching students were also dumbfounded. No one expected that Yi Chen, who everyone thought was bound to lose, would be like an arrow off the string, instantly overtaking Wang Tingfei, and leaving him far behind in a flash. Wang Tingfei hadn't even reached the halfway point, but Yi Chen had already made a U-turn at the intersection at the end of the road. Just as Wang Tingfei was about to make a U-turn, Yi Chen had already driven his car back to the starting point. Yi Chen won, and he won by a crushing margin. Wang Tingfei had just turned around and came back, and when he saw that Yi Chen had already reached the finish line, his entire body almost collapsed. What's going on? What the is going on? When did the BMW 520 double the BMW 540? That's not true. This asshole must have modified his car. In hell, he's trying to screw me over with a modified car? Damn it. He gritted his teeth and drove the car back in front of the crowd. Yi Chen was already clapping with Xiao Churan to celebrate the victory. The surrounding students were all dumbfounded, and up to now they couldn't figure out why Yi Chen's 520 was so fast. Wang Tingfei stopped the car and angrily walked out roaring, "Damn, Yi Chen, you drove a modified car to cheat me, didn't you? This game doesn't count." The modified car has so much more power than me. How can I compare? Yi Chen laughed coldly. Hey, Wang Tingfei, just now it was you who said that power is not important. Skill and guts are more important. And now you're going to cheat if you lose? I didn't. Wang Tingfei's expression flashed with a hint of panic, and he said forcefully, you're the one who punked me, not me who cheated. Dong Roland said contemptuously, Wang Tingfei, you're really disgusting when you don't keep your words. Don't forget the poisonous oath you just swore. If anyone doesn't accept the bet, their whole family will die. That's it. Originally, many students who were waiting to see Yi Chen's jokes were now also dissatisfied with Wang Tingfei. They could see that this person really couldn't afford to lose. Such a big man. He had started something by himself, but he didn't dare to honor it himself. So someone opened his mouth. Wang Tingfei, this is meaningless. Everyone witnessed it. You yourself want to compare with others, Yi Chen, but also said that the power does not matter. Lost to cheat the whole family to die naked. Now you yourself want to cheat. It is not obvious that you would rather the whole family to die naked also do not honor the bet? Yes. A girl spoke up. Wang Tingfei, everyone used to think that you're particularly manly and unswerving, but I didn't expect that you'd be this kind of backtracking villain. Someone else said, I can kind of see what kind of person Wang Tingfei is. He is a double standard dog. If it was Yi Chen who lost, he definitely wouldn't let Yi Chen off easily. Now that he's lost, he's starting to play the scoundrel. What a piece of trash. Wang Tingfei's face was a shade of green and white. To be honest, he had just bought this car less than a month ago and had spent more than $700,000 before and after. If you really throw 30,000 firecrackers into it and light it up, then this car is going to be a disaster. This is his favorite car. I usually even a small scratch, dust are not allowed to appear. How can I throw the firecrackers into the ignition? However, so many students watching himself. Now he has obviously lost the hearts of the people. If he still insisted on playing tricks, then in the future the students will certainly not get along with him anymore. They would even go around saying that he had lost the bet and cheated, and that he would rather carry the curse of his entire family's death, but would never honor his bet. Thinking of this, his heart had already wavered. If he didn't light the firecracker, his reputation would be ruined. At this time, Yi Chen suddenly opened his mouth. Wang Tingfei, we are all classmates. Joking should not be taken seriously. Your car is quite expensive. If you can't afford to order it, don't order it. Wang Tingfei was instantly relieved. However, the surrounding students immediately talked. It's still Yi Chen who has a big temperament. Look at Wang Tingfei. What a disgrace. That's it. Yi Chen is seeing that he can't afford to lose and giving him a step down. Wang Tingfei's pride suddenly exploded, and he cursed angrily. Who the hell said I can't afford to lose? Where are the firecrackers? Give them to me. Since I can afford to gamble, I can naturally afford to lose. Yi Chen's mouth at this time wiped a hint of a conspiratorial smile. Chapter 38, It's all over. Wang Tingfei had lost his mind at this moment. He was not willing to be crushed by that punk Yi Chen in front of his classmates, so he crossed his heart, took the firecracker from Wang Daokuan and threw it directly into his car. Afterwards, he picked up the lighter, grabbed the fuse of the firecracker, and said in a cold voice, you guys give me a good look. Lao Zi is not someone who can't afford to lose, much less do I need Yi Chen's sympathy. With that, he immediately lit the lighter. The firecracker instantly ignited and crackled in the car. At first, the fire in the car could still be seen, but soon, the car was full of white smoke, and the sound of the constantly exploding firecrackers made Wang Tingfei's heart drip with blood, but made the students watching excited. Many students have long begun to take out their cell phones to video, ready to wait a while to send the whole process to the short video platform, so that netizens also look at this rare operation. 30,000 firecrackers continue to explode, and soon blew up the seat of the BMW 540, the seat filled with a large number of sponges, which can be flammable. In the firecracker gunpowder fueled, and immediately burned up the open fire. We did not expect the firecrackers will set the car on fire, and inside the white smoke filled, the fire cannot be seen at all. However, when the firecrackers almost exploded, the smoke began to disperse. The fire inside suddenly burst open, the entire carriage suddenly into a sea of fire. The scene of the students all screamed in shock. Wang Tingfei scared off the mouth, damn fire quickly put out the fire He thought, a firecracker at most the seats blown up, the interior blown. The big deal is to spend tens of thousands of their own, or even more than 100,000 to the car to recuperate a bit will be able to restore as before. However, never thought, firecrackers will burn in the car fire. He yelled fire, but who also had no way to help him empty-handed to extinguish the flames in the car. He panicked and dialed 119, and then watched in place in despair as his car fire is getting bigger and bigger, and ultimately fell into a sea of flames. When the fire truck came, the BMW 540 burned only the frame. From the frame, It is not even clear that this was once a BMW. Wang Tingfei sat paralyzed on the ground, despairing at his beloved BMW into ashes. Inner pain. If he had known that this was the case, even if he had killed himself, he would not have taken the initiative to provoke Yi Chen and compete with him. This is not only the face lost, but also the car also took in. Wang Daoquan didn't have much expression on his face, but in his heart, he felt quite funny and quietly gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. After that, he then said to Wang Tingfei, Tong Fei, don't be too upset. It's almost time. Why don't we go in first and eat? Wang Tingfei originally wanted to find a reason to directly leave, but on second thought, this would be too cheap for Yi Chen this. No matter what, his own car was ruined because of Yi Chen, so this field, he must find back before. So, he stood up and said in a calm manner, what do I have to be sad about? It's just a matter of willingness to gamble. A few of his classmates who flattered him also came up to agree. Brother Fei is so rich, what's a BMW worth? That's right, for Brother Fei, it's just an ordinary car. Everyone knows that Wang Tingfei wants to save face, so he stopped mentioning this matter and followed Wang Daoquan in to prepare for the opening ceremony. Inside the store, several tables of banquets have been set up in the hall, and on the small stage in front, there are banners celebrating the class reunion and the opening of the restaurant. Many classmates have sent congratulatory gifts. Yi Chen also took the ancient paintings he bought, walked to the front of Wang Daoquan and said, Congratulations Daoquan. This is a little opening congratulatory gift from our two families to you. Xiao Churan also smiled and said, Wang Daoquan, congratulations to you I wish you prosperity. Thank you. Wang Daoquan hurriedly thanked, and then came to Yi Chen's ear, and smiled cheaply with a fluttering brow. I see that your relationship with the class flower is very close unlike what the outside world says. When are you going to have a child? Xiao Churan heard the two whispering and couldn't help but blush, while Yi Chen laughed and said, Don't be so nosy, when the time comes, I'll tell you, and you won't be able to pay for it. That's that. Wang Daoquan nodded repeatedly and said, When the time comes, I will definitely give the child a big red envelope. At this time, a woman with heavy makeup and ordinary appearance came next to Wang Daoquan and opened her mouth to ask, Daoquan, what are these two? This is my college best friend, Iron Buddy, Yi Chen. This is our school flower Xiao Churan, who is now Yi Chen's wife. After Wang Daoquan introduced the two, he introduced the woman beside him and said, This is my fiancé, Lu Lily. He's the one who eats soft. Lu Lily blurted out, but quickly realized that she said it wrong, and quickly changed her words and laughed. I've been listening to Wang Daoquan mentioning you guys. The two of you are really talented and beautiful. Yi Chen pretended not to hear and handed the ancient painting to Lu Lily, saying, This is a little token of our appreciation. Lu Lily laughed and said, Just come, what gifts? Said, but hastily took the gift box. Yi Chen said, You two get busy first, let's find a place to sit first. Good. Wang Daoquan apologized. Sorry Yi Chen, there are too many classmates. They all need to be greeted. Yi Chen and Xiao Churan's side just left. Lu Lily hurriedly opened the gift box sent by Yi Chen and found that it was a scroll inside. Frowning, What is this classmate of yours sending? Wang Daoquan said, Can't you see? A painting cut. Lu Lily disdainfully skimmed his mouth, opened the scroll to take a look, said, What ragged thing, and old and rotten. I estimate that it is worth a couple $100. Wang Daoquan color, YouTube how much money to do what? Classmates sent, the gift is light and heavy. Lu Lily said, Come on, I tell you, in the future, such students less to come and go. Two people send such a point of rags, but not enough money to manage their meals. Wang Daoquan face gloomy, Lu Lily, you are so snobbish? Lu Lily instantly on fire. Wang Daoquan how do you speak? I'm a snob? I want to really snob. Will still find you this poor Don't forget, a large portion of this hotel's money is invested by my father. Wang Daoquan's expression was a little embarrassed, but he was also a little speechless. At this time, Wang Tingfei walked to the front of the two men. He had already recovered quite a bit from the burning of the car just now, and began to carry a formidable and bombastic stance again. Came to the front of the two. He directly handed over a thick red envelope, faintly said, Daoquan, your restaurant opening. I do not know what is appropriate to send you. Simply give you a big red envelope. Lu Lily while saying thank you, while panicked to receive a pinch on the hand. I know that there is less than $1 million or so, immediately fawned and said, really thank you. Wang Tingfei waved his hand and asked her, I see that just now Yi Chen also came to send gifts? What did he send? Lu Lily grunted and said, a pair of paintings. I don't know from which second-hand market dumped. It is estimated to be worth a couple $100. Wang Tingfei sneered, a hangman is a hangman after all. Chapter 39, Too Much of a Pretender. Yi Chen took his seat with Xiao Churan and Dong Ruolin, and Wang Tingfei followed him over and sat beside Dong Ruolin. As soon as he sat down, He smiled and asked Dong Roland, Roland, I heard that you've come to Jiling this time, and you're working in the Empire Group? Dong Roland nodded. I just joined. Wang Tingfei laughed. What a coincidence. My father is in the Imperial Hao Group. He is the deputy general manager of a department. When the time comes, I'll ask him to take care of you more. When these words came out, several people on the table exclaimed, Brother Fei, your dad is the deputy general manager of the Imperial Hao Group. Right. Wang Tingfei nodded and said, he was just promoted last year. Someone hurriedly complimented. A deputy general manager's annual salary is several $1 million, right? That's so awesome. No wonder your family is so rich. Wang Tingfei smiled and said, several million is just the salary. My dad's authority is very big. There are still some other incomes. Now the Imperial Group is doing the hotel project. This project down. My dad can earn at least $1 to $2 million. A male student sitting across from him hurriedly asked, Brother Fei, I also want to enter the Imperial Palace Group. I've put in my resume several times without any news. Can you talk to uncle to see if you can help me with an internal recommendation? Wang Tingfei nodded and said cheerfully, okay, turn around and send your resume to me on WeChat. I'll say hello to him. Chen couldn't help but frown. He really didn't know that the original Wang Tingfei's father was actually an executive of the Imperial Hao Group. This was a bit interesting. Then he himself would send a text message to Wang Dongxue later and ask her to fire Wang Tingfei's dad. So he deliberately asked, Wang Tingfei, since your dad is so capable in the Imperial Hao Group, how come he didn't get you in? Wang Tingfei sneered disdainfully. What do you know? There's no point in me getting into the Imperial Hao Group. It's not like I can hide my father-son relationship. I'll be watched all the time if I go in. Saying that, Wang Tingfei arrogantly said, so I don't even consider the Imperial Hao Group. I got a building materials company now. When the time comes, I will directly cooperate with the Imperial Hao Group through my father, and take the order of the building materials supply of the Imperial Hao Group. I'll go. Someone exclaimed. Then wouldn't you be making a lot of money? Wang Tingfei grunted. It's okay, a year down, should be able to earn 1,000 million. Saying that, he deliberately looked at Chen and asked, Chen, what kind of work are you doing now? It's not like you've been washing and cooking since you joined the family, right? The others on the table burst into laughter. Chen faintly said, every day, besides washing clothes and cooking, I also have to transport my wife to work, give her a back massage, and live a joyful life. Wang Tingfei's lungs are going to explode. This face is so rightful. The face can be really thick. Restraining his anger, he gritted his teeth and said, Chen, I didn't expect you to eat soft rice and still eat it peacefully. Or else, Chen shamelessly said, I didn't steal. I didn't rob. I ate soft rice based on my ability. Why don't I have peace of mind? The surrounding students looked dumbfounded. They have seen shameless, but they have not seen such a shameless. The key is, everyone's heart is still very envious. After all, Xiao Churan's looks were really too beautiful, and to be able to eat the soft rice of such a goddess-level woman was something that so many people could only dream of. Envy and jealousy. If you have the chance to serve a beautiful woman like Xiao Churan, what's the point of being a son-in-law? Being a son-in-law is also a life winner. Wang Tingfei was choked to death. Right at this moment, Wang Daoquan's wife, Lu Lily, suddenly ascended the stage. After thanking everyone for their appreciation with a smile on her face, she said, thank you all for giving us a lot of gifts today. It makes me and Daoquan very touched. In order to show our gratitude to you all, we have decided to announce the breakdown of the gifts given here. Thank you all again. Since today is the opening ceremony, the link of reporting gifts is naturally indispensable. Originally Wang Daoquan did not want to do this, but in fact he does not have much say, can only let Lu Lily do whatever she wants. But many students are not surprised, because people have a kind of comparison to show off the psychological, who sent what next, we all see in the eyes, can judge the old classmates into the community after mixing how. Afterwards, Lu Lily began to call the roll. Thank you to classmate Zhang Jia for the 1,000 yuan red packet. Thank you classmate Wang Bei for sending a pair of golden dollars. Thank you to classmate Su Oyu for sending a jade piwei. Thank you to student Wang Tingfei for the 10,000 yuan red packet. The first few gifts, whether red packets or gifts, mostly in the market value of about 1,000 yuan, suddenly arrived at Wang Tingfei here. All of a sudden gave 10,000 yuan red packets, suddenly stunned a crowd of students. Opening ceremony only, with 10,000 yuan red packets. This handwriting is also too big. Many people looked at Wang Tingfei in awe, praising him for his atmosphere. Wang Tingfei is also a face of complacency. It seems that he easily in these students topped. At this time, Lu Lily added, thank you Chen and Xiao Churan couple for sending an old painting. When these words came out, the crowd all laughed. Old painting? Can it be worth $100? No? These two are too stingy. right? The opening of Wang Daokuan restaurant. So a sumptuous banquet, per capita meal alone must be a few $100s. You two couples over to dine. Just send a pair of old paintings? Not afraid of being laughed at? Wang Tingfei also sneered and ridiculed. Yi Chen, you can afford to buy a BMW 520, but also can afford to modify. How old school restaurant opening? You only send such a broken thing? Yi Chen laughed lightly. You don't know where it came from. What makes you say it's rags? Wang Tingfei laughed shamefully. Don't think I don't know what you're playing at. Just wanting to buy that raggedy fake antique to pass it off as something good so that people can't figure out how much it's really worth. Saying that, he then aggressively said, tell me the truth. How much did you pay for that old painting? 100 or 80? Yi Chen smiled faintly. That pair of paintings? It's worth more than all the things given away by everyone present today combined. Ha 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 ha. Wang Tingfei led the laughter. You really blow awesome without a draft. I gave 10,000 for the red packet. There are more than 20 students here. 1,000 each is also more than 20,000. What do you mean by that? Do you mean that your painting is worth more than 30,000? Yi Chen laughed. You said less. Ah ha ha ha. Now, the whole class was laughing. Everyone felt that this Yi Chen really loved to pretend. What kind of thing did you give away? And you dare to come out and bull asterisk? An old painting worth tens of thousands of dollars? Who the hell are you fooling? At this time, Lu Lily on the stage also despised very much in her heart, and asked curiously, Mr. Yi Chen, I don't know whose old painting you sent. Can it be worth tens of thousands of dollars? Yi Chen faintly said, a painter from the Qing dynasty, not too famous. Lu Lily laughed. Oops, what a coincidence. My dad is a cultural relics appraiser, and is particularly authoritative. His name is Lu Yushang. Those who know about antiques should have heard of his name, right? Dong Roland exclaimed. Lu Yushang? Cultural relics expert Lu Yushang? I remember this person. Who was on CCTV? Is he your father? Lu Lily laughed. That's right, it's my dad. He's upstairs right now. Why don't I ask him to come down and appreciate this ancient painting that student Yi Chen gave me? Wang Tengfei stood up and said loudly. Then I'd like to thank Lily for letting Uncle come down and help all of us to appreciate it. If the value of this painting of Yi Chen really exceeds all the gifts from everyone today, I, Wang Tengfei, will eat this table on the spot. Chapter 40, being slapped in the face again. As soon as they heard that Lu Lily's father was a cultural relic appraiser, all the students present cast a contemptuous yet sympathetic gaze at Yi Chen. They felt that Yi Chen was really unlucky. He wanted to act like a pussy, but ended up meeting an expert in the room. Isn't this hitting himself in the face? In a moment, if Lu Lily's father, Lu Yusheng, came down, then wouldn't he be disgraced? Xiao Churan was also a little embarrassed, and whispered to Yi Chen, so many students are watching, so don't be tough, or how embarrassing. Before he came, Yi Chen had said that he had bought a painting, but he said that it wasn't worth a few dollars, and now he said that it was worth tens of thousands of dollars. Xiao Churan was also a little bit lost all of a sudden, and thought that Yi Chen might have lied in order to save face, but Yi Chen didn't care at all and spoke. Since you all don't believe it, then just let the professionals appraise it. With that, he added, by the way, let's not forget that Mr. Wang Tengfei is unrepentant and has made another bet, this time to eat the table. When Wang Tengfei thought about the car being burned just now, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Yi Chen, you're less arrogant. It was me who was undermined by you in the racing matter just now. I'm willing to lose. This time, I'm still willing to lose. If the painting you sent me is really worth tens of thousands of dollars, I'll eat the table on the spot. If it's not, will you eat it? Yi Chen nodded and said, fine. If it's not worth it, I'll eat it too. Although that painting was not a famous painting, it was indeed the work of Huangshan, a painter in the Qing dynasty, and that antique store was also a national chain, with a guarantee of authenticity, and a penalty of 10 for counterfeiting, so the painting could never be fake. Xiao Churan wanted to stop Yi Chen, but did not react at all. Yi Chen had already agreed to it, and had no choice but to sigh secretly alone. Dong Roland was also a bit surprised. How could Yi Chen be so sure? In fact, taking a closer look, this person was still very mysterious. That day in the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion, the famous Hong Fifth Master even nodded to him. Why in the world? She had never understood. However, she could also be certain in her heart that there must be a secret in Yi Chen's body. Wang Tengfei felt that he finally had a chance to get back in the game, and immediately said offhandedly, okay, everyone witness here. Let's have Lu Lily ask her father to come down here and help us identify the identification. Lu Lily directly dialed the phone in front of the crowd and said, Dad, you come down here. Dao Cohen's classmate sent a painting and said he wants to ask you to appraise it. A minute later, an old man slowly walked down the stairs on the second floor. This person was Lu Yushang, a famous cultural relic appraiser in Jinling. Today is the opening celebration of Lu Yusheng's daughter and future son-in-law's hotel. He also invited an old friend. A small gathering in the upstairs private room. Heard that there is an ancient painting needs to be appraised. Professional habits come up. Rush down to take a look. Lu Yusheng strides and walks onto the stage. Lu Lily hurriedly hands him the gift box containing the painting and says, "Dad, you helped to appraise this painting. Some people say it's worth tens of thousands of dollars." Saying that, she looked at Yi Chen with a look of contempt. A soft food hanger-on, giving away tens of thousands of dollars of ancient paintings. Who would believe it? There was no need to guess to know that the painting must be fake. Everyone else thought the same as her. No one believed that Yi Chen could really send a painting that cost tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Yusheng took the gift box, and under the attention of the crowd, he took out the scroll of the painting and carefully opened it. The painting was old and somewhat yellowed. It looked really unremarkable. Many of his classmates who liked to judge people by their appearance spoke up. It doesn't look like anything good. Yeah, I think it's only worth $50. I guess it's not worth as much as that box, right? That box is probably still worth $70 to $80. Lu Yusheng carefully studied the painting and looked at it for a few minutes before asking with a smile, "Is this painting a gift from Daokuan's classmate?" "Right," Lu Lily said. "It's still his good buddy from when he was in college." When she said this, what Lu Lily thought in her heart was, "Yi Chen, you are good buddies with Wang Daokuan, and you still send a pair of garbage that is not worth $100. I will immediately let my father expose you in front of everyone." However, who did not expect? Lu Yusheng exclaimed, "It seems to be really good buddies. If you're not a good buddy, who would want to send such an expensive thing?" Everyone froze when they heard this. What the hell? Expensive? This crap is expensive? Wang Tingfei thought to himself. Your mom's expensive. I go to the antique street to buy a pair of fake flowers. Piss on the old. Also then this painting looks like real. At this time, Lu Yusheng seriously said, "This is the authenticity of the Qing dynasty painter Huangshan. Huangshan is not a very famous painter, but is also one of the very outstanding painters, is one of the 8 Yangzhou monsters." Saying that, Lu Yusheng added, "This painting I estimate that the market transaction price is around $200,000. More than 200,000? Lu Lily was dumbfounded. She thought that this thing wasn't worth $100. Who would have thought that it would be worth more than $200,000? Wang Daokuan was dumbfounded and said offhandedly, Yi Chen, how can you send me such an expensive thing? This is too expensive." Yi Chen blandly said, "Dao Koan, a token of appreciation only, don't care too much about its price." Wang Daokuan was touched in his heart. He really didn't think that his good buddy from college would be so kind. Wang Tengfei was dumbfounded. What is the situation? This is worth more than 200,000. Long this kind of pussy is worth more than 200,000. Nima, this ing is not pit people? The students were also stunned. This time, no one dares to look down on Yi Chen. After all, it was a person who casually gave a gift of more than 200,000 ancient paintings. Everyone was almost envious of Wang Daokuan in their hearts. He's a real bully. The opening of the business received such an expensive gift. Blood money. At this time, Lu Lily was also shocked, and immediately changed her mind about Yi Chen. What is the level of his father? She is very clear in her heart. Dad, since he said that the painting is worth more than 200,000, then it must be worth this number. My goodness. Wang Daokuan's classmates even send such an expensive gift. This handwriting this is not generally big. Thinking of this, she looked at Yi Chen with starlight in her eyes. Xiao Churan asked in disbelief, "Yi Chen, how much did you spend on this painting?" Yi Chen smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "In fact, I really didn't spend much money, mainly because the one who sold the painting to me is an acquaintance, and he also picked up and collected it, so it was dealt to me at a low price." Xiao Churan couldn't help but say, "A painting of more than $200,000, sold to you for a few $1,000s, there is such a good thing?" Yi Chen said indifferently, "Many people actually don't value money that much. Don't I do the same? Otherwise I wouldn't have given this painting to Daokuan." Xiao Churan gently nodded. Yi Chen was right. If one valued money, no one would send such an expensive thing. It seems that although this husband of his is not much of a successor, his vigor is still beyond the norm. At this time, Yi Chen stood up, looked at the flustered Wang Tingfei, and asked with a smile, "Mr. Wang Tingfei, how are you going to eat this table? Is it directly on the mouth to nibble and eat, or take a knife and chop it into pieces for you, piece by piece?" Chapter 41, Not Giving a Little Face? Wang Tingfei really wanted to die. Damn it. What the hell? Did you not read the calendar today? How come I was hit in the face by Yi Chen one after another? He would never have thought that this painting is real and worth more than $200,000. However, I have already said my words. What should I do now? Are you really going to eat the table? That's impossible. If the car is burned, it can be bought again, but how can the table be eaten? If I really eat it, I'll die, won't I? Other students at this time also take him to flirt. Aya, Wang Tingfei, you said yourself to eat the table. Will not be at this time and then backtracked, right? That's right. Everyone is still waiting for your performance. I don't know who slapped the table. Brother Tingfei, please start your performance. Wang Tingfei's face was extremely ugly, and he said offhandedly, we're all classmates. There's no need for you guys to be so down on us at this time, right? Falling down a well? Yi Chen said with a smile, you started this matter yourself. Everyone is just urging you to fulfill your promise. How did it become falling down the well? Wang Tingfei knew that he couldn't mix this up today. He can only hold back his anger and said in a jarring voice, it was me who was impulsive just now. It was me who had the eyes to not recognize Tai. I apologize to Yi Chen, and I apologize to everyone, and I hope that everyone can forgive. Seeing him suddenly soften, everyone was very surprised. Was this still Wang Tingfei? When had he ever admitted his weakness? But Wang Tingfei had no choice. What to do? If he didn't admit his weakness, he would have to eat the table, which was damn near impossible to eat. If he played a trick on himself, he would definitely commit public anger, and people still didn't know how they would taunt him. Therefore, the only way is to concede, only to be able to get through this hurdle. Sure enough, as soon as he conceded, some students said, Aya, it's not easy for Wang Tingfei to admit his mistake and apologize. Besides, it's not possible for everyone to really force people to eat the table, so let's forget about it. That's right, forget it. Eating the table is impossible. Everyone hasn't eaten yet. Let's just hurry up and start the meal. Yi Chen also knew that it was impossible for Wang Tingfei to eat the table, but now that he had conceded, his own purpose had been achieved, letting you pretend to be a pussy, and if you pretend to be a pussy, you will have to be cleaned up, but you are so pretentious, take so little packing is definitely not enough. Now is just the beginning. Later there are more miserable waiting for you, so he said on his lips, since Wang Tingfei students admitted their mistakes and apologized, then eat the table thing even if today is the big day of the opening of the Road Koan Hotel, or don't steal the limelight of others. Wang Tingfei was relieved, but in his heart, he couldn't wait to kill Yi Chen to solve his hatred. Yi Chen wasn't ready to let him go either. He sent a text message to Wang Dongxue, which vice president of the company with the surname Wang, whose son is called Wang Tingfei. Help me check it out. Wang Dongxue quickly replied, there is a vice president named Wang Donghai. His son is named Wang Tingfei. What's up, chairman? What's your order? Yi Chen replied, fire him, let him go now. Good. Wang Tingfei didn't realize that his dad had now been fired by the Imperial Hao Group and was going through the dismissal process at the Imperial Hao Group. He was slightly relieved to have finally gotten over the gambling curse difficulty, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking that he must find an opportunity to take revenge on Yi Chen. More importantly, he had to find a way to regain his dignity in front of his classmates, or else he would have been hit in the face by Yi Chen twice in a row. And how could he pretend to be a bully in front of his classmates in the future, when he didn't know how to get back his face? A sudden noise came from the entrance of the restaurant. The crowd looked sideways, only to see a gang of vicious social youths broke in. This group of people one by one with tattoos. The hand also holds a baseball bat, galvanized water pipe and other guys. At a glance it is not easy to mess with. Seeing such a group of people rushed in, everyone's face changed, especially Wang Daokuan and Lu Lily, eyes filled with fear. After the leader of a scar face came in, first scanned the hall a circle, and then pointed at Wang Daokuan, laughed, boss, the opening of such a big thing also do not play ahead of time, is not looking down on our brothers ah? Lu Lily face pale, squeeze out a smile, said, what are you guys doing? Before opening, Lu Lily has heard that there are social people here to collect protection money, the previous owner of this restaurant. It is said that these ruffians to the collapse, had to transfer out of this store, but Lu Lily think, a clear sky, those black social figures do not dare to rob money in broad daylight? That's why she took here at a low price, ready to do some good business. Unexpectedly, just opened, these social figures to find over. Scarface grinned, doing business here, naturally you have to hit us biao. We don't ask for much, give us 20% of the dry shares of this restaurant of yours, and in the future, when something happens here, you will be covered by us. Saying that, Scarface added in a cold voice, if you guys don't give it, then don't blame me for not being polite. You'll have to close down today. Hearing this price, Wang Daokuan and Lu Lily both sucked in a breath of cold air. One mouth to ask for 20% of the dry shares. This is an open robbery. I'll give you guys a minute to think about it. Wang Tingfei suddenly felt that his chance to come out on top had come, so he came out at once and opened his mouth. Who are you guys hanging out with? Scarface smiled fiercely and asked, what are you? Do I have to make the mistake of reporting myself to you? Wang Tingfei grunted and laughed. Let me tell you, my father has connections in both black and white in Jinling. I'll give the leaders of the development zone a call to ask. Scarface looked at him with some scorn and said tentatively, do you know the leaders of the development zone? Of course, Wang Tengfei coldly said. If you don't want to die, get lost. Scarface frowned and said, okay, if you can find someone you can talk to, I won't come to this store in the future. But if you can't find one, then don't blame me for being impolite to you. Lu Lily said with a nervous face, Brother Fei, please help us get in touch, please. Wang Tengfei smiled lightly and said, don't worry, I'll call the leaders of the development zone. Dihao Group also had projects in the development zone, and it was Wang Tengfei's dad who was in charge, so the development zone leaders had quite a bit of contact with his dad, and were also acquainted with Wang Tengfei. Wang Tengfei directly to a hand call, opening deliberately raised his voice, said, Uncle Li, the development zone why there is a gang of punks to collect protection money? All received my classmate's store. The other side froze for a moment, said, Tengfei what's going on Wang Tengfei said, a friend of mine opened a restaurant, encountered trouble by the protection fee, so I would like to ask Li District Commissioner to ask whether the management. The head pondered for a moment, slightly difficult to say, I'm sorry Tengfei, you said these things, does not belong to me, I am now in a meeting, hang up first. Without waiting for Wang Tengfei to speak, the other end hung up the phone. Wang Tengfei was dumbfounded. What happened? Before Li District Governor is not always flattering dad. Hope to pull some more investment in the Imperial Group? Now how a little face also do not give himself. Wang Tengfei does not know. His father was fired by the Imperial Group of News. Has been spread throughout the entire Jinling leadership team. Chapter 42 Mr. Yi I was wrong. Wang Tengfei didn't know the reason, so he was annoyed in his heart. And now that so many students were watching, he could only grit his teeth and look for other relationships. Wang Tengfei made another call to the number 2 person in charge of the development zone. This person and dad friendship is also good. When the phone passed, Wang Tengfei immediately said, Mr. Chen, it's me, Wang Tengfei, I encountered something in the development zone. Saying this, Wang Tengfei said the matter once again. The other party said awkwardly, Tengfei the other party is Biao's people. Biao is Master Hong Fifth's people. You'd better stay out of this matter. Wang Tengfei asked, don't you care? The other party said, you should also be aware of Master Hong Fifth's position. Wang Tengfei was also a bit flustered and said, then you can always sell your face and help put in a good word with the other party, right? The other party smiled and said, this face really can't be sold. Sorry. Wang Tengfei became angry and said, Mr. Chen, I remember you seem to want Imperial Group to donate a batch of supplies to you, right? Don't you want it anymore? The other party simply stopped being fake polite with him and said in a cold voice, Wang Tengfei, your father has been fired by the Imperial Hao Group, don't you know? Fired. When did this happen? Half an hour ago. The other party said, and added, you figure it out yourself first. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Scarface looked at his dumbfounded appearance and sneered. What? Can't find anyone? Wang Tengfei was just about to open his mouth to speak, but unexpectedly Scarface slapped him in the face, causing Wang Tengfei to stumble, knocking over a piece of table and chairs. The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone's face went white, but no one dared to step forward to stop the Scarface. You dare to hit me? Wang Tengfei covered his face, deep anger showing on his white face. What's wrong with me hitting you? Scarface hemmed and hawed, and kicked Wang Tengfei in the stomach again, kicking Wang Tengfei down to the ground, and went up for a beating. Wang Tengfei was beaten wailing, but at this moment, no one could help him at all. Not long ago, Wang Tengfei was beaten into a pig head. Face full of blood looks very horrible. Wang Tengfei was afraid of being beaten, crying and begging, big brother, I'm wrong, please don't beat me. Wrong? Scarface snorted coldly, wrong will do? You pretend with me, I do not beat you to death. How to mix in the future? After saying this, he greeted the others and said, asterisk. Give me a hard beating. A crowd of people immediately rushed up, punching and kicking Wang Tengfei. Some of them even used baseball bats to slam on his body. The scene was miserable. Seeing Wang Tengfei being beaten half to death, Scarface walked up to Wang Daokuan at this time and threatened in a cold voice, your friend is playing pussy with me. The original 20% has now become 40%. If you don't agree, what happens to him? Is your example. Wang Daokuan heart is very panic, but, in one breath to own 40% of the dry shares, then he will not become a gang of young people working for the society? So he gathered his courage and said, to ask for 40%, then you might as well kill me. Scar frowned tightly and said in a cold voice, fine, then I'll fulfill you. After saying that, he immediately pulled out a brightly shining sharp knife from his pocket. Everyone was stunned, and the female students even screamed out. Yi Chen saw that this Scar was going to make a move on Wang Daokuan and immediately said offhandedly, Put the knife down. The scarred face twisted his head around and cursed under his breath. Who the hell still wants to find death? As soon as he turned his head and saw Chen, his eyes first looked puzzled, then turned into deep panic, and he flopped to his knees on the ground. When everyone didn't come back to their senses, that scarred face had already dropped his sharp knife and smacked himself left and right, confessing, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, it's because I had eyes and didn't realize that I didn't see you here. Chen was slightly stunned and looked at Scarface, saying, You recognize me? Scarface nodded his head vigorously and said, Mr. Yi, I'm Brother Biao's henchman, and I've seen you in the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion. Chen suddenly realized. It turned out to be like this. The one who looked for trouble from Wang Yunfei and Xiao Hailong at the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion that day was Master Hong was little brother, named Biao Zi, and this man was Biao Zi's henchman. No wonder he was so scared when he saw himself. Master Hong Fifth's legs were weak when he saw himself, let alone Master Hong Fifth's little brother's little brother. The class was stunned. Lu Lily was also stunned as if in a dream. We all do not understand why a fierce and ruthless big brother of the road, even Wang Tingfei, dared to beat the Scarface. Will give Chen this door. Son-in-law kneeling. He also acted as if he was afraid of Chen. Xiao Churan was also dumbfounded and asked Chen, What's going on? Do you know him? Chen was afraid that she would misunderstand that he was related to the mob, and hurriedly said, I don't know him. Seeing this, Scarface also hurriedly said, Don't know. I don't know Mr. Yi, and Mr. Yi doesn't know me. I just have always heard of Mr. Ye's great name, and have a great admiration. This ass-kissing, heartfelt admiration for Chen? Everyone couldn't accept this reality. It was really too magical. Scarface hurriedly said to Wang Daokuan, You are Mr. Ye's friend. Then in the future, you guys this restaurant. In the future, I will cover it, and will not charge you a penny for protection. There is anything, I will help you to settle. The moment these words came out, the whole hall was shocked. Lu Lily was so surprised in her heart that she was about to cry. This day by day, the contrast was too exciting. Because of Chen's face, he saved himself 40% of the dry shares, and more importantly, this Scarface was willing to cover his family's hotel for free in order to flatter Chen. Now you can do business with no worries. Chen, this is simply a life-saving gift. Wang Daokuan was also grateful, and said from the bottom of his heart, Chen, this matter is really too much to thank. Chen smiled. To say thank you to me? You are also too outgoing. Scarface at this time looked at Wang Tingfei, who had already been beaten unconscious, and said with a face of horror and worry, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I beat your friend up. Chen lightly said, It doesn't matter. He's not my friend. He's just an acquaintance, and there's not much of a friendship. After saying that, he added, You guys send him to the hospital. Don't affect the opening ceremony here. Scarface immediately nodded. Then we'll send him to the hospital. You continue, Mr. Yi, we won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he hurriedly greeted his brothers, carried the unconscious Wang Tingfei, and fled in a panic. The eyes of the crowd looking at Chen had changed from disdain to surprise, and from surprise to awe. No one knew why Chen had so much energy. This door-to-door son-in-law seemed to have turned into another person all of a sudden. At the banquet, many people ran to flatter Chen, which included Lu Lily, who had first looked down on Chen. Lu Lily has now worshipped Chen as a true god, thanking him profusely, and even proposing a permanent waiver. Chen did not care about this. He was just giving Wang Daokuan a face. It was also considered to help Wang Daokuan solve a little trouble, but in the eyes of others, what he did today had taken on a few magical colors. Everyone wants to know, this soft food door son-in-law, in the end what happened on the body? Chapter 43, The Visitor is Good. Xiao Churan was also curious about what happened today. First was Chen's BMW 520. Why on earth was it twice as fast as Wang Tingfei's BMW 540? Then it was Chen's several $100,000 old painting. And then, there was why Chen knew people on the Dao, and the people on the Dao were very much giving him face. On the way back, Chen explained to her. He told Xiao Churan, this BMW 520 is a 4S store modified test car, in order to let the user mistakenly think that the car power is very fierce. So a little modification. Xiao Churan doesn't know much about cars, and believed it in a confused way. As for the ancient paintings, it has been explained before. Others out of friendship. Low price transferred to himself out of friendship. It was given to Wang Daokuan. However, the matter of Scarface is a bit tricky. After all, he called Mr. Yi with a mouthful of a Mr. Yi, and Chen could not explain it. In the end, he could only say that this Scarface's elder brother was a relative of one of his friends, and that he had met him at a previous friend's party, and that he had given himself a few moments of respect for the sake of his friend. Xiao Churan felt that something was not quite right, but seeing Chen's certainty in his words, he knew that it was useless to pursue the matter. so he didn't ask any more questions. Dong Roland had been observing Yi Chen and felt more and more that Yi Chen was not a simple person, so she decided to keep a closer eye on him in the future to see what secrets he had. Wang Tengfei was said to be in a bad way, and when he was sent to the hospital, he was already in a coma. His father was fired by the Imperial Group, and was found to be using his position for personal gain, has been the Imperial Group's legal department to prosecute, immediately arrested by the public security organs. It can be said that Wang Tengfei's family is completely finished. However, Wang Tengfei's family has little fame in Jinling, and people don't pay attention to their deaths. What was really being paid attention to by everyone was still the godly tycoon on the short video platform and the mysterious big shot who was about to pack the Sky Garden at Buckingham Palace. Everyone couldn't wait to find out who they really were. Are they the same person or not? Soon, the time came to the day of the wedding anniversary. Because he had long told Xiao Churan that he wanted to give her a surprise, Yi Chen forced Xiao Churan to change into a noble and elegant white evening gown before he left the house. Xiao Churan helplessly agreed, while muttering in her mouth, "Just going out for a meal. Why do you have to make me change into such formal clothes? Even if today is our wedding anniversary, it doesn't need to be so grand, right?" Yi Chen had a smile on his face and said, "Today is our third anniversary. Naturally we need to be more formal. I've already booked the dinner place a long time ago, and tonight's arrangement is guaranteed to make you satisfied." His secrecy in the past few days was very well done, and he did not let his wife have any doubts about it at all. Xiao Churan smiled gently, and her heart was also very touched. In the previous 2 years of wedding anniversary, both of them had casually passed at home, although it was usual and strange, but at that time, even if Yi Chen was penniless, he would have prepared some small gifts for himself with some intention to please himself. However, this year, Yi Chen went against the norm and kept it mysterious. Instead, she couldn't guess what new tricks this door-to-door husband of hers was going to come up with. A few moments later, the two of them changed their clothes, then went out and called a cab, all the way to the Buckingham Palace Hotel. Yi Chen steps out of the car and looks at Xiao Churan standing beside him. His gaze is indescribably gentle, saying, "Churan, tonight, we will celebrate our third wedding anniversary here. What do you think?" Xiao Churan's complexion instantly became odd. "Yi Chen booked the restaurant here tonight?" she subconsciously asked. "You're not lying to me, right?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Of course not." Saying that, Yi Chen then explained, "A few days ago, I made a reservation here. If you don't believe me, let's go in and check the information." Xiao Churan shook her head. After 3 years of marriage, Yi Chen had never lied to himself at any time, let alone on such an important day as today. Then she said, "No need, I believe you." Saying that, she then asked, "I don't think it's the seat in the Sky Garden that you booked, right? Isn't there a big shot chartered there today?" Yi Chen hurriedly said, "I booked the seat next to the Sky Garden. It's just enough to see the inside of the Sky Garden, and we can also see what big shot has chartered there then, don't you think?" Xiao Churan laughed, "I'm not as gossipy as you." Afterward, the two of them walked into the Buckingham Palace Hotel. When they were about to go up the stairs, a woman's exclamation suddenly came from their ears. "Aya, schoolgirl Xiao, why are you here?" Xiao Churan raised her head, and saw a pair of young men and women walking over on their faces. The man was wearing an expensive suit. At a glance, he knew that he was a rich young master of a certain family, and the woman was full of designer labels and beautiful makeup, but her eyebrows and eyes were full of arrogance, and her dress was even more fawning, and she was dancing and flirting. This woman Xiao Churan is recognized, is their own college dormitory roommate, Zhao Liqing, but Zhao Liqing although with Xiao Churan in a dormitory, but the two are not the same classmates, although it is the same dormitory, but the relationship between Xiao Churan and Zhao Liqing is very general. This is mainly because Zhao Liqing is pretentious and jealous. She had always felt that Xiao Churan was not worthy of the title of school flower, and that the real school flower should be herself. But the reality was that she was much worse than Xiao Churan in terms of looks, figure, aura and connotation. However, this woman has an advantage that she is especially good at hooking up with men. It is said that she has hooked up with quite a few rich men in the past, and all of her expenses for the 4 years of college were given by those men. Xiao Churan frowned, but seeing as we were all classmates, when the two approached, she could only harden her heart and said out of politeness, "Li Cheng, long time no see. I came here with my husband for dinner. How about you guys?" Zhao Liqing said in surprise, "Yeah, that's a real coincidence. My husband and I came here to eat as well." After saying that, she once again pretended to be curious and asked, "By the way, which seat did you book? The ordinary box, the senior box, or the deluxe box?" Xiao Churan was baffled by Yi Chen's arrangement, and could only truthfully reply, "I'm not sure about this. The location was booked by my husband." It was only at this time that Zhao Liqing noticed Yi Chen's presence. Covering her mouth with a smile, she said, "Oh, this is that door-to-door husband of yours, Yi Chen, right? Back then in school, he was a very famous soft rice king. The implied shameful laughter between the words was extraordinarily harsh. Xiao Churan was embarrassed. Zhao Liqing came back to her senses and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, blame me for being blunt. Don't mind if you don't mind. Charan ha. Yi Chen slightly frowned. This Zhao Liqing seems to be coming from a bad place nah. Chapter 44, Reveal Your Old Bottom. Zhao Liqing didn't pay attention to Xiao Churan's face. Full of complacency, she pulled over the man beside herself and greeted. Let me introduce you guys. This is my husband Zhang Hao. Saying that, she then boasted. He is the youngest master of the Zhang family in Jinling, and the heir to the Zhang family's hundreds of millions of dollars in family assets. Xiao Churan nodded politely. Yi Chen's expression, on the other hand, was somewhat gloomy. He had brought his wife here to celebrate his wedding anniversary. Who knew that such a nasty piece of cargo would be killed halfway? Zhao Liqing continued to gloat. By the way, my husband is a platinum member here and has a lot of authority, so I guess Yi Chen booked an ordinary box at most, right? Why don't I ask him to help you guys directly upgrade to the deluxe box later? How about it? Xiao Churan was about to politely refuse, when Yi Chen laughed and said, the location I booked is also quite good. Let's forget about this. Knowing that he had chartered the topmost level of the Sky Garden to make up a magnificent wedding for his wife, what was there for her to be proud of as a platinum member? What's more, the entire Buckingham Palace Hotel was owned by his own family. If he took his wife to a luxury box that was only worthy of a platinum member, wouldn't that be degrading himself? At this time, Zhao Liqing said with some dissatisfaction, Charan, look at this husband of yours. He doesn't know how to behave. How do you usually discipline him? With that, she took Zhang Hao's arm, snuggled her head on his shoulder and laughed. Yi Chen's demeanor is not suitable for such noble occasions. In the future, you can let him ask my husband for more lessons on aristocratic etiquette. After all, my husband has studied in England. Zhang Hao disdainfully glanced at Yi Chen and laughed. Wife, don't arrange this impossible task for me. Mr. Yi is such a maverick. I'm afraid it's as hard as heaven if I want to teach him noble etiquette. Zhao Liqing nodded, sighed, and said to Xiao Churan, if you want me to say it, you should hurry up and get a divorce. Living your whole life with such a poor man like Yi Chen, how much of an aggravation? Zhao Liqing just opened her mouth without any concealment, completely not caring about Xiao Churan's feelings. Xiao Churan couldn't bear it anymore and immediately said in a cold voice, Zhao Liqing, what do you mean by this? My husband, it's not your turn to judge. Zhao Liqing covered her mouth and laughed, saying, I couldn't see you when I was in college. Otherwise you had a few stinking dollars at home at that time. How could you judge the colonel's flower? Now that you married poorly, you still don't allow me to talk about it? Yi Chen sniffed. His heart was very unhappy. This Zhao Liqing, when she was in school, she was a watery flower, relying on herself to have a passable face. In the end, she hooked up with rich men, and now that she was lucky enough to marry into a rich family, she really thought that she was a rich family's young granny? And, how dare you mock your own wife? Really looking for death? Thinking of this, a burst of anger couldn't help but well up inside him. So, he took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Buckingham Palace's old boss, Richard Chen. Within 3 minutes, I want all the information on Zhao Liqing, the daughter-in-law of the Jinling Zhang family. Zhao Liqing saw Yi Chen looking down at his cell phone without saying a word. She even scoffed. Look at this husband of yours. I'm being sarcastic, eh? He doesn't even dare to open his mouth to defend you. He's really laughing at me. Ha ha ha. It was at this time that Yi Chen suddenly received a text message from Richard Chen. Young master, the information about Zhao Liqing has been sent to you. Yi Chen looked at the content of the long text message, and then looked at Zhao Liqing, as well as her husband Zhang Hao, and asked with a smile, I have some interesting information here. Do you guys want to hear it? Zhao Liqing frowned and asked, what information? Yi Chen said in a loud voice. Zhao Liqing, female, 26 years old, graduated from Jinling University. During her freshman year, it was verified that the rooming record was no less than 100 times. Moreover, there were 8 different men who were rooming with her. One called Li Hu, one called Ma Fei, and one called Du Xiaoping. Zhao Liqing was dumbfounded. Her face was pale and she cursed offhandedly. What are you talking about? Beware that I'll sue you for slander. Next to him, Zhang Hao was frowning, obviously shocked. Yi Chen added, oops, this is awesome. There are still a few times when you were in a room with 2 men. These 2 men are called Dongbin, and one is called Dong Jia. These 2 people seem to still be blood brothers. Are you guys having a threesome? Zhao Liqing roared in horror. Your bull asterisk 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 ting. Your bull asterisk 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 ting. Yi Chen continued. Also, during your sophomore year, you were adopted by the vice president of Shanghua Group for $30,000 per month, and you were adopted for a total of 3 years, during which time you had 4 abortions for him, each of which was in the Jinling Maternity and Childhood Hospital. and the doctor of the last abortion declared you to be infertile for the rest of your life. Saying this, he asked Zhang Hao curiously, Mr. Zhang, if I'm not mistaken, you should not have any children until now, right? Zhang Hao's expression was instantly unsightly as he angrily looked at Zhao Liqing and pursued, what's going on here? Zhao Liqing was sweating profusely and said in a panic, Ahao, don't listen to his nonsense, my first time was for you, you know that. Yi Chen laughed, don't worry, there's more. Zhao Liqing panicked and pulled Zhang Hao, dragging him away vigorously while saying, stop it, hubby, let's go quickly, it'll be too late for dinner later. Zhang Hao frowned and motionlessly said to Yi Chen, what else? Yi Chen laughed, listen carefully, after Zhao Liqing graduated from university, she underwent a complete plastic surgery in a plastic surgery hospital, and a month later, she entered the Zhang family's company to work, and intentionally got to know the Zhang family's youngest son, Zhang Hao, by cutting up Zhang Hao's Bentley sedan. Saying that, Yi Chen looked up at Zhang Hao, am I right? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. These himself was aware that they were all true, so that meant that those before were all true as well? Zhao Liqing's face was already white at this time, and her entire body was already trembling in panic. She begged Yi Chen, I beg you to stop, please. Yi Chen sneered, you know to beg me now? I'm sorry, it's too late. After saying that, he added, after half a month of knowing Zhang Hao, she took the opportunity of a certain business trip to Haicheng to have her primordial membrane repaired in a plastic surgery hospital in Haicheng, and after she came back, she formally became boyfriend and girlfriend with Zhang Hao, and got married half a year later. Zhao Liqing's entire body had been paralyzed to the ground. She didn't know how Yi Chen could turn over all of her secrets. This was almost like shaking out all of her old secrets to her husband. Zhang Hao was also furious, twisting his head to angrily look at Zhao Liqing and stormed out. So that night you lied to me and said that it was your first time, when in fact it was already your hundreds and thousands of times, wasn't it? Zhao Liqing hurriedly denied. No, I didn't. How you are my first time. Yi Chen laughed. Don't be anxious. I can find the record of her visit when she had her membrane repaired. When the time comes, you'll know if you go to the hospital to verify. Zhang Hao grabbed Zhao Liqing's collar and slapped her hard across the face. Still not telling the truth, right? Still not telling the truth. When I check it out, I'll sweep you out of the house. Your dad, your mom, your brother, all of them will move out from my villa. And your brother shouldn't work in the Zhang family either. I'll let your whole family fall into the streets. Zhao Liqing immediately broke down and cried, kneeling on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Husband, don't be angry. I'm wrong. That's all because I used to be young and unintelligent to make a mistake. I've since changed my ways and I'm dedicated to living with you. Yi Chen at this time supplemented, do not believe her words. She married you, but also with the man who adopted him to play a few breakup canon. That breakup canon. The other party also shot a video to keep as a souvenir. If you want, I can find the video to send you to watch. Chapter 45, The Happiest Woman. Zhang Hao's face was extremely ugly and incomparably ironic. At this moment, he finally felt what it was like to have a prairie over his head. When he couldn't bear it anymore, he smacked Zhao Liqing numerous times in a row like a madman, cursing under his breath, you stinky framer. So you've been lying to me, and also put a green hat on me. I'll kill you. I'll beat you to death. Zhao Liqing was wailing as she was beaten, her hair was scattered and she broke down and cried. Zhang Hao scolded while beating, divorce. You give me a clean break. Otherwise, I'll find someone to kill your parents and your brother and sink them in the river. Zhao Liqing completely collapsed. She had used every possible means to marry into the Zhang family, thinking that she could be the young grandmother of a wealthy family for the rest of her life. But today, her dream was completely shattered. All of this was because of Yi Chen. She hated Yi Chen. But Yi Chen smiled contemptuously at this time and said to Xiao Churan, wife, let them bite the dog, let's go. After saying that, he pulled Xiao Churan's hand and walked towards the elevator. Xiao Churan's beautiful eyes lightly trembled. Her heart was shocked with some disbelief. Where did Yi Chen know so much about Zhao Liqing's black history? When she thought of this, her gaze couldn't help but look at Yi Chen and asked in disbelief, did you have those things checked? How could that be? Where would I be able to do that? Yi Chen snorted and said, there was a classmate who had been severely injured by Zhao Liqing in the past. He had been digging up Zhao Liqing's black information, and I didn't expect it to come in handy now. Saying that, Yi Chen had already brought her into the elevator. As soon as she entered the elevator, Yi Chen pressed the button for the top floor, and Xiao Churan hurriedly asked, Yi Chen, did you press the wrong floor? Isn't the top floor the Sky Garden? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Wife, what we're going to now is exactly the topmost floor of the Sky Garden. The moment these words came out, Xiao Churan's entire body was struck by lightning. A garden in the sky? How is this possible? The entire Jinling? Who all knew that tonight's Sky Garden had clearly been chartered by a mysterious person? Even if Yi Chen had great ability, It was impossible to book a place inside the Sky Garden to celebrate each other's third wedding anniversary. But the next moment, a bold thought suddenly popped up in Xiao Churan's mind. Is it difficult to say that Yi Chen is the mysterious man who bagged the entire Sky Garden? Although, this was simply like a heavenly dream, but at this moment, other than this explanation, was there any other possibility? Thinking of this, Xiao Churan couldn't help but ask, Yi Chen, could it be that you're the one who bagged the Sky Garden? Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, yes, I'm going to give you the biggest surprise today. Make up for a magnificent wedding that no one can replicate. Ha! Xiao Churan felt her brain short-circuit. If this was really the heavenly surprise Yi Chen had prepared for himself, then, wouldn't she be the happiest woman in the entire Jinling tonight? Thinking of this, Xiao Churan even became short of breath and simply lost the ability to think. Just as her inner world was raging and undulating, the elevator had already reached the topmost floor of the Buckingham Palace Hotel. With a slight bow, a service staff at the entrance then smiled and said, Miss Xiao, on behalf of our Buckingham Palace Hotel, I would like to present our most heartfelt blessings to you and Mr. Yi on your wedding anniversary tonight. Yi Chen waved his hand and said to her, all of you step back. Immediately, all the staff members left the scene. In the entire Sky Garden, only Xiao Churan and Yi Chen's two-person world remained. Xiao Churan was in a dream. At this moment, what met her eyes was a huge space with a luxurious style. The gorgeous crystal ceiling on the ceiling cast a clear light, making the entire Sky Garden look elegant and quiet. Soft piano masterpieces filled the entire Sky Garden, slowly occupying one's heart, making it hard to feel tension and anger. From foreign air transported over, fresh high-grade flowers, exudes a burst of fragrance, not strong nor demon, just if there is a change in the human state of mind, cannot say quiet, beautiful. At this time, with the change of the piano repertoire, the most classic wedding march named A Midsummer Night's Dream suddenly sounded. Melodious sound, endless. Just as Xiao Churan was enjoying the beautiful scenery with her eyes, Yi Chen had already changed into a decent suit and was holding a bouquet of flowers, walking towards her. With every step he took, a series of constantly beating, beautiful and colorful red hearts rippled above the crystal glass floor. It was as if these hearts were dancing along with the sound of the piano, giving a very powerful visual impact. At this moment, outside the Sky Garden, countless people were looking longingly at everything that was happening inside through the crystal glass outer wall and floor. The only regret is that all the glass of this Sky Garden have done a certain fuzzy processing. Everyone can see inside a pair of young men and women, can see inside the flowers cluster, aesthetic incomparable. There are also the red love hearts that keep popping up on the floor, and countless women are longing for them, saying, this is so romantic. I've never seen such a romantic scene in my life. If I were that woman, I would be willing to die even if I were allowed to die now. Geez, that man's figure seems to be the mysterious tycoon on all the prints. Too bad I can't see the face. Oops, what a torture. The scene in the Imperial garden completely immersed the people watching from the outside world, all of whom were unable to extricate themselves. Tens of thousands of people were longing and envious at this moment, and everyone's eyes were full of blessings as they gazed at this grand garden that looked like it was suspended in the air. Countless women with tears in their eyes, heart-born uncontrollable envy, but also for the fall, so jealous that they wish tonight is the heroine of this grand wedding. Even though people couldn't see the real faces of the two people tonight, they could feel how happy the heroine was right now. Yi Chen, on the other hand, walks step by step to her body, pointing to the night view of Jinling outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and says with full of love, Churan, I love you. I wasn't able to give you a wedding back then, so I hope that this wedding with just the two of us, you'll like it. Xiao Churan came back to her senses and covered her mouth, but she was crying like a pear. Tears were like pearls breaking on the ground, constantly sliding down from her pretty face. After hearing these words, Xiao Churan could no longer hold back the surge in her heart, and stepped forward, and all of a sudden, she jumped into Yi Chen's arms, and said with tears falling like rain, I like it. I really like it. Thank you Yi Chen. Thank you. Speaking of this, Xiao Churan was sobbing uncontrollably. At this moment, she felt that the aggression she had suffered over the past 3 years was all worth it, regardless of how Yi Chen did all of this. At least now, he was very happy, and tonight was the happiest woman in the entire Jinling. Chapter 46, a citywide sensation. Through the hazy frosted crystal glass, the entire Jinling saw this incomparably grand wedding. Countless people, while envious to the core, were also speculating in their hearts, what kind of people were these two who got married in the Sky Garden? Moreover, these two people were too mysterious. Their wedding, only the two of them attended, not even a single family member or friend, and not even a witness. On the crystal stage, Yi Chen holds Xiao Churan's hand and pulls out the emerald necklace that was prepared earlier. Churan, this is my wedding anniversary gift to you. I hope you'll like it. Xiao Churan looked at the string of crystal clear jadeite necklace and exclaimed, this This can't be the treasure of Chui Xian Pavilion's town store, right? Yi Chen, where did you get it from? As she spoke, Xiao Churan was shocked in her heart. Could it be that Yi Chen was the godly tycoon on the video? Otherwise, how could this emerald necklace be in his hands? But this is not scientific. What kind of person was Yi Chen? He was more than clear. How could he be a god-level tycoon? His whole person, with the word tycoon, is completely unrelated. Yi Chen could see Xiao Churan's astonishment at this time, and in his heart, he had an impulse to tell her his true identity, to tell her that he was the descendant of the Yi family in Yanjing, the heir to the trillion-dollar family fortune. However, the next moment, he suddenly thought of a very serious matter. What was the situation of the Yi family now? He himself was not clear. As far as he could remember, he had met his uncles and uncles when he was small, which meant that there was more than just dad in the previous generation of the entire Yi family. Since there was more than just dad, then those uncles and uncles of his own, I'm afraid that they also had heirs, and these people would inevitably see themselves as thorns in their eyes and thorns in their flesh. If you take the risk of announcing your identity when you haven't clarified everything and are not capable enough to protect yourself and Xiao Churan, then I'm afraid that it will cause trouble for Xiao Churan. The means of the rich family to fight for property is very cruel. He really does not want his beloved wife to risk her life because of himself. Thinking of this, he deliberately lied. This necklace, look, with Quickshuan's treasure of the town store exactly the same. But this is my money to find someone imitation, although also with a good jadeite material. But with Chui Gushian that is still very far from a total of a few tens of thousands of dollars. Saying that, Yi Chen nervously asked Xiao Churan again. Churan, you won't mind it, right? Xiao Churan sighed in relief. It's much more reasonable to say so. So she hurriedly smiles and says, little cutie, how could I dislike it? You've done so much for the sake of it. I can't wait to be touched. Yi Chen is also relieved and hurriedly puts the emerald necklace on for Xiao Churan with his own hands. He looks at Xiao Churan with a sincere gaze and says emotionally, Churan, marrying me for these 3 years has caused you to suffer a lot of grievances. However, from today onwards, I can assure you that no one can bully you anymore. Xiao Churan emotionally nods her head repeatedly. At this moment, she realizes that she, her husband, is finally going to hold her head up as a human being. The wedding ended. Yi Chen took Xiao Churan and left silently from the exclusive elevator in the Sky Garden. Countless people on the scene who were onlookers on the outside felt frustrated. The male and female protagonists left like this? The two of them ran over to mysteriously feed the world a handful of dog food and then ran away? For a while, the whole city was discussing this grand wedding that had never been seen before. Only, no one knew who the male and female protagonists of the wedding actually were. Yi Chen drove the BMW 760 converted to a BMW 520, carrying his wife Xiao Churan back home. On the way, Xiao Churan was still immersed in great happiness and could not extricate herself. She couldn't help but ask Yi Chen, is that how you chartered the Sky Garden? It seems like the chartered garden has never been opened there before, right? Yi Chen smiled slightly and said, to be honest, one of the executives of Buckingham Palace is my former good friend in the orphanage. We used to live through the hard times together over here, and there was a steamed bun that I would share half of it with him. So this time, I begged for his help, and he was very good enough to do so. Xiao Churan nodded gently. So that's how it is. How come I haven't heard you talk about it? Yi Chen said, there are too many friends in the orphanage. I can't finish talking about them for 3 days and 3 nights. I thought that you don't like to hear about this, so I haven't talked about it. Xiao Churan said seriously, you're my husband. I'm naturally very interested in and want to know about your previous affairs. Yi Chen then smiled and said, then I'll tell you more in the future. Good. Back in the neighborhood, Yi Chen drove the car downstairs. Just after parking the car and getting off with Xiao Churan, he happened to meet his father-in-law and mother-in-law walking back. Mother-in-law immediately saw the two of them, exclaimed, Ran, where is this BMW sedan? Father-in-law's eyes also blazed over when he saw the car. Ooh, BMW, Ran, did you buy a new one? It's a big deal. Xiao Churan hurriedly said, Dad, Mom, I didn't buy the car. Yi Chen did. Yi Chen? Father-in-law frowned and asked, Yi Chen, where did you get the money to buy this car? Did you use our Ran's money? Yi Chen hurriedly said, no Dad, this is all my personal money to buy it. The mother-in-law pulled her father-in-law around the car and said, Humph, eat our food and live with us every day. Save your own money to buy a BMW and don't know how to honor us. What a white-eyed wolf. Xiao Churan hurriedly said, Mom, don't say that about Yi Chen. Father-in-law's voice envious and jealous, also buy a BMW 520. On Yi Chen this level, can afford such a good car? Buy a BMW 3 Series is not enough for him to have a good time? Mother-in-law said in a cold voice, I'm telling you, your father still doesn't have a car. Half of his body is almost in the ground. If we don't let him enjoy it, I'm afraid he won't be able to enjoy it in the future. said the mother-in-law. Let's do it this way. This car will be given to your father to drive, as if you two are honoring your father. Xiao Churan looked at Yi Chen and tentatively asked, Yi Chen, do you think it's okay? Yi Chen thought to himself, it's okay, but this isn't a BMW 520. This is a 760. To be honest, this old husband is a wife's hangers-on, and the old lady is not favored. For him, 760 is also too wasteful. Thinking of this, he hurriedly complimented, oops dad, this is the BMW 520. BMW 5 Series and the most inferior one, nicknamed the beggar version. If you drive this car out, we'll be laughed at. Mother-in-law's eyebrows twisted. How? You can't afford to send me off? Yi Chen quickly waved his hand. No. Which cannot give up. I am thinking, cannot let you drive a beggar version or so, this 520 will not give you. I will give you to buy a 530. 530 then 520 high grade. You drive out also have faces not. Mother-in-law frowned and asked, you still have money to buy 530? Yi Chen said, I only paid a little down payment for this car. There is still some money in hand. You can rest assured that tomorrow morning I will go to buy you a car to go. Chapter 47, Buying Another BMW. As soon as father-in-law and mother-in-law heard that Yi Chen would go and buy them a better one tomorrow, the two of them were immediately all smiles. And father-in-law didn't even know that what he was missing out on was a top-of-the-line BMW 760. Xiao Churan was a bit worried. After returning to his room and washing up, he quietly asked Yi Chen, do you still have money to buy a car? I still have some private money here. Why don't you take it and buy a car tomorrow? Yi Chen hurriedly waved his hand. No need. I still have some here. It's enough. Xiao Churan said apologetically. I'm really sorry. I didn't think my dad and mom would be like this. Yi Chen laughed. What are you talking about? Your dad and your mom are also my dad and my mom. We are all family. It's only right to honor them. Saying this, Yi Chen laid down on his own small floor bed and laughed. Don't worry. I'll go and buy another one back early tomorrow morning. Xiao Churan was moved. Yi Chen, thank you. Yi Chen laughed. What's the point of being polite with me, wife? Xiao Churan asked him with a slightly reddened face. You sleep on the floor. Will you be cold at night? Yi Chen said offhandedly. No, it's not cold at all. Don't worry. It's fine. Xiao Churan suddenly snapped. Sleep if you're not cold. Pig head. It's not easy to be a little bit want to let him sleep on the bed to the idea. The result of this pig head even so not on the road. Yi Chen suddenly realized at this time that he seemed to have accidentally missed something. So he hurriedly said, wife, the ground is so cold. It's so cold that I'm shivering. Xiao Churan didn't have the good sense to say, if it's cold, add a quilt. Hey, Yi Chen was immediately depressed. After a long time, he asked undauntedly, wife, it seems to have cooled down. I'm so cold. Xiao Churan ignored him and directly kicked down a quilt, puffing and saying, how cold can it be at night in the middle of summer? If it's still cold, I'll find you a down jacket to put on. Yi Chen despaired in his heart. It seems that his wife really won't let herself go to bed tonight. The next day, Xiao Churan was ready to go to work early in the morning. Yi Chen made her breakfast and handed her the keys to the BMW, saying, drive to the office today. Xiao Churan couldn't help but say, you bought the car. It's not appropriate for me to drive it to work, right? Yi Chen said, what's inappropriate about it? You're my wife, and the car was bought for you. It's not like I bought it for myself. Xiao Churan nodded lightly and said thankfully, thank you. After saying that, she took the keys of the BMW from him. The father-in-law on the side looked envious and said offhandedly, Yi Chen, you didn't forget what you said about buying me a car, did you? Haven't forgotten. Yi Chen hurriedly said, wait for me, I will go to buy you. You wait at home for the new car to drive back on the line. Father-in-law immediately smiled with joy and said happily, then I'll be waiting for it. BMW 530. You said it yourself. Don't buy the wrong one. Yi Chen burst out laughing, nodded and said, don't worry, Dad. The BMW 530 will be bought back for you today. After saying that, he followed his wife downstairs and dragged his own little electric donkey from the BMW, out of the trunk of the BMW 760. Xiao Churan drove this BMW 760 to go and get busy with her work, while Yi Chen, himself, rode the small electric donkey once again and headed to the BMW 4S store. When he was almost at the BMW 4S store, he happened to pass by the entrance of the Audi store. The people in the Audi store were the first to see him, and one of the sales said offhandedly, *******. The gentleman who bought the BMW 760 is here again riding a small electric donkey. Damn, even if we kneel down for him today, we have to stop him and sell him a top-of-the-line Audi A8. That's right. For a while, a whole bunch of Audi salesmen ran out furiously and surrounded him. Sir, come to our store to see the latest top-of-the-line Audi A8. Sir, our A8 is powerful. with a W12 engine, even more powerful than the BMW 760's V12 engine. Chen asked curiously, is it really that powerful? Really? One of Audi's sales hurriedly introduced, brother, I'll tell you, we have this W12 engine. It can be closed left and right, 12 cylinders off half is 6 cylinders. This is more fuel efficient. Chen said contemptuously, are you sick? In order to save fuel, I buy a 12-cylinder car and turn off 6 cylinders? Wouldn't it be better for me to just buy a 6-cylinder car then? This. The sales instantly realized that they had said the wrong thing, and their faces were suffocated in red. Chen sneered at them and said, I know what you guys are thinking. It's hard to see me buy a BMW 760 yesterday, so you want to keep me as a customer today no matter what you say, right? A group of people hurriedly nodded their heads in succession. Chen grunted, tell you guys, it's late. Yesterday you treated me with love and disregard. Today I'll make you climb high. After saying that, Chen pressed the horn of the small electric donkey, dripping, get out of the way, get out of the way. Brother is going to the BMW store to buy a car. The BMW sales also ran out at this time, angrily saying, Audi's grandson, what are you doing? Robbing our customers is not. Don't you see that our customers are simply ignoring you? Surround our customers again, believe it or not. I'll let the TV station expose you. Audi's face cannot hang, can only gray away. The manager of the BMW 4S store personally came to greet Chen, and came up and respectfully asked, Mr. Yi, are you still going to buy a car today? Chen nodded and said, is there a BMW 530 available? I'll drive away today. Yes there is. The manager was thrilled. Yesterday he bought a BMW 760. Today he bought a BMW 530. This was really a big customer. So he hurriedly said, sir please follow me. I'll show you the show car. Chen gave a and followed him into the showroom. There happened to be a BMW 530 in the showroom. Chen sat in and felt it, and found that although the car looked very similar to the 7 Series, but the inside was really a lot worse. But for his old man, that middle-aged big hanger-on, it was already considered a high configuration, so he was ready to directly swipe the card to buy the car. At this time, suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice, whispered, dear, I like BMW X6 will you buy me an X6? Chen, who was sitting in the car, looked at the voice, only to find that his college friend Wang Daoquan's fiancée, Lu Lily, was holding an unfamiliar man, with a face of intimacy and ambiguity. Chen immediately frowned, thinking, Lu Lily called the other party darling. Could it be that this woman was cuckolding Wang Daoquan? He could not help but feel annoyed in his heart, because he hated this kind of woman who had no moral bottom line and was unfaithful to her feelings the most in his life. Moreover, Wang Daoquan conscientious and busy career, she even came out to give him a cuckold. This kind of woman is also too disgusting. At this time, then heard that man full of lustful color asked, if I buy you X6 now, how do you explain to that Wang Daoquan? Wang Daoquan? Lu Lily said with a disgusted face, don't mention that loser, waste of a. The family wants no money, to be able to no ability, if it is not because of looking at others is quite honest, quite down to earth. I'm not with him together it. Chapter 48, The Dog Man and Woman. The man grunted, pinched Lu Lily's face, and opened his mouth to ask, now that you're my woman, are you still going to continue to be with him? The woman that I, Zhao Dong, have banged does not allow other men to get their hands on her. Lu Lily hurriedly said, don't worry brother Dong, since we have been together, I haven't let him touch me. I think he is dirty. My body will always be yours alone, brother Dong, and will only be used to serve you alone, brother Dong, said. She also explained, in fact, I originally wanted to hotel opened immediately after the breakup with him. The results did not expect this guy know a classmate is quite a bit of patience. To help me deal with the development zone side of the mixed road on the scar, I would like to wait for the store business steady a little bit, and then say break up with him, directly kicked him out of the hotel. Zhao Dong laughed and said, it's just a scar, what's it worth? If you had told me earlier, I would have let his big brother go and apologize to you with a single phone call. Lu Lily smiled and said, it's still you who are great, brother Dong. At that time, things were urgent. I didn't bother to call you, and that Wang Daoquan was also there. I was afraid that you would be unhappy if you met him. Zhao Dong pinched her waist and laughed. You're quite understanding. Lu Lily hurriedly used her own body in front of his arm rubbing back and forth, said, brother Dong, you in the end are willing to give people to buy a BMW X6 well. Zhao Dong smiled and said, in this way, later on, first go to my house, let me feed you properly a few times, then you go and break up with that hanger-on. Tomorrow I'll come to buy you a BMW X6. Lu Lily asked in surprise, brother Dong, are you telling the truth? You'll really buy me an X6 tomorrow? When have I ever lied to you? Zhao Dong grunted and said, however, You have to serve me comfortably first before you can. Lu Lily immediately winks and says, don't worry brother Dong, when I get to your house later, I will definitely serve you well. The two of them said, twisted their heads and went out of the 4S store again. Yi Chen's heart was very annoyed with this pair of dogs and men, immediately took out his cell phone and called Wang Daoquan. As soon as Wang Daoquan picked up the phone, he immediately said excitedly, Yi Chen, what are you doing? Why did you think of calling me? Yi Chen said indifferently, calling to greet you. What are you busy with now? Wang Daoquan said, I'm helping out in the back kitchen of the hotel. It's not noon soon. It's going to be served soon, so I'm helping out. Yi Chen asked, you are busy every day in the hotel, ah? Wang Daoquan said, yes, the hotel just opened. Things more. Besides, this hotel more than half of the money. Is Lily her father? I do not try a little harder. We'll let them look down on the family. Yi Chen asked again, how much did you contribute? I contributed $100,000. This is my entire savings from college graduation until now. Yi Chen continued to ask, who is the owner of the hotel? Wang Daoquan said, it's me. Yi Chen asked, the business registration is written in your name? Wang Daoquan said, that's not. Business registration is Lily her father's name. I'm not married to Lily. People out of money. Write my name is not appropriate. Finished, Wang Daoquan added, but her father said, after we get married, the actual owner of the hotel will be changed to me. Yi Chen shook his head straight as he listened. This little cutie was being used and still didn't know it. Lu Lily took him as a cow, as a horse, as a slave. Let him busy with the hotel business in the development zone. He himself came out to steal, and got together with rich men, and was ready to stomp him out. Now the hotel and the business registration, and Wang Daoquan half a penny relationship is not. Once Lu Lily flip, he can only net out of the household. At that time, not only all the work for nothing, his own $100,000 are smashed into. Thinking of this, his heart to Lu Lily more disgusted, directly asked Wang Daoquan, Lily, now what to go? Wang Daoquan laughed, do hair to go. What? Yi Chen sneered, do hair? She said that? Yeah, you believe it when she said it? Wang Daoquan asked with some surprise in his tone. Yi Chen, what do you mean in the end? Say it straight, no need to beat around the bush. Yi Chen gave a hum and said, then I'll say it straight. I saw Lu Lily in the BMW 4S store. She also hugged with a man called Zhao Dong, and mouthed the name Zhao Dong as darling. You might have been cuckolded by her. Impossible, Wang Daoquan said offhandedly. Lily is not that kind of person at all. Could it be that you recognized the wrong person? Yi Chen said with certainty, I'm not mistaken. It's her. I don't believe it. Wang Daoquan's tone was cold, saying, Yi Chen, we have a good relationship, but you can't say bad things about my wife just because we have a good relationship. Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Wang Daoquan, wake up. Your wife is already with another man. That Zhao Dong also promised to buy her a BMW X6, and now Lu Lily went home with him, and is preparing to break up with you after going back at night. As an old classmate, I advise you to make preparations early, not waiting for Wang Daoquan to answer. Yi Chen continued, you'd better I send you that painting first, transfer out. Keep that painting. You still have the capital to rise again, but if you don't believe in it, then I have no way. Wang Daoquan also got anxious and said, Yi Chen, you are less likely to talk nonsense here. Lily is my fiancée. I know her best. She would never betray me. If you falsely accuse her again, I'll cut ties with you. Yi Chen frowned and said indifferently, okay, as a friend, the reminder I should have given has already been given. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. Good luck. After saying that, Yi Chen directly hung up the phone. What a love-struck fool. I should have known that I would have secretly recorded a video just now and sent it to him to watch. At this time, the manager of the BMW store knocked on the car window and asked him, Sir, are you still satisfied with this 530? Yi Chen nodded, it's quite good. Let's have this one. Transfer a new one from the warehouse for me. The manager was immediately overjoyed. Wait a moment. I'll go arrange for someone to bring the car over. Soon, a black BMW 530 was driven over by the salesman. Yi Chen simply and fluently swiped his card to pay for the car, and then folded up the little donkey, stuffed it into the trunk, and drove away in a big way. On the way back, father-in-law and mother-in-law took turns calling, asking if he had returned. Yi Chen to the downstairs only to find that the father-in-law and mother-in-law had been waiting downstairs. Seeing that Yi Chen had really bought back a BMW 530, the old couple was excited and full of smiles. Father-in-law circled around the BMW several times and exclaimed, Good car, a good car. I really didn't expect that I would be able to drive a BMW. Yi Chen smiled and said, Dad, in the future, you might even be able to drive a Rolls-Royce. Father-in-law laughed, that depends on your abilities. Mother-in-law was also happy at the side, and her attitude towards Yi Chen had changed quite a bit. Father-in-law got on the car and test drove it for a round, and after coming back, he said, "The car is really nice and comfortable to drive. It's just that the car is too long and doesn't maneuver well. Chen, in the afternoon, you'll be the chauffeur for me, and accompany me to go out and do some things. And I just happen to have an appointment with someone to go and look at something." Chen nodded. "Okay, Dad." Mother-in-law spoke with excitement. "Turn around and be a driver for me as well. Take me to have afternoon tea with my friends. Let them also see that I'm also someone who has a BMW to transport me when I go out." "Okay, Mom." Chapter 49 Pit Father-in-law. After eating lunch, old father-in-law Xiao Churan had already dressed up and urged Chen, hurry up and get ready. Drive our new car and I'll go to the antique street. There's a store that has newly arrived with an official kiln vase from the Tang dynasty. I'm going to go over to appreciate it." Chen couldn't help but advise, "Dad, are you playing with antiques again? Our family doesn't have much money. Would it be a bit too extravagant to buy antiques?" Xiao Churan didn't have much money-making skills, but he dreamed of getting rich quite a bit, and he liked to stroll around the antique street when he was not doing anything, dreaming of picking up a leak. But over the past few years, he had basically been pitched a lot. Before, he also stopped for a while, did not expect that now not only did not completely stop, but also resurfaced. Seeing that Chen even dared to point at himself, Xiao Churan snorted coldly and said, "Don't talk so much nonsense, hurry up and send me there." Chen had no choice but to disobey, so he drove his old husband to the antique street. On the road, Xiao Churan sat in his newly purchased BMW. The whole person was complacent. He did not sit in the passenger side, but sat in the spacious back row, crossing his legs, while directing Chen to drive, while also letting Chen give him a stereo to play his favorite treasure hunting audiobooks. In his words, he is getting old. Reading books is hard on the eyes, so he simply listens to them every day. This is also even. Chen followed him to listen to a few paragraphs, found that he listened to the story. The protagonist can spend $10, betting on a piece of jadeite stone worth $1 billion. Hearing this, Chen also understood his old man, why he had endless dreams of getting rich every day. Xiao Churan is to listen to the taste. While listening, while not forgetting to lament, "Oops, my old Xiao Wen can hit this big luck. $10 to buy a stone to earn 10 billion? Hey, don't 10 billion, 100 million, I'm satisfied." Chen awkwardly coughed twice, said, "Dad, don't think about the gambling stone, that's all a lie." Xiao Churan bristled. "You know." After saying that, seeing the car has been driven to the antique street, then hurriedly opened his mouth and ordered, "Hurry to find a parking space to park the car. Don't delay my appointment to see the goods time." Jinling is a famous historical city, located outside the scenic spot Antique Street. In the country is also considered a little famous. Gathered all over the country antique dealers, as well as bargain hunters. The local tourism department also followed the trend, spending huge sums of money to renovate the antique street and make it an attraction for tourists. To the antique street, Xiao Churan familiar with the way to the door of a curio store. The receptionist explained that they have an appointment, the convenience of inviting two people to the back of the VIP room to see goods. Chen was about to follow into Xiao Churan but turned back and said, "You do not follow in. Go, you cannot understand. In the VIP room door waiting for me." Chen could only nod his head. "I know, Dad." Xiao Churan carried his hands behind his back and followed the receptionist into the VIP room. So Chen sat down in the rest area. A few minutes later, Chen suddenly heard a bam sound coming from the VIP room. Afterwards, Chen saw his old man, Xiao Churan, running out of the room in a panic. His mouth was still chanting, "It's over, it's over, it's over." Chen hurriedly walked to the front and looked behind his old husband, only to see that a tall and thin ceramic bottle on the ground had fallen into two pieces, and there were many tiny ceramic fragments on the ground. Through the fragments, one could vaguely tell that what was broken should be a Tang dynasty jade pot spring vase. He grew up in the Yi family, and is also well informed. A glance can see that this bottle is a genuine antique. The market price to sell to a few million not a big problem. It seems that the old man is in big trouble this time. In the VIP room, a middle-aged man said with a black face, "Mr. Xiao, this jade pot spring vase of ours, but it was recovered for more than 5 million. Now that you broke it, you must pay the price." This man was Zhou Liangyun, the manager of Jiqing Hall. Xiao Churan pulled over Chen and said with hard to hide his panic, "This is my precious son-in-law. Do you know how much money he has? Don't say 5 million, even 50 million won't matter. You two can talk about the compensation. I still have something to do. I'm leaving first." After saying that, Xiao Churan pushed Chen inside and ran out with his head turned. Chen was confused. This old man is too shameless. This is clearly to let himself take the blame. Zhou Lianyun looked at Chen and asked in a cold voice, "This gentleman, a total of 5,380,000. Are you swiping your card or transferring money?" Yi Chen spread his hands. I don't have any money. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to pay. He was just thinking of letting his old man learn a lesson, and also avoiding the need to greet himself every day in the future to come to the antique street. No money? Zhou Liangyun gritted his teeth. Smashing our Jiqing Hall's things, do you think you can hide by saying you don't have money? Yi Chen said helplessly. I don't want to hide, but I really don't have any money either. Besides, I didn't smash your bottle. What makes you want me to pay for it? Zhou Lian luckily anxious. Isn't that your father-in-law? Yi Chen nodded. You also said, it's my father-in-law, not me. Who smashed you? Find who to compensate. It's called the wrongdoer has a head and a debt. The trouble is not as bad as the family. This reasoning you do not understand? Zhou Liangyun a burst of annoyance. But think about what Yi Chen said is also reasonable. If he let him pay compensation without being told, and the word got out, Jiqing Hall's signboard would be ruined. So he hurriedly said offhandedly to the few people around him, you guys, hurry up and go get that old guy back for me. Yi Chen watched them scrambling to catch up with the old man, a man who smiled without saying a word. In fact, he could have just swiped his card and lost the money, but then wouldn't that be cheaper for this shameless old man of his? Instead of that, it would be better to let this old man suffer a bit. Otherwise, if he encountered such a thing again in the future, he would still screw himself. All of Jiqing Hall's people were mobilized, and they all went to catch Yi Chen's old husband, and Yi Chen himself had nothing to do, so he looked at the bottle on the ground that was broken into two halves. This bottle was about half a meter tall, and now that it had broken into two halves as well as a pile of fragments, it was a bit of a shame to look at it. However, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something hidden at the bottom of the lower half of the bottle. He hurriedly reached in and pulled it out, and surprisingly pulled out a small wooden box. Unexpectedly, there was this kind of mystery in this bottle. Jade pot spring bottle type is small mouth. This wooden box is obviously bigger than the mouth of the bottle 2 or 3 circles. It seems, this is not the late stuffed, but in the production of this bottle, directly into the wooden box. So it seems, this wooden box should also be left during the Tang dynasty. He took the wooden box in his hand and looked at it carefully. Then with a little force, he snapped it open. As the wooden box opened, an extreme fragrance escaped. Yi Chen inhaled and only felt refreshed. Taking a closer look, inside the wooden box lay an ancient book that was less than the size of a palm. Yi Chen picked up this very pocket-sized ancient book, only to see 4 ancient seal characters, 9 Xian heavenly scriptures written on the title page. The name is a bit interesting. I wonder what it records. Yi Chen opened the book and looked backwards. The first article was the chapter of medical arts, which recorded a large number of cases and treatments. Yi Chen frowned slightly. He had also come into contact with Chinese medicine, and knew some of the basic theories of Chinese medicine. But what was recorded in this book was clearly much more advanced than the methods used in today's Chinese medicine world. Some of the diagnosis and treatment methods were unheard of. And even at the end of the medical arts chapter, Yi Chen also saw alchemy, and some of the effects of the pills were simply beyond the real world. Yi Chen got interested and sat down on the ground, constantly flipping. Unexpectedly, in this 9 metaphysical heavenly scriptures, there were also feng shui divination contents, as well as all sorts of divine means such as treasure identification and restoration. And in addition to that, there were quite a lot of other strange and bizarre things. Yi Chen looked at it for a long time, only feeling that every word in the book was drilling into his brain, and his heart was like boiling water, picking up the pieces. This was an absolute treasure. Chapter 50 Yi Chen Strikes. With great joy, Yi Chen immediately prepared to stuff the 9 Xian heavenly scriptures into his arms. As a result, the book immediately turned into powder and disappeared. However, every word in the book was clearly imprinted in Yi Chen's brain. At this time, the fleeing old man was roughly escorted back by several big and thick hulks. Seeing that both sides of his face were red and swollen, it seemed that he had been caught and smoked. Yi Chen only wanted to laugh in his heart as he looked at his sorry state. This old fellow, after causing trouble, he still wanted to dump the pot on himself. How outrageous. Letting him take a lesson was also considered a bit of punishment for him. The old man Xiao Churan at this time extraordinarily wretched. He just ran desperately, tired enough, but he also did not have the car keys. Old, fat, running cannot run fast, which is the rival of these young people. So not much assembly. He was caught, tied back, and received several slaps. Really miserable to home. A few people to Xiao Churan back. The manager Zhou Liangyun gritted his teeth and said, "Old thing, smashed our bottle and want to run? You also do not inquire about the background of our Jiqing Hall." The old husband said in horror, "I didn't do it on purpose. It's this bottle, it's too slippery." Zhou Liangyun coldly said, "Cut the crap with me. I'll give you an afternoon to raise money. If you can't afford to pay for it, I'll report and warn you for willfully damaging other people's property. With a case value of more than $5 million, it's enough for you to sit through the bottom of the jail." Xiao Churan was shivering with fear. looking at Yi Chen as if he saw a life-saving straw. Yi Chen, my good son-in-law, you can't see death to save Yi Chen said helplessly. Dad, I don't have that much money either, Xiao Churan hurriedly said offhandedly. Then you go to jail instead of me. My Xiao family has raised you for so long, and it's time for you to know how to return the favor. Yi Chen thought to himself, how do you have the face to say such things? When he was about to refuse, the middle-aged man took the first step and spoke. There's a debt for every wrong. We at Jiqing Hall are the most trustworthy in our business. You broke the bottle, so you have to pay for it. After saying that, he said to Yi Chen, you can go, but you better help him raise enough money. Otherwise, after this afternoon, I will send him to the police station. Yi Chen gently nodded. Xiao Churan was terrified and cried, good son-in-law, you can't leave. What am I going to do if you leave? Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh for a while when he saw him scared like this, but of course he couldn't laugh on his face. He was about to find an excuse to raise money and leave, so that his old husband could stay here and suffer a bit. But it suddenly occurred to his mind that there was an ancient method in the Jiao Xian heavenly scripture just now regarding the restoration of porcelain artifacts. So he had a thought and said, Manager Zhou, if I can restore that jade pot spring vase, will you be able to let my old husband leave? Zhou Liangyan sneered and said, who do you think you are? But also to restore antiques. To tell you the truth, I have sent the photos to Jinling cultural relics appraisal experts have seen. The other side said broken into such, not already possible to restore. Yi Chen shook his head and said, your bottle is broken anyway, it's useless to keep it. I won't lose anything if I try. Zhou Liangyun snorted disdainfully and said, good, you won't die until you reach the Yellow River, right? Row, I'd like to see what you're capable of. Yi Chen said, prepare me a piece of rice paper, a brush, and 5 eggs. The eggs should be raw. Zhou Liangyun waited to see what kind of joke Yi Chen would make, and didn't hesitate, and quickly got a basket of raw eggs for Yi Chen. However, he still couldn't help but mock, repairing artifacts with eggs. I've never seen this kind of tactic before. I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. Either you'll take the money to compensate, or we'll take your father-in-law to court. $5 million. Enough for your father-in-law to sit in jail for the rest of his life. Yi Chen nodded. What if I fix it? Zhou Liangyun coldly grunted. If it is indeed fixed after professional appraisal, and most of the losses can be recovered, then you can leave. Good. Yi Chen nodded. It's a deal. After saying that, he immediately stopped talking to him as well, picked up a brush and sketched the outline of the jade pot spring vase on the rice paper. Subsequently, he then knocked a small mouth of the egg, dipped his index finger in a little egg white, smeared on a piece of bottle fragments, pressed it on the paper model, followed by flicking up a piece of press up. The paper model is also gradually being antique fragments pasted all over. Everyone held their breath for fear of disturbing his restoration process. Soon, half an hour passed. By the time Yi Chen straightened up again, what was presented in front of everyone's eyes was a Tang Dynasty jade kettle spring vase that was like a newborn. He smiled at Zhou Liangyun and said, you can see where there are still flaws. Zhou Liangyun picked up the bottle and looked it up and down for a few moments before saying disdainfully, are you kidding me? You pasted with egg liquid once, even if it's repaired? I'll break your leg and paste it with egg liquid for you too, okay? Don't mess with that bottle. Right at this moment, a crisp and urgent voice suddenly came from the doorway. Immediately following, a cold beauty wearing a small white casual suit stepped in. Her face was clear and beautiful, her body was perfect and tall, close to 1.7 meters, exuding a gorgeous aura, and that pair of beautiful eyes looked towards the house. Her eyes were filled with a cold and arrogant aura, as if she was a frosty queen. Zhou Liangyan's face changed drastically the moment he saw this woman, and he hurriedly bowed his head respectfully and said, eldest miss, why are you here? The person who came was none other than the actual owner of Jiqing Hall, the eldest miss of the top family in Jinling, the Song clan. Song Wanting snorted coldly and said with an angry face, I'm afraid that if I don't come, you'll lose this store to me. What's going on here? Zhou Liangyun smiled sarcastically and hurriedly replied, a guest broke the bottle by mistake while looking at it. His son-in-law repaired it with an egg. I was about to say that it's worthless to repair it like that, and communicate with them about compensation. Song Wanting came over to the side of the jade pot spring vase, observed it for a moment, and her face changed abruptly. Then, she immediately turned around and angrily rebuked Zhou Liangyun. Quickly put it down. Who told you to touch it without understanding? Zhou Liangyun was instantly confused. Missy, what are you doing? Song Wanting angrily said, this is a freshly restored artifact. Except for the restoration experts, other people are not allowed to touch it with their hands for the time being. Don't you know this rule? Zhou Liangyan said with some hesitation. This is to take the egg liquid paste again, cannot be counted as restoration, right? Song Wanting's beautiful eyes contain anger. Reprimanded, you idiot. After this bottle restoration, the price at least double. but just because you touch with your hands, at least lose 2 million. Pack up your own things and don't come tomorrow. She had previously seen a porcelain plate from the same period as the jade pot spring vase at an auction in Hong Kong City. The history of that plate was very interesting. It was a porcelain from the Tang dynasty, which was broken in the Song dynasty, and then the Song dynasty's skilled craftsmen used the same method to restore it. And because this restoration technique is extremely rare and historically long lost, the final price of the plate was $13 million, far more than the actual value of the plate. Now, this jade pot spring vase was Yi Chen with the lost method of restoration. The value of the bottle will also be however rise. Zhou Liangyun's face was pale. He had never thought that he had only touched the jade pot spring vase, but it would bring such a big loss, and he had also lost his job. Song Wanting then asked, "Where is the master who restored this jade pot spring vase? Quickly bring me to pay my respects." Chapter 51, Outrageous. Zhou Liangyun was shocked. Even in his dreams, he did not expect that the bottle restored by this egg would become an even more precious treasure, so he hurriedly reached out and pointed at Yi Chen. "Missy, it's this gentleman who restored the..." Song Wanting shot a glance at Yi Chen, and secretly wondered in her heart. He was too young to know this kind of artifact restoration technique that had been lost. With a slight smile, Song Wanting politely asked, "I am Song Wanting of the Song family. What is the name of the gentleman? Dare I ask from which master of cultural relics?" Xiao Churan, the old husband who was trembling in fear at the side, was immediately shocked speechless upon hearing Song Wanting's name. Song family. The Song family was the top family in the entire Jinling. Although the strength is not comparable to those super families in Yanjing, but in Jinling, it is really a giant that no one can match. I never thought that I would be able to meet the Song family's eldest daughter here. On this side, Yi Chen didn't have much feeling about Song Wanting's identity. Although the Song family was very strong, it was only a family with 100 billion assets, compared to a family with trillions of assets like the Yi family. It was really 100,000 miles away. So he said indifferently, "My name is Yi Chen, but I don't have any mentorship." Immediately after, Yi Chen added, "My father-in-law broke your jade pot spring vase. I repaired it, and I would like to ask you to give an appraisal of the exact value to see if we still need to compensate." Song Wanting shook her head and laughed. "After you repaired it, the bottle has far exceeded its original value. Logically speaking, it should be us. Jiqing Hall, who owe you?" Yi Chen smiled faintly. "There is no need to be so polite. Since this side has been dealt with, it's time for me and my father-in-law to go back." Song Wanting's big eyes turned slightly and said with a smile, "Sir, I don't know your name and how do you call yourself? Is it possible to leave a contact information for future communication?" Saying that, Song Wanting took out her own business card and handed it over, saying, "Sir, this is my business card, please accept it." Yi Chen nodded and accepted the business card, saying indifferently, "My surname is Yi, but I don't have a business card." "Never mind," Song Wanting said. "I wonder if it's convenient for Mr. Yi to leave a phone number?" Yi Chen felt that knowing more people was naturally not a bad thing, and this Song Wanting looked quite polite and humble, not like an arrogant and domineering person, and looked quite pleasant, so he exchanged cell phone numbers with Song Wanting. Song Wanting then said, "Mr. Yi, do you want me to send a car to send you two back?" Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "No need, I drove here." Song Wanting nodded and said, "Then let me send the two of you out." Afterward, Song Wanting sent the two of them to the side of the BMW 530 and watched Yi Chen drive away before walking slowly back to Jiqing Hall. As Yi Chen drove back, his old husband couldn't help but ask him, "Yi Chen, who did you learn the art of repairing cultural relics from?" Yi Chen naturally couldn't say that he had found a magical Jiuxian heavenly scripture in the bottle he had broken. After all, this book was too magical. With so much content in it, he still needed to digest it slowly. Moreover, he couldn't tell anyone about this kind of thing, so he casually said, "Learned it from a grandpa who used to sweep the floor in the orphanage." The old father-in-law nodded and sighed. "What a blessing. If you didn't have this skill, I'm afraid I would have to go to jail." Saying that, the old father-in-law hurriedly instructed, "Right, this matter must not be told to your mom and Churan. Got it?" Yi Chen nodded. "Got it, Dad." Only then did the old father-in-law breathe a sigh of relief, rubbed his face, and said with chagrin, "If I had known that you had this craft, then I would have run the hell out of there, not to mention being half dead from exhaustion, but also being slapped a few times. Damn it, bad luck." After saying that, he asked Yi Chen, "Can I still see the marks on my face?" Yi Chen said, "There's still a little redness." The old man hummed and said, "If your mom asks at home, just say that I accidentally hit a pole." Back home, Yi Chen was so busy that he went to the food market to buy food and cook. Calling his wife Xiao Churan and asking her what she wanted to eat, she replied that she was going to touch the construction program with Wang Dongxue in the evening, and Wang Dongxue was going to host her for a meal at the Imperial Palace Group. Immediately after that, Wang Donghua also sent him a text message, saying, "Young master, young granny's side is about to start construction, so I may be busy in the near future. Please don't mind." Yi Chen, who was an unreasonable person, knew that business was important, so he replied to her, "The company's meals should be well catered, don't let her eat boxed meals." Wang Donghua immediately said, "Don't worry, I'll arrange for the company's executive dining room to make the best dinner to entertain young granny." Well done. Since his wife didn't come home for dinner, Yi Chen wasn't that particular about it, and casually bought some ingredients and went home to cook a home-cooked meal for his old husband and mother-in-law. After dinner, the old couple went out for a square dance, and Yi Chen was at home by himself, his mind still recalling some of the subtle contents of the 9 Xian heavenly scriptures. At this time, he suddenly received a phone call. It was Wang Daoquan who called. Yi Chen did not want to take his call. This kid is really some ghosts, his own good intentions to remind him. The result is that he also flipped with himself. Let a person some hold fire, but think of him also poor enough. So Yi Chen still connect the phone, asked him, something? On the other end of the phone, Wang Daoquan vaguely sobbed. "Yi Chen, good brother, I'm sorry, it's me who wronged you." Yi Chen heard him crying, the heart more or less also some intolerance. Asked him, "You know the truth of the matter?" Wang Daoquan cried, "After you finished talking to me, the more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong. And then I found a villa in a villa area through the positioning of her Apple phone, and as a result, I knocked on the door and went in to catch the adulterer, and was violently beaten up by that man and his driver and housekeeper, and then I was dragged to the hospital by 120. Speaking of this, Wang Daoquan broke down and cried, "Yi Chen, it's brother, I'm blind and wrong about you. You mustn't be angry with me. You're the only good friend I've got. If you flip out with me too, I'll really have nothing in Jinling." Yi Chen sighed and said, "I don't blame you. Which hospital are you in now?" "I'm in the People's Hospital." Wang Daoquan said, "My leg was broken by him with a baseball bat. The doctor said that this period of time can't get out of bed. You gave me that painting. I went out to catch adultery when I brought it on my body. Can you trouble you to help me to mortgage this painting to the pawn shop? My money is smashed into the hotel, now penniless, no money to cure the disease." When Yi Chen heard this, he immediately questioned, "Did those people who injured you not pay the medical bills?" "No." "Did you call the police?" "Reported. Useless. The police officer said I trespassed. People beat me as self-defense." Outrageous. Yi Chen was on fire. Said, "You wait, I'll go over there." Chapter 52, You will die a horrible death. People's Hospital. Wang Daoquan was lying on a bed in the emergency department. He had injuries all over his body, and his right leg was in a cast, looking very pitiful. Yi Chen's heart cannot help but sympathize. A big man looked at the wrong woman. The result is not only the heart was broken through, the body was also beaten like this. When Wang Daoquan saw him come in, his eyes that were swollen like eggs burst into tears. "Yi Chen." Wang Daoquan couldn't control his pain as soon as he opened his mouth. Yi Chen walked to the front and faintly said, "All right, adjust, it's not worth it for you to be so sad." Wang Daoquan cried, "I chased her for 3 years. In order to her, I have no dignity at all these years. Completely turned into a licking dog. Thought I was licking to the end of everything, but did not expect to be licking to the end. Nothing Wang Daoquan cried up and down, said, "That not only want to break up with me, but also want me to net out of the house. I earned money in the past few years, most of the money spent on her. Only 100,000 deposits are also invested in the hotel. The result is that she is not even willing to pay me back this money. I am really blind. How would like to be on such a snake-hearted woman?" Yi Chen persuaded him, "Dao Koan, a man should be able to afford to let go, fall down, get up again what about the painting I gave you? That painting can sell for at least $200,000, enough for you to do some small business." Wang Daoquan nodded and said, "The painting is in my arms. Thanks to your reminder. I took the painting with me. Otherwise, the painting must have been taken away by her too." Yi Chen said, "It's good that the painting is still there. You lie down first to dissipate your anger. I'll go and buy you some fruits, and by the way, I'll pay the hospitalization fee." Wang Daoquan moved straight to tears. "Yi Chen, good brother, really thank you. You can rest assured that in the future I will definitely return the money to you." Yi Chen faintly said, "All right, they are all brothers, cut the crap." After saying that, he went out of the ward first. Just now came in a hurry, did not care to buy things. See Wang Daoquan so poor, Yi Chen also some heart, so he went to buy him some fruit, and swiped the card to give him pre-deposited 100,000 yuan hospitalization fee. Back to the ward, Yi Chen found the door of the ward was pushed open. Walking to the front, he realized that Lu Lily, with her hands on that jiaodong, was standing in front of Wang Daoquan's hospital bed. Seeing the two of them come in, Wang Daoquan loudly questioned, "What are you doing here?" Watching my jokes? Lu Lily sneered. Who cares to see you as a bear? After saying that, she spat on the ground and continued. I came to ask you for that painting. Where did you hide it? Hurry up and hand it over to me. Wang Daoquan said angrily. Lu Lily, that painting was sent to me by my brother. Who are you to take it away? Sent you? Lu Lily snorted coldly. You give me a clear ing picture. Why did Yi Chen send that painting? It's a congratulatory gift for the opening of the hotel. And who owns that hotel? It's my father's. Wang Daoquan did not expect Lu Lily to be so shameless. His voice trembled with anger. Lu Lily, don't go too far. Your family hotel and I invested $100,000. You must return that $100,000 to me. As for that painting, it is my good brother gave me. Do you hear me? Sent to me. Lu Lily said contemptuously. Less ing bull with me. The hotel has nothing to do with you. I won't give you a penny. That painting belongs to the hotel. If you don't take it out, I'll call the police right away, and say that you stole that painting from my family's hotel. Zhao Dong also laughed coldly. Kid, I advise you to be more sensible. My Zhao Dong's network in Jinling, you can't afford to mess with. If you don't hand over the painting, as long as I give the Public Security Bureau a greeting, you will be arrested immediately. 200,000 case value. Enough for you to squat 10 years in prison. Wang Daoquan tears keep flowing. Question Lu Lily. These years I'm devoted to you. All I can give you, even if you do not appreciate. There is no need to fall on the well, right? Lu Lily said disdainfully. Appreciate? What are you? I'll tell you. I've never liked you. You're such a loser. You're not worthy of my liking at all. Only a man like Brother Dong is worthy of my liking. Xiao Dong also laughed on the side. I forgot to tell you. Lily and I are very harmonious in bed. You don't know how loud Lily screams. The ceiling of my house is almost overturned by her screams. Lu Lily shamefully said. Aya Dong. Why are you saying this? People will be shy. Shy. Xiao Dong laughed. Why don't we close the door and show him how you served me in front of this punk? Aya. Don't. Too shy. Wang Daoquan couldn't take it anymore. He picked up a pillow and slammed it over, cursing, dog boy and girl, get the hell out of here. Xiao Dong grabbed the pillow and grunted coldly. I'm warning you, if you don't hand over the painting, I'll break your other leg here as well and throw you in jail. Yi Chen, after listening to all this outside, suddenly walked into the ward and shouted angrily, dare to touch my brother, looking for death. Xiao Dong turned back and looked at Yi Chen and questioned, who are you? Lu Lily said, this person is Yi Chen, the one who delivered the painting. Xiao Dong laughed out loud. Aya, who did I think it was? It turns out to be that soft-eating punk. His great name is known to no one and no one in Jinling. Saying that, Xiao Dong looked at Yi Chen coldly and said, I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here. I can pretend that you haven't been here and not pursue you. Yi Chen said disdainfully, tell me to get out? What are you? Xiao Dong gritted his teeth and said, kid, how dare you pretend to be a bully in front of me? Xiao Dong? Yi Chen said in a cold voice. I don't care if you are Xiao Dong, Zhao Shi, or Laxi. You've upset me today. I'll give you a chance. Kneel on the ground and kowtow to my brother 3 times. Let my brother smash one of your legs, or else, you'll die an ugly death. Hearing these words, Xiao Dong imitated as if he had laughed out loud for a few moments. Then, his expression gradually solidified as he said in a cold voice, kid, what did you say? Making me, Xiao Dong, kneel down? Are you tired of living? Lu Lily couldn't help but taunt from the side. Yi Chen, where are you from? Pretending to be a pussy with Brother Dong. Do you think your life is too long? Yi Chen coldly said, stinking framer don't talk to me, I hate your mouth too tie. You, Lu Lily was instantly furious and said to Xiao Dong, Brother Dong, he dares to scold me, find someone to beat him to death, I'm going to tear his mouth apart. Xiao Dong gritted his teeth and said, ungrateful thing, I'll call someone to screw you over right now, just wait. When Yi Chen heard this, he suddenly laughed and said, good, if you don't screw me over, you and this stinky framer will both die a horrible death. Chapter 53, Kneel down and spare your life. Xiao Dong immediately made a phone call, and opened his mouth and shouted, 7th brother, I'm at the People's Hospital now, bring a few of your brothers here, I'm going to waste a kid. Yi Chen didn't make a call. Instead, he directly sent a text message to Hongwu, come to the People's Hospital, someone wants to get me killed. Hongwu immediately called back and asked offhandedly, Mr. Yi, which ungrateful dog smacking seat is it? Yi Chen faintly said, less nonsense. Directly over the line, Hong Fifth Master immediately said, don't worry, Mr. Yi, I'll be right there. Xiao Dong saw that Yi Chen was also talking to someone on the phone and laughed coldly. What? You can call someone on the phone too? Yi Chen sneered. I told you, I will let you die a miserable death. As if Xiao Dong had heard a big joke, he laughed coldly. You count for something. In Jinling, the person who can make me die a miserable death hasn't even been born yet. Wang Daoquan on the hospital bed struggled to sit up and said anxiously, Yi Chen, hurry up and go. Don't mess with this guy. You can't afford to mess with him. Yi Chen walked to him and pressed him back on the bed. Faintly said, just lie down properly. Wang Daoquan said eagerly, you don't know the way this Xiao Dong comes. His family is very powerful in Jinling. Yi Chen peeled an orange and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, the person I can't afford to mess with hasn't been born yet. Lu Lily laughed. Oops, you can really blow awesome. Do you know what Dong's family does? Yi Chen said, I don't know what his family does. I only know that he will be a disabled person for the rest of his life. After saying that, he added, oh yeah, you're the same. Lu Lily's face immediately darkened. Okay, since you're looking for death, just wait. Yi Chen asked Wang Daoquan at this time, does Lu Lily's father, Lu Yuesheng, know about you being beaten? No, Wang Daoquan said. I called him. Yi Chen nodded and asked, what did he say? Wang Daoquan's expression was furious as he said that he couldn't care less about our young people's affairs. That means that I should not look for him. Yi Chen asked again. Then the $100,000 you invested in the hotel, did you ask him for it? Asked. Wang Daoquan's expression became even more irritated, gritting his teeth. This old thing even said that my $100,000 was not invested in the hotel. It was as a future son-in-law's filial piety to him, and also said that I'm not qualified to ask for it back, and that he won't return it to me either. Outrageous. Yi Chen snorted coldly. No wonder you have such a daughter. So you are a scum yourself. Yi Chen, what did you say? Lu Lily was instantly enraged, and snapped out of her mouth, daring to curse my father. I think you're tired of living, aren't you? After saying that, she hurriedly shook Xiao Dong's arm and begged, Brother Dong, he even dared to curse my father. Hit him. Xiao Dong was a playboy. He wasn't that tall, and his physical fitness was average. Standing in front of Yi Chen was half a head shorter. What's more, Yi Chen did all sorts of chores at home every day, went to bed early and woke up early, and his physical fitness was extremely good. If he were to fight with Yi Chen, he would not have been able to win against Yi Chen at all. What's more, Yi Chen followed his father to learn Wing Chun when he was a child, and after his parents passed away, he never stopped practicing kung fu in the orphanage, and it was by virtue of the boxing skills he had practiced since he was a child that he was able to not be bullied in the orphanage. Therefore, if he really started to fight, not to mention a Xiao Dong, even if it is 5 Xiao Dong, may not be Yi Chen's opponent. Xiao Dong himself was also very clear in his heart. If he made a move now, he would not be able to take advantage of it at all, and would probably get beaten up as well. So he touched Lu Lily's hand and comforted. Baby, don't worry. 7th brother has already brought someone over, and will be here very soon. When 7th brother arrives, I want him dead. Yi Chen sent a text message to Buckingham Palace's Richard Chen at this time. What is the origin of Jinling's Xiao Dong? Richard Chen quickly replied. The family does business, mainly engaging in jade shareholders and pawn auctions. The strength is just so. He messed with you? Aha. Yi Chen replied back with a message. I've asked Hong Wu to come over. In addition, you help me do something. Richard Chen hurriedly said. Young master, please tell me. Yi Chen said. I want you to bring Xiao Dong's father to the People's Hospital, as well as an old guy in Jinling who was involved in cultural relics appraisal named Lu Yuesheng. All of them should be brought over to me as well. Chen Zikai immediately said. Yes, young master. I will personally escort them over to see you. Yi Chen said. You don't need to step in. Just send someone to do it. I don't want people to know that we know each other yet. Okay, young master. Then should I have someone teach those 2 old things a lesson? Yi Chen said. Catch them and beat them up first, then send them over tied up. Okay, young master. Everything is at your disposal. I'll order it down. Putting away his cell phone, Yi Chen looked at Xiao Dong and Lu Lily and said in a cold voice. It is said that a son doesn't teach his father. So let your old men come over later and tell them face to face exactly how they educated you 2 scums. Xiao Dong said with a dark face. Kid, I advise you to stop before it's too late. Otherwise, when the people I called arrive, you really might not be alive. Yi Chen grunted. Tell the people you called to come quickly. I kind of can't wait. Xiao Dong was about to open his mouth to insult Yi Chen, when the door of the ward was kicked open, and a guy with a face full of rough meat rushed in with 7 or 8 people aggressively. As soon as Xiao Dong saw him, he immediately pointed at Yi Chen and said, 7th brother, it's this kid, help me get him killed. That 7th brother frowned and said in a cold voice, you're the one who messed with my brother? Yi Chen smiled bashfully and nodded. What, you want to stand up for him? 7th brother looked at him with some skepticism. This kid was new to his face. He hadn't seen him before and didn't know what his background was, but why wasn't he afraid of himself at all? So, he asked tentatively, Kid, where do you mix? Yi Chen said, I mix with my family. Xiao Dong hurriedly added, 7th brother, this pussy is a door-to-door son-in-law who eats soft food. After that, he whispered in his ear. Seventh brother, this kid has no background. You can rest assured that you will fight to the death. I will take the blame if anything happens. Soft food? Seventh brother let out a sardonic laugh and said, fine, I'll break his bird. I'll see what he still relies on to eat soft rice. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Chen to reply, he immediately waved his hand to the brothers behind him. Damn, him to death for me. Zhao Dong looked at Yi Chen and sneered. Surname Yi, what are your last words? Yi Chen ignored him and looked at that seventh brother, faintly said, kneel down, spare your dog's life. The seventh brother froze, pulled out his ears, frowned and asked, what did you just say? Say it again. I guarantee you won't live through tonight. Right at this moment, a roar suddenly came from outside the door. Little Seven, Mr. Yi told you to kneel down. Are you deaf? Seven's expression flinched. Master Hong Fifth unexpectedly came. Chapter 54 Give me a hand. As soon as the words left his mouth, Master Hong Fifth brought Ah Biao, as well as dozens of brothers, and rushed in with great vigor. As soon as he entered, he immediately greeted Ah Biao, seal the door. No one is allowed to enter. Ah Biao immediately nodded. Got it, Master 5. Seventh brother looked at Master Hong Fifth dumbfounded, his brain already completely disconnected. Fifth Master Hong, the underground emperor of Jinling City. Seventh brother was just one of the many small local leaders, but Master Hong Fifth was the king of the local Dao. All the people on the road have to worship Master Hong Fifth's stock. He never dreamed that he would alert Master Hong if he came to help Zhao Dong with a small matter. Zhao Dong did not recognize Master Hong Fifth. Seeing seventh brother's confused look, he frowned and asked, Seventh brother, what is going on? Who is this old man? When these words came out, seventh brother immediately shivered in fear. As he grabbed Zhao Dong's hair, he fiercely slammed his fist hard on his face, directly breaking his nose bone. Looking at his two nostrils bleeding profusely, seventh brother gritted his teeth and cursed. Surname Zhao, you wanna die? Don't drag me down. This is Master Hong Wu. Zhao Dong was instantly scared out of his wits. Master Hong Fifth? The underground emperor of Jinling City? How did he come here? At this time, Master Hong Fifth walked over with a dark face and kicked seventh brother in the crotch, causing seventh brother to suffer severe pain. And all of a sudden, he knelt down on the ground, his face pale to the extreme. Master Hong Fifth stared at him and said in a cold voice, even Mr. Yi dares to mess with him. You've lived long enough, haven't you? After saying that, Master Hong Fifth immediately made a bow at Yi Chen and said shamefully, Mr. Yi, I came late, please chastise me. Master Hong Fifth's respectful attitude towards Yi Chen shocked everyone at the scene. Only then did Zhao Dong realize what kind of character he had messed with, and he immediately trembled in fear. Yi Chen nodded to Hong Wu and pointed at seventh brother and asked, you recognize this person? Hong Wu said, recognize, a junior only, even had the eyes to mess with Mr. Yi. What does Mr. Yi want to dispose of? One word, Hong Wu will immediately do it. Yi Chen nodded and said, he's a very cross person. He came into the house and wanted to waste me. Such a person, it's a hazard to stay in the society. Waste him, so that he can't leave the wheelchair for the rest of his life. Seventh brother was instantly scared out of his wits. He relies on fighting for a living. If he really becomes an invalid who can't leave the wheelchair, how can he still mix in the road in the future? Wouldn't his whole life be over? He knelt on the ground and crawled to Yi Chen on his knees, crying, Mr. Yi, it's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize MT. Tai, I beg you to spare me. I won't dare to offend you again. Yi Chen coldly said, I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. Seventh brother thought of what Yi Chen had just told himself, kneel down and spare your dog's life. He had thought that Yi Chen was looking for death at that time, but now he realized that it wasn't him who was looking for death. It was himself. Under panic, he immediately knocked his head to the floor, crying, Mr. Yi, please give me another chance. Spare my dog's life. Yi Chen ignored him and instead looked at Hong Wu, questioning, don't do it yet. What are you waiting for? Hong Wu's expression flinched as he hurriedly said, come on people, smash his kneecaps to pieces for me. Immediately, a few juniors rushed up and pressed seventh brother to the floor in a big shape. Ah Biao drew out an iron rod at this time, striding forward. Seventh brother still wanted to beg for mercy, but Ah Biao directly gathered the iron rod above his head and slammed it down hard. There was a click. Seventh brother's right kneecap was smashed into powder. This kind of crushing injury could never be cured in this lifetime. Seventh brother wailed in pain, but Yi Chen said at this time, it's not enough, only waste one of his legs, he can still be on crutches. I want him to be unable to leave the wheelchair for the rest of his life. Ah Biao immediately nodded, raised the steel rod, and slammed it into seventh brother's left knee again. Seventh brother immediately rolled on the ground in pain, and his entire body was on the verge of going into shock from the pain. Master Hong Fifth said to Ah Biao, stuff something in his mouth so as not to disturb Mr. Yi. Okay Master Fifth. Immediately after, Biao stuffed a few pieces of gauze into seventh brother's mouth and left him on the ground curled up like a dead dog. Zhao Dong had already turned pale with fear. He now finally understood what kind of existence he had angered. Not waiting for Yi Chen to lash out, he took the initiative to kneel on the ground and kowtowed one after another. Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken out against you. I beg you to be generous. Lu Lily was also shocked and confused, seeing Zhao Dong kneeling down and begging for forgiveness. She herself hurriedly knelt down and kept kowtowing and apologizing. Yi Chen coldly said, "You pair of dogs, do you really think that if you beg for forgiveness, I will let you go? You guys are really very foolish and naive." The two men trembled in fear. At this time, several black-clothed men walked in with two middle-aged and elderly people who were tied up. The two middle-aged and elderly people were already beaten and dying. As soon as they threw the two middle-aged men to the ground, they bowed to Yi Chen and said, "Mr. Yi, the person you wanted is here." Zhao Dong and Lu Lily took a glance and were so scared that they almost fainted on the spot. The two middle-aged and elderly people lying on the ground were Zhao Dong's father, Zhao Haifeng, and Lu Lily's father, Lu Yuesheng. Yi Chen had someone pour cool water on Zhao Haifeng's and Lu Yuesheng's faces, sobering them up, and then questioned Lu Yuesheng. "Surname Lu, your daughter's water sex, casually cuckolding her fiancé. Do you know about this?" Lu Yuesheng was scared silly. He was beaten up before he came. He knew that this time his daughter had messed with a hard target. In order to protect himself, he shook his head vigorously. I don't know. Yi Chen nodded and said, "Don't know, right? Not knowing is a lapse of judgment and responsibility on your part as a father." "Ah Biao, smash his left knee for me. Same as that dead dog just now." "Okay." Ah Biao immediately said to the people around him, "Hold him down for me." Lu Yuesheng screamed in fear, "Don't help!" Lu Lily also cried out in fear, "Dad!" Biao did not have any hesitation. When his men pressed Lu Yuesheng's legs down, he immediately swung the steel rod and slammed it down. Lu Yuesheng only felt the pain and wanted to die. His knee had been completely shattered, and he was afraid that it would be impossible to recover in this life. At this time, Yi Chen asked again, "I'll ask you again. Your daughter is a watery woman, casually giving her fiancé a cuckold. Do you know about this?" Lu Yuesheng cried while saying, I know. It's my fault for not disciplining her. I will definitely discipline her properly in the future." Yi Chen snorted coldly, "Since you know about this, why don't you stop it? Knowing that your daughter has made a mistake but not disciplining her, that's your father's viewpoint is incorrect, aiding and abetting the evildoer." After saying that, he shouted angrily to Biao, Biao, get me to scrap his other leg as well." Chapter 55, Paying a Painful Price. Lu Yuesheng didn't expect that admitting his mistake wouldn't work, and Yi Chen still wasn't prepared to let himself go. His whole frightened body fainted all of a sudden. However, Biao's steel rod caused him to instantly wake up again with severe pain. Lu Yu had lived most of his life. When had he ever suffered such a crime? He burst into old tears and cried in despair, "Mr. Yi, I really know I'm wrong. In the future, I'll be sure to be strict with this unfilial daughter, and will never let her do such harmful things again." Yi Chen said disdainfully, "You are quite good at shirking responsibility." One sentence made Lu Yuesheng instantly tremble dramatically. Yi Chen asked in a stern voice, "Surname Lu, I'm asking you, my brother invested $100,000 in your hotel. Why don't you return it? Why do you say that money is my brother's filial piety to you?" Lu Yuesheng's face turned pale and hurriedly said, I was wrong. It's me being greedy. It's me being shameless. I really know I'm wrong." After saying that, he looked at the bed with an angry face. Wang Daokuan, off the mouth pleaded, "Daokuan, is my ghost lost the mind? You can rest assured. This 100,000 yuan I must return to you with interest. Please talk to Mr. Yi. I really can't withstand the tossing of this old bones." Yi Chen looked at Wang Daokuan and questioned, "Are you going to plead for him?" Wang Daokuan firmly shook his head and said offhandedly, "No, I will not plead for any of them." "Good." Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Count yourself as a man." After saying that, he turned his head to Lu Yuesheng, who was full of despair. "Not only have you failed to teach your son well, you are also disrespectful to your old age, and presumptuously misappropriated all of my brother's savings over the past few years. What's the difference between you and robbing in the open?" Lu Yuesheng was shivering in fear, crying and wailing, "Mr. Yi, I'm an asshole. I'm not a human being. I deserve to die. You spare me. I'm begging you. I'll work for you as a cow. I'll call you Grandpa in the future. Grandpa Yi, you spare me." Yi Chen sneered, "Spare you? It seems that although you are an ugly person, you think beautifully." After saying that, he said to Biao, "Waste his right hand for me. I'll see if he dares to rob others in the future." Lu Yuesheng cried out in despair, "Don't Mr. Yi, don't Ah Biao simply slammed hard. Ah, my hand, my hand. Yi Chen said to Ah Biao, gag him and pull him aside. Good. Ah Biao immediately plugged his mouth as well and threw him together with Brother Seven. Lu Lili was already scared out of her mind. Zhao Dong was the same. Zhao Dong's father, Zhao Haifeng, was the same. He looked at Zhao Dong, angrily slapped him and cursed, son of a, who told you to fool around outside? You're going to get me killed. Yi Chen surveyed Zhao Haifeng with a smile and asked, what? Your son is messing around with my brother's fiancée, cuckolding my brother, and you as a father don't know? Zhao Haifeng cried in fear. He didn't know how to answer, because Lu Yuexing's previous lesson was right there just now. If he said he knew, his right leg would be smashed. If he said he didn't know, his left leg would be smashed. Seeing that he didn't dare to answer, Yi Chen directly said to Ah Biao, this old guy seems to be very shrewd, thinking that he can escape the chastisement by not opening his mouth. Ah Biao, you can directly waste both of his legs. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen looked at the extremely flustered Zhao Haifeng and coldly said, blame it on your son for harming you. Immediately afterward, with two desperate wails, Zhao Haifeng's two legs were also completely wasted. Seeing his father being smashed into a cripple, Zhao Dong felt a wave of loss of control underneath his body, and immediately after, a pale yellowish, foul-smelling liquid seeped out of his crotch. Surprisingly, he was scared to pee. Yi Chen coldly smiled. Good. It seems that you really are a scumbag who can't control that thing. All of this today is caused by you not being able to control it. I don't think there's any use for you to keep it. After saying that, he instructed Ah Biao, let him never be a man in the future. Ah Biao's expression flashed with a hint of horror. As the same man, his crotch could not help but tighten when he heard this order. Master Hongwu immediately yelled lowly, what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and follow Mr. Ye's orders? Ah Biao immediately came back to his senses and said to the people around him, spread this ass legs apart. Zhao Dong was desperate to the extreme and cried loudly, Mr. Yi, Grandpa Yi, please spare me. Even if you waste my arms and legs, don't let me fail to be a man. Yi Chen laughed. Do you think it's a matter of choosing between scrapping your arms and legs, and scrapping that thing? You're wrong. This is a double choice. You can't escape either one. Immediately after, Ah Biao raised his foot and violently stepped down. Zhao Dong completely became a eunuch. However, this was not the end. Ah Biao again followed Yi Chen's request and wasted both his hands and feet. Zhao Dong, who had cuckolded others, and even put others in the hospital, arrogantly, had completely become a double-sense invalid, but no one sympathized with him. Everything he did today was self-inflicted. Now, only Lu Lili was left intact. At this time, Lu Lili has been almost mentally deranged. She knelt and crawled to the hospital bed, pulling Wang Daoquan's hand, crying, husband, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have betrayed you. In fact, I truly love you, but only by that surname Zhao violated once. He photographed my fruit photos. I have no choice but to let him at his mercy. Ah, Zhao Dong angrily scolded. Lu Lili, you this scratchy goods dare to accuse me. It was clearly that time when you and your father went to my family's pawn shop. You saw that my family had money and took the initiative to hook up with me, taking the initiative to sleep with me. Otherwise, I couldn't have gotten together with you. Saying that, he cried and said to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, you don't want to believe this framer. I have chat records here. She took the initiative to add my WeChat and confessed to me, saying that she fell in love with me at first sight. And she also took the initiative to send me several fruit photos and close-ups to seduce me. These pictures are in my photo album. You can take out my cell phone and take a look. Lu Lili immediately turned pale and scolded bitterly. Surname Zhao, didn't you promise to delete the pictures after I look at them? Zhao Dong gritted his teeth and said, you framer is really a snake. Luckily I didn't listen to you and saved the photo. Otherwise I would have been killed by you. Lu Lili hurriedly said to Wang Daoquan again. Hubby, I was confused for a moment. You see, in the sake of our feelings for so many years, spare me. Yi Chen asked Wang Daoquan. What do you think? Wang Daoquan glanced at Lu Lili, reached out and pushed her aside, saying, I don't know this woman. Lu Lili instantly broke down and cried. Yi Chen said, in that case, break her legs and disfigure her so that she can't hook up with men in the future. Yi Chen did not have the slightest sympathy for a snake-hearted woman like Lu Lili. Ah Biao immediately followed his orders and ruined Lu Lili's legs and her face, and even cut off her hair with medical scissors. At this point, all 5 people had paid a terrible price. Chapter 56, Song Wanning's Invitation. Yi Chen let the people drag all 5 of them up and said in a cold voice, today, I'll spare the 5 of you a dog's life, but for everything that happened today, if any of you dares to leak it out, I'll take his dog's life. Do you hear me? The 5 people immediately nodded frantically. At this time, to be able to retrieve a life alive was already a blessing amongst misfortunes. How could they dare to disobey Yi Chen's intention? Seeing that these 5 people were completely convinced by their own rule, Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. and said to Lu Lily's father, Lu Yuesheng, you pit my brother, then you have to pay the price. Tomorrow change the hotel to my brother. You and your daughter from the hotel to get out of the hotel. Do you understand? Lu Yuesheng nodded as if pounding garlic. I understand. I will immediately get out tomorrow. Yi Chen also said to Zhao Dong's father, Zhao Haifeng, your son cuckolded my brother, and also seriously injured my brother. You will compensate my brother for $2 million in damages tomorrow, not even a single point less. Do you understand? Zhao Haifeng also hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, I will pay your brother tomorrow. Only then was Yi Chen satisfied, and said to Master Hong Fifth's men, alright, you guys throw all this trash out. A group of people immediately racked these 5 people out. Only after they were racked out did Yi Chen say to Ah Biao, Ah Biao, you did a good job this time. Ah Biao's face was delighted as he busily said, Mr. Yi, this is all what I should have done. Yi Chen said indifferently, I will have someone transfer $2 million into your account as a reward for you. Ah Biao was immediately ecstatic and bowed. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Although he had earned quite a bit from following Master Hongwu, Hongwu really wasn't this generous to be able to give $2 million right out of the gate. Yi Chen directly sent a text message to Richard Chen, asking him to help transfer the money to Ah Biao. Although there was a lot of money in his own card, it was not convenient to operate it now. A minute later, the money arrived in Ah Biao's account. Ah Biao was thrilled and bowed to Yi Chen vigorously. Yi Chen then said to Master Hongwu, Hongwu, you definitely don't look down on these $2 million. Hong Fifth busily said, Mr. Yi, it's my honor to share your worries. Yi Chen hummed and said, I will remember this favor, and will give you a chance to soar in the future. As soon as Hongwu heard this, he immediately knelt on the ground and with a plop, kowtowed to Yi Chen. For Hongwu, what he wanted was not money, but to move up to the next level. However, it was as hard as heaven for a person from the Tao like him to go to the next level. Richard Chan was the person he had always wanted to flatter, but Richard Chan had always looked down on him because his origins were too low and dirty. Now, with a word from Yi Chen, it was very likely that he would let Richard Chen give himself a hand, and in this way, he would really be able to move up a level in the future. After discussing the merits and rewards, Yi Chen turned around and said to Wang Daoquan, Are you still satisfied with what happened today? Wang Daoquan's heart was extremely shocked. He really couldn't figure out why Yi Chen had become so powerful. Even the entire underground emperor of Jinling had to kneel before him. He froze for a long time before coming back to his senses and hurriedly said, Satisfied, satisfied. Yi Chen said, The gas I help you accept. The hotel, I also give you to ask over. The damage fee, I also give you to ask for 2 million. The future of the road, will rely on you to go. Wang Daoquan immediately said, Yi Chen, in the future, I must give you a cow as a horse, to repay your kindness. No matter what you ask me to do, I will never say anything. Yi Chen nodded and said, You first recuperate from your injuries. After you recover from your injuries, first run the hotel properly. If there is anything I need you to do, I will let you know when the time comes. Wang Daoquan said repeatedly, I am always at your command. Yi Chen added, Oh yes, this matter today, shall not speak to anyone. I don't want others to know my identity. Understand? Wang Daoquan hurriedly nodded his head and said, I understand. Don't worry, even if I die I won't say anything. Yi Chen hummed and said, I will arrange 2 escorts for you to take care of you. You take care of your injuries, I will leave first. Back home, Yi Chen did not tell his wife Xiao Churan about today's events. He didn't want to let his wife know too much yet. To her, the less she knew, the safer she would be. The following day, when he went out to buy groceries, he suddenly received a phone call, and when he picked it up, it turned out to be from Song Wanting, the owner of Jiqing Hall and the daughter of the Song family. Yi Chen couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what could Song Wanting be looking for him? After picking it up, Song Wanting's voice came out, Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry for taking the liberty of disturbing you. Yi Chen subconsciously asked, Is there something wrong with the jade pot spring vase again after I mended it? Song Wanting hurriedly replied, That's not true, I'm calling for Mr. Yi because of something else. Yi Chen gave a hum and said, Tell me. Song Wanting said, It's like this, I've recently taken a fancy to a thing, but I'm not sure about it. Mr. Yi has great attainments in antiques, so I want to be paid to ask you to go over there and help me to take a look. I don't know if Mr. Yi has any interest in it? Yi Chen actually didn't have much interest in appreciating antiques, but nowadays he was also lacking some treasures that contained aura, so he continued to ask, Can you tell me what it is? Song Wanting replied, It's an ancient jade, and according to the seller, after wearing it, it has the efficacy of reassuring and tranquilizing the mind, and avoiding evil. Yi Chen's mind suddenly turned. In the 9 Xian heavenly scriptures that he had obtained by chance, it seemed to have recorded something about spiritual objects. That kind of treasure that contained spiritual chi had excellent benefits for people, and he was curious to know if it was really possible to find such a treasure in the world, so he agreed and said, "Alright, I can accompany you there." Zhang Wenhao said, "Thank you Mr. Yi, then tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I'll pick you up." Good. Hanging up the phone, Chen also secretly pondered. The rich and powerful were extremely respectful of this kind of antiques that could regulate feng shui, calm the mind and avoid evil. They themselves could get in touch with them more in the future, and see if there would be any chances. The next morning, Zhang Wenhao drove to pick up Chen on time. After Chen got on the car, Zhang Wenhao spoke, "Mr. Yi, those who are going to buy this piece of ancient jade today, there are also a few other people from Jinling. I'm afraid the competition will be very fierce." Chen nodded and said lightly, "It doesn't matter if there are many people, the main thing is to see how the thing really is. If the thing is good, the number of people are not afraid. I believe in MS. Song's strength. If you really want to get a piece of treasure, the other people shouldn't be able to stop you." Zhang Wenhao smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Yi is flattering. As the saying goes, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Just in this acre of Jinling, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I don't know how many people who are stronger than me." Chen pretended to be surprised and asked, "No way? Isn't the Song family the biggest family in Jinling?" Zhang Wenhao smiled and said, "That's just on the surface. Not to mention others. Take the new chairman of the Imperial Hao Group. An Imperial Hao Group is on top of our entire Song family. This person's strength is truly unfathomable." Saying that, Zhang Wenhao sighed again. "I actually quite want to make friends with this big shot. It's just a pity that this person is too mysterious to find any breakthroughs." Chapter 57 Blood Silk Jade. Zhang Wenhao meant what she said. She did feel that the new chairman of the Imperial Hao Group was unfathomable. To casually buy a group of hundreds of billions of dollars and not show his face. It could be seen that the person's industry was by no means as simple as just an Imperial Hao Group. In comparison, the Song family was indeed a little less interesting. However, she didn't know that the chairman of the Imperial Hao Group, whom she had always wanted to befriend, was sitting right next to her. Chen naturally kept a low profile, casually echoing a couple sentences, but never revealing any information. Zhang Wenhang's car drove fast and steady. Soon, the car drove to a small courtyard located by the river. This small courtyard was secluded and elegant. The exterior was simple and unadorned, but the interior was a Jiangnan Watertown style. Small bridges and flowing water. Su-style elegant garden, pavilions and pavilions, lined up one after another. After parking the car, someone specially greeted the two people at the door. Through the courtyard, into the lobby. In the Chinese decorated hall, there was a mahogany round table, and beside the table were several tie-shirt chairs. Seeing the two enter, a white-haired old man stood up and greeted Zhang Wenhao. "Missy, you're here." Zhang Wenhang's face was a little embarrassed as she nodded and said, "Elder Qi, why are you here as well?" The old man smiled faintly and said, "Master heard that you were coming, so he asked me to come over and look after it." Zhang Wenhao nodded and introduced Chen. "Elder Qi is our Song family's treasure appraiser. He was sent by the family. He should be afraid of making a mistake." Chen nodded. He was too young, and the Song family was justifiably uneasy. Elder Qi glanced at Chen. His face was a little disdainful as he said, "This is the treasure connoisseur that Missy invited? So young? Have you learned treasure appreciation?" Next to him, a middle-aged man with a greenish face followed with a snort and said, "Finding such a brat to take the eye? Is there no one left in the Song family? Do you want me to lend you a few treasure appraisers?" "Ha ha ha ha." Zhang Wenhang's face turned cold as she spoke. "Li Tai Lai, this is Jinling, not your Hai Chang. It's not your turn to talk too much here." Li Tai Lai shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "The Song family's little girl has quite a temper." "All right." A middle-aged man sitting directly east of the round table frowned. "All are here to do business, not to quarrel. All calm down. And this young man, sit together too." Zhang Wenhao hummed before slowly sitting down. Chen also took a seat together. Then Zhang Wenhao came to his ear and whispered, "The one called Li Tai Lai before, is the richest man in Hai Chang. The one next to him is called Guo Ming, a very powerful feng shui master. The one who spoke just now is Qin Gang, the head of the Qin family in Jinling, and their family has recently." Only then did Chen notice that there was an old man in a lime green tang suit sitting next to Li Tai Lai. The old man had a head full of silver hair, quite a bit of immortal feeling, exuding an uninviting atmosphere. His eyes were closed all the time, and even after the arrival of the two Chen, he had not opened his eyes. Speaking here, Zhang Wenhao shut up, although Chen was a little curious in his heart, but he couldn't ask again. After everyone was seated, sitting on the other side of the table, a richly dressed fat man only laughed and said, "Since we are done arguing, let's hurry up and come and look at the goods. You are all big families, There is no need to dwell for too long on this kind of $100 million trinket. Qin Gang snorted coldly and said, as long as this thing can really regulate feng shui and calm the mind as you said, a few $100 million I really don't care. Fatty glanced at him before placing an ancient wooden box on the table. Inside the box was a piece of red jade glowing with blood, in an ancient style. As soon as it was taken out, the crowd felt a warm atmosphere filling the hall. Qin Gang, a few people, their eyes instantly lit up. Song Wanting turned her head and asked Qi Lao, what do you think of this jade? Qi Lao gazed at it for a moment and nodded. It should be fine. It's a blood silk jade from before the Tang dynasty, and at a glance, it's a long time that an accomplished monk has been harboring it. Song Wanting nodded, and then turned her head to ask Yi Chen, what does Mr. Yi think? Yi Chen disdainfully brushed his mouth and spoke. Fake. Elder Qi let out a cold snort and rebuked. So young, who gave you the guts to believe what you say in front of so many people? Guo Ming, the old man beside Li Tai Lai, also opened his eyes, looked at the ancient jade and asked, can I get my hands on it? The fat man sneered disdainfully and said, Master Guo, are you kidding me? You don't understand that jade can't be handled? If ordinary jade can't be handled, this is a piece of Zhou dynasty blood silk jade, so whose fault is it if I drop it? Guo Ming froze for a moment before saying, it's my fault for being so abrupt. Said, he also came to the ancient jade side, carefully watch, a moment later, and then closed his eyes, a long time, before nodding. Jade is not the Zhou dynasty, I do not know, but regulating feng shui, meditation claims, should be true. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd's hearts were on fire. For them, it didn't really matter at all what history this jade had. What mattered was what this jade did. Elder Qi smiled and said, Elder Gui is also a man of vision, unlike those who are incapable and still put on airs. When Song Wanting heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in Yi Chen in her heart. It seemed that he was still too young. Perhaps he had some attainments in cultural relics restoration, but in identifying antiques, compared to these old men, there was still a big gap. Seeing this, Yi Chen only shook his head slightly. Since these people were willing to fall for this, there was no need to stop himself. Seeing that the crowd had finished appraising the item, the fat man put the lid on the box and opened his mouth to laugh. Since the item has been appraised, everyone, isn't it time to make a bid? Before the words fell, Qin Gang was the first to speak. I'll bid $100 million, $130 million. Li Tai Lai also interjected. When Fatty saw that Song Wanting didn't make a sound, he opened his mouth and asked, what about mess? Song? Qi Lao saw that Song Wanting was a bit hesitant, so he hurriedly whispered in her ear, Missy, this is definitely a treasure. The valuation should be around $300 million. If we can take it down for $200 million, it's a solid profit. Song Wanting's heart was also a little shaken. She turned her head to look at Yi Chen, but she saw that the other party's expression was bland, not sad or happy, so she couldn't help but feel a little hesitant in her heart. Qi Lao's eyes looked at Yi Chen with a grim look, knowing that Song Wanting was influenced by Yi Chen to not open the price, so he opened his mouth and said, just now, this Mr. Yi said that this ancient jade is a fake. I'd like to know where Mr. Yi came up with that conclusion. Let us also see Mr. Yi's methods. If Yi Chen made a bunch of nonsense later, Song Wanting would also naturally know that Yi Chen's words were fake, and only then would she feel comfortable bidding. The others despised it. What does he know as a brat? Don't come up here to lose face. That's right. Where can it be his turn to talk here? You guys don't want to buy it even if you don't want to buy it. Don't delay everyone's time. Listening to the mockery of the crowd, Yi Chen just stared at Qi Lao with interest and asked with a faint opening, are you sure you want me to speak? Chapter 58, thanks to you. Sure, you just say it. Qi Lao sneered and said, I also want to see how you swindlers usually cheat people. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, I wasn't too keen on dismantling this scam of yours, but I can't refuse it since you've repeatedly asked for it. A scam? Kid, are you saying that we all looked away? Guo Ming, who had been calm and immortal, suddenly snorted and said. Yi Chen glanced at him and said with a cold smile, here especially you are the most stupid. Kid, you seek death. Guo Ming was instantly furious. Yi Chen also ignored him and spoke. Jade is real jade. Counting you bunch of crooks have some conscience. Said, and then said, but this jade is not what the Zhou dynasty's blood silk jade, much less what the Taoist monks close to raise, is nothing more than a piece of top-grade topaz produced in Hotan. The texture is good, but there is some value, but the market price is $500,000 at most. Fart, can't you see that the jade is red? Qi Lao interjected and scolded. Yi Chen continued, the red color is due to the erosion of manganese or containing permanganate. You wouldn't really think that it was dipped in the blood of some high priest's corpse, right? What about that warm atmosphere we felt? Qin Gang frowned and asked eagerly. Yi Chen shook his head and said, this thing is even less technical. The jela grass produced in Africa. The rhizomes are ground into powder and dissolved in water. Soak this piece of jade in water for about half a year, and it will naturally have this effect. It's actually not a warm atmosphere. It's just a psychedelic effect. Want to lift it is also very simple. Just burn that jade with fire. Kid, how dare you mouth off? Fatty sniffed, slammed the table and stood up. Li Tai-Lai's face darkened as he looked at the fat man and spoke. Take the jade out and pass it over the fire. Right? The fat man was sweating profusely and said, what overheating is not overheating? This kid is obviously pretending to cheat people. You guys don't listen to his bull *********. Shin Gang tapped his fingers on the desktop and said, after the fire, if the effect is still there, I'll pay for it, but if the effect is gone, the consequences, you know, that our Qin family, although we've recently encountered something, is not something that can be allowed to be written on the head of others. Song Wanting also nodded her head and said, if Mr. Yi is wrong, it doesn't matter if it's overcooked, jade can't be burned, but if Mr. Yi is right, you'll have to give us a statement today. The fat man was sweating in a hurry. These three families, none of them were families that he could afford to offend. The reason why he had done this was purely because of Qi Lao's cooperation, wanting to pit Song Wanting for a sum of money, and then share the spoils with Qi Lao. I didn't expect that a Yi Chen would be killed halfway out, and one word broke all the mysteries. In fact, Yi Chen didn't know anything about jade before. The reason why he was able to see through this piece of jade at a glance was entirely because of that book, 9 Xian Heavenly Scriptures. I don't know why, but when I saw this piece of jade just now, those answers had already appeared in my brain. It seemed that this appraisal of antique jade was one of the skills in the 9 Xian Heavenly Scriptures. Seeing that the fat man did not speak, Yi Chen suddenly sneered. What? Feeling weak? Don't dare to strike up a conversation? The fatty's face went green and white for a while, but he just didn't open his mouth to say anything about being willing to go overboard. Yi Chen said angrily at this time, Fatty, do you think that not speaking will do? You have to know that this is Jinling. Which of these people that you have tricked into coming here is not rich or wealthy? Just by hooking your finger, you can die without a burial place in Jinling. I advise you to be smart and tell the truth. Otherwise, no one can save you. Song Wanting knew that Yi Chen was launching a psychological offensive, and immediately cooperated with him, saying with a dark face, our Song family is also considered a big family with some face in Jinling. If someone dares to cheat the Song family, we Song family must give him a deep lesson. If we are soft and spread the word, the family's face will be affected. Fatty was instantly stunned. He knew how high your Song family was. If he really angered Song Wanting, he was afraid that he would die in Jinling, so his entire body panicked, and he hurriedly shouted at Elder Qi in desperation. Elder Qi, save me, this isn't just me. Qi Lao's face suddenly changed drastically, and he roared, you, what are you talking nonsense about? You even lied to our Song family and falsely accused me. I want your life. After saying that, Qi Lao pulled out a dagger from his pocket. A cold light flashed in his eyes and immediately pounced on the fatty. The fat man's eyes were wide with rage as he cursed. Damn, you flip-flopped faster than a book. It was clearly you who told me that the Song family treasure appraisal all relies on your mouth. As long as you say yes, this thing will definitely be sold. You harmed me. Song Wanting coldly looked at the two men, then said to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi is laughing. Today thanks to you, let's leave here first. These people, our family will send people to clean up. Yi Chen nodded slightly and said, good, then let's go back. After saying that, the two of them got up and prepared to leave. When Qi Lao saw Song Wanting leaving, he was shocked, and not caring about killing the fat man to silence him, he hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, Missy, spare my life, for the sake of my dedication in being in the Song family for so many years, spare me this time. Before Song Wanting could say anything, Li Tai-Lai stood up and sneered, you old thing is really looking for death. You want to make a game to pit me and your own master, and one pit is $200 to $300 million. Do you think the Song family can spare you? Qi Lao's face was filled with misery and he sat paralyzed on the ground. Li Tai-Lai continued, even if the Song family spares you, I, Li Tai-Lai, will never spare you. Qi Lao instantly broke down and cried, his entire person having completely collapsed. Seeing this, Song Wanting shook her head slightly and said to Yi Chen, I'm really sorry Mr. Yi, my Song family made a mistake in hiring someone. You're looking at a joke. Yi Chen said blandly, treacherous villains exist everywhere. MS. Song doesn't need to say that. At this time, Hai Chang's Li Tai-Lai with Guoming, as well as Jinling Qin family's Qin gang, also walked out one after another. Seeing Yi Chen, Li Tai-Lai immediately stepped forward and rushed Yi Chen and cupped his fists. Master Yi, today you are thanks to you. Otherwise, someone Li would have to be cheated by this dog thief. Next to him, Guoming also said with some shame, Master Yi really is a hero. I'm so ashamed that I didn't recognize the article they did on the jade just now. Shame shame shame. Qin Gang also arched his hand and said, Mr. Yi, it's thanks to you today. Otherwise our three families would have grabbed a fake product, not to mention the heavy loss, and I'm afraid that it would be laughed at when it's spread out. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said lightly, you all don't have to be polite. I was originally invited by MS. Song to come over to appraise the authenticity of the item, so this is also my part. The people were polite before Yi Chen got into the car with Song Wanting. At this time, the courtyard behind them was silent. However, Yi Chen could see that just as everyone had left in front of him, a few black-clothed men in black suits quickly walked in behind him. It seemed that Elder Qi and that fatty were in trouble. Chapter 59, Self-Indulgence. On the way back, Song Wanting's expression was exceptionally cold. To her, the fact that there was such a scum eating scum in her own family already made her very annoyed. What was even more infuriating was that this Uncle Qi even wanted to set himself up in front of so many outsiders. Today's incident, if she was fooled, the money was given. Uncle Qi also escaped. Later if she found out that she was cheated, her own face was also lost, the face of the entire Song family was also lost. Luckily, Yi Chen was there, pointing out the mystery in time, avoiding the loss of herself and her family. So, she took out a bank card from the glove compartment of the car and handed it to Yi Chen, saying, Mr. Yi, there is 1 million in this card. The password is 6/8. It's a little bit of my little heart, please accept it. As she spoke, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Yi Chen, this person still seems to have a few real talents. I wonder why he would choose to join a small family. If he came out to engage in antique appraisal by himself, he could save a lot of family business in a few years. Yi Chen looked at the card in her hand and hesitated slightly. $1 million was not small, but it was just a drop in the bucket for the Song family. Yi Chen originally did not look at this 1 million. After all, he still had more than 990,000 RMB in his card, so this 1 million was just a drop in the bucket. What was the point of accepting it? But on second thought, his identity is not a trillionaire. He is a son-in-law of the Xiao family, a superfluous son-in-law. If he saw $1 million and was not interested instead, that would definitely make Song Wanting's mind suspicious. So he directly took the card and said, thank you then, MS. Song. Song Wanting smiled faintly. Mr. Yi is polite. After saying that, Song Wanting asked, where is Mr. Yi going next? Yi Chen laughed. Send me to the food market. I have to buy food to cook at home. Song Wanting froze, and couldn't help but say, I've heard about Mr. Yes things, to tell you the truth. Mr. Yi has this kind of ability. There's absolutely no need for you to let a flunky status be put on you. Why don't you come to my Jiqing Hall to be the chief treasure connoisseur, and I'll give you a base salary of $1 million per year. What do you think? Yi Chen waved his hand and laughed. I'm a person who has bad teeth, and I'm used to eating soft rice. Song Wanting was slightly stunned, then sighed. It seemed that the rumors were indeed correct. This Yi Chen was a flabby son-in-law who ate soft rice. Previously, I thought that he was just a waste, and it was understandable that a waste eating soft rice was a helpless move. But now it seemed that he wasn't a waste, but rather he was degrading himself to be a waste. This would really make her somewhat unable to accept it. Immediately, the attitude towards Yi Chen in her heart changed a little. Yi Chen knew that she would despise herself a little in her heart, but this was the best for him, making everyone guess wrongly about himself, and he would be able to laugh in the end. Passing by the vegetable market, Yi Chen got off the car and said goodbye to Song Wanting, then bought some vegetables to go home, and just as he entered the door, Yi Chen heard his old husband laughing wildly while calling out, ha 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 ha, come and take a look at the treasure I've found. Xiao Churan had also gotten off work and was sitting on the sofa reading documents. At this time, he couldn't help but stand up and said to Xiao Changkuan, who was full of laughter, Dad, you almost scared me to death. Quickly look at this. Xiao Changkuan did not notice Xiao Churan's look, gleefully holding a pair of palm-sized bronze cups, showing off like to hold over. This is a pair of children's bronze wine bottles I plucked from the antique market this day. I heard that it is still the person who fights against the enemy, specifically from the Qian Emperor's old man's coffin out of the raking, worth more than $500,000 it. More than $500,000? Xiao Churan stood up at once and blurted out, Dad, where did you get so much money? Yi Chen, however, was helpless to the extreme. This old man of his, he had just broken the jade pot spring vase in the morning, but in the afternoon, he took advantage of the time he was out, and ran to the antique street again? This is not a typical good scar forget the pain? At this time, Xiao Changkuan, a face of complacency laugh. Mysterious, I'm not saying that I spent $500,000 to buy this cup. I mean, this cup is worth $500,000, but guess how much I bought it? Xiao Churan hesitated and said tentatively, $300,000? Nope, guess again. Xiao Changkuan waved his hand. 200,000? Still not right. Keep guessing. next to Yi Chen took a look at the bronze cup, instantly saw that this is a fake. Thought, this broken thing, tin copper plating, outside and smeared with green patina. Give $20 or considered fooled. Take to the Antique Street intersection of the Tobacco Hotel. Looking for the boss to change the packet of cigarettes to smoke. The boss cannot be promised. At this time, Xiao Churan did not sell again. Incomparable smug smile. Tell you, this thing, is that I spent $5,000 to buy. Is it awesome? Xiao Churan laughed excitedly. The joy in his expression could not be held down. Xiao Churan's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe it. Dad, you said this cup is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but you really only spent $5,000? Mother-in-law Malan hears the commotion and also walks out from the kitchen, asking with a happy face, Aya, this is really worth that much money? It won't be fake, right? Xiao Churan laughed, confidently said, sell cups of that person is at 250. Simply do not understand the value of this thing. I looked for expert identification. This thing proper bronze, and really cannot be true again. Really? Hearing this, Ma Lan's face immediately became incomparably elated, immediately rushing over, carefully picking up the cup and carefully examining it with wide eyes. Yi Chen stood on the side and shook his head with a dark smile when he heard the words of the two. He had already seen out that those two cups, all modern handicrafts, but looking at the old husband's gleeful appearance, he still did not open his mouth to spoil the fun. Xiao Churan took the cups, his face was full of smiles, excitedly said, this cup was supposed to be a set, and now it hasn't come together yet, but that boss said, the rest is also in his hands, tomorrow he will make up for the rest for me, which if all let me get my hands on it, then our family can be hairy. Yi Chen frowned, immediately stopped, Dad, antiques this thing avoid greedy more, it is easy to be cheated, and say, Xiao Churan glared at him, scolded, say what again, you this waste also turned back to teach me a lesson? Yi Chen smiled helplessly and said, besides, the matter of buying and selling bronze is violating the law, you wouldn't be unaware of it, would you? Xiao Churan's expression instantly froze, he froze and asked offhandedly, breaking the law? What law is being violated? Criminal law. Yi Chen said with a serious face, you've been playing with antiques for so many years, you wouldn't be unaware of this bit of common sense, right? The state prohibits the trading of bronzes. Violators are sentenced to less than 5 years of imprisonment, or detention, but also a fine, and still trading the same crime. Chapter 60 Reiki. Asterisk. Xiao Churan was scared and instantly softened his legs, his face pale and said, then, that wouldn't I have broken the law already? The police will not come to arrest me? That to really sentenced, I'm a handful of years old, into the prison can do With that, Xiao Churan quickly looked at Yi Chen and said with a pleading face, good son-in-law, why don't you help out? If the police come to your door, you can just say that these 2 bronze wine bottles are yours, and you'll go to squat for 2 years for your dad. Anyway, you're young, and you'll only be 30 years old when you squat for 2 years. Xiao Churan immediately said, Dad, why would you let Yi Chen take the blame for the trouble you've caused? If the police really find you, you go to jail yourself. Yi Chen was also speechless at this time. This old man was really a bit ed up. He had just pitted himself in the morning, and then he was thinking of pitting himself again. Luckily, these 2 bronze wine bottles are not real. Otherwise, if something happens, he will definitely have to dump the pot on himself. Thinking of this, Yi Chen said helplessly, Dad, you're overthinking it. Even if you want to go to jail, the police will definitely not arrest you. Xiao Churan froze and subconsciously asked, why? Do you have acquaintances on the police side? Yi Chen sighed. It has nothing to do with acquaintances, mainly this bronze wine bottle of yours. It's not real the police can't possibly arrest you for buying fake goods. What? Xiao Churan exclaimed, you're saying that these 2 wine bottles I bought are fake? Yi Chen nodded, as fake can be. Xiao Churan was instantly a little offended. No Yi Chen, you can question my character, but you absolutely cannot question my vision. These 2 bronze wine bottles are completely genuine. Ma Lan also said with some irritation, Yi Chen, are you a punk who just can't see our family as good? You're only happy if you can't wait for our family to be poor for the rest of your life? Yi Chen was helpless and directly took one of the bronze wine bottles, and without waiting for Xiao Churan to react, he forcefully knocked it to the ground. Xiao Churan shouted in fear, hey Yi Chen, what are you doing? This is a antique. Just finished, only to hear a blah blah blah. The bronze wine bottle was broken a foot, revealing a silver white fracture. Yi Chen handed the break to him in front, said faintly, you see for yourself, which is what bronze in this, is tin burned into the water poured out, when children play with the sword, is to use it to do. Xiao Churan immediately dropped his jaw, even if he was stupid. At this moment, he also realized that this thing was a bit off. How could something made of bronze be green on the outside and silver on the inside? When Ma Lan saw this, She also knew that Xiao Churan had been cheated, and her dream of getting rich was shattered. She was immediately depressed to the extreme, cursing and saying, "Xiao Churan, you spent $5,000 to buy these 2 counterfeit products?" Xiao Churan, cold sweater down, shivering, said, This is not right. This. Mom, that kid even Xiao Churan dare to cheat. I see he is not one to mix. Tomorrow morning I will go to the antique street to find him. Ma Lan furiously scolded, still waiting for you to find him? He cheated you, a big bastard, and ran away with the money long ago. I think you're even more of a loser than Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen can't make money, at least he doesn't waste it. You let someone cheat you out of this $5,000. $5,000 is enough for me to go to the beauty salon to get my face done a few times. Xiao Churan, depressed to the extreme, and did not dare to contradict Ma Lan, can only quickly said to Yi Chen, tomorrow you accompany me to go to the antique street to find that boy. If he doesn't return my money, you'll break his legs. Don't worry, even if you go in, you'll be fine. The big deal is to stay for 2 years and come out. Yi Chen was too lazy to care about these things about him, but it wasn't good to reject him to his face, so he casually agreed and said, I'll accompany you tomorrow to take a look. The next day coincided with the weekend. Yi Chen was called up early in the morning by Xiao Churan in a hurry and drove straight to the antique street. The old father-in-law gritted his teeth on the way, itching to break the person who cheated him into pieces. Once to the antique street, Xiao Churan will seize the door out, rushed into the inside everywhere searching for the figure of the cheater. Yi Chen was afraid that he suffered. Then all the way behind him, Xiao Churan searched for a long time, and finally saw a vendor. So he immediately glared angrily, pointing at him and yelling at Yi Chen, come over quickly, it's him. Yi Chen hurriedly looked over, only to see a very shrewd-looking middle-aged man, boasting with his customers in front of his stall. Seeing that Xiao Churan came, he was not in a hurry, and laughed he. Old brother, picking up leaks again today? Xiao Churan exasperated scolded, I pick up your grandmother's legs. You this even use modern artifacts to cheat me. Give back my $5,000. Who cheated you? The vendor bristled. Say I'm cheating. You have to show me evidence. Want evidence, huh? Xiao Churan annoyed took out the 2 cups, threw them in front of the other party, angrily cursed, look at yourself. This is bronze? This is copper-covered tin. The vendor said disdainfully. You're a bumper sticker, aren't you? Who doesn't know that bronzes can't be bought and sold these days? How can I sell you a bronze? I'm tired of living long Ami? Xiao Churan scolded. Then how did you tell me that this is bronze? Did I say that? The vendor looked disdainful. You said I said it and I said it? I also said that I haven't seen you at all. Besides, this thing of antiques has always emphasized on buying and leaving. You have hit your own eyes and still come to bite people. This is your own. I see. In the future the antique street vendors have to remember your face. In the future can be away from you a little bit. Your kind of people, which deserve to play what antiques are. A moment to go to the market to buy 2 pounds of walnuts. Home plate calculation. Yi Chen see this person smooth-talking and thick-skinned, but also not angry. After all, he disliked his own that do not know good old man. They will be free to watch a good show. Xiao Churan see each other not only do not recognize the sale of fake goods to themselves, but also their own method of loss of a pass. Angry body shaking, he pulled the vendor and cursed. You, hurry to return my money. You don't give me a tear bar. Hurry up and let go of me, or I'll call the police. The vendor said while struggling hard. However, Xiao Churan was not willing to let go of him and held onto his clothes. At this time, the vendor's collar was torn open by Xiao Churan, revealing a large pile of cultural toys worn around his neck. There were jade plaques, beeswax, as well as Buddha beads and Z beads. Yi Chen's line of sight was attracted by one of the grayish-white Hatian jade plaques. This jade plate looks unimpressive. After all, this kind of quality, even if it is real Hatian jade, can only be regarded as the lower grade of Hatian jade, is not something worth money. However, while Yi Chen saw this Hatian jade, his eyebrows involuntarily frowned gently. He was able to feel that this Hatian jade contained an energy that only he could feel. This kind of energy made him not help but want to get closer, wanting to take it into his own hands. Yi Chen knew that this should be the aura recorded in the 9 Xian heavenly scriptures. Aura, a mysterious energy that had been lost for a long time, was not only capable of completely transforming a person's physical qualities, but it could even allow a person's cultivation to continue to rise, ultimately reaching a transcendent realm. Chapter 61 Arrival. Yi Chen was excited in his heart, but pretended to come out casually and advised, Alright, you all stop arguing. What can't be resolved properly? Xiao Churan was instantly exasperated and cursed. Yi Chen, you punk, how can your elbow still turn outwards? Yi Chen came to his ear and whispered, Dad, I'll handle this matter. Don't worry about it. When Xiao Churan heard this, he thought that he had some brilliant idea. so he temporarily subsided his anger and waited for Yi Chen to play. Yi Chen walked to the vendor, took him by the neck, took him to the side, and said in a low voice, "Boss, this old man of mine did hit his own eyes. There is no blame for you, don't take it to heart." The vendor froze after hearing this, and subconsciously asked, "Buddy, is that really your old man?" Yi Chen said, "As fake as ah." The vendor looked puzzled. "Then how come you are favoring me and not him?" Yi Chen laughed. "When we're out and about, we have to help our relatives. Don't you think it's the right thing to do?" I. The vendor also do not know how to answer the words. He pitched so many years, have also seen pulling relatives to settle scores, but have not seen relatives to come to their own. Yi Chen spoke at this time. Yi Chen at this time opened his mouth. "Well, I know you cannot think. I tell you the truth. I am not bad this money. Just cannot afford to lose this person. You so, later you give me face. I give you to turn $5,000. After you turn the money to my old man, this thing is over. Do you see okay?" After hearing this, the vendor's eyes lit up, and without saying a word, he immediately said, "Okay, this is too good." Yi Chen said, "However, I'm a decent person. I want to have some face. This piece of Haitian jade plate on your neck is not worth a few dollars. You sell it to me. You'll talk to my old man later. The money you refunded to him. This jade plate is what you sent me. It's just to make up for my sins." The vendor asked busily, "What price do you give for the jade metal?" The vendor immediately came to the spirit, boasted, "Your eyes are really sharp. Inside so many fakes, you can see the real one at a glance. I won't lie to you. Although this jade metal looks like a fake, but it is worn by Zhu Yuan Zhang. It is the love token given to him by Empress Ma." Yi Chen did not have time to listen to the story he just made up, waved his hand and interrupted, "Don't bull asterisk with me. A piece of broken jade just, material $1 a caddy. Labor counts you 20, but also $20 and a few hairs. I'll give you $200. You sell it to me. Do not sell my father-in-law." Really alarm words. "I cannot care," Yi Chen said, turned around and made a gesture to leave. The vendor quickly pulled him back, gritting his teeth. "Okay, the two of us are also destined to be together. 200 you take away." Yi Chen nodded and whispered, "Come to a two-dimensional code. I'll transfer money to you." "Got it." The vendor hurriedly took out his cell phone, and after collecting Yi Chen's $5,200, he said to Yi Chen, "Okay, you just look good." Afterwards, he turned to Xiao Churan and said, "Master, I'll tell you the truth. Your son-in-law is on your old man, and he's blind for nothing." Xiao Churan scolded, "What the do you mean? You don't want to return my money, but you're still ing with me, aren't you? Do you believe that I will call the police now?" Vendor, lazy to take care of him, skimmed his mouth, less crooked. "I have promised your son-in-law to return the money. Take a two-dimensional code over. I will transfer $5,000 to you, but if you want to report to the police, then I will not give the money. You look for the police to comment on the reasoning, or you go to the court to sue me. If the court ruled that I compensate you for $50 million, I also recognize." When Xiao Churan heard this, he immediately wimped out. He knows, this kind of thing belongs to civil disputes. The probability is to take the judicial way to solve the problem, then ask the lawyer to fight the lawsuit, and then consume a year and a half. I do not know how much to spend money. Now the other side is willing to return the money. They hurry to take it even if. So he said resentfully, "Line, you return the money to me. This matter is over." The vendor bristled, "I'm not just returning the money to you. I also intend to send your son-in-law a piece of Haitian jade pendant. Nothing else, is to serve him this person." Xiao Churan heard this, immediately some surprise, subconsciously asked, "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Vendor grunted, "Before I did not back out. Hurry to take out the QR code." Xiao Churan didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly opened the QR code and collected the $5,000 that the other party had transferred. Subsequently, the vendor took the jade plaque on his neck out of a large pile of pendants, and handed it to Yi Chen, saying seriously, "Buddy, in the future, let's change our old man. This kind of goods, it's not good enough for you seriously." Yi Chen slightly smiled. "Will that jade plate received, hold in the hand, immediately felt, which contains the surging aura." So he was delighted. Xiao Churan looked dumbfounded. He really couldn't figure out, Yi Chen a waste. How on earth could he manage to not only let the other party refund the money, but also let the other party send a gift? He was about to open his mouth to ask, when he suddenly heard an arrogant and domineering voice from the side. "Egu my ass. This jade tablet is a bit interesting. This young master has his eye on it. Bring it over." Chapter 62 Beat Me to Death. Hearing this voice, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown, raising his head to look towards where the person was coming from. Come as a youth, dressed in a very strange, tang suit shoes with flared pants waist also hanging a chain. Say he tied, he is a fun. Say he retro it, he is a gangster. Coupled with that small mouth a crooked, live off a wrapper, and in front of this youth, holding a large black Tibetan Mastiff, the Tibetan Mastiff halas flowed aground. A look is not a good thing to mess with, and the youth behind, followed by 6 fat bodyguards, a group of people, a dog walking rampage. The surrounding people are busy dodging. The vendors saw this youth, busy to go forward. Qin Xiao, what wind blew you here? The youth waved his hand casually, glanced at the jade plate in Yi Chen's hand, pointed at his own Tibetan Mastiff, and said to the vendor, Mao, this jade plate looks good. My family's Tibetan Mastiff just lacks a nameplate. Pack this jade plate for me. I want it. This vendor's name is Zhang Wenhao, except that everyone on the antique street is used to calling him Mao. That, said the vendor smilingly. Qin Xiao, really sorry. This jade plaque, I've already given it to this little brother. Are you pulling your mom with me? The youth said with a disdainful face. You ing drill money ice train cannot pull out, but also ing can send other people things for nothing? Why don't I believe it? The vendor hurriedly said. Qin Xiao, you don't want to insult me here. I really sent something to this old brother. If you like this kind of low-end Hatian jade, tomorrow I will get you 10 or 8 pieces, and send it to your home. Qin Xiao was a bit upset and said coldly, who are you talking to? I've got my eye on this jade plate. It's just right for my dog's neck. Cut the crap. I'll give you $50,000. Pack it up and take it with you. Got it? Zhang Wenhao heard this price, immediately also moved. Sold to Yi Chen only 200, but sold to Qin Xiao that is 50,000. Little cute, also knew what to choose. So, he whispered to Yi Chen, brother, let's make a discussion. You let this jade plate to Qin Xiao. $50,000 we both half of how? Yi Chen snorted coldly and frowned. Am I someone who lacks $50,000? When Xiao Churan heard this, he became anxious and said offhandedly, Yi Chen, what are you pretending to be? This is $50,000. Why don't you hurry up and take it? That Qin Xiao was also a little upset. Spat, said disdainfully, with me pretending to be a lot of people, with me pretending to say that it is not bad money. You are still the first one. I ask you again. $50,000. Do you give or not? Yi Chen casually laughed. No, not even $50 million. Asterisk. Qin Xiao said in exasperation. You ing give face not right? Yi Chen laughed. The face given by goods like you. Dogs don't even want. Asterisk. Qin Xiao's eyes flashed with a ferocious light, his face as gloomy as water. The surrounding people were a little awestruck. One was not expecting that Yi Chen would get a jade token for nothing and it would be worth $50,000. The other was not expecting that he would not sell it even if people gave him $50,000. When Qin Xiao saw so many people pointing their fingers, he cursed in irritation. If you don't want to give your ing face, don't blame me for not being polite. After saying that, he loosened the dog chain and shouted at that Tibetan Mastiff, Xiong De, bite him for me. That Tibetan Mastiff immediately bared his teeth at Yi Chen as soon as he heard his master giving orders. Yi Chen angrily shouted, if people don't have eyes, do dogs not have eyes either? Get lost. The Tibetan Mastiff was originally still aggressive, but when he heard this angry roar from Yi Chen, somehow, he was scared out of his wits. Not only did he lose his previous momentum, but instead, he turned around and ran wildly outside of the crowd as if he wanted to flee for his life. Qin Xiao saw his own dog was scared away, was about to go after, but the dog's speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye is no shadow, and this around the people watching the crowd surrounded a lot of people. Their own chase cannot chase out. Seeing the dog scattered he was angry and placed straight stomping feet, can only vent their anger to Yi Chen, angrily scolded, you ing really looking for death. Today, not only do you have to give me that jade tablet, but you also have to compensate me for my dog. Yi Chen laughed. Compensate your dog? Your dog ran away on its own and you want me to pay for it? Your father didn't follow you out today. Why don't you let me compensate you for another father? Qin Xiao was shaking with anger and gritted his teeth. You're really ing looking for death. Give me a beating. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he waved his hand behind him. The several bodyguards immediately surrounded Yi Chen in the center, the crowd on the side. Once they saw that they were going to make a move, with a crash, all of them wanted to get out of the way in all directions. Xiao Churan was also scared by Qin Xiao's momentum and did not dare to move. Qin family? Jinling Qin family? That is even harder than the Wang family. More arrogant family. 6 bodyguards, in a circle, surrounded Yi Chen and Xiao Churan, each with a fierce face. Xiao Churan had already begun to be afraid, and hurriedly shrunk behind Yi Chen, whispering, Yi Chen, a good man will not be forced to do anything. You let him have it, we can still make a profit. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent, his eyes swept over the bodyguards one by one, and said, losing out? This kind of goods, worse than a dog, are worthy of letting me suffer? Qin Ao Dong was so angry that he couldn't straighten his back, covering his chest and cursing, "Give me a beating, beat me to death." Chapter 63, Are you playing with me? Hearing the order, a group of bodyguards immediately swarmed up. Yi Chen's face is fearless, but the vendor was afraid of getting into trouble, quickly stepped forward to stop, pleading, "Iya Qin Young, my good Qin Young, you say just for such a little thing, we to it? You are also a man of honor. In case the police, you also do not take advantage of awe." Qin Ao Dong frowned slightly. He also knew that he was not reasonable today. He wanted to buy a jade tag for his dog to hang, let the dog also follow the people's scenery. So he wanted to grab the jade tag in Yi Chen's hand, but he did not expect, usually obedient and incomparable dog, a spreading of the hand on the ing run out of shadow. This is their own unreasonable in the first. If then Yi Chen hit a long and short, really into the bureau of their own is not good to explain. So, he gritted his teeth, said to Yi Chen, "Since this kid to you to plead, then I'll give you a chance. You give me to kneel down and kowtow 3 times. This matter even in the past." Yi Chen laughed. "You want to buy something from me? I don't sell it, and as a result I have to kowtow to you? Then I want to buy something on you now. Do you sell it?" Qin Xiao bristled. "It's not that I'm looking down on you. With this poor look of yours, you still want to buy something on me? Can you afford it you?" Saying that, he revealed a string from his wrist and sneered. "See, the string made of chicken bloodstone, bought for more than 5 million. I'll sell it to you. Can you afford it?" Yi Chen glanced at the chicken bloodstone, sneered, "Even if I can afford it, I can't spend $5 million to buy a fake on your $50 is too much for me. You fart." Qin Xiao said angrily, "If you've never seen a good thing, don't talk so much. You're saying this is a fake? Who gave you the courage?" Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. "This chicken bloodstone is indeed a fake." "What?" Qin Xiao turned his head to look, and when he saw that the person who spoke was an old man, he cursed in exasperation. "Are you blind, old thing? Such a good thing, you say it's fake? What the hell do you know you?" Someone in the crowd immediately said loudly, "Hey, you kid, speak with respect. This is President Su of the Jinling Jade Association. He is the biggest collector of chicken blood stones in Jinling, and no one in Jinling is more authoritative than him when it comes to identifying chicken blood stones." As soon as these words came out, many people also opened their mouths to angrily scold Qin Xiao for not recognizing him tie with his eyes. Qin Xiao was stunned speechless. Only then did he realize that the old man did look familiar. Sure enough, it was that president of the Jade Association, and that President Su didn't get angry, and said lightly, "Don't blame this little brother. Everyone, it's understandable that he's emotional after spending $5 million to buy such a fake. We should sympathize with him instead of blaming him." Qin Xiao broke down, holding that string and asked, "Is this really fake for me?" President Su nodded. "To be honest, fake cannot be more fake. You that is acid wash after dyeing the color. You just wear when the wrist is not allergic? Qin Xiao want to cry. Off the mouth, sell me that said. The top grade chicken bloodstone will react with the skin. Let the skin red. But also said that this is the chicken bloodstone to recognize the master of the road. Cannot let the skin turn red. Are all fakes. The crowd of onlookers covered their faces. Who would have thought that there really is such a little cutie under the sky? That President Su helplessly said, "Young man, I've seen a lot of eyeballing, but hit so thoroughly, you're still the first one. That acid detergent are very corrosive. You always wear so. Not only the skin will be allergic to it, the body will also ingest too many toxins, which will jeopardize the health. Qin Xiao is also collapsed, which can think of $5 million to buy a garbage, but also ing toxic to the body. Yi Chen saw his expression is worse than eating, cannot help but flirt. "Oops, you say you this garbage thing, even if it is $5 to sell me. I do not want Qin Xiao heart hate to death, but for the sake of face, or cold snort, disdainful said, "Playing antiques, who has not had a time to hit the eye? District 5 million only. Qin Ao Dong has not been put in the eyes. This string old man will then buy a garbage to play." Said, he pulled out from the waist of his pants a red rope tied wolf teeth. Arrogant face said, "Just now that does not count. Look at me this wolf teeth, but the world's only surviving genuine gold talisman, can drive away evil spirits and avoid ghosts, and turn misfortune into good fortune. There is no way it is fake." Qin Ao Dong has absolute confidence in this talisman. He had gotten many experts to appraise it before, and this wolf's tooth was indeed an item from the Three Kingdoms period. Yi Chen, however, laughed and turned to snort coldly, saying, "Not knowing yourself even at the end of your life, wearing this world's most and evil object as if it was a treasure to drive away evil and avoid ghosts. Aren't you a fool? What the are you babbling about? Ignorant!" Qin Ao Dong roared, clenching his fists, his nails sinking into his flesh. Yi Chen had a relaxed look on his face. and smiled lightly. This kind of most and evil thing, you actually still wear it close to your body, and you still have a life up to now. It can only be said that your luck is really good. Chen Dong's face flushed red, but after what happened just now, he didn't dare to determine whether Yi Chen really had real talent or was bluffing him, so he stalked his neck and asked, "What's the basis for you to say that? You go take a good look at your so-called wolf teeth," Yi Chen said in a cold voice. "When you saw this so-called wolf's tooth, didn't you realize that this wolf's tooth, compared to a normal wolf's tooth, is a circle smaller?" Chen Dong forcefully pretended to be calm and shouted, "So what if it's one circle smaller? Concentration is the essence. Maybe this wolf king is just short in stature." Seeing Chen Dong holding on there and refusing to admit defeat, Yi Chen laughed and playfully mocked. "Not only is this wolf tooth of yours smaller than the average wolf tooth by a circle, the bottom of the wolf tooth is full and rounded. Look at this one of yours." Chen Dong's face was full of skepticism as he surveyed his own wolf tooth for a few moments before saying with no bottom, "So what? This one of mine isn't full enough, but it's a scarce primitive touching talisman. The wolves of the Three Kingdoms period are just smaller than the current size. That's what the experts told me." Although he has been in the antique line for several years, but he has not really used his mind but to learn the knowledge related to antiques, are looking at what things look good, just by what, or others recommended to him that it is worth collecting, he will buy it and take it to pretend to be a pussy. Incorrigible fool. Yi Chen snorted coldly and said, "Wolves grind the roots of their teeth very rounded because they eat meat and gnaw on bones, whereas people, due to omnivorous eating, do not have rounded roots and wear and tear, and your so-called wolf's teeth are actually broken off from the mouths of dead people." "What?" Chen Dong seemed to be struck by a bolt of heavenly lightning, his face filled with disbelief. "You're playing with me? Where would a human's teeth be this long?" Chapter 64 Kneel down for Master Yi. Yi Chen saw that he didn't see the coffin, so he shook his head and said sarcastically, "It seems that you really have been punked enough. After a person's death, the body will dehydrate, which will lead to the root part of the tooth that was originally invisible, will also be revealed with the dehydration, so it appears to be a lot longer than a normal tooth. Coupled with the silver hoop accessory, it will appear even longer, and you are wearing this dead man's tooth every minute of every day, and never realized that there were even caries at the root of his tooth?" Chen Dong looked at the hoops matched with silver at the bottom of the tooth, and the little bit of black color revealed from the cracks of the hoops. He could no longer hold back and spat on the ground with a wow sound. The treasure he loved so much was actually a dead man's tooth. What made Chen Dong feel even more disgusting was that he not only used his hand to plate it, but even sometimes, in order to pretend to be a bully, he would also use his mouth to hold this tooth in his mouth. Isn't this the equivalent of kissing a dead person? It was also a French wet kiss. The surrounding crowd, too, had a disgusted expression on their faces. There were even people who secretly laughed out loud. Chen Dong, this 250%, bought himself a dead man's tooth as a treasure. This was too bad luck. Yi Chen laughed coldly. "I reckon, this tooth is either the ancient tomb owners or the tomb robbers, but no matter which one, this human tooth has been in the ancient tomb for an unknown number of years, entangled with countless of the most and evil qi. The exorcism and avoidance of ghosts that you said is by no means possible. Wearing him, instead, it will attract all sorts of evil qi and ghosts and qi, and enter into your body. If you don't believe in evil and continue to keep this human tooth by your side, in less than half a year, you will surely suffer a terrible disaster and die a horrible death." Before he finished speaking, the people around him clattered and retreated far away, fearing that they would be tainted by the evil qi of this human tooth. Zhang Wenhao, who had originally licked his face to the side of Chen Dong, was also busy running to the outside, even stepping off one of his shoes. Although he sells fake goods, but mixed antiques this line, which with those grave robbers did not communicate, he knows. Yi Chen, this word is decisive, never wrong. Chen Dong's face turned white. He was scared and stayed in place. Yi Chen snorted coldly and asked indifferently, "Have you often encountered car accidents this year? Have you ever felt that you have to bleed from your injuries every now and then?" Chen Dong pursed his lips and did not dare to talk. As Yi Chen said, he was simply backed into a corner this year. A few months ago, he went out drinking with a few buddies, and they coaxed him to open champagne, resulting in the cork of the champagne popping to the ceiling and bouncing back, breaking his nose. Last month, he let someone introduce a good young woman. Want to take advantage of people's husband's business trip to people's homes to have a good time. The results of her husband's plane, because of the temporary cancellation of air traffic control, had no choice but to re-sign the next day's flight. The results of the downhearted home came to an adulteress, and so he beat him up. More tragic is half a month ago, he drove a sports car to go to the field with friends party. The results of the highway, a big car misses the intersection emergency stop. His car directly drilled into the bottom of a big truck. Fortunately, the car is low enough. The tail of the big truck just grazed the top of his head, but wear a higher car. He also died on the road. Thinking of his own tragic experience, Chen Aodong was so scared that he was trembling all over, and he tore off the rope on the golden talisman, and threw the golden talisman towards the distance. The crowd was afraid of being stained by the dead man's teeth. Along the trajectory of that throw, the crowd dispersed far away. Seeing Chen Aodong's expression of being scared, Yi Chen sighed in his heart. If he didn't see that there was something wrong with that gold-touching talisman, this Chen Aodong was afraid that he wouldn't live until next year. So, Yi Chen then said, "It's a bit late for you to lose this dead man's tooth now. If I'm not wrong, its deadly chi has already been brought into your home by you, and your whole family will be implicated by it. And if it's light, it's a disaster, and if it's heavy, it's a loss of both people's money and wealth." Chen Aodong was instantly furious. "Damn, it's even if you curse me, but also curse my whole family?" At this moment, he was not the least bit grateful to Yi Chen for saving his life. Instead, he was a bit annoyed. Seeing that he didn't know any better, Yi Chen said indifferently, "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, so fend for yourself." Seeing Yi Chen preparing to leave, Chen Aodong immediately shouted, "Take him down. You want to run away after pretending to be a pussy? How can it be that easy?" The 4 bodyguards behind him immediately rushed to surround Yi Chen. The remaining 2, on the other hand, grabbed towards Xiao Churan. Xiao Churan was so scared that he retreated, but those 2 bodyguards were not relenting. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, Xiao Churan could only close his eyes, ready to be beaten. Just as the fist was about to land on Xiao Churan's body, Yi Chen quickly took a step forward, smashing one of the bodyguards in front of him to the ground with a punch, then quickly rushed next to Xiao Churan, lifted his foot, and then surmounted that bodyguard. Ever since he had obtained the 9 Xian heavenly scriptures, he felt that he had many more combat memories in his head, as if he had become very skillful at it. Plus the jade tablet had just fed a lot of spiritual chi into his body, so much so that his entire strength had instantly skyrocketed. At this moment, that bodyguard was about to catch Xiao Churan, but Yi Chen's head-on kick directly kicked him in the stomach, and he immediately felt as if he was hit by a locomotive on his stomach, and was kicked out for more than a meter, covering his stomach like a prawn, and couldn't stand up. The other bodyguard, seeing that Yi Chen even dared to fight back, quickly pulled out a dagger from behind him, and stabbed at Yi Chen. Ah! Xiao Churan was scared to the point of dodging everywhere, and yelled to warn Yi Chen, "Be careful." Before his words fell, he only saw Yi Chen pass through his side like a traveling dragon, and the dagger grazed Yi Chen's side and stuck empty. Immediately after, Yi Chen grabbed the bodyguard's wrist that was holding the dagger and violently twisted it outwards. With a clank, the dagger fell off, and with a click, the wrist bone shattered. Xiao Churan looked dumbfounded. When did Yi Chen become so capable of fighting? Was this still the son-in-law who was so coy at home? Yi Chen stepped on the hilt of the dagger with his foot, and the dagger turned into an arc and fell into Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen shook the dagger and laughed. "Anyone else who wants to get on, hold on tight and come together." The crowd was incredibly silent. Everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe. Zhang Wenhao swallowed his saliva and muttered, "Brother, you are too fierce." Luckily, he had not angered Yi Chen, or else with this set of down, he was afraid that this arm of his would be accounted for here. Xiao Churan only at this time took a long sigh of relief, surprised, and asked Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, how did you get so good at hand? You secretly learned kung fu?" Yi Chen touched the tip of his nose and laughed. "Dad, usually I don't have much to do at home. Churan went out to work, so I can only watch TV and videos at home. Some TV stations have that kind of sparring program, so I just blindly practiced along with it, and I slowly got it." The onlookers immediately scared. So powerful hands. A person can beat 5 or 6 Chen Aodong brought bodyguards. Actually just self-taught. This martial arts talent, simply amazing. As for the Chen Aodong on the side, at this time, he was even more incomparably terrified. Whether it was his knowledge of antiques or his hands, he had been crushed by Yi Chen. Those 6 bodyguards, each are highly paid experts. The result in the hands of Yi Chen, even a move did not last. Really a bunch of waste. At this moment, Yi Chen shook his dagger and hooked his finger at Chen Aodong. "What other tricks do you want to make? Hurry up. If you don't make it, it's my turn." With that, he took a step towards Chen Aodong. Chen Aodong was scared all the way back, terrified, and yelled, You don't come over, ah." And right at this moment, a white Bentley limousine turned in from the street corner and stopped outside the crowd. The driver got out of the car, opened the rear door, and then invited the person sitting in the back row out of the car. When Chen Aodong saw this car, his face was full of excitement, waving his hand while rushing over to ask for help. "Sister, you have to save me, ah sister." Yi Chen looked up, only to see that the crowd had taken the initiative to make way for a channel, and a woman in a tight black tracksuit walked over to this side. The tight-fitting sportswear outlined the woman's figure perfectly, while her face was furious, adding a few more points of valor. "That's young Qin's sister, Qin Aoxue." Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted in shock, and then the crowd was in an uproar. Qin Ao Dong shouted, "Sister, it's this kid who beat me up. Help me beat him up hard." After Qin Ao Shui approached, she swept a glance at the crowd of bodyguards lying on the ground, then looked at Yi Chen with cold eyes. "Did you beat these people?" Yi Chen said flatly, "It's me. What's wrong?" Qin Aoxue sneered and said, "Not much. Apologize to my brother immediately. What if I say no? Then I will beat you until you apologize." Before the words fell, Qin Ao Shui struck a whip leg and instantly kicked at Yi Chen's cheek. Yi Chen was a little surprised in his heart. This woman's stance was much stronger than the previous group of bodyguards. This whip kick of hers was powerful and extremely fast. It seemed to be a serious practitioner. Qin Ao Dong looked at this scene and secretly said, "Damn, my sister is a combat expert. See if she doesn't beat you to death." His sister had practiced martial arts for many years, and was proficient in ancient martial arts, as well as sparring techniques. Even some serious martial arts masters were no match for her. And the next moment, Qin Ao Dong's eyes whitened violently, only to hear Yi Chen skimming his lips and saying, "Too weak." Immediately after that, as Yi Chen dodged Qin Ao Shui's attack, he then lifted his leg and kicked Qin Ao Shui's upturned buttocks, sending her entire body flying out. Qin Ao Dong's jaw almost dropped in shock, staring dumbfounded at this scene, whispering, "How is this possible?" Qin Ao Shui was even more ashamed and angry. Since practicing martial arts, she had never been so humiliated by anyone, and the place where the other party kicked was too shameful. Her face was full of anger. She climbed up and was going to rush towards Yi Chen. She made a decision inside. Today she must make this person pay the price. Ao Shui, hurry up and stop. Don't be rude to Master Yi. And right at this moment, suddenly a middle-aged man ran up and pulled Qin Ao Shui. Qin Ao Shui's pretty face was furious as she shouted, "Dad, get out of the way. I'm going to beat him to death." She cursed angrily in her heart. "Bastard, is my ass something you can kick? Don't you know how to be compassionate? It hurts too much to kick." "Shut up." The middle-aged man glared at Qin Aoxue and chided. Afterwards, he walked towards Yi Chen with a face full of humility, took a deep breath, and said respectfully, "Master Yi, it's good to see you again. On behalf of my incompetent daughter and nephew, I apologize to you, and when we go back, I'll let them face the wall and think about it." Qin Aoxue and Qin Aodong froze on the spot, incredulously looking at this scene. Their father was one of the top-end figures in Jinling City. How could he be so polite to this kid? Yi Chen recognized this middle-aged man. Previously, he had seen him when he went to appraise treasures with Song Wanting, and his name was Qin Gang. Thus, Yi Chen nodded and said, "Mr. Qin, this nephew of yours should really be disciplined more." Qin Gang nodded his head repeatedly and looked angrily at the two of them. Qin Aoxue, and spoke, "Come over here and apologize to Master Yi." "I'm not going to apologize to the bastard who kicked my ass." Qin Ao Shui bristled with anger. Qin Gang reprimanded with a face full of anger. "Apologize. Immediately. Immediately." Qin Ao Shui instantly deflated, aggressively clenched her shell teeth and softly said, "I'm sorry." Qin Ao Dong, however, was full of indignation and said, "Second uncle, this kid not only humiliated me, but also beat up my sister. So you don't clean him up, but you still want me to apologize? If you can't clean him up, I'll find someone else to come and get him killed." Snap. Qin Gang slapped a heavy slap on his face and said angrily, "Bastard, quickly kneel down for Master Yi." Qin Ao Dong's eyes blazed from this slap, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. He covered his face in horror. His entire body was dumbfounded, completely unaware that things would turn out like this. But let him kneel in public. This simply made the Qin family lose face. How could they talk about prestige in Jinling City in the future? Qin Gang's teeth clenched as he snapped, "Do you know, you bastard, if it wasn't for Master Yi discovering the end of your gold-touching talisman, not only would you have been killed, the entire Qin family would have been killed by you." Said. He was annoyed, scolded, "I said how the Qin family has been unlucky recently. Business after business out of all kinds of things. So it is you this bastard got a scourge in the body. If your grandfather knows, not to break your legs." "See," the second uncle said so serious. Qin Ao Dong under the panic. "Legs soft, flop a kneel on the ground." Qin Gang shouted sternly, "Why don't you make amends to Master Yi?" "Yes, I'm sorry." Qin Ao Dong was already scared out of his wits, shivering as he apologized to Yi Chen. His eyes filled with terror. Only then did Qin Gang respectfully say to Yi Chen, "Master Yi, I don't know if you are still satisfied with this treatment?" Yi Chen said indifferently, "Forget it, since he's all on his knees, then I won't bother with him." Qin Gang was relieved and hurriedly asked again, "Master Yi, I still have one more thing to ask you. After that gold-touching talisman is thrown away, Will my Qin family's fortune be able to return to normal again? Yi Chen laughed coldly. You're thinking quite beautifully. This dead man's tooth is extremely heavy. It has long been not just on Qin Ao Dong alone. In my opinion, in less than a year's time, your Qin family will probably end up with a broken family. Chapter 65 Grandmaster Yi takes a shot. Qin Gang was stunned by Yi Chen's words. A broken family? This price was too painful, wasn't it? Qin Gang immediately turned white, and only after a long time did he sigh. I have never done anything wrong in my entire life, and I have done good deeds and virtues day in and day out, so how could I end up in such a situation? Yi Chen smiled and said, then it seems that the last time you wanted to buy that piece of topaz, it was also for this? Qin Gang nodded his head. For almost a year, he had tried all his methods, but none of them worked until he met Yi Chen. Last time, he thought that Yi Chen just knew how to appraise treasures and didn't pay much attention to it. But today, Yi Chen even broke the most mean and evil fury with a single word, which made him realize that Yi Chen was not an ordinary person at all, and the hope of saving the Qin family might be in Yi Chen. Immediately, he hurriedly rushed at Yi Chen and clasped his fists, pleading, Master Yi, please also help. After saying that, he hurriedly whispered a few words to the assistant beside him, and the other party immediately turned around and walked away. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, Mr. Qin, it's better for you to solve your family's matters yourselves. He didn't have much friendship with the Qin family, and he had only had a one-sided relationship with Qin Gang before, not to mention that this Qin Ao Dong in front of him had offended himself. Next to the one with a shocked face, Qin Ao Shui was quite pretty. The little girl had a great figure, with a convex front and curved back, and had a spirited personality, quite a bit of a little chili pepper flavor. But, pretty or not, what does it have to do with oneself? One is not his wife, and two does not sleep with him. Therefore, Yi Chen simply had no reason to help the Qin family. However, how would Qin Gang be willing to give up this wonderful opportunity to save the family? He immediately bowed and said, I implore you to show me the way. Sir, Qin Gang looked at Yi Chen almost reverently. His body bowed 90 degrees, and he assumed an extremely humble stance. However, Yi Chen remained unmoved. Seeing that Yi Chen was indifferent, Qin Gang's heart crossed and he flung himself to the ground. At this time, when the nearby Qin Aoshue saw this, she also kneeled down with a plop without hesitation. She knelt in front of Yi Chen and begged bitterly, Master Yi, just now I was abrupt and angered you. Please don't take it to heart. The fate of my Qin family is in your hands. Please save me. After saying that, she turned her head to look at the dumbfounded Qin Ao Dong and slapped him across the face, scolding, Qin Ao Dong, this matter is all caused by you. That weird dirty thing was brought home by you. The family was also dragged down by you. Even Master Yi was offended by you. Quickly kowtow to Master Yi. Beg Master Yi to take action. Qin Ao Dong was truly stunned. He really didn't think that the Qin family's recent bad years and his own bloodshed were all caused by that gold-touching talisman. And now that he could not absolve himself of the blame and had angered the only Master Yi who had a way to resolve everything, he was really afraid that when he went home, he would be beaten up by a group of people in the family. So he immediately shivered and knelt on the ground to kowtow to Yi Chen, pleading under his breath, Master, I was wrong Master. It's because I have no eyes. It's because I don't know how to live. I don't know what's good and bad. Please Master forgive me. And by the way, step in and help our Qin family. I kowtow to you. After saying that, Qin Ao Dong then kowtowed his head on the concrete floor, kowtowed with a banging sound. At this time, Qin Gang's assistant ran back and handed him a gift box. Qin Gang hurriedly cupped it and respectfully handed it to Yi Chen, saying humbly, Master Yi, this is the most expensive jadeite bracelet from Cui Guxian, priced at more than $6 million. Please accept it with a smile. Master Yi. Yi Chen coldly glanced at the gift in Qin Gang's hand. It was a fine jadeite old pit eye seed bracelet, with excellent waterhead, crystal clear as glass. Although it was not as good as the jadeite necklace he had previously given to his wife Xiao Churan, as a bracelet, it was already almost top-notch. The surrounding crowd looked at the eyes are straight. This bracelet everyone knows, Cui Guxian and the most expensive bracelet, the price tag alone is 6 million, and Qin Gang even directly let the assistant buy back to send Yi Chen, and still begged Yi Chen to accept. It could be seen that he was catering to pleasing Yi Chen's mind how strong it was at the moment. What exactly is the identity of this Yi Chen? Yi Chen's old man is also the whole stupid eyes. Life has not encountered such incredible things. Yi Chen looked at the jade bracelet, and did not take it, but just looked at Qin Gang with a smile on his face, and opened his mouth. Mr. Qin, how do you know that I must have a way to dissolve this baneful energy? Qin Gang said reverently, if Master Yi can't do it, then I'm afraid no one else in this world can. Yi Chen smiled bashfully. Qin Gang was really right. He really did have a way to dissolve it. The 9 Xian heavenly scriptures had a record of this kind of bane, and the method of how to break it was also written very clearly. Yi Chen glanced at the jade bracelet and casually took it. Seeing that this jade bracelet was crystal clear, if it was worn on his wife Xiao Churan's wrist, it would definitely look very good. As for this Chen gang, to be honest, not a bad person. It's just that there's no harm in disciplining the offspring of the family, and the crime is not punishable by death. Since he was pleading with himself so devoutly, there was no harm in helping him out. Thus, Yi Chen said, "Good, since you begged me, then I will give you face." Saying so, he took the bracelet. Seeing Yi Chen accepting the bracelet, Chen gang was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed towards him again. Master Yi, the Chen family can barely speak for themselves in Jinling City, after the demonic aura is broken. In the future, if Master Yi needs the Chen family to do something on his behalf, Mr. Chen will definitely do his best to help you. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar, all of them listening in amazement. The Chen family was going out on a limb here. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and spoke. Since this is the case, then I will help you for once, and it is also your Chen family's fate that should not be destroyed. Chen gang immediately kowtowed heavily and said excitedly, "Please Master Yi." Yi Chen nodded and said, "Prepare yellow paper, vermilion sand, pen and ink for me." A moment later, Chen gang's secretary brought the things back and handed them over to Yi Chen. Yi Chen held the brush in his hand, lightly tapped the vermilion sand, slightly inhaled, and wisps of spiritual chi in his body diffused, along the meridians, all the way attached to the pen. The brush traveled, drawing from the head of the yellow paper to the end of the yellow paper. After drawing, Yi Chen lightly blew on the yellow paper before handing it over to Chen gang. This talisman is specifically used to break the bogey. It is the most masculine and strongest existence in the world. You use this talisman paper, wrap that touch of gold talisman, and offer it with 3 pillars of sandalwood incense every day, and wait for the number of the Big Dipper. And after 36 days, the bogey on the person's teeth will have been broken to its fullest extent. And within these 36 days, the family should not see the light of blood, should not kill, should not eat meat and fish, and the family members should bathe their bodies every day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So keep in mind. Thank you sir for reminding me. I dare not be the slightest bit negligent. With a respectful expression, Chen gang stretched out his hands and received the talisman paper into his hands. Only then did he feel relieved inwardly, and at the same time, he was immensely grateful to Yi Chen. If it wasn't for Grandmaster Ye's help, this time, the Chen family was bound to have no chance of survival. He carefully wrapped the talisman paper layer by layer around the gold-touching talisman, fearing that a breakage would affect the effect. And just at the moment when the talisman paper wrapped the gold-touching talisman completely, Chen Ao Dong suddenly let out a long breath, as if a big stone pressed on his chest was suddenly moved away. And the whole person did not have that kind of particularly anxious feeling, and his mind was clear and cool. Chen gang also felt the changes in his body. His whole body was clearer and more at ease than before. He knew that Yi Chen's method had worked. This made him instantly ecstatic. It was fortunate that he had found Yi Chen, otherwise after today, the Chen family would be heading for extinction. Zhang Wenhao was also marveling as he watched from the side, and when he saw that Chen gang was finished, he hurriedly came up with a shy face and bowed to Yi Chen with a sarcastic smile. "Big brother, can you help me look at the face? You see when I can find a beautiful daughter-in-law?" Yi Chen frowned and shook his head. "If you want to marry a pretty daughter-in-law, go for a whole face first." Qin Aoshue stood aside and snorted with joy. Indeed, this Zhang Wenhao was too ugly. How could any girl look at him? On the contrary, this Yi Chen, long really quite handsome. Chapter 66, The Mysterious Chairman. Chen gang respectfully compensated with a smile and said, "Master Yi, your great kindness to the Chen family is something that Mr. Chen will never forget. Today was a bit rushed and it was too late to prepare. Can we please ask Master Yi to come to the Chen family tomorrow for a gathering? Mr. Chen will host a banquet at his home and personally entertain Master Yi to thank you for your great kindness." "No need, I still have things to do." Yi Chen coldly shook his head and said, "Today's matter, I only took action because of your many good deeds. I don't want it to be too publicized. Understand?" Chen gang froze and nodded repeatedly. "Mr. Chen understands. If Master Yi has any use for the Chen family in the future, just come and find Mr. Chen." After saying that, he hurriedly handed over a gold-plated business card with his private cell phone number on it. Yi Chen took it without looking and turned around to leave the place with his old husband. And Chen gang had been watching the two men's backs disappear before he fiercely glared at Chen Ao Dong and angrily said, "In the future, in Jinling, when you see Master Yi, give me a respectful bow and greetings, and don't cause trouble for me." Chen Ao Dong aggravated. "I also didn't know that buying something on the street could offend a master." Chen Ao Shui, who was on the side, coldly looked at Yi Chen's back as he left and gritted her teeth. Although she admired Yi Chen, in her heart, she was obviously still holding a grudge against Yi Chen for kicking her butt. For a proud girl, this kind of thing was simply unforgivable. Chen gang sighed and comforted her. "Girl, Don't go and take revenge on Master Yi. Right now our whole family is counting on Master Yi. Can he really work? Qin Aodong muttered. Qin Gang scolded. Any more nonsense and I'll smash your dog's legs. Qin Aodong shrunk his neck and didn't dare to say more. Qin Aoshua hatefully stomped her foot and said, I know Dad, I won't mess with him. As soon as she thought that her body was still vaguely painful, she was angry and uncomfortable. It's a pity, said Qin Gang, shaking his head and sighing. Qin Aoshua was surprised and asked, Pity what? Qin Gang glanced at her before saying, It's a pity that Master Yi is already married. Otherwise, I would see the two of you as quite compatible. Dad, what are you saying? Qin Aoshua was mortified. On the way back, Xiao Churan was still full of astonishment. The head of the hallowed Qin family was so respectful to this door-to-door son-in-law of his. Yi Chen, those words you said to Qin Gang, are they true? Xiao Churan said doubtfully. This son-in-law of his was becoming more and more like a liar. Yi Chen laughed, said, half true, half false. Jianghu cheats do not like to engage in that set of mystery. Xiao Churan was shocked when he heard it, panicked and rebuked, asterisk. You even dare to cheat the Qin family, but also received people so valuable bracelets. In case the back is exposed, people find over how to do? You don't want to involve our family. Yi Chen shook his head and said, at that time, the big deal is to return the bracelet to them. Legal society. They can still kill me? Xiao Churan long pouting, obviously worried about the heart. But think carefully, there is no other way. Can only gamble to see? Perhaps Yi Chen this Jianghu cheating really effective? After returning home, Yi Chen went into the bedroom, took out the peace and prosperity stone collected from Zhang Wenhao. In this instant, Yi Chen suddenly felt a surge of energy from the stone into his body. Yi Chen immediately felt a burst of warmth. The entire chest and belly are indescribably comfortable. Soon, a layer of false sweat, mixed with black impurities, was discharged from the body, and the body was relaxed. A moment later, Yi Chen felt that there was a wave of energy in his body that was traveling around. This was aura. When he went to look at the stone again, Yi Chen realized that the stone had already converged on the spiritual qi, just like an ordinary stone. Yi Chen ran the cultivation method recorded in the 9 Xian heavenly scriptures, but he was unable to draw out the aura from it. Yi Chen could only put the stone back into his pocket. Intuitively, he felt that it was extraordinary, but at this time, since he couldn't study it, he could only wait until his cultivation level increased in the future. Feeling sticky and greasy all over, Yi Chen hurriedly ran to take a shower, and by the time he finished, it was already more than 5 p.m. His wife Xiao Churan gave him a call. On the phone, Xiao Churan told Yi Chen, she is talking about the details of the project in the Imperial group. Yi Chen bought her the BMW 760 changed 520. Today just limit. She did not drive. Want to let Yi Chen open the old man's 530 to the Imperial group to pick her up. Wife summoned. Yi Chen naturally obliged, so immediately looked for the old man to get the car keys, drove to the Imperial group downstairs. After arriving downstairs, Yi Chen took out his cell phone and dialed Xiao Churan. Xiao Churan didn't pick up, but quickly replied to him with a WeChat. Yi Chen, I'm still having a meeting with the team in charge of the project, so wait for me downstairs for a while. It's hard on you. Okay, then I'll wait for you downstairs. After Yi Chen replied to Xiao Churan, he smoked outside the car and waited. At this time, Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of the Imperial Hao Group, gave him a call and asked, Young master, have you arrived at the Imperial Hao Group yet? Yi Chen asked curiously, how do you know? Wang Dongxue said, I was in my office, and I happened to be able to see your car. Yi Chen looked up and smiled. You're looking for me for something? Wang Dongxue said, young granny's side is still in a meeting. It might take a while, so I want to ask if you have time. If you have time, I want to report to you about your recent work. Yi Chen thought about it. He hadn't been in charge of the Imperial Hao Group much lately, so he couldn't be ignorant of the group's business. So he said, that's fine, just wait, I'll be right up. Wang Dongxue said, then you go directly to your office. I'll go to your office to report to you. Good. Hanging up the phone, Yi Chen stepped into the building, got on the elevator, and went straight to the chairman's office on the top floor. As he walked out of the elevator door and towards the office, a room door behind him suddenly opened. Dong Roland was planning to go to the restroom at this moment, but to her surprise, as soon as she went out, she saw a familiar back figure. She didn't recognize this back as Yi Chen, but felt that this back was very similar to the godly tycoon on the short video platform. Could it be that the chairman she had always wanted to see had finally come? Dong Roland immediately became excited. After all, the fundamental purpose of one's coming to Jinling and to the Imperial Deluxe Group was to get close to this mysterious chairman, and then try to make herself his woman, so that the entire Dong family would be able to move to the next level. This was the mission that the entire family had given themselves, and it was also the trust that the entire family had placed in themselves. However, Dong Roland was also very depressed. She had also been here for so many days, but she hadn't even seen the chairman's face, so how could she move in a longer-term direction with the chairman? Therefore, now seeing the chairman's back, Dong Roland was thrilled. She hurriedly took a few steps and followed behind Yi Chen, wanting to catch up and say hello to Yi Chen before introducing herself. Chapter 67, Change her position. Yi Chen heard footsteps behind him, and as his afterglow swept over the glass next to him, he instantly realized that it was actually Dong Roland who was following behind him. Oops, if Dong Roland was allowed to recognize herself here, then she would definitely associate herself as the chairman of the Empire Group. It was even possible for her to associate herself as the young master of the Yi family. This would be greatly undesirable. So, seeing that Dong Roland was about to catch up, he hurriedly accelerated his pace, dodged into the chairman's office, and unlocked the door. Dong Roland also did not expect that the other party would suddenly accelerate his pace, and when he reacted and wanted to chase, the other party had already entered the office. Seeing Yi Chen enter the office, Dong Roland was disappointed, muttering in a low voice, "Strange, how does this chairman look like he's deliberately avoiding me?" Thinking of this, she was still undeterred, went up and knocked on the door, and opened her mouth. "Hello chairman, I am the new administrative director Dong Roland. I have something I want to report to you." Yi Chen deliberately lowered his voice and said back, "Have you reported with Wang Dongxue? The company doesn't allow reporting over the top. Don't you know that?" "I'm sorry, chairman, I forgot." Dong Roland was scared and tensed for a while, thinking, this chairman is so fierce. Whether he is angry at his behavior of overstepping the level of reporting, or he simply doesn't want to see himself. However, Dong Roland was now afraid to remain at Yi Chen's office door, and had no choice but to leave. Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Dong Roland's footsteps getting farther and farther away, almost being recognized by her. It was really dangerous, thinking that in the future, he would inevitably have to come to Empire Group, and Dong Roland was now the executive director of Empire Group, and her office was on the same floor as his own. In this way, the chances of myself being bumped into by her in the future are too great. Just in time, Wang Dongxue came over to give him a report at this time. Yi Chen then said to her, "Dongxue, there's something you can arrange for me." Wang Dongxue nodded. "Young master, you say." Yi Chen said, "You help me change Dong Roland's position." After saying that, he asked, "In our company, what positions don't need to stay in the office all the time?" "Sales, business," Wang Dongxue replied. "These two positions often have to go out and run business, and basically don't stay in the company." "Good," Yi Chen nodded and said, "Then transfer her to be the sales director." "No problem. I'll go back later and start making arrangements." Wang Dongxue agreed. Afterward, Wang Dongxue reported to Yi Chen about the company's recent situation. Right now, the new 6-star hotel project of the Imperial How Group had already started, and the site was chosen right at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, with a beautiful scenery and elegant environment. After the completion of this hotel, it will also be the first 6-star hotel in Jinling, extremely luxurious. The business related to the hotel was progressing very smoothly, and it was expected to be completed within 2 years, and put into use 2.5 years later, by which time, the revenue capacity of the Imperial How Group would have risen to a new level. Yi Chen then instructed her, "If my wife's side is doing well and has the ability to spare some time, you will share more business from the Imperial How Group with her." Wang Dongxue immediately said, "Don't worry young master, I will." Seeing that his wife was about to finish the meeting, Yi Chen said to Wang Dongxue, "You go and call Dong Roland to your office now. I'll take the opportunity so that I can bugger off." Wang Dongxue nodded her head busily and returned to her office, giving Dong Roland a call. Hearing that Wang Dongxue was looking for her for something, Dong Roland immediately went to her office. At this time, Yi Chen hurriedly went downstairs. Just as he went downstairs, he saw Xiao Churan walk out with a tired face. Xiao Churan was obviously exhausted because of the cooperation, and said helplessly, "There are so many things going on right now, I can't even keep busy." Yi Chen asked with a heartbroken heart, "Do you want to divide some of the work out, or simply stop doing it?" "That won't do," Xiao Churan said. "I just became the director not long ago, my foundation is still unstable, I have to work harder. Otherwise, that cousin of mine will definitely take advantage of the situation." Thinking of Xiao Hailong, Xiao Churan can't help but be annoyed. This person is especially annoying, always against himself, and always like to do some things that are detrimental to others. On the way back, Xiao Churan closed her eyes in the car. Yi Chen concentrated on driving and did not bother her. At this moment, in Wang Dongxue's office, Wang Dongxue told Dong Roland about the new appointment. Dong Roland was a little surprised. It hadn't been long since she had accepted the job of administrative director, and now she was transferring herself to sales. Why was this? Wang Dongxue explained to her, "I think you are very strong, put in the company to do administrative work is really too talented. And I look at your resume. You studied at the University of Business Management and Marketing. Dry sales is the most suitable for your position. And sales is more important to the company. You do a good job of this job. The future will be more promising. Wang Dongshui did not talk nonsense. The position of sales is much more important than administration. Sales is the real money department of the company. Administration, on the other hand, is the company's a housekeeper? Two are some trivial things. Dong Wolin didn't think too much about it, but instead felt that if she could do a good job in sales and bring in real profits for the company, then the chairman of the board should pay more attention to herself in the future. So, this was a good thing for herself. Happily leaving Wang Dongshui's office, the first thing Dong Wolin does is to call her good girlfriend Xiao Churan. As soon as the call is made, she says excitedly, "Churan, I've been turned into a sales director." Really? Xiao Churan is also excited all of a sudden and says, "This is really great. You yourself are a sales talent, and being an administrator is too much for you. Now you have more room to play. You should be able to make great achievements soon." He. Dong Wolin was also very happy and said offhandedly, "Why don't we have dinner together tonight to celebrate? You call Yi Chen up as well." Xiao Churan said with some difficulty, "We're both almost home, and to be honest I'm just too tired today. Why don't we celebrate together another day?" Dong Wolin knows that Xiao Churan has been working very hard lately, so she busily says, Nah, you've really been working too hard lately, frequently working overtime for meetings, so let's do it this way. You go back and rest well. We'll get together after you're done." "Good," Xiao Churan said. "When I'm done with this bout, let's eat, drink and get high together." Dong Wolin laughed. "That's a deal." After hanging up the phone, Dong Wolin felt a little lost in her heart. She didn't have many real friends in Jinling, and her only good friend was Xiao Churan. Now that she has moved to the position of sales director, the stage is bigger and it's a good opportunity to prove herself. But she can't find someone to celebrate with. Just when she was sighing and lamenting, her cell phone suddenly rang. The one who called was surprisingly Xiao Hailong. Chapter 68, Xiao Hailong pretending to be a pussy. Seeing that it was Xiao Hailong calling, Dong Wolin did not want to answer it. She didn't have a good impression of Xiao Hailong. Moreover, she could see that Xiao Hailong's motive was nothing more than wanting to get close to her for the purpose of attracting her. However, she really had little interest in such a person, so she directly hung up the phone. However, Xiao Hailong was persistent, and only after several times in succession did Dong Wolin helplessly pick it up and coldly asked, "Hailong, you have something to do?" Xiao Hailong hurriedly said, "Wolin, I heard that you transferred to the sales director?" Dong Wolin was surprised and asked, "How come you are so well informed?" Xiao Hailong laughed, "I happen to have a few friends who work in your Dihao group and said that they received the new appointment issued by the company, so they told me about it." Dong Wolin said, "It's true that she's switching to sales director." "Congratulations," Xiao Hailong said excitedly. "This position is a real position with great potential. You are really lucky this time." Dong Wolin said faintly. "Thank you," Xiao Hailong added. "Wolin, look, you came to Jinling for some days. Before that time in Tiangxiangfu, it was quite unpleasant. In order to express my apology, I would like to invite you to have a meal again. It just so happens that today you are transferred to the sales director again. It is a happy day. It is only right to celebrate it. How do you think about it?" Dong Wolin opened her mouth and politely refused. "But I may have to work overtime tonight." Xiao Hailong said, "Wolin, the big event is to celebrate in time. Otherwise, tomorrow will not be able to feel the joy. You do not have many friends in Jinling. I think it would be better if the two of us find a place to celebrate, and do not call other people. Quieter. What do you think?" Dong Wolin was slightly moved. To be honest, she really wanted to celebrate. However, Xiao Churan couldn't come and she didn't know who to find to celebrate with for a while. Now that Xiao Hailong took the initiative to call over, it was also considered giving herself a choice. Although Xiao Hailong was a bit of a hypocrite, two people celebrating was better than one. Thinking of this, Dong Wolin said, "Then send me the address." "Okay, I've booked a place at the Jinling Hotel. Just report my name when you arrive." Dong Wolin nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll be there in a bit." Dong Wolin left the company and took a taxi to the Jinling Hotel. Although this place was not as good as the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion, it was still considered to be one of the top restaurants in Jinling. At this moment, Xiao Hailong was dressed in a suit, with a greasy haircut, standing at the door with a courteous demeanor, waiting for Dong Wolin. Only, the bandage on his hand completely ruined the atmosphere he had deliberately created. Dong Wolin's upper body casual dress, lower body jeans, a youthful scene. The moment she came down from the car, she attracted all the attention. Xiao Hailong was honored with this, and hurriedly greeted him, saying, "Wolin, you're so beautiful today. Please come in quickly. It's all ready." "Thank you." Dong Wolin smiled politely. The two of them took their seats and soon the meal was served. Xiao Hailong asked the waiter to bring a bottle of top-notch red wine, and complimented, Roland, today is a big day. We need to drink some wine to celebrate whatever we say. Dong Roland hurriedly said, I won't drink wine, have some drinks. That won't do. Xiao Hailong had originally thought of taking the opportunity to get Dong Roland drunk and see if he could find a chance to get his hands on her, but as a result, Dong Roland refused to drink as soon as she came up, which made him particularly disappointed. Dong Roland waved her hand and said, I'm sorry Hailong, I'm not feeling well, I really don't want to drink anymore, let's wait for the next chance to drink some more. In fact, Dong Roland could probably surmise Xiao Hailong's intentions, and since her sense of self-protection was relatively strong, she made up her mind that she would never drink with Xiao Hailong tonight. Seeing that Xiao Hailong couldn't persuade her, he couldn't help but feel depressed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it, so he said, if you don't drink, then don't drink, let's have a drink as well. Dong Roland nodded, thanks for understanding. At this moment, sitting at the table next to theirs, a well-mannered looking youth was staring at Dong Roland non-stop. He had been attracted by Dong Roland's appearance and temperament since she had come in. In his opinion, this woman was truly too beautiful and had an extraordinary temperament, simply like a fairy descending into the world. After observing for a while and realizing that this woman and the man opposite her didn't seem to be a couple, this young man decided that he couldn't miss this opportunity. A moment later, this young man stood up, took a step to Dong Roland and Xiao Hailong's table, and said to Dong Roland, this young lady, from the moment you entered the restaurant, I fell in love with you at first sight, and I wonder if you're willing to leave a contact information for me? Dong Roland froze at once. It was really unexpected that she would still meet a hitchhiker when she was eating here. Xiao Hailong was also on fire. Damn it, where did that stupid bastard come out from? Can't you see that you are in the middle of picking up a girl? How dare he come to pick up his own girl? This is ing looking for death, right? So, without waiting for Dong Roland to speak, he coldly said, who are you? What are you doing here at our table? The young man said indifferently, I'm talking to this lady, what does it have to do with you? After saying that, he then said to Dong Roland, this young lady, I just stared at you for a long time. I didn't want to take the liberty of coming over and disturbing you, but I'm really too moved by you, and I'm afraid that I'll miss out on this opportunity. So please forgive me. Xiao Hailong immediately exploded at this time. Damn, what kind of dog thing? Dare to ing snatch a woman from himself? So he immediately cursed angrily. I'm warning you, if you are sensible, you'd better get the hell away from me. If you dare to talk too much or peek again, I'll gouge out your doggy eyes. The youth turned his head to Dong Roland and asked, your boyfriend? Dong Roland shook her head. Only then did the youth turn his head to look at Xiao Hailong and said, since you're not her boyfriend, it has nothing to do with you if I confess to this beauty, right? Xiao Hailong sneered and said, if I don't like you looking at her, you can't. The youth frowned and said, you seem to be very powerful? Xiao Hailong sneered and said, kid, I'm a member of the Xiao family. If you're sensible, get out of the way and don't cause trouble for yourself. Dong Roland felt some revulsion in her heart. On the one hand, she did not like this youth for making such a direct statement. Secondly, she didn't like Xiao Hailong's old man first in the world stance. At this moment, the youth's face suddenly changed as he stared at Xiao Hailong and said in a cold voice, what the hell is the Xiao family? And what the are you? I'm warning you, stop ing pretending with me, or I'll make you walk in and lie out. Xiao Hailong immediately gritted his teeth, his heart already furious to the extreme. Truly anyone would dare to act like a pussy with himself. The first time he invited Dong Roland for dinner, he had lost face once. This time, if he didn't make a move to give him some color and lose face in front of Dong Roland again, he was afraid that it would be even more hopeless if he wanted to chase her. Thinking of this, without saying a word, he copied the bottle on the table and cursed, what are you doing here? You're looking for death, aren't you? Saying that, he smashed a bottle on the youth's head. Bam! Smashing the other party's blood flowed. Chapter 69, Dead for Sure. The youth was so dizzy when he smashed him with this that he almost couldn't stand on his feet. The surrounding people were also startled by this sudden bottle. Xiao Hailong stared at the youth whose face was covered in blood and sneered, if you don't get lost, I'll smash your legs off as well. The youth gritted his teeth, covered his head and said, alright, you have guts, you wait for me. After saying that, the youth covered his smashed head and hurriedly ran out. Xiao Hailong let out a disdainful laugh and said, silly fork, how dare a punk threaten me? Don't even ask around. Who have I, Xiao Hailong, been afraid of? After saying that, he deliberately said to Dong Roland with a smug look on his face, Roland, there are flies like this everywhere. Don't be affected by him, let's continue to eat. Don't mind him. Dong Roland wasn't in a very good mood after being made such a mess. She nodded and didn't say anything. Between meals, Xiao Hailong tried to liven up the atmosphere a few times, but Dong Roland didn't pick up on it at all. In her eyes, Not only did Xiao Hailong not have much ability, but he was also a bit too reckless. Such a man could not even enter her eyes. Xiao Hailong originally thought that if he directly ed that idiot in front of Dong Roland should be convinced of his manhood, but he never thought that Dong Roland seemed to have a few more points of rejection and resentment towards himself. This makes his heart extraordinarily depressed. Did not expect. Dong Roland does not like to use violence, men. This is not lifting a stone to stone their own feet. A meal. Xiao Hailong ate extraordinarily depressed. Just after the meal, he originally wanted to chat with Dong Roland for a few more minutes to enhance his feelings. As a result, Dong Roland frowned and said, "It's getting late. I have to go back. Thank you for your hospitality." Xiao Hailong was depressed and said, "I'll drive you then." Dong Roland shook her head. "No, I'll just take a taxi." At this moment, Dong Roland only wanted to hurry and draw a line with Xiao Hailong. Xiao Hailong was on fire in his heart, but on his lips, he said, "Then I'll send you to the car. Otherwise I don't feel at ease." Dong Roland didn't refuse and nodded before getting up and heading out. Xiao Hailong hurriedly followed. He held his stomach. He wanted to create a romantic date and take the opportunity to confess to Dong Roland. He didn't expect to be stirred up by that. He didn't have a chance at all, and it seems that he also left Dong Roland with a bad impression. It's really damn unlucky. Don't let Lousy meet that dog scum. If I meet him again, I'll have to kill him. Xiao Hailong cursed hatefully. At this moment, Chen had also just finished eating and was cleaning up the dishes. Xiao Churan said with an anxious face at this time, "Chen, there is a supplier offer document in my bag. Have you seen it?" Chen shook his head. "I haven't touched your bag since I came back." Xiao Churan thought for a moment before she slapped her head and said, "Oops, the document should have been left in the conference room of the Imperial group. I'm going to use it in the morning. Why don't you drive and take me to get it?" Chen laughed. "You're all tired like this. Rest first. I'll go fetch it for you." Xiao Churan sighed and said, "Indeed, I'm tired enough. Then it's hard work for you. That document number is GY20191101. Chen waved his hand and said, "It's not hard to work for your wife." After saying that, Chen drove to the Imperial Palace Group. Over here, Xiao Hailong and Dong Roland had just left the hotel and came to the roadside. Dong Roland was about to take a taxi, but at this moment, 3 white vans parked by the roadside suddenly came down with a dozen of strong men, rushing over aggressively. These dozen people were all masked in black cloth, holding steel pipes in their hands, and it seemed that they were here to seek revenge. Not good. Xiao Hailong was scared half to death when he saw so many people running towards him. Dong Roland also saw this scene, and immediately turned white with fear. She guessed that this group of people must be the young man who had just come to seek revenge. Looking at this situation, she was afraid that someone would be killed. Sure enough, a young man with gauze on his head stood out and shouted, "Damn, give me a fight." As soon as the words fell and the order was given, the crowd immediately pounced on Xiao Hailong. "I am the young master of the Xiao family. You guys dare to touch me?" Xiao Hailong was flustered, and his mouth roared in a pretense of toughness. A burly man laughed contemptuously and came up swinging a steel pipe towards him. Xiao Hailong was so terrified that he almost peed. At this time, Xiao Hailong was so shocked that he suddenly pushed Dong Roland out, and Dong Roland let out an ah as he was pushed in front of the other party. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Hailong ran to his car, pulled open the door and sat in, then started the car and fled the scene without hesitation. Dong Roland was about to explode with anger. This Xiao Hailong was really an asshole to the extreme. He caused the trouble himself, but at the critical moment, he, a big man, even pushed himself, a woman, out to block the gun, and ran away by himself? In this world, can you find a second scum as disgusting as him? Seeing Xiao Hailong running away, that youth was angry and cursed. This even threw down the woman and ran away by himself. What a waste! After saying that, he stared at Dong Roland and coldly said, "Beauty, call that bastard back to me, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite to you." Dong Roland said offhandedly, "I don't know him well, please don't involve me in what you two are doing." The youth pointed at his head holding the gauze and said in a cold voice, "Damn, I have 16 stitches in my head. If I don't get out of this breath, I can't even eat. If he doesn't come to save you, you'll go home with me and let me have a good time for one night, as compensation for me." Dong Roland said offhandedly, "How can you do this? This is against the law." "Law?" The youth coldly said, "Old me's words are the law. After I'm done screwing you, you'll naturally know what the real law is." Dong Roland's heart went cold, panic and despair nearly obliterating her. She hurriedly said, "I'll call him right now." Saying so, she took out her cell phone and called Xiao Hailong. Xiao Hailong was desperately driving, thinking of escaping as far away as possible. When he suddenly saw Dong Roland calling himself, his heart thumped. It was over. Just now, he was so focused on escaping that he pushed Dong Roland out. This woman is afraid that she hates himself, right? Damn, what a bad luck. I also said that I would be able to pick her up and get in touch with the Dong family, so that my family would be able to get in on the ground floor. Now, he has offended Dong Roland, but how dare he answer the phone at this time? Answer the phone is nothing more than to let himself go back. Little cutie, I can guess. But, go back to his own life? The gang is aggressive, but also with a steel pipe. Even if you don't want your own life, I'm afraid that you will be smashed into a lifelong disability. Women are important. Life is more important. So he decided, continue to escape. Regardless of her, Dong Roland couldn't get through on the phone, and her heart was desperate. She pleaded to the youth, I can compensate you for the money. Please let me go. This really has nothing to do with me. The youth laughed fiercely. I don't want your money. I want your body. I want to crush you underneath and have a good time. Dong Roland was scared out of her wits. She knew that if she didn't think of a way out, this person would definitely not let herself go. So, she took advantage of the other party not being on guard, and with a clench of her silver teeth, she forcefully kicked her foot towards the youth between his legs. The youth did not expect her to dare to resist. His crotch was immediately kicked squarely. He let go with a scream of pain, and subconsciously swung his hand fiercely, stabbing over with a knife. Dong Roland was about to escape, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her thighs, suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. A sharp dagger was stabbed right in her leg, and blood flowed out. Bitch, still want to run? The youth was infuriated, and grabbed her hair, sneering, congratulations, you've successfully provoked me. Tonight, my brothers and I will take good care of taking care of you. Let you have a great time. Dong Roland shed 2 lines of hot tears in despair. She had already declared her own death sentence inwardly. She knew that this young man would not let herself go, and she was afraid that she would really die in his hands. In this situation, it is also impossible for anyone to save themselves. She did not notice that at this time, a black BMW sedan was gradually approaching, and Chen who was driving saw her at a glance, and his brows immediately tightened. Chapter 70, Just Saving Your Life. Dong Roland sat paralyzed on the ground, covering the wound on her leg, and closed her eyes in despair. The youth squatted down and cupped her chin, looking at the way her hair was disheveled, but she stubbornly inclined her head. The desire to abuse her intensified in his heart. His fingers ambiguously stroked over Dong Roland's face as he commanded, send her to my car and let me have a good time first. The surrounding people looked at the woman's icy pitying appearance, and couldn't help but say, Wei Xiao, such a superb beauty is rare. Don't forget about our brothers. The youth laughed loudly. After I finish, it's your turn. What's the rush? Dong Roland's face turned pale as she listened to their undisguised obscenities. At this moment, seeing that the youth was coming to arrest her, 2 lines of clear tears fell from her eyes, and her heart gave birth to a will to die. Just as she made up her mind to bite her tongue and kill herself, several agonizing screams came from her. A strong wind came from behind him, and the youth violently turned around, right into the wind of the fist that came whistling. Well, the youth only felt an irresistible gravity strike, directly knocking him out. Staggering back a few steps, he knelt on the ground and wowed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His companions, on the other hand, had long since paralyzed on the ground, not knowing if they were dead or alive. Dong Roland was shocked by this sudden turn of events. Her tearful eyes filled with hope as she looked at the visitor. You've come to save me? Dong Roland's heart was filled with a sense of gratitude for having survived, and she felt that the man in black with a mask in front of her was like a god coming down from the heavens. The black-clothed man in front of her did not reply. His cold gaze gave a slight lurch when he saw her wretched appearance. Him to death for me. The several masked men beside her had just reacted from their daze, gripping the guys in their hands tightly, and were about to rush over. Before Dong Roland had time to get scared, she was easily picked up by the black-clothed man and darted outward. Dong Roland gently leaned on the man's chest, her fingers trembling as she hugged the man's neck, only to feel that the angry curses and chasing sounds behind her no longer frightened her. This man, who in the world is he? Surprisingly, he would make himself feel so secure. After experiencing a day of great joy and great sorrow, Dong Roland tiredly closed her eyes, and a thought was born out of a trance. It was so strange. The feeling this person gave her was actually a bit familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere, but she didn't know that this mysterious man who was hugging herself was her good girlfriend's husband, Chen. Chen drove by and didn't expect to see Dong Roland surrounded. He was afraid that something serious would happen to Dong Roland, so he wore a mask and came over to save Dong Roland. After having his body transformed by the ray of aura he got from the Hutin jade plaque, Chen's hands became extremely good, and his speed was much faster than before. Coupled with the fact that there were many alleys in this place, Chen quickly lost the pursuers behind him. Chen held Dong Roland in his arms and ran far away in one breath, coming to a secluded place where no one was around before stopping. Now that it was getting late, this secluded place was thick with plants, so even if the other party caught up, they could still hide their traces. He placed Dong Rollin on the ground and saw that her pants were already stained red with blood, and immediately frowned. Although Dong Rollin had lost a lot of blood, she was barely able to stay awake, and her face turned pale as she gratefully said, "Thank you for saving me. May I ask, who exactly are you?" Yi Chen's eyes were cold and did not answer. She had always looked down on herself and always had a condescending look, so she must have no possibility of friendship afterward. The fact that he would go to her rescue was only for Xiao Churan's sake. Therefore, he didn't intend to truthfully tell his identity either. When Dong Rollin saw that the other party delayed in answering, she understood that he didn't want to reveal his identity. However, she has always been a person who will pay back any favor or revenge. Dong Rollin was a bit distressed, not knowing the other party's identity. How could she repay this great favor? Just as Dong Rollin was thinking about how to repay the favor, the man in front of her suddenly leaned down and ripped open her pants. Feeling a flash of coolness on her thighs, Dong Rollin was shocked and furious. Her face flushed red as she questioned offhandedly, "What are you doing?" She originally thought that this man was a hero who saved her from the fire like a heavenly god, but she didn't expect it to be another rogue pervert. To have suddenly ripped open his pants, this was even more excessive than the rogue just now. However, thinking of her own injuries, and this man's force is very strong, I am afraid that I cannot escape from his clutches. It seems, I just got out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth this time. Dong Rollin's 2 lines of tears fell, her eyes full of stubbornness and despair, choking, "If you dare to force yourself on me, do that kind of thing to me, I will die to you." Yi Chen was speechless for a moment, and helplessly said, "You were injured somewhat seriously. The wound runs through very deep. According to your current blood loss, you may not be able to get to the hospital to faint. I'm just saving your life." Saying that, Yi Chen had begun to treat her wounds. Seeing the other party's skillful movements, Dong Rollin realized that she had completely misunderstood the other party. It was just that the tutelage she had received since she was a child was that men and women were not related. But now, her thighs were almost exposed to the root of her legs, and she was still being treated by a man in her arms, which instantly made her so ashamed that she couldn't peel open a crack in the ground and drill into it. Dong Rollin's pretty face was red, her head was lowered and she didn't dare to look at the man, and she said shyly and shamefully, "Thank you, and, just now misunderstood you. I'm sorry." Chapter 71 Miracle. In the face of Dong Rollin's acknowledgement, Yi Chen did not take it to heart. His eyes were calm, and he pointed at the acupuncture point on Dong Rollin's left leg. A trace of spiritual qi from his finger dipped into the injury, and the bleeding from the wound was instantly eased. As for Dong Rollin, at this moment, when he touched the root of her leg with his fingertip, her pretty face was also burning hot. Her heartbeat accelerated even more, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Chen at all. Even though there was a beautiful spring scenery in front of her eyes, Yi Chen's eyes were always fixed on the wound, and she did not even glance towards anywhere else. In fact, if one were to apply the acupoints in full accordance with the method on the 9 Xian heavenly scriptures, not to mention stopping the bleeding, Dong Rollin would probably have her wounds flying back together by now. But Yi Chen didn't intend to do that. Just stopping the bleeding would be enough to save her leg. The rest of the bandaging and such would be left to the hospital. Dong Rollin only felt warm fingers on her feet and legs a few times, and then she heard the man say, "It's okay." She turned her head in surprise, and saw that the wound was no longer bleeding, and the pain wasn't as strong as it was just now. How could he be good at everything? Dong Rollin's heart thumped as she looked at the man in front of her, her eyes filled with admiration that she hadn't even realized. "You can stand up, try it." Hearing this, Dong Rollin borrowed Yi Chen's strength and realized that she could indeed walk freely. What a surprise! The Chinese medicine practitioner that she had always looked down on was so powerful. Dong Rollin pondered for a moment, took off the bracelet on her left hand with force, and handed it to Yi Chen. "Since Mr. is not willing to disclose his name, I won't force myself, but please be sure to accept my thanks." Seeing that Yi Chen was just about to shake his head, Dong Rollin shoved the bracelet into his hand and stubbornly said, "This is a gift from my family, and it means a lot to me. If you don't accept it, I won't feel at ease." Yi Chen had intended to stuff it back, but instead, when he touched the jade bracelet, he felt a faint aura wrapped in it, so he did not push it back. Yi Chen looked at his cell phone. "My ambulance is estimated to arrive in 5 more minutes, and you don't need to worry about that group of people chasing after me. I've already solved it. I'll leave first." "Hey!" Dong Rollin saw that he turned his head without hesitation and was about to leave. His heart was somewhat inexplicably lost, but Yi Chen suddenly turned around again and took off his jacket to drape it over her body. The man's jacket was large and covered her, almost reaching her knees. "Hold up, just now the situation was urgent, and tore your clothes." After saying this, Yi Chen nodded and turned around to leave again. This person is really meticulous. The sound of an ambulance came from the distance. Dong Roland looked out of her mind at the man's back, but suddenly felt that this familiar back was superimposed with the chairman of the Imperial Hao group. Could it really be him? A guess surfaced in Dong Roland's mind, but she sighed as she looked at the man's increasingly walking back. Without even knowing the lookalike's name, there was no way for her to verify it. Dong Roland took a few steps towards the oncoming ambulance, but she suddenly felt that she had stepped on something under her feet. Dong Roland bent down to pick it up and found that it was a grayish-white Hatten jade tablet. It must have fallen off when Mr. squatted down to treat himself. Dong Roland gripped the jade plaque with joy, as if she was holding the possibility that she would see it again afterward. Dong Roland was quickly sent to the emergency room, and after a series of examinations, the doctors were surprised to come to a conclusion. The tendon she had been stabbed through had miraculously healed on its own. The doctor's eyes carried surprise. "Miss Dong, you're very lucky. According to the size and location of this wound, first aid is basically difficult to stop the bleeding. A slight delay of half a minute could be life-threatening. I don't know what first aid you did at that time." Dong Roland understood in the bottom of her heart, but shook her head and said, "I didn't do any measures. It was a good man who stepped in and saved me." The doctor nodded and smiled. "It seems that the one who saved you must be an expert with excellent medical skills. You are really lucky." After saying that, the doctor added, "By the way, I've already notified the police officers. They'll be coming over soon. When that time comes, you can tell them about the attack." Dong Roland nodded gently. The police officers came quickly. A knife attack in the downtown area, and the one injured was still a senior executive of the Imperial Palace Group. They took this extremely seriously. Among the police officers who came, someone knew the Xiao family and knew that she was a guest of the Xiao family, so they notified the Xiao family. At this time in the Xiao family villa, a large family was discussing what should be done. Xiao Hailong told them that something happened to Dong Roland, but didn't say that it was because of himself. Old Mrs. Xiao still felt that this was a good opportunity for the Xiao family to perform, and that they must find a way to locate Dong Roland and rescue her, and then add to Xiao Hailong's drama to help him capture Dong Roland's heart. As a result, when she heard that she was in the hospital, the old lady was greatly disappointed inside. If only Hailong could have seized this opportunity to save a beauty from a hero, how good it would have been. After saying that, she immediately said to the crowd, "Let's go. Let's hurry to the hospital to take a look." Xiao Hailong was very unsure in his heart, but he could only follow his family to the hospital with a stiff upper lip. On the way, Xiao Hailong had already thought of what to say. He just didn't know if Dong Roland would buy it. As soon as he arrived at the hospital and saw Dong Roland, Xiao Hailong's face immediately revealed a strong surprise, and he hurriedly and attentively walked up. "Roland, are you all right? I was about to call up my father and bring people to prepare to go over to save you." "Save me?" A trace of sarcasm flashed across Dong Roland's cold face as she faintly said, "I was almost killed by you." Xiao Hailong hurriedly explained, "Roland, you mustn't misunderstand. I was trying to attract their attention. After all, the person they were looking for was me, not you. I thought that they wouldn't do anything to you." Dong Roland snorted coldly, not bothering to break up with Xiao Hailong as she had already thoroughly seen this person's face and only thought of staying far away from him in the future. Seeing that Dong Roland didn't blame herself anymore, Xiao Hailong thought that she believed his story, so he looked Dong Roland up and down, and saw that she was actually wearing a man's jacket around her lower body, and immediately frowned. "Roland, where are your pants? They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Dong Roland's heart was filled with disgust. She didn't want to pay any attention to him at all, and said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you." Old Mrs. Zhao's shrewd gaze swept over Dong Roland, staring at the man's jacket she was wearing. She walked up and asked, "Roland, if there's anything you want to say, you can tell Grandma. Those guys didn't do anything to you, did they?" Dong Roland said with an expressionless face, "They stabbed me. Luckily a young man who was passing by saved me, because I had a wound on my leg, so he treated me. My pants were torn, so he took off his jacket for me to use." "Why? Is there a problem, young man?" Old Mrs. Xiao was shocked in her heart. There was a young man who had saved Dong Roland. That wasn't good. In case Dong Roland had a crush on that young man, wouldn't her own precious grandson Xiao Hailong have no chance? Xiao Hailong also said jealously at this moment, "Roland, how did the other party treat you? Did he take off your pants to treat you?" Dong Roland sneered and said sarcastically, "What does it have to do with you if you take off your pants or not?" Chapter 72, Never Possible. Xiao Hailong only felt a buzzing sound in his head, and a cynical fire rushed straight to his head. He hadn't even touched Dong Roland's hand, but she had been undressed by a strange man, and had even touched and pressed on her thighs, perhaps even touching a more private place. How could this be acceptable? Xiao Hailong couldn't care less that Dong Roland was already extremely disappointed in herself at this moment. Burning with jealousy, he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't think this man is trying to save you at all. but rather he's trying to take advantage of the fire and attempt to molest you. As soon as Xiao Hailong's words fell, the eyes of all the Xiao family members gathered on Dong Wolin. Everyone's thoughts were the same as his. A beautiful and moving woman, lying disheveled in front of an unfamiliar man, letting the other party rub and touch her. The inside story of this was fascinating to contemplate. Dong Wolin was so angry that she shook, disappointed in Xiao Hailong to the extreme. Not only did he escape first, but now he was maliciously speculating about himself, and in front of so many people. Not only was he unkind and unrighteous, he was simply shameless. Dong Wolin said coldly, Xiao Hailong, the person who saved me did not do anything untoward to me, and I took off my pants myself. It has nothing to do with you. With that, Dong Wolin gritted her teeth and scolded, it's you, Xiao Hailong, you caused all the trouble tonight, and when the other party came to seek revenge, you ran so fast, leaving me where I was, causing me to be stabbed, and now you're still saying this kind of words? Are you shameless or not? Xiao Hailong choked. His face reddened and he couldn't say anything. Dong Wolin didn't even look at him and immediately got up and left the hospital room, stopped a car and went back to the hotel she was staying at. Xiao family members also froze. No one expected that the truth of the matter would turn out to be like this. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Hailong who got into trouble and left Dong Wolin behind, which led to Dong Wolin being stabbed. As soon as Dong Wolin left, Mrs. Xiao was so angry that she slapped Xiao Hailong in the face. Xiao Hailong was confused as the old lady scolded, what did I teach you? I told you to please Dong Wolin, but you're good. You left Dong Wolin behind to run for her life. How could she like you when you did this kind of behavior? Grandma, I was wrong. Xiao Hailong covered his fiery face and instantly woke up with regret. It was only at this time that he realized that he and Dong Wolin would never be possible. Chen returned home and did not tell his wife about tonight's events, and his wife knew nothing about what happened to Dong Wolin. After all, Xiao Churan's family had always been rejected by the old lady, so they were not qualified to live in the Xiao family villa, and naturally had no place to learn about these things. The next day, Xiao Churan just woke up and received a call from the old lady. The old lady said to her, Churan, you go to Tianhao Building Material Group today, find a way to talk to their boss. Can you give us $10 million of building materials on credit first, and then make up for it after we settle the payment from Imperial Deluxe Group? Xiao Churan hurriedly said, Grandma, Tianhao Building Material Group does a lot of business, and they have a lot of say, and have always refused to give us credit. The old lady said, it can't be helped. The Xiao family now has some problems with the capital chain. We can't afford to advance so many costs and expenses anymore. Loans are also very difficult. We can only think of a way from the side of Tianhao Building Material Group. Saying that, the old lady added, Churan, now the family is in trouble both internally and externally, and that cousin of yours doesn't fight for me. Now we can only rely on you. Think of a way to chat with Zhou Tianhao, the boss of Tianhao Building Material Group. As long as he nods his head, we will have a chance. Xiao Churan hesitated for a moment and helplessly agreed, saying, Grandma, I'll give it a try. Good. Old Mrs. Xiao breathes a sigh of relief and says, Grandma believes that you will be able to do it. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Churan was a little despondent. Chen couldn't help but ask, what happened? Xiao Churan told Chen roughly what happened. Chen nodded and said, why don't we talk to Imperial Group and let them pay $20 million in advance for the project? Xiao Churan hurriedly said, that's not good. We have already climbed high by cooperating with Imperial Group. If we still look for people to prepay for the project, it will be looked down upon. Chen wanted to say, Imperial Group is your husband's. What is this $20 million? Who dares to look down on you? But Xiao Churan didn't know. She said, let's do it this way. I'd better go talk to Mr. Zhou. Chen said, then I'll go with you. It's not appropriate. Xiao Churan said, what kind of person brings their husband to talk business? It looks too unprofessional. With that, Xiao Churan said, just stay at home. If you're really bored, go out and around. There's not much going on at home anyway. Chen saw that she was resolute, so he didn't say any more. He knew that this wife of his had always been independent and wanted to work on many things through her own hands. Then it would be good to let her give it a try. And if it really didn't work, he himself would secretly step in to help. After having breakfast, Xiao Churan made an appointment with Zhou Tianhao, the boss of Tianhao Building Material Group, and then drove to Tianhao Building Material Group alone. This Tianhao Building Material Group is one of the largest building material groups in Jinling and even Jiangnan, mainly engaged in all kinds of aluminum alloy building materials, and is an essential supplier for large real estate projects. Zhou Tianhao was born from grassroots in the early years, but he was lucky to have a wife with a strong family, so he developed step by step with the help of his wife's family to the present. However, Zhou Tianhao, this person is a wife. His wife, although ugly, but he never dared to mess around outside, so Zhou Tianhao and the local reputation is not bad. They say he is a good man who does not forget his wife. Tianhao Building Materials Group is located in the outskirts of the city, sitting alone with thousands of acres of land in the factory. The scale is huge. After Xiao Churan drove to Tianhao Building Materials Group, he arrived in front of the office building. Stopping the car, Zhou Tianhao was already waiting in the lobby of the office building for a long time. Seeing her coming, Zhou Tianhao immediately puts on a warm smile, walks to Xiao Churan, takes the initiative to extend his hand, and says, Mr. Xiao, today you came to visit us. Someone from Zhou has missed a long way to welcome you. I'm really sorry. Xiao Churan stretches out his hand, shakes it politely with him and smiles. You are too polite, Mr. Zhou. After saying that, she wanted to draw her hand back. However, he found that Zhou Tianhao grabbed his hand and didn't let go, but also gripped it tighter and tighter. Xiao Churan made an effort to pull her hand out, and said with a somewhat wary expression, Mr. Zhou, what are you? Zhou Tianhao hurriedly scratched his head and laughed. Oops, I'm really sorry. I've always heard that Mr. Xiao is a beautiful woman, and today I've got to see that I didn't come back to my senses, and I'm not sure if I've been rude to Mr. Xiao. Please forgive Mr. Xiao for that. Xiao Churan saw that he was also frank, able to directly apologize, slightly relieved. At this time, Zhou Tianhao hurriedly made an invitation gesture and smiled. Mr. Xiao, please come to my office for a chat. Chapter 73, Enjoy Yourself. Zhou Tianhao brought Xiao Churan to his office, and the moment he closed the door, a fire immediately surfaced in his eyes. He unobtrusively unlocked the door before inviting Xiao Churan to come and sit on the sofa. Xiao Churan looked a bit rushed, wringing her hands and sitting across from him. Zhou Tianhao smiled and asked, Mr. Xiao, I don't know what kind of cooperation you want to talk to me about when you came to find me this time? Xiao Churan said somewhat less than kindly. I won't hide it from you, Mr. Zhou. Our Xiao Group's cash flow has been a bit tight lately, so I wanted to come and ask you if you can let us get a batch of building materials on credit first? On credit? Zhou Tianhao said with a difficult face. Our Tianhao Building Material Group's situation. Mr. Xiao, you must know, we never accept credit, nor do we send materials first. We always make payments first, then give the materials. I know, Xiao Churan said apologetically, I really have no way out, but you can rest assured that the enterprise we cooperate with is the Imperial Hao Group. The Imperial Hao Group is the largest enterprise in our Jinling. They are surely not going to default on our project payment. As long as the payment will be settled back by that time, we will immediately make up for the material payment to you. Zhou Tianhao smiled twice and said, That's what I said. But, Mr. Xiao, I'm not targeting you. Do you know why I set the rule of no credit? Xiao Churan shook his head. Why? Zhou Tianhao said, I was also very good at talking before. Customers wanted to take goods first and settle later. I agreed to all of them in order to develop business and maintain relationships. All of them said that as long as party A settles for them, they will settle for us right away. But what was the result? I lost more than $300 million of payment until now, have not asked for it back. So much? Xiao Churan was also stunned by this figure. All the assets of the entire Xiao Group added up to a little over $100 million. Unexpectedly, Zhou Tianhao had more than $300 million in goods that he couldn't collect back outside alone. Zhou Tianhao sighed. It can't be helped. These renegade partners are using the same rhetoric, all saying that they'll give it to me soon, immediately, but when they talk, they just don't give the money. Speaking of this, Zhou Tianhao shook his head and lamented. In the end, I really had no choice but to stop all cooperation channels on credit. Taking goods can be done. I have more than enough goods here to give, but payment must be made first. Xiao Churan's expression was extraordinarily disappointed. It seemed that this matter could not be negotiated. However, she also knows that since people have this principle, it is not good for her to say anything to make others give up their principles again. So she stood up and said, I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhou. I'll go back to talk to my grandma, or raise the funds to cooperate with you as soon as possible. As soon as Zhou Tianhao saw her getting up to leave, he immediately said, Mr. Xiao, don't be in a hurry. Saying that, Zhou Tianhao hurriedly stood up and continued, what I said just now is for ordinary partners, but with you, Mr. Xiao, naturally, it should be counted separately. Xiao Churan asked with some bewilderment. Mr. Zhou, what do you mean by this? Zhou Tianhao narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Churan greedily. To be honest, Xiao Churan was too pretty. So pretty that Zhou Tianhao couldn't catch his breath. For so many years, all Zhou Tianhao had faced was the yellow-faced woman at home, the ugly and dried-up woman. 100,000 miles worse than Xiao Churan. Xiao Churan's looks were impeccable, and her body was even more attractive. So this kind of woman was simply the best. Why don't you have such a good fortune to have a good time with such a superb woman? Why does such a woman have to marry a famous loser in the whole city? Her husband is not as strong as he is? Thinking of this, Zhou Tianhao's heart seemed to have countless ants crawling around. He felt that for so many years he didn't have the chance to cheat on his wife, not to mention the chance to touch an extremely beautiful woman, and seeing that half of his life had passed, he had still been paying his rations on that disgusting yellow face. Today was the best chance for himself to break the shackles of fate. Right, he wants to try this Xiao Churan, try this super beauty that the men in the whole city were crazy about. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, since you have this need, then we can have a good chat. Zhou Tianhao, am not as bad as you think. Xiao Churan thought there was a chance, hurriedly sat down and asked joyfully, Mr. Zhou, are you willing to give us building materials on credit? Zhou Tianhao deliberately did not put words through, but said vaguely, if it is someone else, I am sure to refuse directly, but if it is Mr. Xiao Yu, then I can think about it. Xiao Churan hurriedly said, actually, our cooperation with the Imperial Hao group is really close. If you give us the building materials on credit, we will be able to give you the money immediately after the first batch of settlements from Imperial Hao. Zhou Tianhao nodded and said, wait for me, I'll make a pot of tea and we'll talk slowly. Saying that, he got up and went to the cabinet to take out a teapot. With his back to Xiao Churan, he put tea into the pot while pulling out a box of sleeping pills from his pocket. This box of pills was what he usually took himself. He had some insomnia recently, so the doctor prescribed him some powerful sleeping pills. Taking one pill would basically allow him to sleep peacefully for the whole day. Zhou Tianhao wanted to take the opportunity to do Xiao Churan in the office, so he put 6 sleeping pills into the water. In this way, as long as Xiao Churan drinks a cup of tea, it's basically like taking a pill. When her drug strength comes up, she will still be at her mercy. He can first put her to sleep, and then use the cell phone to take some exposed videos and photos, and then use this to threaten her. As long as Xiao Churan has the intention to call the police, or tell others, he will threaten her, publish these photos and videos, so that she will never be able to hold up her head, and will be criticized for the rest of her life. I believe Xiao Churan will definitely not dare to call the police or publicize it at that time. At that time, she would have taken all the initiative. He could find her to have sex at any time, and as long as she didn't agree, he would threaten her with videos and photos, forcing her to give in. In that case, wouldn't he be happy? The more he thinks about it, the more excited he gets, and after making the tea, his face returns to normal and he returns to the sofa and sits down. He poured Xiao Churan a cup of tea while saying, Mr. Xiao, don't be in a hurry, have a cup of tea and let's talk slowly. Xiao Churan didn't think much about it. After saying so much himself, he also felt a little thirsty, so he picked up the cup of tea and took a big sip. Zhou Tianhao was thrilled. He stared at Xiao Churan with eyes full of fire, looking at her long straight legs, slender willow waist, perfect body, and pretty face. This woman really exudes a charming charm everywhere, which makes his heart grow hotter and hotter. Today is really a heavenly opportunity. Thinking that he would be able to enjoy this perfect woman to the fullest later on, Zhou Tianhao felt like he was going to burn all over. Chapter 74, I'll beat you to death. Seeing Xiao Churan drink the tea, Zhou Tianhao was thrilled in his heart. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for the medicine to kick in. After Xiao Churan drank a cup of tea, she soon realized that something wasn't quite right. It seems that her head is a bit dizzy and heavy. What's going on here? She was shocked in her heart. Could it be that this Zhou Tianhao had drugged the tea? At the thought of this, Xiao Churan was trembling in fear. She wanted to get up, but she felt that her legs were also a bit weak. Looking at it this way, I'm afraid it's hard to escape by herself. She took advantage of the fact that she hadn't lost her consciousness and quietly opened her phone, found Yi Chen's dialogue box on WeChat, and pressed the speak button. This side sent the voice, while she said to Zhou Tianhao, Mr. Zhou, I feel a little dizzy. There won't be any problems with this tea, right? Zhou Tianhao laughed. No problem. This tea is the top billion, more than $10,000 a caddy. It's very good. Does Mr. Xiao want another cup? Xiao Churan said, I don't want to drink it. Mr. Zhou, I'm a bit uncomfortable. Please let someone send me out. Zhou Tianhao cheaply laughs a few times, originally sitting on Xiao Churan's side, but at this moment, he gets up and walks to the side of Xiao Churan and sits close to her. Surveying the uneasy Xiao Churan, Zhou Tianhao smiles and opens his mouth. Mr. Xiao, everyone says that you're the top big beauty in Jinling, and when I got to see you today, it's really true to your name. I'm worshipping you a lot. Xiao Churan saw him sticking over, so she moved to the other side and shook her head. Mr. Zhou, please stay away from me, okay? Zhou Tianhao laughed. What's wrong, Mr. Xiao? We are all partners. There is no harm in being a little closer, right? Saying that, Zhou Tianhao's body once again stuck towards Xiao Churan's side. Xiao Churan wanted to hide again, but she had already reached the edge of the sofa, and could only forcefully shrink her body to prevent Zhou Tianhao from touching her. Zhou Tianhao kept moving towards her side, his eyes still kept glancing at her body. Sima Xiaoxiao's heart is known to everyone. Xiao Churan's brain was getting heavier and heavier, and as soon as her hand loosened up, she sent her voice to Yi Chen. Yi Chen at this time is doing housework at home, suddenly received a voice from his wife, subconsciously opened to listen. Suddenly the whole person veins rippled. This damn Zhou Tianhao even dared to hit his own wife's idea. Tired of living, he immediately pulled out his cell phone and directly called Richard Chen, saying with a black face, "Mobilize all the manpower you can to Tianhao Building Materials Group. I'm going to raze it to the ground today." Chen Zikai was surprised and asked, "Young master, what happened?" This Zhou Tianhao's wife, her family still has some strength. It is a small family that is dependent on us. If we raise Tianhao Building Materials Group to the ground rashly, we won't be able to explain it to the other junior families. Yi Chen coldly asked, "That Zhou Tianhao wants to violate my wife. You tell me, is it rash to level him?" Richard Chen was instantly flabbergasted. He had thought that Zhou Tianhao had accidentally messed with the young master, but he did not expect that he was actually moving against the young granny. To dare to have such treacherous thoughts, his crime should be punished. So he immediately said, "Young master, I will immediately mobilize my men to rush over there." "Good, I'll rush there now as well." Richard Chen immediately said, "Where are you, young master? I'll have a helicopter go over to pick you up. It's faster that way." "Good." A few moments later, a top-notch heavy-duty civilian helicopter roared up. Inside the helicopter sat Richard Chen, as well as 10 black-clothed experts. His expression was extremely ugly. Damn. In this acre of Jinling, there was still someone who dared to make a move against the young granny, really looking for death. The helicopter was extremely fast, and in an instant, it reached the upper floor of Xiao Churan's house. Yi Chen rushed to the rooftop and climbed directly onto the helicopter, then immediately said to Richard Chen, "Use the fastest speed possible. Get me to Tianhao Building Materials Group." At this time, at the Tianhao Building Materials Group, seeing that Xiao Churan was already powerless to struggle, Zhou Tianhao laughed straight in excitement and immediately stretched out his hands, wanting to take off Xiao Churan's clothes. At this time, the door was suddenly kicked open vigorously by several people. An ugly, but aggressive woman rushed in with a few bodyguard-like men. Seeing that Zhou Tianhao was about to take off Xiao Churan's clothes, the woman was furious to the extreme and cursed offhandedly. "Zhou Tianhao, how dare you cheat on me behind my back?" Zhou Tianhao was instantly stunned. How did this yellow-faced woman find her way over? How could Zhou Tianhao know that the people around him were almost all bribed by his own wife? Every day where he went and who came to him, his wife knew exactly. When Xiao Churan came to Zhou Tianhao, his wife was immediately alert. Xiao Churan was a famous beauty in Jinling. His wife hated beautiful women the most because she was too ugly, and when she heard that Xiao Churan had come, she immediately killed her. Sure enough, as soon as he came, he realized that this husband of his actually wants to get together with Xiao Churan. Zhou Tianhao was scared out of his wits at this time and hurriedly said, Wife, listen to my explanation. It's all because she seduced me." That yellow-faced woman saw Xiao Churan's face was red and her clothes were a bit unkempt. She was furious and cursed in annoyance. "Damn, you pair of dogs. None of you can escape today." After saying that, he immediately said to the bodyguards around him, "Arrest this pair of dogs and girls for me." Several bodyguards immediately rushed up and grabbed Zhou Tianhao firmly, and then grabbed Xiao Churan with her hands behind her back. The yellow-faced woman first rushed to Zhou Tianhao, flung her hands and slapped him several times, angrily cursing, Our phone family has treated you well. Without our family, you still don't know which public toilet you are pulling out a turd to eat. How dare you betray me?" The yellow-faced woman said as she whipped vigorously, shaking with anger. Zhou Tianhao wailed as he was whipped, his mouth crying, "Wife, don't blame me really can't blame me It's all because of that vixen surnamed Xiao. She's the one who seduced me." The yellow-faced woman questioned in a cold voice. "Tell me clearly, what's going on?" Zhou Tianhao hurriedly explained. "This Xiao Churan, the family cash outflow a little problem. Want to come to find me on credit 10 million building materials. Our family factory never credit. You are also aware of. I also never give anyone the opportunity to credit." Speaking here, Zhou Tianhao angrily pointed at Xiao Churan and scolded. "This shameless vixen, seeing that I rejected her, said she wanted to sleep with me in the hope that I could give her building materials on credit." The yellow-faced woman coldly questioned. "Then you went up and prepared to sleep with her?" "I didn't," Zhou Tianhao cried out in pain. "I was just confused for a moment, but I really didn't have anything going on with her." The yellow-faced woman was infuriated and stepped in front of Xiao Churan. Looking at Xiao Churan, who was already a bit disoriented, she raised her hand and slapped her hard. "Stinky framer, you dare to seduce my husband. See if I don't beat you to death today. I will not only beat you to death, I also want to ruin this Thai face of yours." Chapter 75. I am the young master of the Yi family. The yellow-faced woman slapped Xiao Churan's face. immediately causing Xiao Churan to wake up a bit. She covers her face and looks at the ferocious woman in front of her and subconsciously asks, "Who are you? What are you going to do?" The yellow-faced woman gritted her teeth and said, "What am I going to do? I'm going to beat you to death. You stinking framer." After saying that, she shouted to the bodyguard beside her, "Where's the knife? Give it to me. I'm going to cut this stinking framer's face." "Yes, Missy." The bodyguard immediately pulled out a sharp knife, then respectfully said, "Missy, this kind of, don't dirty your hands, it's better for me to do it." The yellow-faced woman raised her hand and gave him a slap, snatched the knife from his hand and scolded, "Chow Nima, talking too much to me at this time?" The bodyguard immediately knelt on the ground and said in horror, "Missy, I was wrong. I beg your forgiveness." The yellow-faced woman stomped him away and angrily said, "Get the hell out of my way." After saying that, she took a knife and was about to come over and slash Xiao Churan's face. Xiao Churan is trembling with fear, trying to break free, but her body is controlled by the bodyguard. She can't move at all, and her body is also soft. She can't use her strength. Right at this critical moment, suddenly someone burst out, "Put the knife down for me." The yellow-faced woman turned around, and a young man rushed in with 10 men in black. "Who the hell are you? Grasser, dare to come and meddle in my business? Do you know who I am?" Chen gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care who you are." After saying that, he immediately rushed over and kicked the woman out. Seeing Chen, Xiao Churan broke down and cried, shouting, "Husband, save me." Chen lucked out the Jiu Xian heavenly scripture and gathered all the aura in his body into his fists, and suddenly rushed at the two bodyguards who had tied up his wife and threw a punch. Boom! These two people were instantly blown away and directly smashed against the wall. Unconscious, Xiao Churan was no longer under someone's control, but her legs went soft and she was directly about to fall to the ground. Chen immediately rushes up and holds her in his arms. Seeing that there is a slap mark on her face, his heart is dripping with pain. "Churan, don't worry, hubby will definitely avenge you." Xiao Churan cried out in pain, hugging Chen tightly, crying, "Hubby, hubby, you take me home." Chen patted her back and pacified, "Don't worry, hubby will take you home. No one can hurt you." Saying that, he transmitted a true chi in his hand, causing Xiao Churan to fall deeply asleep. Chen put Xiao Churan on the sofa next to him and said to Richard Chen, "Protect my wife for me." Chen Zikai nodded and said sternly, "Don't worry, young master. If young granny has any damage in my hands, I'll carry my head." Chen turned to the yellow-faced woman who had been kicked off by himself, grabbed her from the ground and punched her hard in the face. "You're the one who hit my wife?" The yellow-faced woman's face was covered in blood as she hissed and cursed, "You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? I'll kill you." After saying that, she shouted to the bodyguards around her, "Kill him for me. Kill him. Whoever kills him, I'll give him $1 million. A few bodyguards were excited and immediately rushed up. Chen said to Richard Chen's men with an expressionless face, "Kill for me. Kill without amnesty." Several black-clothed men immediately pulled out pitch-black pistols from their pockets and pulled the triggers at the bodyguards. These bodyguards had never dreamed that the gang of black-clothed men that came had guns. Moreover, their marksmanship was extremely good. Every shot went straight into the ceiling of these bodyguards. In an instant, all of Yellowface's bodyguards died a horrible death. The yellow-faced woman was stunned by this sudden scene. "Who are you, you guys?" Chen sneered. "I'm Xiao Churan's husband." Zhou Tianhao, who was standing stupidly next to him, shivered his legs in fear. You're that door-to-door son-in-law. How do you?" Chen smiled and asked him, "What? Are you curious as to how a flunky son-in-law like me can have such a strong background?" Zhou Tianhao nodded his head repeatedly. The yellow-faced woman next to him calmed down and said offhandedly, "For your information, my name is Feng Shui. It's the daughter of the Feng family of Haichang. Have you heard of the Feng family? Our master is the Yi family of Yanjing. If you mess with me, no matter how strong your background is, our Feng family will never spare you. The Yi family will never even spare you." "Oh?" Chen laughed coldly and said to the yellow-faced woman, "Listen carefully, I am the son of the Yi family in Yanjing. I am your master. My name is Yi Chen." Boom! When these words came out, Feng Shui was struck by lightning. She looked at Chen with wide eyes like she had seen a ghost. You are the young master of the Yi family? How is it possible? How could the young master of the Yi family be in a small place like Jinling?" Chen Zikai suddenly came over at this time and bellowed, "Feng Shui, how dare you talk tough even at the end of your life? This is our Yi family's young master, Yi Chen." Only then did Feng Shui see Richard Chen Zikai. This was the Yi family's spokesperson in Jinling. He was also the existence that Dad had been desperately trying to flatter. Why is he here? Could it be that? Could this young man really be the Yi family's young master? The yellow-faced woman instantly collapsed. kneeling on the ground and desperately kowtowing. Young master, I was wrong, young master. Young master, you forgive me, young master. I really know I was wrong, young master. If I knew that was your wife, I wouldn't have dared to touch her. Young master. Zhou Tianhao also pissed his pants in fear. He flung himself to his knees and said with tears in his voice, Young master, please forgive me. Yi Chen's expression was grim. Plotting against my wife. You still expect me to spare you? After saying that, Yi Chen shouted to a few black-clothed men, Do it! The two black-clothed men who came from practicing families immediately stepped forward and punched Zhou Tianhao at his lumbar vertebrae. There was a click. Zhou Tianhao felt a sharp pain, but this sharp pain only lasted for a second. The next second, Zhou Tianhao felt that he had completely lost consciousness from the neck down. Paraplegic? Then wouldn't he only be able to live on his back for the rest of his life? He can't even turn over. He can't even control his bowels. Life is worse than death. Wouldn't he be a living dead man? Zhou Tianhao's entire body was so desperate that he couldn't wait to run over himself. But he didn't even have the ability to run over himself at this point. The man in black looked at Yi Chen and asked, Young master, what about this yellow-faced woman? Yi Chen coldly said, The same. Let the two of them be a living dead couple. Feng Shui was scared out of her mind, grabbing her hair and screaming non-stop, yelling for mercy. But Yi Chen would not give her a chance. If you dared to touch your own scales, there was only a path to death. Nope. It was so cheap to kill them with one shot. A lifetime of life worse than death was the best way to end up. Chapter 76, Pushing Down Tianhao Building Materials Group. With a click, Feng Shui's spine also snapped. Another one. Both husband and wife are paraplegic. There could never be a chance of recovery. Chen Zikai came forward at this time and spoke respectfully. Young master, the 300 heavy excavators I mobilized have already arrived. As long as you give your word, you will immediately bulldoze the entire Tianhao Building Materials Group. Good. Yi Chen nodded and said in a cold voice, Notify all the workers to complete their evacuation within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, bulldoze the whole place for me. Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui husband and wife were scared out of their wits. A lifetime of hard work, and this is the end? People are also finished. In the future, they can only be the living dead, and then without money, who will take care of themselves? Yi Chen did not care about this. He had someone turn on the fire alarm, and the whole factory immediately began to evacuate. Afterwards, Yi Chen picked up Xiao Churan, who was already asleep, and had a few black-clothed men carry Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui, who were paraplegic. When everyone stepped out of the office building, the entire factory had already been evacuated. The workers thought that there was a fire and all of them ran for their lives. At this time, 300 excavators had already surrounded the factory. The thousands of people that Richard Chen had called were on the periphery, and they were evacuating all the workers away. Yi Chen stood in the middle of the square and said to Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui, I'm going to let you see with your own eyes how your heart's blood has turned to ashes. After saying that, he immediately said to Richard Chen, Get the excavator in. Demolish it for me. 300 excavators roared in. The digging buckets and cannons on top of the excavators made a huge commotion, like 300 heavy tankers, directly tearing apart several factory buildings throughout the factory, then bulldozing them flat, leaving them in ruins. Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui were in despair. These were all their hard work. These factory buildings, every brick and tile, every building and beam, were the result of half their life's efforts. It could be said that the factories were like their children. Now, someone will push down their plant a little bit. This is simply torture, like lingering death. At this moment, the two of them had absolutely no thoughts of surviving. There is only one idea in their mind: to die. However, it didn't exist. Yi Chen would not give them a chance to die. He would make them taste pain for the rest of their lives. Afterwards, Yi Chen said to the two of them, I'll spare you a dog's life, but remember, anyone who dares to divulge my identity to the outside world, I'll definitely kill his entire family without a single living soul. Not even a single dog will be left behind. The two men broke down and cried, Young master, we don't dare. Young master, even if we were killed, we wouldn't dare to reveal your identity. Young master. Yi Chen nodded, looking at the two couples who had already become invalids, and looking at the Tianhao Building Materials Group that had already become ruins. The vicious anger in his heart was finally released. Afterward, he said to Richard Chen, Have the helicopter come over and send me and my wife back. Chen Zikai immediately nodded, then respectfully asked, Young master, I think young granny might have been drugged. Should we send her to the hospital to take a look, or should I find a doctor to the house? Yi Chen waved his hand. No, just send us back directly. When they returned home, Xiao Churan still hadn't woken up. This was mainly because Yi Chen hadn't withdrawn that aura in her body. Only after returning home and placing her on the bed did he withdraw that aura from Xiao Churan's body. Immediately afterward, Xiao Churan immediately turned awake. Hubby, Xiao Churan opened her eyes, and when she saw Yi Chen's face, she immediately hugged him in ecstasy. and immediately afterward, she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Yi Chen hurriedly comforted her. "It's okay, baby, don't be afraid, hubby brought you home." Home? Xiao Churan then looked around, realizing that it was indeed her and Yi Chen's bedroom. She couldn't help but ask, "Zhou Tianhao and the others didn't make things difficult for you, did they?" "No," Yi Chen said. "Zhou Tianhao and their husband and wife have become paraplegic, and the entire Tianhao Building Materials Group has also been razed to the ground. This is a case of many acts of injustice leading to death." Xiao Churan was shocked. How could that be? What the hell is going on? Yi Chen lightly laughed. "I called a few friends to help and snatched you out. As a result, that Tianhao Building Material Group, the entire office building, plant, all tofu dregs project, after coming out, they had an explosion in one of the workshops, and it collapsed the entire plant. It's a pity that you fell asleep at that time, or else you could have seen that kind of domino-like magnificent scene." Xiao Churan couldn't believe it. A good factory, a workshop explosion, the whole razed to the ground? Right. Yi Chen nodded. "It's that powerful, I think. They're being punished by the heavens." After saying that, he immediately quietly sent a message to Richard Chen. "Take care of the media, and have them declare to the public that Tianhao Building Materials Group's tofu dreg factory buildings all collapsed due to a chain reaction triggered by a workshop explosion." Chen Zai immediately replied, "Don't worry, young master, it will be on the news right away." A few minutes later, Xiao Churan was still doing her best to recall the details of what happened before she fell unconscious, when her cell phone suddenly received a whole bunch of news app pushes. She glanced at the headlines and was stunned. The news headlines were all accident at Jinling Tianhao Building Materials Group. The accident led to the collapse of the tofu dreg construction plant across the factory. Several people died, and the boss Zhou Tianhao and his wife were also seriously injured. And the doctor said that they were afraid of being paraplegic. The doctor said that he was afraid of paraplegia. It was only then that Yi Chen said, "Nah, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Only then did Xiao Churan believe it and exclaimed, "What an evil thing to do." After saying that, she hurriedly asked Yi Chen, "When you went, that bad guy didn't do anything to me, right?" Yi Chen nodded and said, "When I went, your clothes were intact. It was Zhou Tianhao's wife who arrived first and stopped him from violating you." Xiao Churan shed 2 lines of tears. "Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be like this." Yi Chen hurriedly said, "Silly girl, what are you talking nonsense about? I won't blame you. Rather, it's all my husband's fault for not protecting you properly, letting this kind of bad guy take advantage of the situation and almost hurt you." Xiao Churan was touched to the core of her heart, gently hugging Yi Chen without saying a word. At this moment, she realized that Yi Chen's feelings for herself were extremely deep, which made her feel a great sense of happiness in her heart. In the course of an afternoon, Tianhao Building Materials Group was razed to the ground. The entire upper class of Jinling was in an uproar. Although the news said to the public that it was an accident, none of them who were human beings would believe this kind of talk. Everyone immediately began to speculate as to which big shot this was the handiwork of. Come to think of it, almost no one in Jinling was capable of doing this. Who could it be? Everyone immediately began to associate it with the numerous recent clues in Jinling. A dozen Rolls Royces, more than $10 million in cash to buy jadeite. The mysterious godlike tycoon who had become an explosion of popularity on the short video platform. The chairman of the Imperial Group who acquired the Imperial Group and threw away $2 billion to prepare for the construction of a 6-star hotel. The mysterious person who unprecedentedly chartered the Buckingham Palace Sky Garden and organized a wedding for 2 people. And the big man who razed the Tianhao Building Materials Group to the ground in one afternoon. All of these clues all point to one person. The only possibility for these clues is that mysterious chairman of the Imperial Hao Group. Besides him, who else has this kind of ability? This now makes the identity of the chairman of the Dihao Group even more unfathomable in Jinling. Chapter 77 Invitation. When Tianhao Building Material Group was destroyed, the person who was most saddened was Mrs. Xiao. Now Xiao family economy some turnover. She also hoped that Xiao Churan can convince Tianhao Building Materials Group. First credit a batch of building materials out. This is also considered a disguised solution to the financial pressure, but did not expect the entire Tianhao Building Materials Group, actually in an afternoon ashes. Now, the old lady is most worried about the problem of funds. How to raise a sum of money became the biggest desire in her heart. Xiao Churan did not tell her grandmother about yesterday's experience. With this experience, she secretly decided in her heart, will no longer ask about other matters of the family, focus on doing a good job in cooperation with the Imperial Group. Other things, even if it is the grandmother begging for their own, but also never intervene. The next day, Xiao Churan's mental and physical state have recovered a lot, and can't wait to get busy with work. Yi Chen went out in the morning to sneak around and buy groceries, and when he returned home after buying, he saw his old husband, Xiao Churan, sitting on the sofa with a depressed look on his face. Sighing straight away, he frowned and asked, Dad, why are you in a bad mood? Who made you unhappy again? It couldn't be buying antiques and being cheated again, right? Xiao Churan took a sip of jasmine tea and said angrily, don't mention the antiques. Damn it, I'm angry just mentioning it. What? Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, still really let people cheat? Xiao Churan said, it's not that I let someone cheat me, it's because of the Jumbo Pavilion's auction quota. Yi Chen was surprised and asked, what is the Jumbo Pavilion? It's a clubhouse of the Jinling City Cultural Games Association, which often organizes high-end auctions of cultural games and antiques, and shoots good things that can't be seen on the market, and every family has a quota to participate, Xiao Churan said with a hint of fascination on his face. But then, he said in a disheveled manner, the Xiao family only got an invitation. Your grandmother even gave it to Xiao Hailong. That kid Xiao Hailong has never touched any antiques. He doesn't know anything. What's he going to do? Go and lose face? Yi Chen knew that his old man was very obsessed with antiques, and losing this kind of opportunity must be very hard for him. So, Yi Chen said with a smile, Dad, if you really want to go, find a scalper to buy an invitation is. Xiao Churan waved his hand. The organizer of the Treasure Pavilion auction is the Song family. The Song family is the most powerful family in Jinling. Their invitation. I don't know how many people would squeeze their heads to want it, so how could they buy it? Yi Chen smiled. It turned out to be an auction organized by the Song family. The Song family's eldest Miss Song Wanting. Didn't she have to beg herself to help her appraise antiques? A small matter like an invitation. A greeting to her should be able to solve it. Thinking of this, Yi Chen said lightly, I know friends who happen to have people from the Jinling family. Getting 2 invitations shouldn't be that difficult. Xiao Churan didn't believe it and shook his head. Forget it. What decent friends can you know? I think it's just some fox friends. How can they have the strength to get in touch with the Song family? Yi Chen didn't say anything, directly came downstairs, called Song Wanting's phone, and said, Ms. Song, I wonder if you can help me get 2 invitations to the Jumbo Pavilion auction. Song Wanting directly said, Mr. Yi, are 2 enough? If it's not enough, I'll give you a few more. Yi Chen took the invitation and glanced at it, saying, it's enough. It's just that I'm attending with my old husband. Xiao Churan was an enthusiast of literature and curiosity. Xiao Churan and his mother-in-law were not interested at all. Even if they were allowed to go, they would be too much of a waste of time. As for Yi Chen, after the last Antique Street incident, he knew his old father-in-law's virtues, and was afraid that when his father-in-law's head faded, he would be pitted with his pants again, so he had to follow him over to keep an eye on him. By the way, he also wanted to go over to see if there were any rare elixirs in the auction, as well as treasures and such. Speaking of treasures, Yi Chen couldn't help but think of that Hutyan jade tablet. After saving Dong Roland, the jade tablet had disappeared, and he guessed that it should have been lost in the process of saving Dong Roland. Afterward, he even went back to the route he took that day to look for it, but he couldn't find it either. Fortunately, the aura of the jade tablet had already been absorbed by himself, or else he would have really regretted it. Since the things auctioned at the Treasure Pavilion were all the world's treasures, maybe he would be able to get something out of it. Until Xiao Churan came home from work, Xiao Churan still looked listless, and couldn't even get up the spirit to eat dinner. Yi Chen knew that he was sulking because of the auction invitation. At this time, Song Wanting happened to call over and said, Mr. Yi, sorry, I was in Haichang on business in the afternoon, and now I'm already downstairs at your house, so I'll send the invitation up to you. Yi Chen hurriedly said, I'll go down and get it. After saying that, he hurried out the door. Song Wanting rode in her own Rolls-Royce and came downstairs, and when she saw Yi Chen come out, she hurriedly got out of the car and handed him the 2 invitations. Yi Chen thanked her and didn't chat with her much before hurrying back home. Back home, the old man was still angry. Xiao Churan advised him, Dad, don't be angry. Grandma gave the invitations to Xiao Hailong because she also hoped that Xiao Hailong would take this opportunity to get to know a few more people in high society and make social connections. The old father-in-law sighed. Your grandmother has been biased since she was a child. She doesn't treat me well. She only loves your eldest uncle and Hailong and the 2 of them, and they are still like this even now. It really pisses me off. Xiao Churan nodded helplessly. She also knew that Grandma was biased. Grandma first felt that Dad didn't have much success or ability, so she relied more on her eldest uncle. Then again, she felt that she was a girl and couldn't inherit the family business, so she doted on Xiao Hailong a little more. Later on, when she married Yi Chen, her grandmother was already in a state of complete abandonment towards her family. At this time, Yi Chen walked to the front and handed the 2 golden invitations to his old husband, saying, Dad, the invitations you wanted, I brought them. What? When Xiao Churan heard this, he subconsciously exclaimed, Invitations? Where did you get it from? With that, he hastily snatched the invitation from Yi Chen's hand, and then he couldn't wait to open it. After confirming that the invitation was real, Xiao Churan was thrilled beyond words and ecstatically said, "I have an invitation too. I also have an invitation. Ha ha ha, it's too good. It's really great." Xiao Churan was also very shocked, not realizing that Yi Chen was really able to handle this invitation that was bought by thousands of gold. She asked Yi Chen in a low voice, "Hubby, where did you get the invitation from?" She knew that her dad really wanted this invitation, but this invitation was not something that anyone could handle. Throughout Jinling, there were only a handful of more than 20 people invited, and each of them was the head of the top big families in big businesses. Therefore, she couldn't figure out how her husband, who didn't have any connections or background, had gotten this invitation. Yi Chen knew that it was impossible to just muddle through this kind of thing, so he smiled faintly and explained, "The invitation was given to me by the Qin family head, and I helped him a little bit before." As dad knows, Xiao Churan originally couldn't figure out where Yi Chen came up with this ability. When he heard this, he instantly understood, so he hastened to chime in, "Daughter, Yi Chen is right." That Qin family head was indeed very grateful to Yi Chen, and at that time, he also gave Yi Chen a bracelet, which was said to be worth millions. Chapter 78 Treasure Pavilion Auction. As soon as Ma Lan heard that he was given a bracelet, worth $5 or $6 million, his eyes glistened. "Bangle? Where is it? Bring it to me." Yi Chen was wary in the bottom of his heart, and said with his mouth, "Mom, that bracelet is kept in the bedroom, but this one I am planning to return." "Return it?" Ma Lan couldn't help but frown. "Are you sick in the head? Returning something that's $5 or $6 million? Yi Chen said, "I just did a small favor for someone, and they gave me such an expensive thing. It's not appropriate." "What's appropriate or not?" Ma Lan said offhandedly, "If he dares to give it to us, we dare to take it. Where's the bracelet? If you don't dare to take it, I'll take it." Yi Chen knew that this mother-in-law wasn't holding back any good thoughts. That bracelet was actually something he was going to give to Xiao Churan, but he just hadn't found a suitable reason to tell her, so it was put on hold for the time being. Unexpectedly, the old man-in-law, this guy's mouth fast enough, all of a sudden shook out. It wasn't that Yi Chen couldn't spare a few $1,000,000 for a bracelet. After all, he had nearly $10 billion on his card. What kind of bracelet couldn't afford it? But the key is, he felt that his mother-in-law really do not deserve to wear so expensive things. On her that true temper, love to take advantage of the character of the small people, where a 3 or 2 million bracelets will be very affordable to her. However, mother-in-law Ma Lan at this time is not willing to miss the opportunity. $5 or $6 million of bracelets, wear out how dignified. So she repeatedly urged, "Where is the bracelet? Take it out and take a look." Next to Xiao Churan also knows that if this bracelet is really taken out and into the hands of Mom, it will not come back. So she also opened her mouth and said, "Mom, since it's something that's ready to be returned to others, let's not take it out to see it. In case it bumps and falls, it's not good to explain to others." "Still really returning it?" Ma Lan got anxious and stood up to reprimand. "Is your brain kicked by a donkey?" Xiao Churan knew that her mom was definitely going to try to make a scene next, so she firmly said, "Mom, stop it. I've already discussed it with Yi Chen. It's settled." Ma Lan also knew Xiao Churan's temperament. If she insisted on returning it, she really couldn't stop herself. When she thought of returning millions of dollars of goodies, she immediately shed tears of pain and cried, "It's okay to recruit a son-in-law who is not good at anything, but my daughter is still not of the same mind as me. Why don't I just die?" Xiao Churan gave his mom a piece of meat and said, "Okay Mom, I'll buy you a bracelet later." This is what you said. The day of the auction, Yi Chen got up early in the morning and just walked out of the bedroom ready to wash up. Xiao Churan had already grabbed him with an excited hand. "Yi Chen, let's hurry up and go. Don't delay." Knowing that he could go to the auction, Xiao Churan had not slept well all night, and had long been here waiting for Yi Chen, and as soon as he saw Yi Chen come out, he didn't even give Yi Chen the time to wash up, grabbing him and running out the door. And today to go, is the city of Jinling famous treasure pavilion? Although not the state-established organization, but in Jinling is also the premier civil association. In the Cloud Door Mountain scenic area opened a separate dozens of acres of mountain village. Jumbo Pavilion's big boss, in the province is also a well-known existence, is said to be engaged in the real estate industry, earn a lot of money, and then because of the hobby of collection, they funded hundreds of millions of dollars. Collection of all walks of life, collection of celebrities, set up the Jumbo Pavilion. Yi Chen led Xiao Churan to the entrance of the villa. Before getting off the car, Xiao Churan will be full of praise. Pavilions and pavilions, bridges and rivers, everything, rich in the quiet, and parked in front of the manor, are also top luxury cars, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, etc., are common. In comparison, Yi Chen drove the BMW 5 Series. It is mediocre. Xiao Churan couldn't wait to get out of the car. He hadn't come to such a high-grade place before, and at this time, while surveying, while organizing his clothes, was afraid that others would see their embarrassment. At the entrance of the venue, Xiao Churan was a little nervous to show the invitation letter. In the bottom of his heart, he was more or less worried that the 2 invitations that Chen had gotten would not be fake. However, the security guard at the entrance immediately verified that they passed, and respectfully said to the 2 of them, "Both of you, please enter." Only then did Xiao Churan let out a sigh of relief and walked in with Chen. When the 2 of them entered the venue, Xiao Hailong, who was dressed up like a dog, also followed and swaggered in. Just after walking in, Xiao Hailong noticed the 2 Chen, and his face became ugly. Chen and Xiao Churan were even here. This old and young 2 hangers-on. What were they doing here? There was only one invitation in the entire Xiao family, and now it was in his hands. Could it be that these 2 hangers-on wanted to blend in? He had been packed up by Chen before. At this time, he was still holding a breath in his heart. Cursing darkly, he rushed over and cursed, "Chen, you dare to mix in this kind of place. You're too bold." Chen turned his head and saw Xiao Hailong. His face also sank as he sneered. "Who told you I was mixing in?" Xiao Churan smiled smugly when he saw Xiao Hailong. "Iya Hailong, you're here too." Xiao Hailong did not only despise Chen, but also did not despise Xiao Churan as his second uncle, so he frowned and asked him, "What are you doing here? Is there an invitation?" "Of course I do," Xiao Churan said offhandedly. Xiao Hailong asked aggressively, "Just you 2 can still get an invitation? Where did it come from?" Chen glanced at him and said blandly, "Xiao Hailong, where we got our invitations is none of your business." Xiao Hailong laughed coldly, "Just you 2 stinky hangers-on. How could you possibly get an invitation from the Song family? I don't think you stole someone else's invitation and mixed in, right? Sick." Chen didn't even bother to pay attention to him and turned his head away, not saying a word. This ignoring attitude of his made Xiao Hailong even angrier. In his eyes, Chen was an obsequious waste of space, not having any semblance of a position in the Xiao family at all, just an inferior person. And now, Chen was actually able to come to the treasure pavilion as well, which made Xiao Hailong feel humiliated. What right did an inferior person who ate soft food have to stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Xiao Hailong looked sternly at Chen and pointed at his nose. "Say, how on earth did the 2 of you blend in?" Chen frowned and said to Xiao Churan, "Dad, don't pay attention to this kind of brainwashed person. Let's go. Don't bother with him. Stand there for me." Xiao Hailong grabbed Chen and blocked in front of him, disdainfully skimming his lips. "I'm afraid it's too late if you want to run away at this time, isn't it? You honestly give me an explanation. How exactly did you sneak in? Do you know what the treasure pavilion is? How can a trash like you be worthy of entering the door of the treasure pavilion? Take out your invitation letter." Being made difficult by Xiao Hailong again and again, Chen's heart was also filled with a wave of anger. He shook off Xiao Hailong's hand and said with a cold face, "Do you want to take a piss and see what you are, and are worthy of commanding me to do something?" Xiao Hailong was instantly furious. In his opinion, Chen was a wimpy flunky who dared to curse him out of his mouth. He pushed on Chen's shoulder and scolded, "If you don't tell the truth about this today, I'll see who dares to let you in." Chapter 79. I think you're tired of living. Xiao Hailong struck quickly, but Chen easily dodged it. Afterward, he clasped Xiao Hailong's wrist with his backhand and gave it a gentle shake as he sneered under his breath. "What? The injury on your hand is healed? You forgot the pain after you got well?" Xiao Hailong immediately let out a miserable scream, only feeling his wrist as if it was caught in an iron vice, flinging his hand in pain non-stop. Knowing that he was not Chen's opponent, Xiao Hailong coldly cursed, "Damn, you punk, wait for me. I'll ask the manager to kick you out now." Saying that, Xiao Hailong turned his head and shouted at the manager on the side. Soon, a middle-aged man with a greasy hair, gold glasses, and an expensive suit rushed over, and behind him, there were several security guards standing by. This middle-aged man had an air of being in a high position, walked over to Xiao Hailong's side, and smiled without being overbearing. "Mr. Xiao, is there anything that you need me to solve?" Xiao Hailong pointed at Chen with his chin in a commanding manner and sneered, "Manager, I suspect that these 2 smelly hangers-on are following someone else in. Help me verify their identities." Jumbo Pavilion, as the organizer, naturally kept a list of all invited guests and had already registered them beforehand. When this manager saw Xiao Hailong covered in name brands, he presumed that he came from a big family. Then he looked at Chen, covered in ground floor goods. His whole body added up was not more expensive than a pair of leather shoes of Xiao Hailong. He knew how to deal with it at that moment, and said to Chen with an expressionless face, "Mister, please show me your ID card for me to verify your identity." Chen also felt that contemptuous look in the other party's eyes, and couldn't help but feel annoyed in his heart, and said in a cold voice, "What if I don't allow it?" The manager's face sank as he sneered, "Then please inform me of your father's name, to see which descendant of a great family dares to disobey the rules of our treasure pavilion." Before Chen could open his mouth, Xiao Hailong jacked in, This kid, his father died a long time ago, and is now in our Xiao family as a door-to-door son-in-law, but I don't recognize him as a member of our Xiao family. At the most, he is considered to be a dog raised by the Xiao family. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the manager naturally knew what Xiao Hailong meant, and also understood that the Xiao family was not Yi Chen's reliance, and by the looks of it, this hangman had also offended the real young master of the Xiao family. The manager let out a cold snort, straightened his collar and arrogantly said, "Explain yourself, how the hell did you mix in?" Yi Chen was disgusted by this dog-eyed behavior of Jumbo Pavilion, and was even more upset when he looked at the group of people waiting for his explanation. He said indifferently, "Do I need to explain to you?" The manager already knew Yi Chen's identity in his heart, so naturally, he would not give him any good face and rebuked. "As a guest of our treasure pavilion, you are obliged to provide us with your ID card for us to verify your identity. If you are not willing to abide by our rules, then I am sorry, I can only have someone blow you out." After saying that, the several security guards behind him surrounded them intently. The moment Xiao Churan saw this situation, he immediately panicked a little. He was afraid that there was really a problem with this invitation, so he hurriedly said to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, I think we'd better not cause trouble and hurry back." Yi Chen frowned and asked with some surprise, "Dad, you're not watching the auction?" Xiao Churan shook his head and said, "Not going, this kind of place is not supposed to be our place. If we are driven out in a while, our face will not look good." Yi Chen saw that his old husband had already decided, and didn't say anything else, nodded his head, and led Xiao Churan outside. An auction was just an auction, which he himself did not look at in the first place, and since his old father-in-law did not want to see it either, there was no need for him to stay here and get entangled with these people. As for Song Wanting, if she asked about herself, she would just say, "I'm afraid I can't afford to climb up to your Song family's field." Afterward, he turned to leave with his old husband. Xiao Hailong laughed indulgently behind him. "Ha ha ha, two hangers-on, scared, weak of heart? How dare you mix into the Song family's auction, really looking for death?" Yi Chen ignored him and took a step outside, and right at this moment, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar, only to see the crowd automatically make a channel from the center. A man and a woman, stepping into the venue. The woman was extremely beautiful, with a water blue evening dress, which set off her devilish figure extremely hot. Under the light irradiation, her skin seemed to glow as if it was fair, and between her hands and feet, she was filled with the nobility of a famous family's daughter, making people feel ashamed of themselves. She was so gorgeous that Xiao Hailong looked at her in a daze, even forgetting to look for Yi Chen's trouble again. Song Wanting elegantly walked into the hall. Her beautiful eyes scanned around and noticed the VIP seat located at the very front. At this time, everyone else had already been seated. Only Yi Chen was nowhere to be seen. She immediately frowned and asked, "Has the honorable guest I invited not arrived yet?" Bao Fu Gue glanced at the guest information, frowned, and said, "MS. Song, the entrance shows that the invitations of these two distinguished guests have been verified, which proves that they have already entered our auction, and I don't know where they have gone at this moment." After saying that, he immediately instructed the people on the side, "Go and call the manager over." Soon, the manager walked over and opened his mouth to ask, "Pavilion Master Bao, what are your orders?" Bao Fu Gue pointed to the two empty seats in the VIP area and asked, "There are two honored guests who have already verified their invitations. Why aren't they in their seats?" "Two VIPs? The manager instantly thought of the old and young man who had just been kicked out by himself. Could it be? It shouldn't be. Since they had invitations and were VIPs, why didn't they let themselves check? Could it be that they were angry? Finished, Bao Fu Gue took a look at the manager's flustered appearance, glanced at the security guard on the side, and spoke, "You say it." The security guard glanced at the manager and didn't dare to disobey Bao Fu Gue, stuttering and recounting what had just happened. After hearing it, Song Wanting frowned, glanced at Bao Fu Gue, and spoke, "Pavilion Master Bao, I'll go find Mr. Yi first. I'll leave this here for you to deal with, and in this case, I hope that you can give me a satisfactory result." Bao Fu Gue nodded his head repeatedly and watched Song Wanting leave before his face was full of gloom. Staring at the manager, "You're tired of living, aren't you? Dare to offend even the honored guest that Miss Song personally invited?" The manager was instantly scared out of his wits, plopped down, grabbed Bao Fu Gue's leg and pointed at Xiao Hailong who was not far away and cried, "Pavilion Master, I didn't do it on purpose. It's all because of this harming me." Bao Fu Gue viciously kicked the manager in the face, kicking him over on the ground and scolded, "Let you dog-eye it again. Now immediately give me a roll. Don't let me see you again. In addition, you have offended Jumbo Pavilion's honored guests and caused me losses. I will have the legal department account for your compensation amount. 1 penny less and I will kill you." Mr. Bao, I'm sorry, I know I'm wrong, please spare me once. the manager cried and wailed. Mr. Bao personally asked him to make compensation. Even if he dispersed his family's wealth, it would not be enough to compensate him. Bao Fugue kicked the manager away and scolded. Don't talk nonsense to me? I can spare your life. You've already counted several lifetimes of good deeds. The manager was paralyzed on the ground, muttering apologies and begging for mercy. Bao Fugue looked distracted, went up and kicked a few more times, then instructed the security guards, throw this punk out for me, break his arms and legs, let's see if he still dares to look down on others. He has been mixing in Jinling for so many years, he has seen all the black and white. Although in front of the crowd, he has to maintain a kind image, but in private, he is naturally cold in his means. Mr. Bao, please spare me once, I really don't dare anymore. The manager was trembling with fear, constantly kowtowing and apologizing, but the security guards had already rushed forward, yanking his collar and dragging him out. Only then did Bao Fugue shift his sight to Xiao Hailong and said to the people around him, Go, bring me that Xiao Hailong. Xiao Hailong was still smug at this moment, and when he heard that the Pavilion of Treasures wanted to see him, he was even more delighted. Everyone knew that the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion had a very deep background, and if he could curry favor and climb up, he would naturally have a lot of benefits in the future. Arriving in front of Bao Fugue, Xiao Hailong flattered and complimented. Aya Bao Pavilion Master, how are you? I've heard about your great name for a long time, and I've seen you today. You really are a dragon and phoenix amongst people, and your name is true to your name. Bao Fugue gritted his teeth in anger and kicked Xiao Hailong out of the way, cursing under his breath. Damn, Xiao Hailong right, even our Miss Song's guest dares to offend. I think you are tired of living. Chapter 80 Heavenly Injustice. Xiao Hailong originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to climb the relationship with Bao Fugue, but never dreamed that Bao Fugue suddenly kicked himself away. He rolled several times on the ground before he was able to stabilize his body and sat on the ground at a loss. Pavilion Master, what's going on? Isn't there some kind of misunderstanding? The others present also looked dumbfounded. This guy is from the Xiao family, right? How did he offend Pavilion Master Bao? The Xiao family doesn't have much ability, and now that he has offended the Treasure Pavilion Master, he won't be able to mix even more in Jinling in the future, right? For a while, there was a lot of talk. Many people even held the mentality of watching a good show, watching Bao Fugue fight against Xiao Hailong. At this moment, Bao Fugue looked at Xiao Hailong angrily and snorted coldly. Misunderstanding? I misunderstood your mother. Saying that, he came up and kicked him again, kicking him so hard that he wailed for a change. Bao Fugue was still not relieved of his hatred, and directly stepped on his chest, and said sternly, ********. Do you know who you have offended? Xiao Hailong was full of confusion. I haven't offended anyone, Pavilion Master Bao. This is really a great injustice. Bao Fugue raised his hand and slapped him twice, cursing furiously, dog scum, those two you offended are our Miss Song's honored guests. I really can't even kill you. After saying this, he immediately commanded the people around him, drag this person out to me and beat him violently. In addition, from now on, other than the two honorable guests just now, our treasure pavilion forbids the Xiao Hailong and the rest of the Xiao family from stepping in, and whoever dares to let them in will directly have their legs broken. Immediately after, Xiao Hailong was pressed by several security guards and beaten up. After a beating, the gang directly dragged him and threw him out of the treasure pavilion. His nose was bruised and swollen, his body was trembling, and he couldn't say a word. This was the end. The entire Xiao family would be affected by him. However, he could not have imagined that Yi Chen would have befriended Song Wanting, and that Song Wanting would treat him with so much respect. Who was he to know the Song family's first lady? This trash. On what basis could he obtain Song Wanting's favor? After Yi Chen and his old husband came out, they got into the car and prepared to go home. Xiao Changkuan covered his head inside. Yi Chen, it's not that Dad is saying you. If you really can't find the invitation, just forget about it. Why bother stealing someone else's? Dad, there's no problem with the invitation. I can't see the way they treat us. Yi Chen explained helplessly. Xiao Changkuan exasperatedly said, if you could be a little bit better and a little bit more capable, would they dare to treat us like this? In the end, it's still you who are too incapable and too much of a wimp. Yi Chen shook his head and didn't bother to explain. And right at this moment, a Rolls-Royce from the back accelerated and came, only slowing down and stopping at the side of the road after passing by the two men's car. Yi Chen saw that the other party was here to find himself, so he also stopped the car. With a pair of elegant long legs, Song Wanting walked down from the car and said to Yi Chen with an apology, Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry about the auction just now. It's because I didn't arrange it well. Please don't take it to heart. Yi Chen shook his head and said, it's nothing to do with you. It's Jumbo Pavilion that needs to take care of its own staff. Song Wanting busily said, Mr. Yi, Jumbo Pavilion has already fired the manager involved. Let's go back now and continue to attend the auction. What do you think? Yi Chen refused. I'm sorry Ms. Song, today's good mood has been ruined by one or two flies, so I won't go back to participate in the auction. Let's do it next time. Song Wanting was very apologetic. I'm really sorry Mr. Yi. After saying that, she took out a wooden box from the car and stuffed it into Yi Chen's hand, saying, Mr. Yi, this is a little bit of my heart. When it's a little bit of a small apology, the moment Yi Chen got the wooden box, he felt an aura from inside, so he didn't excuse himself. Seeing Yi Chen accepting the gift, Song Wanting then spoke. Let's put it this way, today's auction is suspended. I'll let Baofu Gue properly rectify the team of Treasure Pavilion. When he finishes rectifying it, he will then reorganize a new one. And at that time, please ask Mr. Yi and Uncle Xiao to be able to show their faces. Xiao Churan had already been stunned long ago. This woman, isn't it the Song family's eldest lady who ended up coming last time when she broke the antique bottle by her own mistake in Jiqing Hall? She was actually so polite to the son-in-law of his, even willing to suspend the auction for him and reorganize it again. This face is also too big, right? Could it be because of that bottle that was repaired last time? Boy, in the future, one really had to be impressed with this son-in-law of his. Yi Chen could also see Song Wanting's sincerity, so he nodded lightly and said, then when it reopens, let's go and support it again. The old husband hastily agreed. Yes, definitely go. Alright, then the two of you should return first. I'm really sorry about today. After Song Wanting apologized again, she then bid farewell to the two of them and turned to leave. When Song Wanting left, the old man hurriedly pointed at the wooden box in Yi Chen's hand and asked, Yi Chen what kind of treasure did Miss Song send you? Quickly open it and take a look. Yi Chen nodded and opened the wooden box. Immediately, a rich spiritual qi poured out, invigorating one's spirit. What is this? Xiao Churan stretched his head to take a look, and immediately his face showed surprise, only to see that the box contained a piece of black and unattractive stuff, fist thick and thin. At first glance it looked like a section of coal, but the whole body was rough and still stained with dirt. When he saw this thing, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart, secretly surprised at Song Wanting's generosity. Xiao Churan looked at the black lump again and again. Really can't see what this thing is, said in a puzzled voice, thought it was some kind of good treasure, didn't think it was a piece of wood. Yi Chen laughed, Dad, it is indeed wood, but it is very rare. Xiao Churan was even more surprised. Son-in-law, what the hell is this? Yi Chen said, this is lightning strike wood. It's the trees that are formed when they are struck by lightning, right? Xiao Churan had heard of one or two, and quickly said, but this kind of wood, often seen in the mountains when thunder strikes, where is it valuable? Yi Chen laughed and said, Dad, ordinary trees struck by lightning can of course be found everywhere, but this section of lightning-struck wood, you can see that it is already charred black and jade, only charring instantly at extremely high temperatures, indicating that the energy of this heavenly thunder is extremely strong. I'm afraid that it is a giant thunder that is rare to see in hundreds of years. In addition, this section of lightning-struck wood is pitch black and shiny, with hidden blood silk lines, indicating that it is the heart of the king of wood, blood dragon wood, making it even more rare. Hearing this, Xiao Churan disdainfully said, I do not believe. A piece of lightning-struck wood can be worth so much money? It's all a lie. What's really worth money is antiques and cultural relics. If this wood of yours had been plated by Master Qianlong, it might still be worth a couple of bucks. Yi Chen smiled. This kind of thing, for himself, was of high value. Not only did it have abundant aura, according to the 9 Xian heavenly scriptures, it could even be refined. However, Xiao Churan naturally couldn't possibly understand it, so Yi Chen didn't explain much to him and put the box away. Chapter 81, Apologizing at the Door. When the two returned home, neither of the two women at home were home. Mother-in-law Ma Lan had gone to the chess room to play mahjong and hadn't returned yet, and Xiao Churan hadn't gotten off work either. So Yi Chen went back to the bedroom first and took the lightning strike wood out of the box. A faint aura emanated from the lightning strike wood. It seemed that this lightning strike wood was indeed extraordinary. Yi Chen did not absorb the aura from this thunderclap wood, but instead planned to use this thunderclap wood to refine a magic weapon that could be used for self-defense. According to the records of the 9 Xian heavenly scriptures, the lightning strike wood could be used to refine an offensive artifact called the Thundering Order, and the greatest use of this artifact was that it could summon heavenly thunder. Although Yi Chen's strength had greatly improved, he didn't have any weapon, so he thought of using the Thunderbolt wood to refine the Thunderbolt Order in case of future emergencies. Make up your mind. Yi Chen will sit cross-legged on the ground. Put the lightning wood in the palm. Eyes slightly closed. The body runs the 9 Xian heavenly scriptures on the refining of magic weapons of the heart, slowly from the body of the spiritual qi into the lightning wood, and in the lightning would gradually perfect their own formation. As time and spiritual chi continued to pass, a magic weapon was gradually taking shape in Yi Chen's hands. At this time, the lightning strike wood in his hand had already been molded into the shape of a token by the spiritual chi, which was the thunder shocking order. Yi Chen saw that the refining magic weapon has been successful. The heart cannot wait to try, but the thought of this thunderbolt order can lead down the heavenly thunder. He gave up the idea of trying in the house. After all, this thunderbolt array need not be thought of. Also know that it is very big. Don't get it wrong to burn down the house, and so on in the future when there is an opportunity to try it again, not too late. When Yi Chen put away the thunderstorm talisman and came out of his room, the time had already reached evening. Just as he arrived at the living room, Yi Chen heard his mother-in-law snort coldly and said, "Now you have a big frame. You don't even cook anymore, waiting for me to serve you, right?" Yi Chen snapped and smiled, explaining, "Sorry, Mom, I was too tired in the afternoon and fell asleep." "Yo, did going to the auction tire you out? Or did pitting Xiao Hailong tire you out?" Ma Lan said without any good humor. Yi Chen flinched for a moment before shaking his head. "I didn't pit Xiao Hailong. Where did you hear this news from?" Ma Lan let out a cold snort and said, "Of course it was the old lady who called over to say that. Even if you lost face, you even dragged Xiao Hailong to be kicked out. And the old lady called to give me a bad scolding. You say that you are a waste of space. Can you save your heart and cause less trouble for your family?" Xiao Churan interjected from the side. "Mom, I think Xiao Hailong was kicked out. It must be because he got into some trouble himself. It has nothing to do with Yi Chen. Yi Chen is not that kind of person. How is it not related?" Ma Lan slammed her chopsticks in anger. Xiao Hailong came back and complained, saying that because Yi Chen used improper means to get the invitation. After being found out, he angered the treasure pavilion, and even dragged him, as a member of the Xiao family, out as well. And the owner of the treasure pavilion even gave word that he wouldn't allow the Xiao family to go there in the future, and that if he did, he'd break his legs. The Xiao family has lost face this time. Only then did Xiao Churan open his mouth. "Humph, that invitation is not a problem at all. I see. It must be that Xiao Hailong brat who got himself into trouble and was afraid that Mom would chastise him. That's why he deliberately dumped the pot on Yi Chen. You're still here to help this loser talk. If it wasn't for you wanting to go to that auction, could all these things have happened?" Ma Lan glared at Xiao Churan and scolded. Xiao Churan hurriedly shut up and ate, not daring to make a sound. Ma Lan impatiently said, "He's a loser. What ability can he have to get an invitation? Now that he offended Xiao Hailong as well, I'll see how he ends up." Before she could finish her sentence, there was a sudden knock on the door, followed by a low voice. "Excuse me, is Mr. Yi home?" Ma Lan's face was tense for a moment, and she glared at Yi Chen in annoyance. "Oh no, it must be the old lady coming to raise hell. Look what you've done. Let's take a look first." Xiao Churan also looked gloomy, stood up and walked towards the door. The living room was silent. Ma Lan and Xiao Churan both stood up nervously, calculating how to respond. Yi Chen's face sank slightly. If the old lady reversed black and white and brought people to barge through the door to ask for punishment, then he would no longer have to give the old lady face. Xiao Churan carefully opened the door a crack and asked vigilantly, "What is your business?" Yi Chen frowned, took an arrow step to the door, pulled Xiao Churan behind him without a sound, and said coldly to the people outside the door, "You're looking for me?" A middle-aged man in a straight suit, after seeing him, immediately smiled respectfully. "You are Mr. Yi Chen, right? I am the new manager of Jumbo Pavilion, and I just assumed my duties in the afternoon. The owner of the pavilion felt very sorry about you leaving the Jumbo Pavilion in the morning, and specially ordered me to bring a gift to the door to apologize." Yi Chen shot a surprised glance at the several people. "You are from the Jumbo Pavilion? Jumbo Pavilion?" Xiao Churan, who was standing behind him, also froze. The man hurriedly said, "Our pavilion master was deeply remorseful for Mr. Ye's departure, and on the spot, he kicked out Xiao Hailong, who was stirring up trouble in the middle, and also suspended the auction. The Jumbo Pavilion's poor hospitality was our mistake, and we hope that Mr. Yi can forgive us regardless of the past." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he waved his hand behind him. Several black-clothed strong men instantly carried the gifts nimbly and placed them at the door. Yi Chen glanced at them and saw that there were quite a few gifts. A box of limited edition Yellow Crane Tower, a box of limited 30-year-old Mutai Flying Sky Wine. In addition, there was also a pair of Ming Dynasty antique vases and a set of tortoiseshell go. These gifts are worth over $1 million. "Mr. Yi, this is a mistake on the part of the treasure pavilion. The pavilion master is currently preparing for a new auction with Miss Son, and is unable to separate himself to come, so he asked me to apologize on his behalf at the door, saying that he will personally apologize to you when he has the chance. Please forgive me." The middle-aged man finished speaking and bowed deeply in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded and said, "All right, put the things down." The middle-aged man proceeded to pull out 2 golden invitations from his pocket. respectfully handing them over to Yi Chen and continued, "This is the invitation for the new auction. Please make sure that you and old Mr. Xiao go there. This time, I promise that I won't let you guys down again, so please give us a chance to make up for it." After saying that, he explained, "There is also a special Jumbo Pavilion Imperial VIP card. This kind of card, we only issued 10 of them, valid for life. Come to Jumbo Pavilion. You can enjoy the highest courtesy." Yi Chen swept a glance at the VIP card. The face of the card was golden. It was gold foil with diamonds. He said indifferently, "I'm not very interested in the auction. Ask my dad what he means." "Good." The middle-aged man hurriedly held the card in front of Xiao Churan and said with a compensating smile, "Old Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry for today. Please be sure to reward your face the day after tomorrow to attend." This, Xiao Churan had already calmed down from the shock, glanced at the VIP card and couldn't help but swallow his throat. He recognized that this was the Jumbo Pavilion's limited grade VIP card, which was only issued to the cabinet's members with status, and was not put on sale to the public at all. Have this VIP card, people? In the treasure cabinet in and out of freedom, but also enjoy the highest treatment. On the cabinet of all cultural antiques can be enjoyed at will. By words also have a very high discount. Such temptation, Xiao Churan want to refuse cannot. Just about to cheekily take over. From the side suddenly reached out a hand. The 2 VIP cards are snatched away, only to see Yi Chen's mother-in-law, Ma Lan, smiling happily snatched the 2 VIP cards. Happy with a smile on her face, said, "Aya, since you guys came to apologize, then these gifts and VIP cards, I'll reluctantly accept them. You guys don't worry, the day after tomorrow's auction, my husband will definitely be there." Chapter 82, The Qin Family's Crisis. Ma Lan was so excited. Send these gifts, can be money antiques worth how much she does not know, but that a box of collector-grade Mutai Fei Tian, a bottle is worth 40 to 50,000. This box of 12 bottles, is a few 100,000. There are also collector-grade Yellow Crane Tower cigarettes, a 5,000, a box of 50, more than 200,000. These two add up, it is worth $1 million, not for nothing, and with these 2 VIP cards, she has the capital to show off in front of her old girlfriends. Xiao Churan saw Ma Lan's money-obsessed look and helplessly called out, "Mom!" Ma Lan glared at her. "What? I can't accept a gift from someone else?" Xiao Churan said, "I mean I shouldn't accept it. We haven't even figured out what's going on. How can we accept such a heavy gift from others?" Yi Chen said lightly, "This is an apology gift. I should accept it." The middle-aged man was relieved. Before coming out, the pavilion master had personally explained that if Mr. Yi did not accept these things, then he would not have to go back. Yi Chen turned around and saw that Ma Lan had already joyfully carried the cigarettes and wine into the house, holding a pair of antique vases and touching and looking at them under the lamp. He could only shake his head in his heart and said to the middle-aged man, "You guys go back first." "Good then. I won't disturb your rest, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen closed the door to the room and turned around, but froze for a moment and said, "What are you all looking at me for?" Only to see the 3 people in the living room, all 6 eyeballs staring at him. Mother-in-law Ma Lan coughed dryly, piled on a fake smile, and asked, "Yi Chen, when did you have a friendship with Jumbo Pavilion? How did they come to our house to send gifts and apologize?" Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Mom, you misunderstand. I have no friendship with them. The reason why they came to make amends and apologize is also mainly because Jumbo Pavilion's service attitude is good. Their employees made a mistake. The boss is more word of mouth. That's why they are so vigorously compensating." Ma Lan immediately deflated, face pulled down, said, "I thought you made a fortune. Can tie up with big shots? Did not think that the original is people's good service attitude." Xiao Churan was on the side but a bit puzzled. The other party sent such an expensive gift. Is it just because of good service attitude and to compensate Yi Chen? But received a large number of gifts. Ma Lan mood is also a lot better. Finally no longer against Yi Chen. The heart of the beautiful thought of hurrying to sell out the first tobacco and alcohol. After dinner, Yi Chen in the kitchen to clean up dishes, suddenly received a phone call. Called the phone. Is their own had 2 sides of the edge, and also helped Qin Gang. The emerald bracelet was also given by Qin Gang. On the phone, Qin Gang respectfully said, "Master Yi." Yi Chen faintly said, "Something wrong?" Qin Gang hurriedly said, "Thanks to Mr. Ye's last instruction, the Qin family has been much smoother in the past few days, but also thanks to Mr. Ye's guidance, otherwise our Qin family would be in big trouble." Yi Chen said indifferently, "Let's see. I'm afraid it's not that smooth, right? If it was really that smooth, you called me at this time?" Qin Gang choked and awkwardly smiled dryly. "Mr. Yi really anticipates things like God. Really nothing can be hidden from your eyes." Yi Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. As expected, Qin Gang spoke in a trembling voice. "Mr. Yi, please save my Qin family one more time. Great kindness, the Chen family will remember it in this lifetime. His face turned white and his body trembled slightly, as if he was in great fear. Yi Chen frowned and asked indifferently, "That gold-touching talisman, cracked? Mr. Yi is worthy of being a master. You have hit the nail on the head again." Qin Gang's voice was pious to the extreme, sighing, "Originally, I followed your instructions and offered up that gold-touching talisman, instructing my family to be vegetarian for 7 days and not to see blood, which thought that my incompetent stupid nephew Qin Ao Dong heard people say that raw drinking chicken blood can be aphrodisiac. Let people secretly prepare for him. The result is also accidentally stained the chicken blood on that touching the gold talisman. The dead man's teeth on it stained with the chicken blood, and immediately split in pieces. I beat him up and locked him up in his home, but the strange things still kept on happening." Yi Chen frowned and asked, "What strange things happened?" Qin Gang panicked. "Last night a violent storm. My great-grandfather's tombstone, even by the wind, swept over the trunk of the tree, smashed down and shattered into 2 halves. I burned incense in the ancestral hall to the old ancestor to seek blessings. The result is that every time you burn incense, the incense cannot be burned to the end, and it is always burned half of them to extinguish them for no reason." Yi Chen couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Ancestral graves were smashed. This is really the omen of the bogeyman. The general wealth of the family rely on the ancestor shade. Ancestral graves must be feng shui treasure and wealth. Gusts of wind can be rolled with the trunk of the tree smashed to the gravestone. This is definitely the ancestor's shade or depleted performance. And to burn incense to the ancestors, even incense cannot burn out, which is even more indicative of the ancestors have not been blessed with incense. Not to mention the blessing of future generations. These had basically proved that the bane had pushed the Qin family's fortunes to the brink of extinction. Yi Chen also did not expect that the evil aura of that gold-touching talisman made of dead people's teeth would be so fierce. He had obviously used the talisman to restrict it, but it was able to rely on a bit of chicken blood to completely break out of the shackles and rise to a higher level. Hearing no reply from Yi Chen, Qin Gang's heart was beating a drum, and he begged, "Master Yi, although my Qin family is from the business world, they have always been good to people, and they have not done anything harmful to the world, so I beg Master Yi to have mercy on them, and save my Qin family." Yi Chen opened his mouth and said, "Qin Gang, it's not that I won't save you, it's the fact that the deadly aura of the touch of gold talisman is too heavy, being carried by Qin Ao Dong for too long. The deadly aura has long since enveloped the Qin family's courtyard, and it can't be dealt with just by using ordinary runes. Then, what then? The Qin family has produced such a scourge. It's really a misfortune for the family." Qin Gang let out a long sigh, his voice trembling. Yi Chen mused, "The bane will be even more vicious when it sees blood, and it's still hot chicken blood. I'm afraid that the only way to suppress such a heavy bane right now is to borrow the power of the heaven and earth's most precious spiritual objects." "Good. If Master Yi needs anything, I will definitely get it even if I lose my family's money," Yi Chen said indifferently. "How about this? I happen to be attending the Treasure Pavilion's auction tomorrow. I can go to the auction to see if there are any heaven and earth spiritual objects. As to whether or not you can get them, it depends on your luck." "Good, then I'll take care of Master Yi." As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, Qin Gang thanked Yi Chen in a loud voice. After that, he hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, I'll send a black card over to you tomorrow, so if there's anything you need to use money for, you can just swipe it." Yi Chen gave a hum. After all, he was helping the Qin family, so he couldn't let himself spend money. Immediately, Yi Chen said, "You'd better be mentally prepared. Heaven and earth spiritual treasures are not that easy to obtain. They can be encountered but not sought. As for whether there are any in the auction, that can only depend on your Qin family's luck." Qin Gang made a vigorous statement. Yes, I will also ask around more privately, but I still need to bother Master Yi." After the accident, he had also looked for a number of well-known feng shui masters, but those people just took a look at the entrance of Qin's house, and immediately waved their hands and excused themselves, not even daring to enter the door, and fled as if they were hurrying to leave. Now Qin Gang's only hope of saving his life is in Yi Chen. Yi Chen's heart is really sighing. According to the theory of fate, Qin Gang should not have done anything harmful in his life, and he should be able to die peacefully in his old age. Which thought that gods will make people, the family even out of the Qin Ao Dong this star, make the family house is not peaceful. If he does not save him, within a year, his Qin family will be broken. Not only he and that Qin Ao Dong, and his beautiful little pepper daughter Qin Ao Shui, afraid that will also perish. Chapter 83, Song Wanting greeted personally. On the following day, Qin Gang came downstairs of Yi Chen's house early in the morning. He waited until Yi Chen came out to buy groceries before he greeted him and handed a black card to Yi Chen. According to him, there were several $100 million in this card, and in order to save the Qin family, it wouldn't hurt even if Yi Chen spent all the money. Little Pepper Qin Ao Shui was also there. Only this time, Qin Ao Shui was not as proud as last time. Seeing Yi Chen, Qin Aoxue was full of respect. Since Qin Ao Dong broke into trouble, the Qin family has encountered a lot of bad things. The old man's body also deteriorated for no reason. Dying, she realized that the original can save their own family. Only Yi Chen Yi master. After handing the card to Yi Chen, Qin Gang kneeled down in front of Yi Chen with a plop, and begged with tears in her voice, Master Yi, please, no matter what, you must save the lives of my Qin family up and down. It doesn't matter if I die, but my daughter is still small. Qin Ao Shui on the side also couldn't help but redden her eyes, kneeling on the ground, crying, Master Yi, please save the Qin family. If I can, I'm willing to use my own life, in exchange for my father's long life. Qin Gang angrily said, what are you talking nonsense about? Yi Chen shook his head helplessly, reaching out to help the two people up one by one, and when he helped Qin Aoxue, the little girl's soft and white little hands had an excellent sense of touch, making Yi Chen unable to help but feel his heart go wild. After helping up two people, Qin Ao Shui will be a little blushing, seems to be very shy. Yi Chen then said, don't worry, I will try my best to fight for your Qin family to pass through this calamity safely. The father and daughter duo were moved to the extreme, and wanted to kneel again, but was stopped by Yi Chen. Alright, kneeling here and there is not a good influence. You guys go first, I will inform you if there is any news. Thank you Master Yi. Only then did the father and daughter rush to leave. When Yi Chen returned home after buying vegetables, his old husband Xiao Churan hurriedly greeted him and said nervously, Yi Chen, I just saw you and Qin Gang talking outside the neighborhood? Yes, he was looking for me for something. Xiao Churan couldn't help but say, I saw his face look ugly. It doesn't look like he has a good thing going on. Is it true that you told his family's fortune last time, and calculated the problem? This matter, Xiao Churan has always been fearful, always felt that Yi Chen is credulous. Yi Chen laughed, Dad, Qin Gang came to find me. He wanted me to help him drive away the evil spirits in his home, and also gave me a bank card, asking me to help him see if there was anything he could use at the auction tomorrow. Xiao Churan was dumbfounded for a moment and quickly said, how much did he give you? Yi Chen casually said, specifically not sure, tens of millions or a few hundred million. How much? Xiao Churan's eyes were round, so shocked that he covered his chest and couldn't speak. His heart attack was almost scared out. He was so anxious that he pulled Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you mustn't cheat people. The Qin family gave you so much money. If something happens, won't the Qin family kill our whole family? Listen to me. Hurry up and return the money. Dad, don't worry. I have my measure. There won't be any problems. Saying that, Yi Chen instructed again. Dad, this time, it's a big deal. You'd better not say anything to Churan and Mom, or else it'll be uncontrollable. I know. Xiao Churan knows his loser wife too well. This is a crazy person who wants money but not life. Say nothing to let her know. If she knew that there were a few $100 million in this card, she wouldn't care about the Qin family. She would spend the money first. That is a few $100 million. Xiao Churan's heart pounded when he thought of this figure, and after persuading Yi Chen for a while and seeing that the persuasion was ineffective, he could only sit on the sofa and sigh long and hard. He did not believe that Yi Chen had the ability to help the Qin family solve the problem, and now he was afraid that Yi Chen would spend the Qin family's money indiscriminately and end up being scapegoated by the Qin family. As things stood, he could only keep an eye on Yi Chen at the auction and never let him buy anything indiscriminately. If he cheated the Qin family out of so much money, wouldn't the other side exterminate his entire family? The next morning, Yi Chen was ready to head to the auction. Because of the Qin family's matter, Xiao Churan was so worried that he didn't sleep well all night, and he gave him repeated instructions in the living room. Yi Chen perfunctorily said a few words, then asked, Dad, I heard that the treasure pavilion has a finale treasure for this auction, right? Yes. Xiao Churan was unsure and said, I heard that it's a valuable treasure that is unrivaled in the world. He finished, and suddenly thought of something, hurriedly pulled Yi Chen urged, son-in-law, you cannot hit the idea of this finale treasure. Its starting price is tens of millions of dollars. Let's look at it. Yi Chen knew that his old husband was worried about using the Qin family's money, so he laughed and said, Dad, you're right. I'm just going to take a look. I won't shoot indiscriminately. Count on you to be sensible. Xiao Churan breathed a sigh of relief, stretched his back and said with a smile, you just remember, the auction is over. How much money Qin Gang gave you? How much you pay him back? Don't spend a penny. Yi Chen laughed. Let's see. If the finale treasure is not interesting, I won't spend it. Xiao Churan busily said, even if the finale treasure is of interest to you, it's useless. That treasure has long been internalized by someone. Yi Chen curiously asked, who internalized it? Xiao Churan said, have you heard of Hong Kong Island's Xuanji Hall? Yi Chen shook his head. No. Xiao Churan bristled. At the expense of you saying that you know a bit about feng shui, you don't even know about the Xuanji Hall? Yi Chen nodded his head. Dad, I buy food and cook and wash clothes all day long. How do I know the gossip outside? Xiao Churan said. I'll tell you. This Xuanji Hall in Hong Kong Island, that is a famous metaphysical hall. His boss Yu Jinghai is Hong Kong Island's premier feng shui master. A lot of celebrities and stars are begging him to tell their fortunes. Not a few $1,000,000 at a time, don't even think about it, said Xiao Churan and said, people in the boss is not only feng shui is powerful. Do open the light of the magic weapon is a great, as long as it is to his place to worship the doc. Got to point out the celebrities, one by one, all the fortune, the future is unlimited. Yi Chen asked with a curious face. In Hong Kong Island are so powerful feng shui master. How to run our Jinling came, Xiao Churan said. Of course it's for the grand finale of the auction. Yi Chen asked curiously. What exactly is the grand finale treasure? Xiao Churan said seriously. I don't know what it is. Anyway, we only look and don't buy. So we'll just go and have a long look at that time. Xiao Churan was still chattering when Yi Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and Song Wanting's voice came. Mr. Yi, my car is parked right in front of your house. Stop by and pick you guys up and go over together. Because of the problems with the invitation last time, Song Wanting was also afraid that something would happen again at the reception this time, so she planned to pick up Yi Chen and accompany him there. Yi Chen walked out of the door, and really saw a big red Bentley parked on the side of the road, with a brand new body, glittering in the sunlight. Song Wanting leaned on the side of the car, wearing a big red tight dress, set off exquisite curves, a head of wavy hair draped over the shoulder, charming and moving, face also wearing a pair of sun-shading sunglasses. Seeing the two men come out, Song Wanting took off her sunglasses and said, Uncle Xiao, Mr. Yi, I was just about to go to the auction at the Treasure Pavilion, and picked you up on the way to join me. Yo, it's MS. Song. Xiao Churan also recognized it and said with a flattered voice, Miss Song, you are so polite. I should. Both of you please get on the car. Song Wanting nodded politely and pulled open the car door. Who would dare to believe that the Song family's eldest Miss, Song Wanting, would take the initiative to open the door for a door-to-door son-in-law? Chapter 84, This Pussy is also here. Soon, Song Wanting's Bentley drove to the Convention and Exhibition Center. The Convention and Exhibition Center was an imposing dome building, somewhat similar to the shape of the Sydney Opera House, but with certain Chinese innovations on that kind of framework. It was very distinctive. Yi Chen followed Song Wanting into the auction house, and as soon as he entered the gate, Xiao Churan, who was following him, exclaimed, Ouch! This place is also too grand. As Xiao Churan said, the area of the auction house was indeed very large, and the decoration was also very luxurious. The entire auction house was arranged in a sunken style like a theater. In addition to the auction stage right in front, and the half-packed boxes in the first row, there were at least 200 to 300 sofa card seats, and at this moment, these card seats were already almost full. Yi Chen was about to walk towards the inner court with Song Wanting, when the exclamations of many people suddenly came from his side, followed by many people swarming behind him and Song Wanting. Seeing that this group of people were as crazy as robbing money, Yi Chen hurriedly subconsciously blocked Song Wanting's body with his arm, so that she would not be rushed by the crowd. Afterwards, he looked towards the direction where the crowd was running, and saw a middle-aged man wearing a grey robe with a Taoist bun on his head, surrounded by a group of henchmen, walking over with an arrogant face. Song Wanting sighed lightly, so it's Master Yu who has arrived. No wonder it's so lively. Those people who had previously squeezed to Master Yu's side, each and every one of them greeted him with a face full of respect. Seeing these people's fawning expressions, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. So this is the famous Master Yu of Hong Kong Island. This gesture is quite well done. At this moment, someone took a bracelet and handed it to Master Yu, respectfully saying, Master Yu, I implore you to enlighten this bracelet of my disciple. The assistant beside Master Yu immediately scolded loudly. Why are you so ignorant of the rules? Our Master Yu's enlightenment is clearly marked price, according to the size of the thing to determine. Your bracelet enlightenment at least 200,000 yuan. You do not pay money, want a hora? The man blushed, can only compensate for the smile. Sorry you master, in the next has always been very much admire you. Just has been about your time about cannot. You rest assured, as long as you help in the next light, the money in the next must not be less than a penny. Master Yu smiled with an inscrutable face and spoke. There is no need to be in a hurry. Since I have come to Jinling today, I will naturally give some benefits to the local Taoists in Jinling. Let's put it this way, if any of you want to open up the light, wait for a while. When I get what I want after the auction, I'll open up the light once for you all centrally at a 50% discount. Great! The crowd was excited beyond words. Someone said in a loud voice, the things that Master Yu has enlightened are worth at least 6 figures. Not only can they keep you safe, but they can also boost your fortune and prosper your family. Today we can enjoy a 50% discount on the enlightenment. We are really lucky. A crowd of people immediately followed in chorus, extraordinarily excited. Master Yu turned to the assistant next to him and said, "Come, you count the number of people and items, and arrange them together after the auction." That assistant nodded and said in a loud voice, "All of you come to me to register. Say your names and the items and quantities you wish to enlighten." A crowd of people rushed forward to register, and within a short while, at least nearly 100 people had come forward to register at least 200 items. Yi Chen couldn't help but ask Song Wanting beside him, "This Master Yu wants 6 figures for an enlightenment?" "Right." Song Wanting nodded and said, "Even for the smallest amulet, it costs 100,000 to open the light once. For a bracelet like this, it costs 200,000. And if it's to open the light for a magical weapon like a mahogany sword or a Qianquan mirror, it ranges from 500,000 to 5 million. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel. In that case, just by opening the light for these people, without having to pay out a dime of the cost, you can make tens of millions of dollars? When Master Yu heard Yi Chen's words, he frowned and asked, "This fellow Daoist, do you think that the old man has no cost for a dime when he opens the light to people?" Yi Chen laughed. "Enlightenment, it's just a matter of reciting a few muddled incantations in a fake manner. What cost do you need?" Master Yu coldly grunted, "Ignorant child, when I give someone an aura, what I lose is my decades of cultivated Tao skills. Without the support of my Taoist skills, how could the magic weapon have the effect of blessing peace and prosperity? Do you think that Taoism can be exchanged for money?" Yi Chen laughed. "As far as I understand, there is no such thing as enlightenment, but it's all just a lie." Immediately, someone in the crowd cursed, "Where the hell is the stupid fork that dares to be judgmental about the master?" That's right. Hong Kong Island's heavenly king Zhang had specially asked Master Yu to enlighten his royal microphone. If not for Master Yu enlightening him, how could he become the heavenly king? I think this kind of garbage, just do not pretend to understand, want to show their own just, he is in front of Master Yu counts for nothing. At this time, Master Yu also said to Yi Chen with a disdainful face, "My friend, you want to make a splash, but you must look at the opposite side of the person. If you are standing in front of you, you can't afford to mess with people, then you may not be out of the limelight there may be a plague of blood and light." After saying that, Master Yu disdainfully skimmed his mouth and took the lead to walk into the exhibition hall. Yi Chen had a bland face, and didn't even look at this Master Yu in the eye. Song Wanting on the side said with some embarrassment, "Mister, ye don't take it to heart. Master Yu's temper is rather big." Yi Chen shook his head indifferently and said to Song Wanting, "Just a charlatan, let's go in as well." The guests entered in order. The host was Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master, Bao Fu Gue, who came on stage to give a few routine speeches, and then entered the auction session. The first piece of the debut of the collection is a Qing Dynasty imitation Yuan Qinghua, although it is the Qing Dynasty imitation, but the production process is very exquisite. The character cannot pick any faults. Several collectors interested in porcelain from the starting price of 200,000 all the way to compete. The final hammer price was raised to 2,300,000. The first collection was auctioned 2,300,000 high price. This is uncommon in the general auction. It can also be seen, this auction collection, are all atop of the good stuff, immediately followed by 7 or 8 pieces of auction, are also worth millions of high-quality antiques. The atmosphere of the venue is enthusiastic. Guests have bidding. Xiao Churan watched with great interest, only his own shyness, or else he would also be itching to raise his hand. However, Yi Chen had little interest in these collectibles, because although these lots were precious, they were only limited to the collection and did not have much value to him. Right at this moment, Miss Manners brought up a white porcelain plate with a string of purple beads, which sparkled in the light. The auctioneer introduced, natural purple pearls from the East Sea, only 1 out of 1,000 bead shells can be picked out. The strand of beads is round and even in size, a rare delicacy. The auction price of this strand of purple pearls was not expensive, only $400,000. Yi Chen raised his head and immediately called out the price, 500,000. Xiao Churan's eyelids jumped, and he quickly said, "What's the point of auctioning this pearl necklace tens of thousands of dollars to the top? This 400,000 is the pit little cute, and, don't shoot." Yi Chen looked at the string of pearls, thinking of Xiao Churan, smiled and said, "I see Churan wear quite suitable. Pearl tranquilizer, she recently too much stress, sleep is not good." Once he heard that he was buying for his daughter, Xiao Churan wanted to say something, but also had the sense to shut his mouth. The collection value of this necklace was not high, so no one bid on it. Just when the auctioneer was about to finalize the bidding, a voice suddenly rang out, $600,000. Yi Chen looked to the side in search of the voice. He only saw that death-defying Qin Ao Dong of the Qin family, showing a head from the side with a cold smile on his face, saying to Yi Chen, "Sorry, I also have my eye on this string of necklaces." Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. Why was this pussy there too? Wasn't he grounded by Qin gang?